The autumn air in Jindu City still carried a whisper of summer, as menses sweetening the streets. A black Maybach pulled up to the Fu family mansion. The driver, white-gloved, stepped out and opened the rear door. Yi Chi stepped into the evening light. White cotton dress. Soft yellow beret. Her skin was pale, her lashes long over eyes so clear they looked like glass. The kind of face that made people look twice. She loved autumn. It was the season Fujia had saved her from the monsters. He brought her to the Fu residence and told everyone she was his fiancée. She lived here for over a year now. She murmured her thanks to the driver, then spotted a black SUV parked near the main house. Her face lit up. She broke into a run down the cobblestone path. Jia was back. She hadn't seen him in 2 weeks. Today was her birthday. At least he remembered. She dashed through the courtyard, past the wild blooms of hibiscus, straight into the house. There he was. Sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, newspaper in hand. At the sound of her footsteps, his cold, aristocratic face turned toward her. His brows pulled together. Stop running. Heat crept up her cheeks. She dropped her voice. Okay. I got you a birthday present. Upstairs. Go see. His gaze flicked back to the paper. Thank you. She moved toward the stairs, stealing glances at his tall, lean frame. Nobody knew her secret. From day one at the Fu residence, she'd been hopelessly in love. Upstairs, a gift sat on the bed. She tore away the wrapping pearl earrings and a matching necklace, glowing a silvery blue under the light. Expensive. She could tell that much. With careful fingers, she rewrapped it and tucked it into a drawer. Then she headed back down. Dinner was already on the table. The house ran quiet. Usually, Chi was the only one living here. Fujia stopped by when it suited him. They ate. They cut the cake. Then he shot her a look, his face cold and impossible to read. Study. Now. Chi's heart stuttered. Her eyes flickered, but she followed him upstairs anyway. On the long study table lay a single document. He tilted his chin toward it. She picked it up. Thin, just a few pages. 星号 prenuptial agreement, 星号. Shishi, marry me. Fujia stood 6'2", and even when he wasn't trying, he towered over people. Part of it was height. The rest was the sheer weight of command. His voice came out flat, like he was closing a deal. Because he was. But Chi's heart exploded anyway. She flipped to the last page, didn't read a single word before it, and signed. My grandfather likes you. He can't stand by Yuji. Marrying you gets him off her back. You get that. Eyes in his eyes, tone clipped like he needed to justify the whole thing. Chi just smiled and clutched those pages tight. Best birthday present she'd ever received. She knew the truth. She was a shield. A human umbrella. Deflecting the women Fujia didn't want, protecting the one he did. Now their marriage had stretched for years, not hot, not cold. Just there. Fujia had been good to her. After they got the marriage certificate, he came home every night. He doted on her. Protected her. Gave her a life that looked nothing like the one she'd known before. Chi would tell herself how perfect it would be if Bayushi never came back. If she could keep Fujia forever. She had that stolen happiness close, living in daily dread, addicted to every sweet taste. A car engine rumbled outside. She glanced out the window. Fujia was home. Chi headed downstairs, a little white fluff ball padding at her heels. They found him in the garden months ago, astray, fluffy like a bichon. She named him Zhao Zhao and hung a tiny heart-shaped bell on his collar. She adored that dog. Zhao Zhao stuck to her like glue. He followed her into the kitchen. Chi crouched down and rubbed his round belly. Zhao Zhao, behave. I'm making Jia's soup. She lifted the warm pot from the stove. The Fu residence had staff, But over the years Chi-Chi had learned a few simple dishes. Soup was her go-to. Every night Fujiya came home, she had a bowl waiting. The tall, striking man stepped through the door, autumn chill still clinging to his coat. A servant took it. Chi-Chi walked up to him. "Jie, I made pork rib and lotus root soup. Have some." After the wedding, he insisted she use his first name. It took her a while, but she managed. Fujiya shifted, uncomfortable. He took the bowl, drank a few mouthfuls, handed it back. "Zai. Is something wrong? Doesn't it taste good?" She looked up at him. Over the years, Chi-Chi had only gotten more beautiful. Misty eyes, lashes curved like tiny fans. A faint beauty mark on the tip of her nose so distracting that Fujiya couldn't stop kissing it in bed. He raised an eyebrow and hesitated. "Come upstairs. I need to tell you something." Watching his back on the stairs, dread washed over Chi-Chi. Her fingers tightened around the soup bowl. She set it down and followed him, slowly. If this was bad news, let it come slow. Fujiya sat by the desk when she walked in. He crooked a finger. She crossed the room and settled onto his lap. His voice came low, close to her ear. "You're not wearing enough. It's warm inside. What did you do today?" "Not much. Working on that hibiscus painting. Almost done." "Good." Silence filled the room. One of them was working up to something. The other was just waiting. Chi-Chi closed her eyes for a bit, then opened them. "Jie, what is it you need to say?" Fujiya wasn't a man who hedged. The fact that he'd been easing into this was already unusual. She. "We're getting a divorce. Bayuji is back." The words hit like a wave. She bit her lip. Her heart drenched in bitterness. "Okay. I understand." She sniffed, bit down harder, then lifted her hand. "Where are the divorce papers? Did you bring them?" Fujiya stared at her small, pale hand. Something twisted in his chest. "You don't have anything else to say?" "No. You told me when Yuji came back, we divorced. I never forgot." Fujiya didn't have a response. He clicked his tongue and handed her the divorce agreement. She took it. Just like 4 years ago, she flipped straight to the last page and signed. "Xinhao, of course. I always knew, Xinhao." His first love was back. Time to step aside. "I'll pack and move out tomorrow." She stood. This place wasn't hers anymore. Fujiya's face darkened. A flash of cold displeasure. He grabbed her arm and yanked her back onto his lap. "Who said you can move out?" "No one. I just don't want to be a bother. Even if we're divorced, you're still part of the Fu family. I won't let you suffer." Chi-Chi shook her head. Glassy eyes swimming, but something defiant flickered in them. She rarely pushed back against Fujiya. Maybe this was the first time ever. "I want to leave. You expect me to stay and watch you with someone else?" Every word cut slow. "For both of them." Fujiya's brows snapped together, a chill radiating off him. His hand clamped onto her jaw. Chi-Chi, what did you just say?" She flinched and dropped her gaze. "Nothing." His eyes stayed ice cold. "Don't ever joke like that again. You know why you came to the Fu residence?" "Yeah." Tears blurred her vision. She got up and headed for the bathroom. "I'll run your bath." She walked fast, nearly stumbling. Fujiya watched her back. A strange feeling crawled through him. Hot water poured into the tub. Her tears fell right along with the droplets. 4 years of dreaming. Time to wake up. From now on, Fujiya's arms would hold another woman. This home would belong to someone else. It had always been a transaction. She'd been a fool to believe any of it was real. A moment later, Fujiya filled the bathroom doorway. His tall frame made the door seem small. He watched her crouched there, ink black hair cascading down her back like silk. That white cotton dress hid her delicate figure, but one pale calf peeked out, drawing his eye. He shook his head, trying to clear his tangled thoughts. His voice came out cold. Are you done yet? Oh. Okay. Yichichi wiped her lashes and stepped out of the bathroom. A shaky breath leaked out of her as she crawled under the covers, one hand pressed to her chest like that might stop the ache. Tears slid into the pillow. She'd been left at an orphanage when she was little. Eventually, a family took her in, parents with a son 3 years older. Young, but vicious. He hit her. Screamed at her. Some nights she wondered if they'd only adopted her to give their twisted kid a living toy. One night, after a beating worse than all the others, she ran. She stumbled right into the path of Fujia's car. He got out. He saw something in her eyes, fragile, stubborn, and felt the ground shift under his feet. He saved her. She didn't understand any of it back then. All she saw was a man stepping into the light, reaching out his hand, hauling her straight out of hell. Later, he handed her a marriage contract. She became his shield. The decoy who kept gold diggers from circling the Fu family. Yichichi knew the deal was loveless. She knew he had at first loved the one who got away. But she fell anyway. Trapped herself inside a cage named Fujia. 星号 click 星号. The bathroom door swung open. He stepped out, steam still clinging to his skin. A drawer slid. Metal clinked against the desk. His voice came from behind her. Take the key. I'll send you the address tomorrow. When you leave, move there. She sniffled, burying the sound. Okay. He frowned, slid into bed, and wrapped a solid arm around her from behind. She felt impossibly small against him. He turned her to face him, and his gaze caught on her red-rimmed eyes. Were you crying? A brow lifted. Something pulled tight in his chest. No. Just tired. He didn't push. He just pulled her closer. Go to sleep. In the dark, Yichichi wrapped her arms around him. 星号 last time. This is the last time. Tomorrow, you forget all of it, 星号. Golden light poured through the windows the next morning. When Yichichi woke, his side of the bed was cold. She got up, washed her face, and dragged out her suitcase. One item at a time, she packed. There wasn't much that belonged to her. Everything had come from Fujiya. The suitcase barely filled. She picked up the key from the table. The cold metal bit straight through her fingers. At the door, she looked back. The pale blue sheets, her favorite. The hibiscus painting on the desk, her favorite. And the man who lived here. Also her favorite. She bit her lip. Then she walked out. Zeo came scrambling from somewhere, whimpering like he understood. He circled her legs. Yichichi bent down and scooped him up. Zeo, once I'm settled, I'll ask Jia if I can take you. Okay? The little Bichon Frise nuzzled into her neck. The household staff gathered nearby. They all liked Yichichi. She'd lived here for years, and she never treated anyone like furniture. She forced a smile. Don't look so sad. I'm just moving to another house. Jia gave me a key. I can come back anytime. She sat Zeo down like nothing was wrong, waved off the driver's offer, and walked out of the Fu family mansion alone. Her suitcase rumbled over the pavement. The whole street belonged to the Fu family. No cars. No pedestrians. 10 minutes of walking later, she hit the main road. Traffic streamed past. She smiled to herself. 星号 it's fine. I survived alone before. At least this is better than that family, 星号. She crossed the intersection, heading toward the apartment Fujiya had given her. She hadn't found a place of her own yet, and staying at the mansion wasn't right anymore. Temporary. Just until she landed on her feet. Behind her, an SUV turned onto the street she just left. Yichichi stopped. 星号 damn it. 星号she'd forgotten the photo under her pillow, the one from their marriage certificate. She secretly snapped a picture of it weeks after the wedding and printed it out. Frustrated at herself, she spun around and hurried back toward the mansion. The SUV pulled into the courtyard. Fujia stepped out. A woman in a pink dress followed. Delicate face, porcelain skin, a diamond-studded handbag swinging from her wrist. Her eyes held a quiet gleam of pride. Fujia walked ahead without waiting. He'd only come back to grab a document, but Bayuji had been waiting for him in the office lobby, so he brought her along. Yi, I just realized this is my first time inside your home. Back then, your grandfather never liked me. Her voice softened, fretted with grievance. I never understood what I did wrong. I just hope no one here holds a grudge anymore. Fujia's tone stayed flat. It's in the past. Let it go. They stepped inside. He headed upstairs toward his study. Yi, can I look around? Her voice turned sweet. If you want. The study sat at the far end of the hall. Passing the bedroom, he noticed the door was slightly ajar. He nudged it open with one hand. Empty. The key on the nightstand was gone. Ichichi must have already left for the apartment. He didn't linger. He went straight to the study. Bayuji wandered the ground floor. When a maid passed, she offered a warm, posed smile. I'll be living here from now on. I hope you all take good care of me. The maids exchanged a look, bowed, and hurried off. Xinghao, so this is the woman Mr. Fu wanted to marry back then. Xinghao. A little Bichon Frise yapped at her. Bayuji kicked it aside in disgust. Xinghao, stupid mutt. Xinghao, the dog yelped and scrambled into the next room. She finished her tour of the first floor, delighted. The full house was enormous. She climbed the staircase, peeking through door after door. On the left side of the second floor, she found a massive studio. Floor-to-ceiling windows flooded the room with light. Canvases and art supplies filled every surface. Several finished paintings stood on easels. The centerpiece was a large canvas hibiscus flowers, layer after layer of purple petals, so vivid the dew looked wet to the touch. Her eyes hardened. Xinghao saw the replacement paints. Xinghao. She pulled a brush from a water jar, pried open a can of red paint, and with precise, deliberate strokes began slashing across the canvas. Ichichi trudged all the way back. She left her suitcase beside the gate and stepped inside. Up the stairs. Good Jia was always busy during the day. He wouldn't be home. She wasn't sure she could face him right now anyway. At the top of the staircase, she noticed the studio door was cracked open. Odd. She always kept it closed. A sound came from inside. Frowning, Ichichi crossed the hall and pushed the door open. The woman inside spun around. The brush clattered to the floor, leaving a wet red streak across the wood. Ichichi stared. She couldn't process what she was seeing. Her hibiscus painting nearly finished. Days of work had been slashed with violent streaks of red. Messy, brutal strokes ripping straight through every delicate purple petal. The painting was supposed to be a birthday gift for her grandfather. Ichichi stood there shaking, her eyes burning as she stared at the woman who had just destroyed it. Bayuji raised an eyebrow. She remembered Ichichi from years ago, a scrawny little thing. Now she'd grown into someone dangerously beautiful. Almost foxy. But looks didn't matter. Right now, Ichichi was the one getting kicked out. Bayuji was about to move in and become the mistress of the Fu family, the most powerful name in Jingdu City. A sneer curled on her lips. You didn't knock. You scared me. Ichichi crossed the room in 3 strides and yanked her aside. Who gave you permission to touch my painting? This is Xinghao Man Xinghao. She worked on it for over 2 months. Every brush stroke, every layer of hibiscus, all of it poured out for her grandfather's birthday. Bayuji flinched at the outburst, then her face twisted. I thought all that purple was ugly, so I added a little color. Don't you dare yell at me. I would never let you speak to me like that. 星号爱星号. The name hit Yichichi like a slap. She knew instantly who this was. Bayuji. Her chest seized. The woman couldn't even wait. The second Yichichi stepped out of the house, she rushed right in with her so-called true love. This painting has nothing to do with Fuji. You had no right to touch it. Yichichi rarely stood her ground like this. But now her teeth were clenched, her body rigid, like a cornered animal staring down a threat. Bayushi stepped closer, her eyebrows arching with pure contempt. Your painting isn't everything in this house eyes. Yichichi, the only reason you were ever brought here was because of 星号 me 星号. And now you're acting like the lady of the house. Getting a little too comfortable stealing my life, are you? Yichichi couldn't find the words. She bent down to pick up the paintbrush from the floor, but Bayuji grabbed it first. Then she pressed the tip to the canvas. Drops of red bled into the hibiscus. Yichichi lunged for it. Bayuji, Jie and I aren't divorced yet. Until you're married, this is not your life. Her voice cracked. Her hands came away smeared with red paint. Footsteps echoed from the hallway. Bayuji grabbed Yichichi's hand and pressed it hard against her own dress. Then she dropped to the floor. Why did you push me? Her eyes went red-rimmed, tears trembling on her lashes. The biting smugness from seconds ago was gone. I didn't mean to ruin your painting. Fujiya stopped in the doorway and took in the scene, the destroyed hibiscus canvas. The woman on the floor. His jaw tightened as he walked over and helped Bayuji to her feet. Then he turned to Yichichi, his voice ice. What are you doing? Yichichi bit down hard on her lip. She would 星号 not 星号 cry in front of this woman. 星号 Fujiya, do you even know the woman you loved all these years is nothing but a fake, 星号? She said nothing. Instead, she turned around and started taking down the painting. It was 2 meters long. She worked carefully, detaching it from the frame. Her white dress was already streaked with paint. Fujiya watched, silent. Bayuji leaned into him, her voice dripping with false remorse. It's my fault. I shouldn't have ruined Messiah's painting. I thought it was just something she was messing around with to pass the time. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. She aimed the apology at Yichichi, but her body pressed closer to Fujiya. I think I twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. Fujiya glanced down at her and eased her into a chair. Sit for a while. I'll take you to the hospital later. But his eyes stayed locked on that stubborn figure by the wall. The canvas was pinned tight to the frame, and she was prying it off with her bare hands. Cuts opened on her fingers. She didn't seem to feel them. He stepped forward and grabbed her slender wrist. Enough. It's ruined. Just paint another one. Yichichi froze. She looked up at the face she'd loved for so long. It felt cold now. Foreign. Paint another one. She could paint 100 more. None of them would ever be this one. She pulled her hand free, took down the canvas, rolled it up, and hugged it to her chest. Then she walked away without a word. Why did she always have to live like this, humiliated, raw, aching? Why did every goodbye have to hurt this much? She'd been ready. She'd already decided to slip away quietly. But the moment she saw Bayuji, the last shred of strength inside her shattered. That girl called him 星号 I 星号. So easy. So intimate. It had taken Yichichi forever just to learn to call him Jie. That girl threw herself into his arms like it was nothing. Yichichi had never managed a single embrace without hesitating for ages. Her name was Yichichi. 星号 late, 星号 late to everything. Even falling in love, she'd been too late. Her dress was ruined with paint. Her hands, her arms, her face, she probably looked terrifying to anyone she passed. She didn't care. All she wanted was to get out as fast as she could. Fujiya watched her small figure disappear into the hallway. Her jaw had been set so firmly just moments ago. She'd been about to cry, but she held it in. He hated the way she never let herself lean on him. Weren't you going to take me to the hospital? Bayushi noticed his gaze still fixed on the door, and something dark flickered behind her eyes. Xinghao saw he's still hung up on her. TCH, Xinghao. Fujiya pulled his attention back. I have to go to the office. I'll send the driver with you. Her eyes went wide. Tears flooded her lashes instantly. Are you mad at me? I really didn't mean to ruin Miss Ye's painting. If you're upset, I'll apologize to her right now. She stood up from the chair and promptly wobbled, pretending to fall. Fujiya caught her arm. I didn't ask you to apologize. Sit down and wait for the driver. He turned and left the room. He didn't look back. The driver headed upstairs to get Bayushi, so Fujiya took the Maybach himself, the one Ichichi usually rode in. He spotted her from a block away. That thin figure trudging along the side of the road. Her right hand dragged a suitcase. Her left hand clutched the rolled-up painting like it was the only thing she had left in the world. He pulled over beside her and got out, catching her wrist. Get in. I'll take you wherever you're going. Ichichi stumbled. She was running on fumes now, pure willpower holding her upright. No. I'll call a cab. His temper flared. You're covered in paint. What cab is going to pick you up? Then I'll walk. She tried to pull free, but that delicate wrist was no match for his grip. The tears she'd been holding back finally slipped down her cheeks. Her face crumpled with everything she'd been trying to hide. Something twisted in Fujiya's chest. His voice dropped, softening. What are you crying about? It's just a painting. Not upset over it. Ichichi shook her head. It wasn't just a painting. It was the man she loved. It was the home she lost. Without another word, Fujiya lifted her into the car. A black SUV sped past them in the opposite direction. From its back seat, Bayushi watched Fujiya pick up Ichichi. Her hands clenched until her knuckles went white. Fujiya dropped her off at the apartment, a two-story penthouse, on the top floor. Ichichi had stopped crying, but her eyes were still raw and swollen. She set down her paintings. Go to work. I've got it from here. Fujiya didn't move. His voice stayed flat. You need money, tell me. You need anything else, tell me. Divorce or not, you're still part of the Fu family. Okay. Thanks. She stood there, dazed. Her hair was a wreck, the tip of her nose red, a tiny mole trembling with every unsteady breath. Fujiya's brows pulled tight. Without a word, he turned, walked to the cabinet, pulled out a first aid kit like he'd memorized the layout, and crouched in front of her. He began treating the cuts on her hands. Ichichi stared at the crown of his head, soft dark hair inches from her fingers. Her heart clenched. Xinghao, why do you still do this? What am I supposed to do now, Xinghao? He finished, stood, and left. The door clicked shut behind him. She sank onto the sofa. The place was clean, well furnished, nothing missing at a glance. He'd set up this apartment a long time ago. He'd already been ready for her to go. She sat for a while, then picked up the painting and carried it to the dining table. Slowly, carefully, she unrolled it. Her bandaged fingers shook. The paint had smeared into a muddy, ruined mess under the pressure. This painting was called Xinghao Bloom Xinghao. It was supposed to be Grandpa's birthday gift, just a few days away. She poured everything into it. Now it was gone. The hibiscus petals looked crumpled, crushed exactly like her heart, twisted into a tight, aching knot. In the car, Fujiya answered his phone. Yi, did you comfort Miss Yi? If you're done, could you come see me? I just got back to the country. I don't have any friends here, and staying alone in the hospital makes me nervous. The weak, breathy voice came through the speaker. Fujiya just frowned. Call your mother. I have to go to the office. Okay. I won't bother you. Come see me after work, then. He hung up and tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, his expression hard as stone. At the hospital, Bayuji's mother swept into the room, wailing before she was even through the door. Oh, Gigi, my precious girl. What happened? Who did this to you? Mom, it was that woman Ae brought home. She thinks she's royalty now. I ruined one of her paintings and she actually hurt me. Bayuji's voice dripped venom as she complained. That little brat. Listen, sweetheart, you need to focus on winning Fujiya's heart. Stop wasting energy on her. Otherwise, what was the point of coming back at all? Her mother's weight sank into the hospital mattress as she launched into an endless lecture. Bayuji's irritation spiked. She cut her off. I know. He's always believed he was the one who hurt me back then. Once I'm the mistress of the Fu family, that woman won't matter at all. The two of them leaned close and whispered for a long while. Yichichi tried everything to salvage the painting. Nothing worked. The next day, she went to the Fu family estate and moved out every last artwork she'd left behind, along with the photo she'd kept tucked under her pillow. This time she was smart. She called ahead to make sure Fujiya wasn't home. The paintings went straight to a gallery. The driver unloaded them at the curb. She thanked him and stood there alone. The gallery was called Shuianjian, delicate sounding name, but it was the biggest gallery in the capital. More importantly, they loved her work. She'd already sold 2 pieces through them, at good prices. She pulled out her phone. Jiangyu. She. What a surprise you called me. Yeah. I've got some paintings I want to sell. I'm outside Shuianjian. Are you there? Jiangyu, already inside the gallery, smiled. Yeah, I'm here. I'll come out now. Wait for me. Before she could answer, the call cut off. A moment later, a tall figure filled the doorway. Compared to Fujiya's sharp, cold edges, Jiangyu had more boyish charm, clean brows, slender phoenix eyes, a faint smirk always tugging at the corner of his mouth. He was young, but his eye for art was flawless. Plenty of famous painters trusted his gallery for exhibitions and sales. He spotted Yichichi from a distance and waved, taking the steps 2 at a time. His 6'1" frame bounded toward her like an overgrown golden retriever. For the first time in days, Yichichi cracked a small smile. Close now, Jiangyu glanced at the wrapped paintings on the ground. What's with the sudden decision to sell? I thought you wanted to hold onto these. I just don't see the point anymore. Can you put them in the gallery? If someone wants to buy them, help me sell them. Her voice was soft, tinged with a loss so faint it was almost invisible. But Jiangyu had dealt with every kind of person in this business. He could tell something was off. Shishi, do you need money? I can. No. I don't. I just really don't want them anymore. She refused 3 times. It wasn't about the money. The 2 paintings she already sold had brought in plenty. She wasn't a big spender. The only things she bought with that income were gifts for Fujiya and Grandpa, because gifts mean more when they come from your own work. Now she just wanted these paintings gone. Every single one was tied to the Fu family estate. Jiangyu frowned. She was so innocent, and so tightly closed off. He wasn't the type to push. He smiled. All right. If you ever need anything, you tell me. After his staff brought the paintings inside, he offered, let me drive you home. Yichichi hesitated, then agreed. There was something she wanted to ask him anyway. They got in the car. She twisted her fingers together in her lap. Jiangyu glanced over. What's on your mind? Do you know what kind of birthday gift works for an older man? Like, for my grandpa. Jiangyu laughed. That was all. Honestly, Your paintings are pretty great. I already gave him my paintings before. She lied. Older people usually appreciate thoughtful gifts. I've given my grandpa things like a massage chair. Winters around the corner warm clothes are good too. Really, it's the thought that matters. Her eyes lit up. Her delicate face seemed to glow. 星号, that's it. I can get grandpa warm winter set, 星号. Some of the weight she'd been carrying for days finally lifted. With the problem solved, she smiled. The car stopped in front of her building. She leaned forward, gave a small wave, and turned toward the entrance. And walked straight into a pair of icy eyes. He looked like he'd been standing there for a while. And now, those cold eyes held a flicker of barely contained fury. Fujiya leaned in the doorway, arms crossed, watching her laugh and talk with some other guy. A dull, unfamiliar ache pressed against his ribs. Who is he? Jung-yu. From the gallery. Ichichi met his stare, her eyes clear and steady. You sold the painting. I told you if you need money, come to me. His brow tightened, his voice cooling several degrees. I don't need it. I just didn't want it anymore. Upstairs. She didn't argue. It was his house, after all. She followed him up. Once inside, Fujiya caught her hand and turned it over, inspecting it closely. Ichichi's heart tripped. That was him, so cold on the surface, but sometimes so gentle, so focused on her that she'd start hoping for things she knew she shouldn't. Better. He studied her fingers, still pink and irritated, something flickering across his face. Concern, maybe. He didn't even seem to notice it himself. The girl who used to cry for half a day over a scratch. Much better. She pulled her hand back. When should we go file the papers? The divorce. She wanted it done. Ripped off the bandage so she could finally let go. Fujiya stared at his empty palm, his eyes darkening. In a hurry. Ichichi stepped back, forcing down the ache blooming in her chest. I just don't want to get in the way of Miss Bai. His hand shot out and locked around her wrist, yanking her against his chest. The clean, woodsy scent of him flooded her senses. His voice was ice. Afraid you'll get in my way or afraid I'll get in yours? Her brows pulled tight. Shock flashed through her eyes. She dragged in a shaky breath. Jung-yu is just the gallery owner. There's nothing between us. Is that so? Gallery owners personally drive their customers home now. His grip tightened. We're still married, Ichichi. Remember your place. Tears stung her lashes. The cold inside her bled deeper. If you remembered we were still married, you wouldn't have brought Bayuji home this fast. Jie, the one bringing someone else home before the divorce is final is you. Not me. The color drained from her face. Her glass-clear eyes dulled, fog rolling in. Fujiya's temper flared. Ichichi, you. She was too tired to fight. Why are you here tonight? Grandfather's birthday dinner. Day after tomorrow. You're coming with me. Of course I'll go to his birthday. With me, he bit out. I don't want him finding out about the divorce before the party. Understand? Fine. I understand. She always said yes to him, didn't she? I'm staying here tonight. Fujiya didn't know why. He planned to visit Bayuji at the hospital. But then he saw that fragile, stubborn face of Ichichi's, and leaving felt impossible. Ichichi blinked. Don't you need to go home? What about Bayuji? I said I'm staying here. The words were cold, immovable. He let go of her wrist. She insisted on cooking, so he let her. The fridge was stocked well enough. Zai, what do you want? She asked without turning, scanning the ingredients. Whatever. He just showered. His bathrobe hung loose and open, and he sank into the couch with a book. The semi-open kitchen gave her a clean line of sight. The careless drip of the robe. The tan chest. Heat crawled up her cheeks. Back at the mansion, with all the staff around, they'd almost never been alone like this. She yanked her gaze away. Stop it, Yichichi. He belongs to someone else. The pork ribs simmered in the clay pot, the scent rich and savory. She grabbed tomatoes, eggs, a box of shrimp. Her slim fingers diced the tomatoes. The golden egg mixture hit the hot oil with a sizzle, and she added the tomatoes. Oil spat violently. She wasn't great at cooking yet. The popping grease made her yelp, and she jumped back like a spooked rabbit. She backed straight into a solid chest. Strong arms reached around her, grabbed the lid, and covered the pan. Her body froze at the arm circling her waist. Thanks. Your hands still hurt. Why are you doing this yourself? Fujiya had been watching her from the couch for a while. The warm kitchen light caught in her hair, soft and fuzzy, a stray strand falling beside her ear. She was so focused, making him dinner. Something tugged low in his chest. I wanted to cook for you. 幸好 maybe there won't be another chance. 幸好 she swallowed the second half. She barely cleared his shoulder. Tiny thing. Like a little rabbit. He turned her around and lifted her onto the empty counter behind them. She gasped, her mind blanking out. Now she was looking down at 幸好 him 幸好. The robe hung loose, baring the hard lines of his chest. Her eyes fluttered. His freshly washed hair smelled clean and soft, nothing like his cold, clipped personality. A thousand thoughts raced until he caught her hand again, checking for new burns. Satisfied, he exhaled. The tomatoes hissed in the pan. Oh, put me down. The tomatoes are burning. She snapped back, craning toward the stove. A glint lit his eyes. I'll let you down. But you have to ask. How do I ask? He looked up at her soft pink lips. Kiss me. Her heart stuttered. Her lashes trembled. That's not appropriate. No. So you don't want the tomatoes? Defeated, she leaned down and pressed a quick, feather-light kiss to his mouth, then pulled back. Fujiya's mood lifted. He sat her down gently. She ducked past him to rescue her tomatoes. You go wait outside. I'll call you when it's ready. Her face was blazing red. He watched her scramble, then obediently returned to the couch. He'd never noticed this side of Yichichi before. Adorable. When she brought the food to the table, she was still flushed. Tomato and eggs, braised shrimp, lotus root and pork rib soup. Simple, but beautiful. Fujiya ate one bowl. Then another. He finished everything. He never ate this much at dinner. She whispered, Did you skip lunch today? He set down his chopsticks and looked at her. The company's food isn't as good as yours. She didn't know what had gotten into him tonight. Teasing her. Looking at her like that. Huffing, she started clearing the table. He got up to help. She'd never seen him clear a table before. Her heart ached and softened at the same time. If only they were just an ordinary couple. Cooking together, grocery shopping, chores, curling up at home on weekends. Fujiya stuck his head out from the kitchen, his handsome face scrunched like he'd hit a major crisis. How do you wash these things? She blinked back to reality. I've got it. Your hands still hurt. He vanished back inside and started figuring it out himself. After they cleaned up, they watched TV for a while before heading upstairs. The apartment only had one bedroom. One bed. Yichichi stood by the bed, hesitating. They were about to get divorced. They shouldn't sleep together. Besides, his heart belonged to Bayuji. Are you sure you want to stay? Maybe I should take the couch. She turned toward the closet for extra blankets. Arms wrapped around her from behind, spinning her around. His warm body pressed close, boxing her in. Her face went hot. He watched her lashes tremble little brushes against his chest. He leaned down, voice low. You're sleeping here tonight. She shrank into herself. Okay, she whispered, then darted into the bathroom. She splashed cold water on her face twice before the heat faded. After a quick shower, she ran to the bed and burrowed under the covers. The man propped against the headboard smirked. Hiding already? She shook her head, cheeks pink. He tossed his book aside and pulled her covers and all into his arms. She was a startled rabbit, eyes blinking, nose twitching. He looked at the tiny mole on the tip of her nose and felt his heart slip its leash. He leaned down and kissed her. His hand settled on her waist, gentle but firm. He didn't like close contact with anyone. But with Chi-Chi, he always wanted to pull her closer. 星号 ring ring 星号. His phone sliced through the moment. He grabbed it, glanced at the screen, and declined. Within a minute, it rang again. He clicked his tongue in frustration and loosened his hold. Jie, why didn't you come see me today? Are you busy? I'm not busy. I have things to do. Can you come now? You promised this morning. I've been waiting so long. I want to go home, but there are no cabs. It's freezing here. His jaw tightened. I'll be right there. Every word cut through the silence, straight into Chi-Chi's ears. She knew exactly who it was. Bayuji. Fujiya stood and dressed, glancing at her. I'm taking her home. She nodded and closed her eyes. The door clicked shut. The room went silent. The warmth bled away, leaving only the cold in her chest. Chi-Chi smiled bitterly. One call from Bayuji, and Fujiya would drop everything. In the car, his knuckles went white on the steering wheel. The image of Chi-Chi's face in that final moment burned behind his eyes. For one breath, he hadn't wanted to leave at all. He wanted to hold her and fall asleep. The next morning, Chi-Chi ran her fingers over a display of cashmere scarves, hunting for the perfect shade. She chose charcoal gray for Grandpa, soft lavender for Grandma. Jindu's autumn nights had teeth, they'd need the warmth. Nearly 6 years under the full family roof. Strange, how fate twisted after Fujiya pulled her from the wreckage, beat up and barely whole. Grandpa and Grandma looked at her and saw someone worth protecting. They doted on her like she was their own. When she married Fujiya, they were overjoyed. Now the divorce. Chi-Chi just hoped they wouldn't be too shattered when they found out. The party filled the full group's 5-star hotel marble floors, crystal chandeliers, orchids cascading from every column. Chi-Chi wore a simple white dress, pearl drops swinging at her ears, her black hair falling straight down her back. Her eyes held that soft, liquid warmth no one could look away from. Fujiya came to collect her. At 6'2", he was all cold refinement, and she was gentle elegance on his arm. Heads turned. The girl he'd once sworn to marry had grown into a woman who could steal a room. Grandpa stood in a crimson silk tan suit, spine straight, face set in its usual stern lines until he spotted Chi-Chi. Then every wrinkle rearranged itself into a smile. She. There you are. Come see your grandparents. She hurried over, was sweet. Grandpa. Grandma, poised and gracious beside Grandpa's fiery little temper, beamed. She, let me get a proper look at you. More than 2 weeks. Has Fujiya been giving you trouble? Something sharp hit Chi-Chi's chest. She swallowed it down. No. He's been good to me. She lifted the gift box. Grandpa, happy birthday. I picked this out just for you. He took it like spun gold, showing it off to Grandma. A gift from my good girl. Grandpa's so happy. Grandma made a show of sniffing. Chi-Chi grinned and held out the other box. Grandpa got his, so Grandma gets hers. Both elders burst into laughter. Fujiya stepped up from behind, offering a polite nod. Grandpa shot him a glare that could blister paint. After the greetings, Chi-Chi stayed at Fujiya's side, making small talk as they circled the room. The entire hotel floor was theirs for the night. Guest after guest raised a glass to Fujiya. He barely touched his, expression carved from stone. No one dared push the head of the Fu family to actually drink. Yichichi picked up a champagne flute without thinking. One sip scalded her throat. She pulled a face and set it down fast. As they passed the bar, Fujiya turned. He took the flute from her hand, swapped it for a chilled glass of juice. You can't drink. Have this. His tone was firm, possessive, and it still sent a small, stubborn warmth through her. A cluster of businessmen swallowed him in toasts a moment later. She eased backward. Outside the French doors, a garden glowed under strings of fairy lights. Guests chatted in cozy nods. With Fujiya tied up, Yichichi slipped out alone. The air smelled of jasmine and fresh-cut grass. She wandered until she found a row of hibiscus bushes, blush pink petals soft in the lamplight, her favorite. She leaned in and breathed deep. Sweet. Yichichi. So you're here too. The voice was bright, cutting. She straightened. Bayuji stood a few feet away, dressed in a white gown, hair loose. They could have been mirror images. Yichichi's stomach clenched. How did you get in? Grandpa would never have invited her. Ayi told me, of course. Bayuji's face gleamed with triumph. She held a slim, elegant gift box. How else would I know when Grandpa's birthday was? Fujiya. The sting hit sharp. He invited her and didn't even warn me. He had to humiliate me tonight, on Grandpa's birthday. He'd rather upset Grandpa than keep her away. Yichichi gave her a cold look and turned to go, but Bayuji grabbed her arm. Yichichi. Everything you stole from me, I'm taking it back. Piece by piece. The words dripped venom. Bayuji's eyes locked onto hers, full of challenge. Yichichi clenched her fists. Fine. Take it back. I never wanted your leftovers. But if you can't reclaim them, that's your own incompetence. Bayuji let out a cold laugh, nails digging into Yichichi's arm. Then go back to your freak show of a family. Yichichi yanked her arm free, and the instant she pulled back, Bayuji collapsed to the ground, the same trick as before. Every head in the garden turned. Miss Yi, what is wrong with you? I just wanted to give Grandpa a gift. Tears streamed down Bayuji's face. She looked fragile, pitiful. Just because Yi has feelings for me doesn't mean you can treat me like this. Yichichi stood motionless, ice in her veins, watching the performance unfold. The crowd thickened. Whispers hissed. Isn't that the woman CEO Fu's really into? Thought he and his wife seemed pretty tight just now. Rich families. Always drama. The murmurs pressed in. At the center of the storm, Yichichi felt gutted hollow. The beloved were always fearless, play weak, play wounded, and someone would always care. That was the one thing she would never have over Bayuji. The commotion pulled Fujiya outside. He spotted Bayuji on the ground instantly. His tall frame cut through the crowd, but instead of helping her up, he frowned, voice sharp as glass. Who told you to come here? Bayuji's expression flickered. She clutched the gift box, voice honey sweet. You mentioned Grandpa's birthday a few days ago. I thought I should come pay my respects. She reached a hand toward him, cheeks still wet. Yi, help me up. Miss Yi was just angry. She didn't mean to push me. Yichichi said nothing. What was the point? Fujiya would believe his first love. He'd already proven that. Fujiya's gaze dropped to the gift. Something in his expression softened, a fraction. He pulled Bayuji to her feet. I'll take the gift inside for you. You should leave. Yi, what are you saying? Bayuji clung to his arm, sniffling. It's been so long. Miss Yi's had her time with you all these years. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Yichichi's face went pale. Here. At Grandpa's birthday party, with every guest watching. Did they care about Grandpa or her at all? Fujiya set his glass aside. He turned to Yichichi, ice cold. Apologized to Bayuji. A smirk flickered across Bayuji's face. then vanished. See? Even at Grandpa's birthday, he is on my side. Yichichi thought she'd misheard. She hadn't done a goddamn thing. And he wanted her to apologize. In front of everyone. She shook her head slowly, stepping back. Her heart cracked open. I didn't push her. Because of him, she swallowed her pride too many times. Couldn't she keep this last shred of dignity? Her husband was demanding she apologize to another woman, on full display. She could already hear tomorrow's gossip. Miss Yi, this isn't the first time you've done this to me. I'm not demanding an apology, but you can't keep bullying me. Bayushi sobbed harder, tears falling like rain. If I weren't the one on the receiving end, Yichichi thought, I might actually believe your act. Fujia's gaze didn't fall. The three of them stood trapped, only Bayuji's cries filling the silence. A sharp voice cut through. Who's making trouble here? Grandpa stomped his cane against the stone floor, shoulders rigid with fury. The moment he saw the woman Fujiya was holding, his face went dark. Who are you? I didn't invite some shameless woman to my birthday. Fujiya's brow furrowed. Grandfather, I'm Bayuchi. Jia just told me it was your birthday, so I wanted to bring a gift. I'm sorry if I upset you. Her voice shook, wounded, as she shrank behind Fujiya. Don't call me grandfather. You don't have the right. Security, someone get security. Remove her. Now. The old man's fury was absolute. He didn't need working eyes to know his granddaughter-in-law had been wronged. Grandma came up behind them, shot a glare at Bayuji and Fujiya, then pulled Yichichi behind her. Fujiya's jaw tightened. Grandfather, don't do this. A cold laugh. Fujiya, you got nerve. Who are you telling to apologize? You want to ruin my birthday too? The words landed hard. The old man slammed his cane against the floor. What did I tell you back then? I said you were never to see that woman again. You treat my words like nothing. Afraid Grandpa would lose his temper completely, Yichichi stepped forward and took his hand. Grandpa, please don't be angry. It's your birthday, you should be happy. The old man looked at her and knew immediately. She'd already run into Bayuji before this. How much more had his granddaughter-in-law been forced to swallow? He patted her hand. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm alive, that woman will never set foot near you. Grandma drew Yichichi back and said gently, Chichi, it's alright. Let Grandpa deal with this ungrateful fool. Fujiya stepped in front of Bayuji, his voice ice. Grandfather, she only wanted to give you a gift. There's no need to humiliate her. At that, Bayuji lifted a small box. Grandfather, I prepared a jade rui for you. I hope you like it. Soft. Demure. Anyone watching would have thought she was the one wronged. The old man knocked the box aside with a sweep of his hand. It clattered across the floor. Get out. Leave now, or I'm calling security. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. So that's the other woman. No wonder Grandpa reacted like that. Even Bayuji, thick-skinned as she was, couldn't stay. She looked up at Fujiya. Jie, I only wanted to give your grandfather a little token. I'm sorry. She turned and fled the hotel. Fujiya hesitated half a second then followed fast. Fujiya. If you go after her today, don't bother coming back to this family. The tall figure stopped. For a moment, it seemed he glanced at Yichichi. Then he walked out without looking back. Pain lanced through Yichichi's chest. She stumbled back a step. Grandma caught her. Shishi, it's okay. Don't be sad. When that boy comes home, Grandma will make him answer for this. Yichichi shook her head. Grandma, I'm fine. The birthday party ended in farce. Yichichi went back to the old residence with the two elders. When Fujiya caught up, Bayuji was standing by the entrance, tears streaming down her face. He stopped a few feet away, frowning. I told you not to come today. His expression was frozen still under the light. Bayuji shivered. Jie, are you blaming me too? I wanted to win them over. Make them like me, just a little. She cried pitifully, then took a few steps forward and threw herself into his arms. Fujia's face went rigid. He pulled her back, gently but firm. I'll take you home. From now on, don't do anything unnecessary. Bayuji froze. After all these years, Fujia really had changed. The tenderness he once had for her, it wasn't the same anymore. Hatred churned inside her, but on the surface she kept up the tearful mask, docile as she got into the car. Fujia couldn't shake the image of Ichichi's eyes as he left. That flash of hurt. It lodged somewhere in his chest. Back at the old residence, Grandpa sat on the sofa, still sour-faced, refusing to speak even as Grandma tried to soothe him. Ichichi caught Grandma's eye, then crouched in front of Grandpa. Grandpa, don't you want to see what Chichi got you for your birthday? The old man's expression flickered. He clearly wanted to see, but he pouted like a sulky child, refusing to give in. Ichichi sighed dramatically. Oh. I guess Grandpa doesn't like my gift. Then I'll just show Grandma hers first. She sat beside Grandma and unwrapped the package. Inside lay a soft lilac scarf. Grandma praised it endlessly, running her fingers over the fabric. Grandpa craned his neck, envy written all over his face. Grandma, let me put it on you. The scarf settled around her neck, soft, warm, elegant. I love it, Shishi. It's perfect. Ichichi turned and caught Grandpa still straining to see. All right, Grandpa. Let's open yours. His scarf was deep purple, a perfect match for Grandma's. He couldn't wait to put it on, wrapping it around his neck with obvious delight. Ichichi couldn't help giggling. Okay, take it off for now. It's not winter yet. You can wear it when the weather turns cold. Grandpa reluctantly removed the scarf. He took her hand, and his voice came out heavy. Shishi. Has Fujia been mistreating you? That Bayuji, I will never let her set foot in the Fu family. Never. No, Grandpa. Ever since I came to the Fu family, you and Grandma have been so good to me. And yeah, he treats me well. He takes care of me. I'm really happy. A bright smile spread across her delicate face. It only made the two elders' hearts ache more. Oh, Fujia is perfect in every way but one, he never learned how to love. But Chichi, give him a little more time. I believe he'll learn to love you. He just doesn't know it yet. Tears glistened in the old man's eyes. Ichichi felt the sorrow press against her ribs. Grandpa, it's not that I won't give him time. It's not that he hasn't learned how to love. It's that I'm not the one he loves. She couldn't bear to disappoint them. So she nodded, soft and small. Only after the elders fell asleep did Ichichi go home. The apartment was dark. She curled up on the sofa, hugged her knees to her chest, and let the party play back in her mind. Every moment, every look. She felt like a complete fool. Jie, do you care about her that much? Did leaving me there for everyone to see, for everyone to whisper about mean nothing to you? If I hadn't fallen for you, if I could walk away clean, would it hurt less? But what can I do? I've loved you for so many years. After the birthday party, Ichichi didn't see Fujia for days. A buyer at Jiang Yu's gallery had shown interest in one of her pieces, so she set a time to meet. The painting was a fragment of the Fu family mansion's archway, half an arch tangled in ivy, a single shaft of morning light splitting heavy clouds. She titled it 星号 Hope 星号. Her work always balanced on the edge between realism and abstraction. Real scenes, but with a creative twist that pushed past reality. Under her brush, the green ivy softened into layers of warm gold, like stepping into a fairy tale. Comforting. Healing. The buyer was a young woman. A gift for her mother, who was ill. She wanted her mom to see something warm and uplifting. The sale went smooth. The price was fair. But what lit Yichichi up wasn't the money, it was knowing her work had actually given someone hope. The woman had other plans, so she left right after they wrapped up. That left Yichichi alone with Jiangyu. She smiled at him. Thank you, Jiangyu. You helped me again. Not at all. Your paintings practically sell themselves once they're on the wall. People really connect with them. Every time she saw Jiangyu, she walked away carrying this strange, buoyant energy. Maybe it was because he always had an easy smile, like nothing in the world could shake his happiness. Come on, it's late. Let's grab dinner. You did say you wanted to thank me, right? He winked, a bright grin spreading across his clean-cut face. Yichichi had no reason to say no. She got into his car. They ended up at a rotating restaurant on the 27th floor, the one with the best river view in the city. It couldn't have been cheap, but she didn't protest. Jiangyu had already done so much for her. He asked carefully about her dietary restrictions, then ordered a few dishes. He was always thoughtful like that. A plate of scallion oil crab arrived. Chopped scallions scattered across the red shell. No heavy seasoning, but the sight alone made her mouth water. Yichichi loved crab. But every time she tried to crack one open herself, she either sliced her finger or mangled the meat into a shell-flecked mess. She stared at the crab for a long moment, torn, then gave up. Ever since Fujiya had figured out how hopeless she was at shelling crab, he'd always done it for her at home. His long, strong fingers would twist the shell apart with ease, pulling out perfect chunks of meat and dropping them into her bowl. She told herself it was fine. She could just stop eating crab. Her mood dimmed. She looked down at her bowl. A piece of tender white crab meat landed in it. She froze, then looked up. Jiangyu had pulled on a disposable glove and was peeling another segment. He smiled. You've been staring at it forever. Go ahead. Heat crept into her cheeks. She murmured a quiet thank you. Before she could lift that piece to her mouth, an icy voice cut through the air behind her, heavy with fury. Yichichi. Fujiya had spotted her the second she walked in with Jiangyu. He forced himself to watch them laugh and talk, to keep it together. And now this guy had the nerve to peel crab for her. His face darkened. His eyes could have frozen the whole room solid. He was here for a dinner meeting. What a coincidence. Yichichi blinked, still processing the sight of him behind her. 3 days since Grandpa's birthday party. Seeing him now felt almost surreal. She caught the look on his face and sighed. He was going to misunderstand. Again. Assume something was going on. Fujiya stepped closer, bent down until his eyes locked with hers. His voice dripped venom. What? It tastes better when another man does it for you? Embarrassment flooded her. Jiangyu was still sitting right there, and Fujiya was doing this in front of him. He shot a vicious glare at Jiangyu. Jiangyu's smile faded. Slowly, deliberately, he peeled off the disposable glove, every movement still elegant. He met Fujiya's glare with an indifferent look. Fujiya let out a cold snort, grabbed Yichichi's arm, and hauled her up. She stumbled, tried to pry his hand off. People in the restaurant were turning to stare. Fujiya, let go. I'll walk. She twisted around and called out, Jiangyu, I'm so sorry, I'll make it up to you another time. That did it. Fujiya stopped dead, scooped her into his arms, and strode out the door. Behind them, a waiter approached Jiangyu. Mr. Jiang, is there anything else you need? Jiangyu shook his head. He looked down at the peeled crab on the plate and started eating. The smile was long gone from his face. So, Yichichi's husband was Fujiya. The moment Fujiya had seen Jiangyu put that crab meat in her bowl, his rage had boiled over. It had taken everything he had not to lose it completely. He hit the elevator button, stalked to the car, and threw her inside. His knuckles were bone white on the steering wheel. He forced himself to swallow the fury as he sped back to their building and pulled into the underground garage. In all her years with the Fu family, Ichichi had never seen him like this. A chill crawled through her. A few seconds passed or maybe longer. Fujiya got out, opened the back door, and climbed in beside her. She scrambled backward until her back hit the hard door panel. He grabbed her, yanked her forward. The world spun, and then she was flat on the seat. Fujiya, what are you? Before she could finish, the familiar scent of sandalwood flooded her senses. Then his mouth came down on hers, hard and possessive. His lips sealed over hers. She pushed against his chest. But his arms caged her in like welded iron. She used every ounce of strength she had. He didn't budge. One hand locked behind her head, and he kissed her deeper. She tried to kick, and he pinned her legs with his own. She couldn't move. Panic shot through her. All those years before they were married, he treated her like a kid. Not overly close, but kind. Protective. After the wedding, he'd been gentle. Never once like this. Rough. Cruel. She'd been holding in so much hurt since the party. And now his roughness terrified her. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, sliding into her hair. She cried silently, "Stop fighting." He felt the wet heat against his face. He stilled. Drew a sharp breath. Looked down at her. Tears streaked her delicate face. Her dark hair lay tangled on the seat. She looked terrified of him. She was afraid of him. That hit him hard. She'd never looked at him that way. Before, there'd always been something in her eyes liking, shyness, warmth. He'd known it. He just always thought of her as a little girl. A tear rolled down her cheek. He exhaled, reached out, and wiped it away. The garage was silent. Just the two of them. She sniffled, her voice thick with tears. "Fujiya, you're bullying me." All the hurt from the past few days spilled out. The tears wouldn't stop. He wiped them away again, then finally snapped under his breath, "Stop crying." Watching her cry made his chest ache. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Maybe it was because she'd been with the Fu family so long, and he'd gotten used to taking care of her. Seeing her with Jiangyu laughing, letting him do something that was supposed to be his had lit a fire inside him. One that nearly burned him alive. She was his. No one else got to touch her. His shot cut her tears short. "Enough." Fujiya's voice was sharp. "I told you to stay away from him." He pressed his lips thin, catching her chin. Ichichi turned her face away. So she'd had dinner with someone one dinner. What about Fujiya? He'd left her stranded at grandfather's birthday party, in front of everyone. Let them whisper and point. Now the whole world knew he ditched his wife to chase another woman. She knew she was the real outsider in this marriage. But they weren't divorced yet. Why humiliate her like that? A small hiccup escaped between her sobs. Her nose was red and raw. Fujiya actually laughed. Hearing him laugh only made it 10 times worse. "You think it's funny too? Your own wife, pathetic because her husband ran after another woman." Her voice was hoarse, barely a whisper in the silent car. Her skin was pale. Her lips were swollen and red from his earlier kisses. Tears clung to her cheeks. She looked beautifully broken, and it only made him want to break her more. "Xinhao, I'm pathetic, too, Xinhao. Xinhao, we're getting divorced. I was ready to step aside, Xinhao. Xinhao, I've always known who you really want, Xinhao. Xinhao, so why does it hurt this much? Why does my heart feel like it's shattering, Xinhao? I don't think you're funny. Don't read into it." He pulled her upright, took in her thin clothes, and slipped off his suit jacket, draping it around her shoulders. He hesitated. "What happened at grandfather's party was on me. It won't happen again. As long as we're still married, I'll act like it. The garage light cut through the window, catching the hard line of his jaw. Yichichi looked at his serious expression and felt a sharp ache in her chest. She wanted to say, Xinghao, let's go get the divorce agreement right now. Then I can finally let go. Xinghao, she opened her mouth, but nothing came out. But you need to stay away from him, too. He frowned, voice flat. Don't get close to that guy. Yichichi stayed silent. Xinghao, I'm not the one who forgot my responsibilities. You are, Xinghao. He bent, scooped her out of the car, and kicked the door shut. The apartment had private elevator entry, so he carried her all the way upstairs. When he sat her on the sofa, she was still dazed. In the past few days, everything between them had shifted. He'd done things she'd never imagined, carrying her in public, carrying her all the way up to the apartment. He sat down beside her, watching his stunned wife. Most of his anger had already burned out. Growling. Yichichi's face went hot. Her stomach had growled. She'd only picked at her dinner earlier, and after all that crying, she was starving. Hungry? No. Her voice was weak. His hand came up to her face, fingers tracing her swollen lips. He'd been too rough a moment ago. He'd scared her. Go shower. I'll order you something to eat. She slipped off his jacket and disappeared into the bathroom. When she came out, Fujiya had arranged for food from a nearby hotel. She emerged in a white pajama set, a tiny bunny printed on the front. He glanced at her and something softened in his gaze. She looked unbelievably cute. A platter of steamed hairy crabs sat in the center of the table. He held a crab leg, picking out the meat with unhurried, practiced movements. As she sat down, he tilted his chin toward a small dish of crab meat. Eat. I'll pick more for you. The warm yellow light sculpted his face, and for a moment, his expression was unexpectedly gentle. If you want crab, let me handle it. Yichichi put a bite in her mouth. The meat was sweet and fresh, but her eyes stung. Xinghao, what am I supposed to do, Fujiya? You hurt me, then you hand me candy, Xinghao. Xinghao, there won't be a next time. Soon you'll be someone else's husband, Xinghao. That night, Fujiya didn't leave. He pulled Yichichi into his arms and slept beside her. For 4 years, she'd fallen asleep wrapped in him. The last few nights alone had been restless. Now, tucked against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, she felt safe. Fujiya, that day, did you know she'd show up at the party? She couldn't stop herself from asking. She needed to know. No. I didn't invite her. She exhaled a little. At least he hadn't planned the humiliation from the start. Sleep. When she woke the next morning, he was already gone. She lay there for a while, then reached for her phone and sent Jiangyu a message to apologize. Xinghao, no worries. Let's try again sometime. Xinghao. He was easygoing about it. Yichichi hesitated. Maybe she should avoid meals with him for a while. Every time she saw Jiangyu, she seemed to run straight into Fujiya. Xinghao, okay, maybe in a few days. I've been busy lately. Xinghao. In President Zhang's office at the Jiang Group, Jiangyu stared at her reply. His expression was unreadable. A frown flickered. He typed a single word, Xinghao, okay. Xinghao. Yichichi hadn't seen Fujiya since the party. And neither had Bayuji. She called him several times, but he always said he was busy and couldn't meet her. He was angry because she'd shown up uninvited. Her sharp nails scratched against her phone case. Her face twisted with displeasure. That day, she dressed up to resemble Yichichi, hoping she could win over that old man. It had backfired badly. At least Fujiya had still run after her in the end. Sure, he'd yelled at her. But after plenty of whining, things smoothed over like always. Gigi, Why haven't you gone out lately? Aren't you going to see Fuji yet? Her mother settled beside her, a hand with red nail polish resting on her shoulder. Humph, I'm going right now. It's not like he can hide from me forever. Bayuji grabbed her clutch and swayed out the door. She arrived at the full residence, only for the butler to stop her at the gate. Irritated, she pulled out her phone and dialed. Zai, I'm at your place. Are you home? Fujiya had just reached the office. He'd been punishing Bayuji by ignoring her for days. She must have finally lost patience. What are you doing at my house? His voice was clipped. Oh, I think I left something there last time, so. His secretary was already waiting outside the conference room. He spoke into the phone, impatient. Put the butler on. When the butler came on the line, he said simply, let her in. Bayushi arched an eyebrow and strode into the full residence, throwing a contemptuous glance at the butler standing by the door. Ichichi was sketching a practice illustration when her phone rang. Muyo calling. On the page, a little white rabbit with pink flashed ears and soft cheeks clutched a sunflower, its red eyes squeezed shut. It was adorable. Muyo was a girl she'd met at the art studio. Where Chichi was quiet and gentle, Yao was the opposite, loud, bold, bouncing off the walls. But they balanced each other out. They'd become fast friends. Yao, you're back. Ichichi answered, a smile lighting up her face. I thought the plein air trip was 2 months long. Got the piece I wanted, so I came home early. Admit it, you missed me like crazy, right? Ichichi barely had any friends. Muyo was the closest thing she had. They met at the mall. Muyo's wasteland's hair was now a blonde shoulder cut. It only made her look wilder. The second she spotted Ichichi, she yanked her into a crushing hug. My precious Chichi babe, Mama missed you. Ichichi pulled free and tapped her on the head. Nonsense. Show a little respect. Muyo dodged, mouth curving into a playful grin. So, how's it going with that husband you married? Muyo knew about the marriage. When she first found out, she'd been shocked Chichi was the same age as her. Ichichi gave a bitter smile. We're getting divorced. What? Did he bully you? No. It's just, the woman he loves is back. The one he's been hung up on for years. And you've been in love with him just as long. Ugh, what a jerk. Ichichi tugged her sleeve. Don't. He was upfront about it from the start when we got married. I agreed to the terms. Muyo looked at her like she wanted to shake some sense into her. But seeing that look on her friend's face, she linked arms with her instead. Forget him. Divorce it is. Next time, I'm taking you to find some hot guys. Tall, dark, whatever you want, they'll line up. Ichichi cracked a smile at that. A friend like this was truly priceless. Come on, Muyo said, pulling her forward. Today, everything's on me. Whatever you want, I'm buying. Let's go have some fun. Alright. Thanks for taking me shopping, Yao. They hit the 6th floor, arms loaded with shopping bags. Ichichi finally understood the true exhaustion of a no-holds-barred spending spree. They collapsed into chairs at a nearby cafe, too tired to move. Mr. Fu, Miss Bai, she took your wife's little dog out, the caller said. Fujiya frowned. Where'd she take it? I don't know. She said she was just taking it for a walk and would come back. I think she went to the mall nearby. Okay. He hung up. Irritation spiked through him. He grabbed his keys from his desk and drove to the mall. Downstairs, a woman stepped off the 1st floor elevator, cradling a creamy ball of fluff Bayuji, with Zeo in her arms. She knew the dog belonged to Ichichi. Her plan was simple, find a crowded spot, let it wander off. With all these people around, who'd blame her if the dog got lost? She'd clear every last trace of Ichichi out of the Fu family, one piece at a time. Humph. She took the elevator up to the 6th floor, planning to grab a drink first. Zeo Zeo didn't like her scent. The dog squirmed in her arms, whimpering. Bayuji yanked hard on its ear. Zeo Zeo yelped. Back at the Fu mansion, everyone doted on the little bichon because Fujiya had brought her home. She'd never been treated like this. She twisted free from Bayuji's arms and jumped down. Her stubby legs bounced as her tiny body weaved through the crowd. Bayuji froze, then chased after her. She wanted the dog gone, but she needed a less crowded spot first. Right now, people were watching. Zeo Zeo's tiny nose twitched. A familiar scent. She whimpered her owner was nearby. The cafe door swung open, and Zeo Zeo slipped inside, her dark eyes darting across the room. When she spotted the figure by the window, her tail wagged with pure joy. But before she could bound over, hands grabbed her by the ears and lifted her into the air. Her short legs paddled frantically. Pitiful yelps escaped her. Ichichi had been laughing at a funny story from Mu Yao's painting trip when she heard a dog's pain whimper. It sounded like Zeo Zeo. She turned. And there stood Bayuji, holding Zeo Zeo by the ears, looking right at her. Bayuji's lips curled into a smug smile. How? Found your pathetic owner, you little mutt. She carried the dog by the scruff and walked toward Ichichi's table. Zeo Zeo stretched her paws toward Ichichi. Ichichi spotted the heart-shaped bell on her collar. Her heart clenched. She reached out. Bayuji, what are you doing? Who said you could take Zeo Zeo out? Bayuji lifted the dog even higher, watching her flail in the air, and flashed a triumphant grin. Who else do you think can walk right into the Fu mansion? Who else could take her out? Ichichi's eyes widened. So Fuji allowed this. He handed their Zeo Zeo over to this woman. She shoved the thought aside. Right now, she just wanted her dog back. Mu Yao caught on fast. She stepped up and seized Bayuji's wrist, hard. Back off, you squawking peacock. That's not your dog, let it go. Bayuji winced and swung her free hand at Mu Yao's face. Mu Yao tilted her head to dodge, but a fingernail raked her neck, leaving an angry red scratch. Zeo Zeo squirmed, then sank her teeth into Bayuji's wrist. Bayuji yelped and let go. The dog hit the ground and scampered straight into Ichichi's arms. Ichichi scooped her up, cradling the trembling little body. She saw a raw tear at the base of Zeo Zeo's ear where Bayuji had pulled too hard. Her eyes went red not from tears, but from fury. Then she saw the scratch on Mu Yao's neck. Her expression turned ice cold, almost identical to Fujiya's when he was truly angry. Bayuji clutched her bleeding wrist, then raised her foot to kick the dog in Ichichi's arms. Ichichi snapped. She grabbed Bayuji and shoved her to the floor. You always claim I pushed you, right? Every time, Fujiya believes you no matter what I do or don't do. Fine. I'm doing it today. How does that feel? What do you think he'll do to me now? Seeing Ichichi's rage, Bayuji shrank back, a flicker of fear in her eyes. People nearby craned their necks, staring. Bayuji ached all over from the fall, her wrist still bleeding from the bite. She scrambled up and kicked out at Ichichi as she approached. A tall figure stepped in front of Ichichi, blocking her. Bayuji's kick landed squarely on the man's. Fujiya's voice cut through the air, cold as ice. His gaze locked on the woman crumpled on the floor. Bayuji instantly shifted to a pitiful, wounded expression, shoving her wrist forward to show the bite mark. Definite little teeth marks, tiny beads of blood welling up. She set her dog on me and pushed me down. I just wanted to take the puppy out for a walk. They ganged up on me. Ichichi stared down at her, a cold smirk on her lips. She's seen this act 1,000 times. Absolutely zero originality. That's Ichichi's dog. I didn't say you could take him out. Fujiya's tone was flat. He bent down and pulled Bayuji to her feet. Still, Zeo Zeo had beaten her. After years of playing the perfect good girl, something dark stirred in Ichichi. The moment Fujiya straightened, she grabbed the coffee cup off the table and dumped the whole thing over Bayuchi. Coffee splashed everywhere, even hitting Fujiya. Everyone froze. The only sound was Zeo whimpering in Ichichi's arms. Ichichi. Fujiya spun around. In all the years he'd known her, he'd never seen her claws come out. Her eyes were wet. You wanted me to apologize, right? Fine. It was me. I'm sorry. Happy now? Bayushi snatched napkins off the table, frantically wiping her own face, then reached up to wipe his. He jerked his head away, his cold stare still fixed on Ichichi. The air dropped a few degrees. The murmurs around them died. Good. Very good. Ichichi, you're being impossible. His voice was flat, each word a knife straight to her heart. She felt cold all over. All these years in the Fu family, she'd been trapped by the word 星号 good 星号. If you were always 星号 good 星号, did one moment of being 星号 bad 星号erase everything? Muyo finally realized who this guy was, Ichichi's husband. She sized out the situation instantly. So this is your husband? The one clinging to that fake flower? Holding her that close, and you're supposed to just take it and be good? Then your whole family is good fine. She yanked Ichichi behind her like a shield. Fujiya didn't even acknowledge the jab. His eyes stayed on Ichichi, his look so unfamiliar it scared her. You went too far today. Ichichi stared back, defiant. She realized her heart could still break even when she thought it already had. Didn't he see Zeo's ear was bleeding? He'd promised to take care of the dog with her. He'd forgotten everything. He couldn't protect anyone. His eyes were only on Bayuchi. She shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. Then let her dump coffee on me. Otherwise, I'm leaving. She clutched Zeo to her chest, her face pale, like she'd lost her last anchor. Fujiya stepped in front of her, his tall frame blocking her way. Disappointment flickered across his face. Ichichi's eyes darkened. 星号, so this is what disappoints you. Fine. Hate me. Kick me out, 星号. Bayuchi, drenched and messy, still managed to hook her arm through Fujiya's. A flash of triumph crossed her face. 星号, Ichichi just dug her own grave. No way he sides with her now, 星号. Yo, let's take Zeo to the vet. Ichichi looked at the whimpering dog, blood slowly staining his white fur. She had nothing left to expect from Fujiya. Why did they have to keep showing up in front of her? She'd already stepped aside. Okay, Shishi, don't worry. I'll take you. Muyo turned to grab her back from the chair. Aye, she bit me. What if I get rabies? Boo-hoo. Bayushi kept whining, tears streaming down her face, the total opposite of the sneer she'd worn seconds ago. Fujiya spun around. Enough. He bent and pulled Bayuchi up. I'll take you to the hospital. She'll answer for this. Ichichi watched him lead Bayuchi away, and the tears finally spilled over. Don't cry, Shishi. He's not worth it. Muya fumbled for words, trying to comfort her friend. In 2 years of knowing Ichichi, she'd never seen her this broken. Before, she always talked about her husband with such bright, happy smiles. This Fujiya good-looking, sure. And completely blind. At the hospital, Fujiya waited outside while Bayuchi got her rabies shot. He leaned against the cold tile wall, arms crossed, frowning. Even though Ichichi had clearly done wrong today, all he could see was the hurt in her eyes. And it twisted something in his chest. 6 years ago when she first came to the Fu family, she was so small and thin. She barely spoke above a whisper, always volunteering to help everyone, desperate to please. Slowly she'd come out of her shell. She played his girlfriend, charmed everyone. Later, he set up a studio for her paintings, and she'd been overjoyed. Then they got married. She became his gentle wife, curling up in his arms at night like a little bunny. Today she'd turned into a snarling kitten. Bayushi stared at the bite marks on her wrist, then at the needle mark on her arm. Worth it. She pressed her advantage, stepping out with a soft, forgiving look on her face. Zai, don't blame Miss Yi. She was probably just angry. It's my fault for taking her dog out. Fujiya shot her a cold glance. You shouldn't have taken Zeo out. You overstepped, Bayuchi. First time was Grandpa's birthday. Second time, now. Do what you're supposed to do. I said I would marry you, so wait quietly. When he was angry, his whole face went cold, radiating an icy distance that kept everyone at arm's length. Bayuchi froze. She hadn't expected him to say that. Wasn't he supposed to love her? Her fingers curled into tight fists as she forced a smile. Okay. I understand. I won't do it again. Don't be mad, Yi. I'll give you a resolution for today. Take the driver home. He gave her one last cold look, then walked out of the hospital without a backward glance. The car had been driving for a while before Ichichi finally stopped crying. Zeo sat obediently on her lap, quiet and still. I'm sorry, Yo. Your neck. Are you kidding me? Don't apologize to me. That fake flower is the one who should be sorry. Just looking at her makes my blood boil. Xinghao, I'm Xinghao, the one who might get rabies. Muyo kept one hand on the wheel, reaching over to pat her friend's arm. And what's up with your husband? I thought you two were good. Ichichi stared out the window, dazed. Yeah. We were good. Before. Xinghao, but none of it was ever really mine. I was just giving it back, Xinghao. Xinghao just. Fujiya, couldn't you have let me down gently, Xinghao? Muyo dropped it. Forget about them. Next time I see that white lotus, I'll punch her in the face for you. Ichichi laughed through her tears. At least she still had someone who cared. That was more than she had before. Zeo's ear wasn't seriously hurt. They got ointment from the pet hospital and bought more dog food. Then Muyo dropped her off at Muyo took in Ichichi's red, swollen eyes, worry still etched on her face. Chichi, you sure you don't want me to stay? I'm fine. You just got back, take a couple days, get some rest. We'll catch up soon. Ichichi didn't want to be anyone's burden. She didn't want anyone worrying about her. Right now, all she wanted was to hide in her apartment, alone. Okay. I'll head out then. Call me if anything happens. Ichichi watched Muyo leave, then turned and walked slowly toward her building. This was the second time Bayushi had publicly humiliated her since coming back. Her grandparents, her friends, they'd all seen her completely fall apart. All those years in the orphanage, then taken in by the Zhou family, then married into the Fu family, she spent her whole life trying to be the girl who never caused trouble. Whenever she got hurt, she just wanted to curl up somewhere nobody could see. Ichichi carried Zeo upstairs. The little guy was already feeling a lot better, nestling into her arms. She pulled out the dog food and the small bowl she picked up on the way home and set them down for him. His head bobbed as he wolfed it down like a tiny little pig. Thinking back to what went down at the cafe, Ichichi's stomach knotted. Fujiya must have been stunned. She'd thrown coffee at Bayuji, but honestly. So what? In his eyes, she was already the one who always bullied Bayuji anyway. Fujiya dropped Bayuji off and pulled away from the hospital. He drove without direction until he somehow found himself outside Ichichi's building. He parked, rested his elbows on the steering wheel, and rubbed his brow. Lately, she kept messing with his head. He thought the divorce would be simple, a clean break and done. Fujiya had always believed that, for him, marriage was just an accessory to life. He'd never loved anyone, so who he married didn't really matter. Back then, Bayuji got hurt because of him, and he promised to marry her. He was just keeping that promise. So why did Ichichi get under his skin like this? He remembered the night he saved her. She was so small, collapsing in front of his car. The headlights caught her, and she looked like a wounded rabbit. But at the time, he only saw her as a convenient pawn for the full corporation. Nothing more. Maybe it was just the years she lived in his house. Maybe he'd gotten used to caring about her. Zeo was full now, sprawled on the floor with his round belly up, begging Yichichi to rub it. He was probably a bichon frise adorably ridiculous. Little Zeo, you keep eating like that, you're gonna turn into a pig. As if he understood, the dog flipped over, hiding his belly, and gently licked Yichichi's hand with his pink tongue. The ticklish sensation made her heart ache and melt all at once. She thought of Fujiya calling her vicious, and her teeth sank into her lip. Zeo, the person you bit today, she's Fujiya's special someone. He loves her. So he and we're going to end things soon. But it's okay. Now you're with me. You'll stay with me, and I'll stay with you, okay? I won't let anyone hurt you ever again. In the empty apartment, Yichichi crouched on the floor, whispering her heart out to the little dog. Her voice was so soft it could have scattered in the wind. She spent the day shopping with Muyao, then had that fight with Bayuji. After feeding Zeo, she took a shower. The dog was still spooked, whimpering outside the bathroom door the entire time. Yichichi bent down, scooped him up, played with him for a bit, and eventually dozed off on the couch without meaning to. A long while later, the door clicked open. A tall, familiar silhouette stepped inside. Fujiya's gaze landed on the sofa. She was curled up, her half-dried hair hanging over the edge, one soft pajama sleeve riding up to reveal a slender, pale arm. Seeing her there, he moved closer, his footsteps silent. He crouched beside the sleeping Yichichi and frowned. 幸好 she didn't even dry her hair, 幸好. A little white ball of fur poked its head out from behind her. Recognizing Fujiya, Zeo didn't bark, just wagged his tail at him, cheerful. Fujiya reached down, picked the dog up, and checked him over. Sure enough, a small cut marked his ear, still red and swollen despite the ointment. Zeo seemed perfectly happy in his big hands, tail wagging fast. So done. Just like your little owner. Fujiya's eyes darkened. He promised Bayuji he'd make this right. Sensing someone nearby, Yichichi's long lashes fluttered. She opened her eyes. Seeing Fujiya, she thought she was still dreaming. He set Zeo on the floor, then reached out and touched her hair. Why didn't you dry it? Yichichi looked at him. He was wearing a light gray suit today, still marked with the coffee stain she'd thrown on him. 幸好 did he come here to demand justice for Bayuji, 幸好. Her head throbbed. She really didn't have it in her to fight. Fujiya got up, grabbed a hairdryer, and gently pulled her upright. Let me dry it. Still groggy with sleep, she let him move her. Warm air brushed across her face, making the room feel almost cozy. His fingers slid through her hair, the pressure just right, soothing. They were close, so close it almost felt like a loving couple. When she first moved into the Fu family, Yichichi never imagined someone that brilliant would become her husband. But it happened. They really did get married. For 4 years, she thought they were just spouses on paper. But Fujiya was so good to her, caring for her, protecting her, drying her hair, setting up a studio just for her. So good that she let herself believe maybe he'd moved on from his first love, maybe he was starting to love her. But no. She was wrong. She reached up and caught his hand. I'll do it myself. Don't bother. Fujiya switched off the dryer. His deep eyes locked on hers, dark as ink, and she realized she couldn't read him at all. He set the dryer aside, then gently cupped her chin. Yichichi, you were very disobedient today. Her eyes were flat, dull, looking back at him. She didn't have the energy to argue. Whatever he wanted to say, let him. How obedient did she have to be before he'd be satisfied? Was she supposed to take Bayuji's insults and hits without fighting back? Was that the standard? Ichichi, stop throwing these little tantrums. His voice was even not accusing, just tired. The injustice swelled in her chest. She pushed his hand away. Fujiya, how obedient do you want me to be? Get married quietly, get divorced quietly, move here quietly, let your precious Bayuji do whatever she wants to me. Would that finally make you happy? Her voice rose with every word, tears streaming down her face. She covered her face with both hands, shoulders trembling. Xinghao, what was she supposed to do? It still hurt this damn much, Xinghao. Fujiya's hand clenched. The tears hitting his palm felt scalding. I never asked you to do any of that. Just don't provoke Yuji. She's a little willful, that's all. Why does she get to be willful? Because you're always behind her. Always on her side. She shook her head, her voice cracking, hoarse. She stood up, wanting to run far from Fujiya, far from the source of this pain. Ichichi. He grabbed her wrist, anger flaring in his eyes. He stood, tall, towering over her. She was the one who'd thrown coffee at them today. He hadn't even blamed her, and she was the one acting wrong. Fujiya had never been questioned like this. Fury surged through him. Ichichi, you should know damn well that the only reason you're part of the Fu Corporation is because of Bayuji. Xinghao, you should be thanking her, Xinghao. Ichichi froze. His words cut through her like a blade. She bit her lip until it bled, but she felt nothing. Xinghao, thank her, Xinghao. She swayed. Xinghao, she'd forgotten. She was just a pawn Fujiya had picked up, Xinghao. Xinghao, how could a pawn throw tantrums? It was supposed to do exactly what its master said, Xinghao. Fujiya didn't want to see her like this. His voice went flat. I told her I'd make it right. I'm taking Zeo. Each word fell cold, as beaten. Ichichi stared at him in disbelief, pain twisting her face. Fujiya let go of her, bent down, scooped Zeo up from behind the sofa, and walked to the door. Zeo let out a soft whine in his arms, then quieted down, probably thinking Fujiya was taking her out for some fun. Ichichi snapped to her senses and bolted for the door. Jia Fujiya, you can't take Zeo. Where are you taking her? His legs were long and he was already at the elevator. Before she could reach him, the doors slid shut in her face. She stood there shaking, fists clenched tight, tears cutting tracks down her pale cheeks. She wrenched open the stairwell door. Stale air and dust hit her throat and started running down the dark stairs. She rushed out so fast she hadn't even grabbed shoes. The stairwell was nearly pitch black. Ichichi had always been terrified of the dark. Something sharp bit into the sole of her foot and she gasped at the sting, but she ground her teeth and kept moving. 17 floors. She just had to go faster. Faster. She had no idea where Fujiya was taking Zeo. Earlier today she promised her they'd stay together from now on. No one would ever hurt her again. Fujiya, please. 4th floor. 3rd floor. She was drenched in sweat, lungs burning, when she finally saw a slit of light ahead. The 1st floor door. Outside, the sky had gone black. Rain was coming down in sheets, thunder rolling overhead. Ichichi glanced at the elevator panel. B1. Of course, the garage. He was getting his car. She ran out into the storm. The downpour soaked through her thin pajamas in seconds, the chill bone deep and brutal. Fujiya's car came up the ramp from the underground lot. His headlights caught a small, soaked figure standing right in the middle of the drive. He slammed the brakes. Ichichi, have you lost your mind? She ran to the driver's side window and held on like she might drown. The rain washed her tears away almost as fast as they fell, leaving only red, desperate eyes. Zeo was curled up in the passenger seat, quiet and trusting. Ichichi gasped for air and the words came out in broken pieces. Fujiya, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, please don't take Zhao Zhao away. Where are you taking her? Please. I'm begging you. I'll apologize to Bayuji. I'll get on my knees if I have to. Just please don't take Zhao Zhao. The late autumn rain blew sideways through the open window, cold against Fujia's face. He saw her lips going wet. Something hot and tight surged through his chest. He shoved the door open and wrapped his suit jacket around her trembling frame. That was when he noticed her bare feet, bleeding and raw. His expression went darker. Ichichi, what are you doing to yourself? His voice was low, rough, barely holding back. She grabbed at his shirt and the jacket slipped off one shoulder. Fujiya, where are you sending her? Please. I won't bother Bayuji ever again. This is all on me, I know it is. Just don't send Zhao Zhao away. His chest ached. He pulled the jacket back up and wrapped it tighter. I was taking her to my grandparents' place. Just for a while. I wasn't giving her to Bayuji. Her shoulders set with relief, but she still shook her head. You said it yourself. When we brought her home, we promised to take care of her. Don't send her somewhere else, she'll think we abandoned her. She'll be heartbroken. Xinghao, you brought me home, Fujiya. And then you sent me away. I was heartbroken too, Xinghao. Xinghao, if we bring Zhao Zhao home just to ship her off somewhere else, she'll feel the exact same thing, Xinghao. Xinghao, you don't know what that's like. Being left. Being thrown away, Xinghao. Xinghao, but I do, Xinghao. When she was little, she used to ask why she was in an orphanage. Why she didn't have parents. The caretaker told her maybe her parents had run into some trouble and just needed to leave her there for a little while. But as she grew up, she understood. She'd been discarded. Tossed aside for that awful family to pick up like clearance merchandise. Zhao Zhao was like her. Thrown away. Both of them. The car door was still open. The little dog climbed up onto the driver's seat, curious about the storm outside. From the bushes came the thin meow of a stray cat, which bolted across the lot. Zhao Zhao stared after it, dark eyes bright, then hopped off the seat and disappeared into the undergrowth. The rain was a solid wall of noise. Neither of them saw her go. Fujiya swallowed his anger and gently pressed Ichichi into the passenger seat. She was still trembling, her face frighteningly pale. Zhao Zhao, Zhao Zhao. She twisted around, searching. But the little puff of white fur wasn't there wagging her tail. The car wasn't big. There was nowhere to hide. They both froze. Where was she? Ichichi tried to push past him, but Fujiya's broad frame blocked the door. He held her in place. Rain hammered down. He was soaked through, his white shirt plastered to his chest, wet hair stuck to his forehead. He shoved it back with one hand, never feeling so right. Stay put. If you take off again, we stop looking. His voice was strained with anger, his face colder than the autumn rain. Her eyes clung to his like he was the only solid thing left. Fujiya shut her door, climbed into the driver's seat, and pulled out his phone. Say, I need all the surveillance footage from Chinha residences, last 10 minutes. A dog jumped out of my car. Yeah, building 14 entrance. And get some people out here to help search. Now. He hung up and pressed his fingers against his brow. Ichichi sat curled in the seat beside him, sneezed twice, and sniffled. I'm so sorry, Fujiya. This is all my fault. He turned and pulled her into his arms. The little thing was shaking, scared out of her mind. It's not your fault. I never should have taken her. It's okay, we'll find her. He let out a slow breath and patted her back. Let's go upstairs first. Get you into dry clothes, okay? I'm fine. I need to go look for Zhao Zhao. Her eyes were swollen like little walnuts, tears still spilling with every blink. Her hair was plastered to her face in a wet mess. He reached out and brushed it away, his thumb grazing her cheek. His skin was slightly rough, and it stung a little, but weirdly, it steadied her. You got all my jackets dripped on you. So if you're not cold, I am. She nodded fast. Then let's hurry. Good. Quick change, and we go. He got up first, walked around, and lifted her off her feet, cradling her against his chest as he headed for the building. I can walk, she mumbled, squirming. You're not wearing shoes. Did you run down all 17 floors barefoot? Yeah. Guilt flooded her face. She buried it in his chest. Upstairs in the bedroom, he grabbed a set of her clothes and handed them over. Change. And dry your hair. She took them and stepped into the bathroom. Reaching up for a towel, she suddenly felt the world tilt. Sharp spikes of pain jabbing through her skull. Zai. Everything spun. She hit the floor hard, sending toiletries clattering off the shelf. Fujiya had just gotten half his buttons done when he heard her voice crack, followed by the crash. He was through the door in seconds. Seeing her crumpled on the tile wrenched something deep in his chest. He scooped her up. Her brow was knotted, her face wet with misery. He pressed a hand to her forehead, burning up. All the color had drained from her face, and an angry red mark was blooming on her temple. He called the family doctor immediately, cranked the AC, and held her tight the whole time. She curled into him, shivering, her small fingers clutching at his shirt like he was the only warmth left in the world. Her voice came out thin and trembling. Zai. I'm so cold. It's okay. It's just a fever. The doctor's coming. Zeo. Even half conscious, her pale face was tight with worry. She couldn't let go. They're out looking for her right now. Just sleep for a little while. When you wake up, she'll be back. His voice was gentler than she'd ever heard it. Reassured, her eyes finally slipped shut as she sank into darkness. Ichichi woke to something warm and fuzzy nuzzling her hand. She blinked. Zhao Zeo was right there, his tiny nose pressed against her palm like he'd been waiting forever. The little dog scooted closer the second he saw her eyes open, nudging her with a frantic kind of hope, as if he needed to win her back. You're awake. Fujiya grabbed a pillow and eased her upright. Still cold. Do you feel awful? Much better. Her voice came out soft and raw. She looked down at the clean pajamas she was wearing, soft as clouds, then up at him. Your clothes were soaked. I changed you. Oh. Heat crept into her cheeks. It was an improvement on the pale, sickly color she'd had before. Fujiya sat on the edge of the bed, leaning in. He already knew the answer but asked anyway. What's wrong? Nothing, thank you. His brow drew tight. He didn't like being thanked. But she was still sick, so he forced himself to back off. Don't do that again. You cut your foot, and I never planned to take Zhao Zeo anywhere. He rarely said that many words at once, especially to explain himself to a girl. Ichichi bit her lip. Fujiya, Zhao Zeo only has me now. When you marry Bayuji, she won't like him. I'll keep taking care of him. As if he'd heard his name, the puppy wagged his tail and flashed a tiny pink tongue. I'm not taking him away. She fumbled over the words. I can apologize to Bayuji myself. Just, please, don't take Zhao Zeo. Okay? She was scared. She didn't want to fight anymore, not that she'd ever planned to. She signed the divorce papers in under a minute. She hadn't made things hard for anyone. Her hibiscus painting was gone, and now it felt like Zhao Zeo was about to disappear too. I'm not taking him. Fujiya stroked Zhao Zeo's head. His team had scoured the entire complex before they finally found the little dog chasing a cat into a flower bed. He's staying right here with you. Zhao Zeo turned and gently gnawed on Fujiya's hand. Ichichi still couldn't quite believe it. Wasn't Fujiya supposed to give Bayushi an explanation? Really? Her voice was full of hesitation. Yes. Really. I'll just make it up to Yuji some other way. Oh. Some other way. Her painting had been destroyed by Yuji, and Fujiya had never once thought about making it up to her Xinghao. She told herself she wouldn't fight, wouldn't compete. But her heart still crept to a fragile, aching place. Eat something first, then take your medicine. Fujiya went to get the food. Yichichi scooped up Zhao Zhao and buried her face in his soft, freshly clean fur. So Fujiya had already bathed the little troublemaker. And he changed her clothes. Her cheeks burned all over again. They were getting the worst. Why was he still this good to her? The phone on the nightstand buzzed Fujiya's. Yichichi grabbed it and saw the name on the screen. By Yuji. Her lashes fluttered. She gathered Zhao Zhao, clutched the phone, and hobbled downstairs. Her cut foot was wrapped in a long bandage. It ached, but she could handle it. Fujiya was in the dining room, ladling congee from a thermal container into a bowl. The contrast between that cold, sharp face and such careful, domestic movement was almost funny. The moment he spotted her coming down, his handsome brow furrowed. He set the bowl down, voice hard. Why are you downstairs without a jacket? Don't move. He turned, snatched a throw blanket from the sofa, and wrapped it around her shoulders. She held out the phone. Yuji called. Fujiya hummed, set Zhao Zhao on the floor, and took the phone. Aren't you going to call her back? Later. Eat first. He bent, scooped her up, and settled her into a chair at the table. Aunt Yun just brought chicken congee. Your favorite. Have some. Yichichi picked up the spoon and started eating, slowly. Satisfied she was being obedient, Fujiya grabbed his phone and walked to the living room to return the call. Yuji had been waiting for an explanation. When she couldn't hold back any longer, she dialed first. Yichichi didn't want to listen, but the open concept kitchen carried every word straight to her ears. Okay. I'll take you tomorrow. If you like it. Yeah. Bye. She swallowed another spoonful of congee. It was good, the same familiar taste. So Fujiya was going out with Yuji tomorrow. Making it up to her. After half a bowl, Yichichi couldn't eat another bite. She looked up and found him sitting across from her, watching her. Self-conscious, she pressed her lips together. You should eat, too. There's plenty. Fujiya said okay, reached over, took her bowl, poured in more from the container, and started eating with her spoon. Yichichi froze. By the time he was already halfway through, she managed. There are clean dishes in the kitchen. I already used that one. He raised an eyebrow, entirely unconcerned. I know. She blushed, words stumbling. But I'm sick. It's contagious. It's fine. He caught her flustered expression and couldn't stop his lips from twitching. When he finished, he washed the dishes by hand. Far more practiced than last time. Then he carried Yichichi back to the bedroom and into the bathroom to freshen up. She obediently brushed her teeth, watching him stand in the doorway. It made her anxious. She'd need to use the toilet soon, and he was just standing there. Fujiya, can you please step out? I'll call you when I'm done. Her mouth was full of white foam, cheeks puffed out. She looked ridiculously cute. Cute enough to make a man want to tease her. I'll wait here. In case you get dizzy again. I won't. I feel way better. Please go out. He didn't move. Yichichi spat out the foam, rinsed her mouth, and clutched her pajamas, her head practically disappearing into her neck. I need to use the toilet. It's awkward with you here. Fujiya paused. His cold expression cracked just a fraction. He'd forgotten his wife was a shy girl. He turned and closed the door behind him. There. Happy. Call me when you're done. I'll be right outside. Yichichi couldn't argue. Face burning, she finished in the bathroom and then softly said his name. He came in and lifted her back to bed. After tucking her in, Fujiya went to take his own shower. When he came out, Ichichi was already asleep, half her face buried in the blanket. He stared at her for a long, confusing moment. Most of the time, Ichichi was obedient, even placating. Probably because she'd grown up in an orphanage, then was adopted, always living under someone else's roof. She'd learned to handle things alone. She'd never been raised by her own parents, never spoiled. So she was sensitive and careful, never wanting to burden anyone. Today at the cafe, her reaction had genuinely shocked him. He'd been furious at the time, but that version of Ichichi had more life in her. Like a little shell finally cracking open, showing a hint of real fire. Fujiya reached out and touched her forehead. Still a little warm. He grabbed the medical alcohol from the table and wiped behind her ears. Guilt settled deep in his eyes. He shouldn't have taken Zhao without explaining first. He thought it was just a dog. But remembering the look on her face today, he understood. She didn't want Zhao to be abandoned the way she had been. He sat against the headboard for a while, picking up a book and flipping through it. Didn't absorb a single page. He let out a frustrated sigh and tossed the book aside. Then he slid under the covers and pulled Ichichi's small, sleeping body into his arms. The next morning, Ichichi woke up trapped. Somebody had her locked in a vice grip, arms wrapped around her so tight she could barely breathe. The AC was humming, but the air in the room felt heavy and sticky warm. Her head was still stuffed with the last dregs of that fever. She tried squirming free, then she looked up and saw his face. God! That face! She froze. Fujiya was unfairly beautiful. Sharper than any actor she'd ever seen on a screen. Normally, his expression was all hard lines and cold angles, stern, unreadable. But in sleep, everything softened. That strong jaw. The deep-set eyes. A nose straight as a blade. And those eyes, when they were open, they were ink black, the kind that pulled you under and didn't let you come up for air. She didn't realize she'd lifted her hand until her fingertips were already brushing his brow. Then the bridge of his nose. His skin was warm. Smooth. Her fingers kept moving, tracing down over his lips' thin mouth, a little cruel. On impulse, she pinched his chin. Once. Twice. Smug satisfaction flickered through her. Xinghao, you're always the one pinching mine, aren't you, Xinghao? You done playing? The voice came out low and rough, cutting through the quiet. His eyes were open now, watching her like he'd been awake the entire damn time. Ichichi yanked her hand back and met that dark stare head on. There was a mosquito. She. His voice dropped a notch lower. Do you think I'm stupid? Mosquitoes in late autumn. His arm tightened around her waist, and she felt every inch of heat radiating off his body. Her heart slammed against her ribs like a panicked deer. Why was he holding her so close? Weren't they supposed to be getting divorced? Reality crashed over her in a cold wave. She shoved against his chest. This was his fault. He was too stupidly gorgeous. It made slipping back into old habits way too easy. Before Bayuji came back, Fujiya used to hold her like this every single night. Back then, it made her happy. Now, it just ate. Because she couldn't stop wondering whether this time was the last time. Fujiya, when are we getting the divorce agreement? Every trace of warmth drained from his expression, replaced by ice. You want a divorce that badly? Xinghao, yes. Then I'll stop being greedy, Xinghao. Otherwise, it was a knife dangling over her head every day she woke up, braced for the blade to drop. Grandpa still has the marriage certificate. We need to get it from him. He doesn't know yet. No. Not yet. Fujiya had zero interest in more sleep. He got up, movements clipped and efficient. Aunt Yan's bringing food later. Eat. Take your meds. I'm heading to the office. He was out the door before she could say another word. Ichichi watched his bag disappear. He was probably on his way to see Bayuchi, wasn't he? She sat up as her phone buzzed on the nightstand. Grandpa. Hi, Grandpa. She forced a bright note into her voice. She hadn't called since the birthday party. Too much had happened. Chichi, your grandma and I haven't seen you in days. His voice was gruff with affection. I know, I've just been busy. 星号 cough 星号 she couldn't hold it back. Busy? Are you sick? What kind of husband is Fujiya if he can't even take care of you? She heard the familiar tap-tap of his cane hitting the floor and couldn't help but smile. No, Grandpa. It's just a scratchy throat. Fine. Come back tomorrow. Bring Chiya. We miss you. Stay a few days. Ichichi hesitated, her grip tightening on the phone. I'll ask Liya. Ask him. The old man's voice boomed. If he says no, I'll give him a beating myself. Okay, okay. Tomorrow. With Jia. She hung up, already planning to call him later. Today, though, he was probably busy. Fujiya was, for once, innocent. He'd gone straight to the office. 2 days of backlog swallowed his entire morning and afternoon, and by the time he surfaced, it was past 5. Then he went to pick up Bayuchi. She practically floated to the car when he called, giddy with excitement. She'd already decided, first, she'd get him to take her somewhere romantic for dinner. The bite mark on her wrist was still wrapped in a dramatic white bandage, making it look 10 times worse than it actually was. Fujiya glanced at her hand. Feeling better? Yeah. Just a little sore. He nodded and pulled the car into traffic. Bayuchi studied his profile, the sharp jaw, the cool eyes. What woman wouldn't want a man like this? No wonder Ichichi was clinging to that marriage. Where do you want to shop? Actually, she said, sweet and casual, I don't really need to buy anything. I said I'd make it up to you. Whatever you want, it's yours. Her heart fluttered, but she kept her voice soft. I just want to spend a little more time with you. Could we eat first? I haven't had dinner. He nodded. He hadn't eaten either. What do you want? Steak. I heard that rotating restaurant by the river is amazing. And the view. She smiled, radiating innocence. Just a girl who wanted a nice meal. But she'd already done her research. That place was pure candlelit romance. She'd snapped a few photos. Make sure they found their way to Ichichi somehow. Fujiya didn't blink. He just turned the wheel toward the river. The lighting was dim, a single yellow lamp hanging above each table, candles flickering between them, a single rose in a slim glass vase. They were seated by the window. Fujiya's expression tightened the second he took in the room. He didn't like this atmosphere. Bayushi reached across the table and touched his hand. I didn't know it was like this. A friend just said the food was good. Do you want to find somewhere else? No. Let's just eat. He pulled his hand back and leaned away. I'm so happy, yeah. First real meal we've had together since I got back. Her voice was honey sweet. I want to take a picture. Something to remember. She lifted her phone. Fujiya frowned but didn't stop her. She was right, he'd been neglecting her. A dinner was the bare minimum. They ate. She snapped photos. They took their time. By the time they finished, it was past 9. Too late for shopping. He dropped her off. Another day. Ichichi was feeling better, just drained. Fujiya had sent over some of her painting supplies, still stacked neatly against the wall. She was living in a top-floor duplex now, 2 bedrooms and a study upstairs, kitchen and living room downstairs. Big open space. Sliding glass doors LED out to a sprawling terrace with a garden and a pool. She pulled her easel up in front of those glass doors, picked up a pencil, and started sketching before she even knew what she was doing. Minutes later, she stared down at the page. Fujia's sleeping face from that morning. His eyes. The curve of his lashes. Every line, every shadow. She stopped. Stared a moment longer. Then she grabbed an eraser and wiped the page clean. Back at the Fu family mansion, she used to paint every day, just filling the hours. And back then, she felt safe. She knew Fujia would come home at night. No anxiety. No fear. Now all she could think about was him and Bayuji. Where were they right now? Was he having dinner with her? Buying her things? Driving her home? Or was he taking her to Xinghao, his Xinghao home? She'd agreed to the divorce. But 4 years of marriage didn't just evaporate overnight. She couldn't flip a switch and stop loving him. Her heart didn't know how to be empty. Ichichi curled into herself, pressing her face against her knees. The oversized chair swallowed her whole, making her look even smaller, more fragile. Outside, the light drained from the sky. The last warm glow of sunset slipped below the horizon. At her feet, Zeo Zeo, her little bichon, circled once, twice, and let out a soft whimper. Ichichi gave Zao Zeo a few bites of dinner, then boiled a bowl of noodles for herself. Aunt Yun had brought lunch from the old residence earlier, but Ichichi told her not to come back for the evening. She didn't want her making the trip twice. By the time the noodles were done, it was past 9. She'd sat around all afternoon and hadn't even felt hungry. She ate slowly at the table, the warm yellow light spilling over her, making her look small and impossibly gentle. Her phone buzzed softly on the side table. An unfamiliar number. She opened the message. A few photos hit her square in the face. Steak. Roses. Elegant tablecloth and dishes. A stunning river view outside the window. But what really hit her, what made her blood run cold, was the hand resting at the edge of the table. She recognized it instantly. Fujia's hand. Long, strong fingers. The same hand that had stroked her hair, wrapped around her waist, touched every inch of her body. At the bottom of the photos, a single line, Xinghao, don't covet what isn't yours. Thief, Xinghao. Thief. The word struck like a physical blow, ice spreading through her veins. And it was true, wasn't it? In Bayuji's eyes, that's exactly what she was. A thief who stole her man, her marriage, her life. Ichichi set down her chopsticks. She wasn't hungry anymore. She trudged upstairs. Zao Zeo padded along beside her, and she scooped the little dog into bed. At least nobody was around to stop her now. Before, Fujia never let Zao Zeo on the mattress. She forced herself not to think about it. Hugging the little white ball close, she squeezed her eyes shut. If she fell asleep, she wouldn't have to hurt. At 1 in the morning, the bedroom door opened. A tall, lean silhouette stepped inside. Passing through the dining room, he noticed the bowl of noodles on the table barely touched. Fujia frowned. Had the little thing not eaten properly? He climbed the stairs quietly, irritation prickling at him. He dropped by Yuji off tonight and gone back to the Fu mansion. But he'd tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Eventually he'd gotten up and driven over here. It seemed that when someone stayed in your life long enough, breaking the habit took time. He chalked up his illogical behavior to habit. He slipped into the bedroom. A warm bedside lamp was still on. The soft light fell across Ichichi's face, making her look impossibly delicate. Long, curved lashes. A straight, elegant nose. Small, cherry red lips. Her face hovered between girl and woman, carrying a seductive charm he couldn't quite name. He tossed his clothes aside, lifted the covers, and slid in, pulling her into his arms. The sweet, fruity scent of her immediately filled his senses, and the restless knot in his chest loosened just a little. Xinghao whimpered, Xinghao. A little white ball popped out from under the covers. Fujia scowled, reached in, and grabbed it. Not on the bed. He set Zao Zeo on the floor and settled back, holding the woman in his arms securely. Yichichi had been heartbroken earlier, but somehow that night she slept deeply. Morning. She opened her eyes. Zhao Zhao wasn't in the bed. She called out. The little dog padded in through the half-open door, tail wagging. Yichichi blinked. She closed the door last night. Had Zhao Zhao learned to open doors? She got up, scooped up the dog, and headed downstairs. In the living room, Fujiya stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, studying her painting from the day before. Morning sunlight streamed in, bathing him in a soft, hazy glow. He wore a white shirt, leaning in to examine the canvas carefully. Not that there was much to see. She'd given up and just scribbled some simple sketches. Maybe sensing her gaze, he turned. Cold eyes swept over her, and a flicker of amusement tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yichichi hadn't realized he was there. Her hair was a mess, her face unwashed. The second it hit her, she spun around and stomped back up the stairs. Watching his flustered wife dart away, Fujiya raised an eyebrow. Yichichi splashed cold water on her face to cool the heat creeping up her cheeks. Wait, wasn't Fujiya supposed to be having a candlelit dinner with Bayushi last night? Why was he here? Had he slept here? A strange anger flared in her chest. Those photos. Bayuji's words echoed in her mind. Xinghao Fujiya, you spend the day with her and then come to my bed at night. Xinghao. Xinghao, is that how it is? Xinghao. Xinghao, what am I to you? Xinghao. She took a deep breath, washed her face properly, changed, and went downstairs. Breakfast was steaming on the table. Fujiya gestured for her to sit. And you didn't bring dinner last night? He asked between bites. Yichichi shook her head. I wanted to make noodles, so I told her not to come. But you didn't finish them. Her lies were always so easy to see through. I wasn't that hungry later. She lost her appetite because of Bayuji's photos, but she couldn't say that. Eat breakfast first, he said, returning to his food. The table was piled with treats, fragrant soy milk, delicate steamed buns with a thin skin and rich filling, golden fried dough sticks, and fluffy meat floss bread. Fujiya ate with unhurried elegance, sleeves rolled up once to reveal his lean forearms. Yichichi took a sip of soy milk, then hesitantly spoke. Fujiya, can you give me the keys to this place? He stopped eating. Set down his spoon. His eyes locked onto hers. The spoon clinked against the bowl. A sharp, cold sound. His gaze was laced with displeasure. Why would I give them to you? She met his stare, her small face stubborn. Because I don't want you coming over at night. Is that so? A cold laugh escaped him. Xinghao, she didn't want him coming over. Then why did she burrow into his arms in her sleep? Xinghao. We're getting divorced. It's not right. You said about Xinghao to get divorced. It hasn't happened yet. He folded his arms across his chest, looking down at her with an air of superiority. Yichichi stared at him in disbelief, a sharp pain twisting in her chest. So you spend your days with Bayuji, then come sleep with me at night. Is that it? What am I, then? I know I'm just a tool, but I still feel hurt. Her face crumpled with a hint of grievance, eyes glistening with unshed tears. She clenched her hands at her sides. And if I say no? Fujiya's voice hardened. He didn't like seeing her cry. Then I'll move out. The temperature in the room plummeted. He leaned forward, dangerously close to losing his temper. Why did she always want to run away from him? His voice turned fierce. Enough, Yichichi. Xinghao boss, Xinghao. His phone vibrated on the table. He shot her one long look, then moved away to pick it up. Yeah. Got it. I'll be back later. Okay. He ended the call and stood. Yichichi, don't even think about moving out. He rolled his sleeves down, walked to the living room, and grabbed his suit jacket. You have 10 minutes. Get ready. We're going to Grandpa's. The car pulled away from the neighborhood and headed toward Shui Engine. Yichichi cradled Zeo Zeo in her arms, her head resting against the window, staring blankly at the passing scenery. Sunlight fell across her face. Just a little longer until the divorce certificate was in her hands. Then she moved out on her own. Fujiya, are we going to tell grandfather about the divorce? He'd said before that they'd tell him after his birthday. Grandfather won't agree. His fingers tapped the steering wheel. He frowned. It's okay. I can convince him. Don't worry about it, she said, but in her head she added, 星号 just go be with your Bayuji 星号. The car pulled into the old Fu family estate in Shui Engine. Grandfather and grandmother were already waiting downstairs. The moment they saw the two walk in, grandmother hurried over, grabbing Yichichi's hands. Chichi, I've missed you so much. I missed you too, grandmother. Look, I brought Zeo Zeo. She lifted the little dog, who kicked his legs nervously, and the sight drew soft laughter from everyone. Good, good. We'll have someone feed him in a minute. Grandfather stood off to the side, watching Yichichi with a smile, but he wasn't his usual talkative self. Grandfather, don't you miss Chichi? Why aren't you saying anything? She teased. Oh, of course I miss you. Why else would I have called? Fujiya walked up from behind. The old man slammed his cane against the floor, his face hardening in an instant. Fujiya, come to the study with me. Yichichi saw the expression on grandfather's face, and worry flickered in her eyes. Grandmother pulled her close, patting her hand. Come, Shishi. Sit with grandmother for a while. In the study, the old man sat in his chair, glaring at Fujiya with clear displeasure. Fujiya stood off to the side, hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed somewhere on the desk, looking entirely unconcerned. Grandfather gave a heavy snort. Fujiya. Where's that woman? You mean Bayuji, grandfather? Who else would I mean? Fujiya, the last time you brought her to my birthday party, did you ever think about how humiliated Chichi would be? Huh? Grandfather's voice was thick with anger. Fujiya didn't flinch. I'm old. I don't mind being embarrassed. But what about Chichi? So many people watched you abandon your own wife to chase after another woman. Fujiya, have you lost your mind? Fujiya let the old man shout, his head slightly lowered. He didn't argue. Just tell me, how did I raise someone so heartless? When it seemed his grandfather had blown off some steam, Fujiya finally spoke. Grandfather, back then Bayuji was injured because of me. The after effects are serious. I promised I'd take care of her. I promised I'd marry her. The words hit like a bomb. The old man froze, stunned. Then he shot to his feet, furious. He swept his arm across the desk. A stack of books flew toward Fujiya. Fujiya, say that again. Who are you going to marry? Bayuji. Fujiya's voice was flat, cold, and absolutely firm. So you deliberately drove Chichi out of the house. I thought you two were just having a rough patch. I never expected this, Fujiya. Fujiya didn't bother defending himself. The old man's chest heaved. Chichi has suffered so much. She's been in this family for 6 years, Fujiya. 6 years. She's been so good to you, so devoted. How dare you treat her like this? Huh? He grabbed an inkstone and threw it. It barely grazed Fujiya's forehead, leaving a streak of blood behind. Still not satisfied, the old man cleared the desk of everything else. He clutched his aching chest and sank back into the chair. Grandfather, take care of yourself. Fujiya moved to help him, but a swing of the cane sent him back. Get away from me. The shouting had already reached downstairs. Grandmother hadn't expected this either. Yichichi's heart raced as she ran up. Hearing the crash of things breaking, she pushed open the study door without thinking. The room was a mess. Grandfather sat slumped in his chair, breathing hard, his face pale with fury. Grandfather! What's wrong? Please don't be angry. Yichichi rushed over, rubbing his chest to soothe him, then poured a glass of water. Grandmother stood in the doorway. Jie, do you even know what you're doing? She rarely raised her voice at him, but this time she couldn't help it. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Fujiya lowered his head, hands at his sides, ready to take the blame. He hadn't wanted to upset them, but he had to keep his promise to Bayuchi. Yichichi looked at the cut on his face, and she couldn't stop the ache in her chest. Grandfather patted her head. Chichi, did Fujiya ask you for a divorce? Don't worry. I'll make this right. Grandmother gasped. What? Divorce? Yichichi shook her head, dazed. Grandfather, grandmother, I'm sorry. Jie and I agreed long ago when Bayuchi came back. We divorce. Don't blame him. I agreed to it. He took me out of that house. I'm already grateful. Fujiya, you're something else. You wasted 4 years of Chichi's life like that. How can you be so selfish? Grandmother pulled Yichichi into her arms, her voice soft and pained. Chichi, that's not how it works. Grandmother won't let you divorce. Grandmother, I handled this badly. But we're getting divorced. If you think I owe Chichi something, I can give her more compensation. He wanted to tell them in a gentler way, but there was no other choice now. And for Yichichi the original decision had been rash. He wasted 4 years of her life. Fujiya stood straight. But once he decided something, he didn't change. Grandfather was shaking with rage, staring at him like a profound disappointment. Fujiya, do you even know who Bayuchi is? You're blind. Chichi has been in this family for years. Has she ever asked us for a single cent? Who cares about your compensation? In a fit of fury, he grabbed the glass of water Yichichi had just poured and hurled it at Fujiya. Fujiya bowed his head, not dodging. Yichichi was still reeling from his words, but her body moved before her mind. She threw herself in front of him. The glass struck her back hard. Scalding water soaked through her clothes. She couldn't hold back a cry. It burned. Fujiya caught her as she crumpled against him, his heart clenching hard. Shishi! Why are you shielding that ungrateful man? Grandfather exclaimed. Both grandparents crowded around, worry etched into their faces as they looked at her pale face. Yichichi lay against Fujiya's chest, her back on fire. She took a moment to catch her breath, fighting through the pain. She shook her head. Grandfather, please don't yell at him anymore. We decided this together. Tears brimmed in her eyes from the pain or the sadness, she didn't know. Their red rims cut through every person in the room. Grandmother's eyes welled up too. Enough, enough. Take Chichi to her room. I'll call the doctor. Grandfather shook his head, sighing over and over. 星号 Fujiya, you have no idea what a good woman you're letting go, 星号. As Fujiya carried her out, grandfather's voice followed. I won't agree to this divorce. And that Bayushi will never set foot in the Fu family. If you want to wait, you wait until I'm dead. Fujiya clenched his jaw. He didn't answer. He just walked out. He laid Yichichi on the bed. Her back hurt too much to lie flat, so she stayed on her stomach. Her small hands gripped the blanket as she beat back the pain, sweat beading on her forehead. Neither of them spoke. Fujiya reached for her clothes. She flinched, her tear-filled eyes meeting his. He could see where the hot water had splashed her neck already an angry red. Something twisted hard in his chest. Easy. I need to take your shirt off. I have to check your back for blisters. He stroked her hair, then turned up the air conditioning. I'm sorry, Fujiya. I should have explained it to grandfather first. He said. It's not your fault. It's mine. She didn't fight him this time. He unbuttoned her shirt, sliding it halfway down her waist. Then he unhooked her bra from behind. The skin on her back was bruised in places, red and raw. Several blisters had already formed beneath her shoulder blades. Burns were the worst. Ichichi took small, shallow breaths, her fingers white-knuckled on the blanket. Fujiya went downstairs to get ice. He pressed it gently against the burns, blowing a cool breath over them. In his cold eyes, something flickered a tenderness he didn't even realize was there. She felt a little better. Tears slipped from her eyes into the pillow, but she made no sound. She was grateful she was lying on her stomach. He couldn't see her face. The doctor arrived quickly. Seeing Ichichi's exposed back, Fujiya's eyes darkened. He didn't let the doctor in. Instead, he described the injury from the doorway. It wasn't too severe. The doctor left burn cream and bruise medicine. Wait, Ichichi called out before the doctor could leave. Jie, you need something for your face, too. The doctor wisely added antiseptic and sterile bandages to the pile, then slipped away. The wound stretched across her back. She couldn't reach it herself. She had no choice but to let Fujiya do it. He stared at the reddened skin, guilt flickering in his eyes. His long fingers scooped up the ointment and spread it gently across her back. The cool gel soothed the burning pain. But his words kept replaying in her head. He had a promise to keep. He was marrying Bayushi. A dull ache settled in Ichichi's chest, impossible to shake. Fujiya paused, noticing her tremble. Did I hurt you? No. The word came out thick, nasal. He pulled her into his arms. Her shirt slipped, and she quickly clutched it to her chest, but not before he caught a glimpse of a soft curve. His throat tightened. You're crying and telling me it doesn't hurt. The shirt bunched at her waist. Flustered, her face, neck, and shoulders flushed a warm pink. Fujiya, get me a shirt. Barely a whisper. She didn't dare move. He looked down at her. Embarrassment painted every feature, those big eyes brimming with tears, lashes clumped together like wet brushes, her nose pink as a rabbit's. Her hands were too small to cover herself completely. She felt his gaze and buried her face against his chest, hiding. Fujiya, don't look, don't bully me. Her voice cracked, muffled against his shirt. Fujiya knew he was being cruel. He patted her head. How am I supposed to get you close like this? Then don't look. She let out a tiny sob and sat up straight. He turned away, went to the wardrobe, and pulled out a loose, lightweight nightgown. Wear this. The medicine's still wet on your back. She turned away from him, slipped it on, and wiped her tears. When she faced him again, she noticed the long, bloody scratch across his brow. The blood had already dried. Despite everything, worry crept in. Does that hurt? Let me put something on it. Fujiya hadn't even noticed until she mentioned it. He didn't refuse, handing her the doctor's ointment. Ichichi carefully dipped a cotton swab, cleaned the wound, and disinfected it. She leaned close, studying his face. Her lips were pale pink, just inches away. He had to fight the urge to reach out and touch them. She pressed a sterile bandage into place, then gently brushed his forehead. Don't make grandfather angry anymore. I can talk to him for you. Fujiya and his grandfather were always at odds. But she knew the old man loved him fiercely. Okay, Fujiya agreed. He was worried about his grandfather's health, too. Ichichi rubbed her eyes, suddenly sleepy. She curled up under her blanket and was out within minutes. He stayed beside her for a long time. At dinner, grandfather and grandmother still wore grim expressions. After checking on Ichichi, the four of them ate in silence. When the meal ended, grandfather scowled. You two will stay here for now. Don't go back to that place. He stomped upstairs. Fujiya said nothing, which was the same as agreement. The first day back ended in chaos. They'd been at the old residence for a few days. Fujiya went to the office during the day and returned at night. Bayuji didn't dare set foot in the mansion, so Ichichi finally had some peace. She spent her time walking with her grandparents, cooking them small treats. Her mood lifted, and her injuries slowly healed. She still heard Bayuji's name on Fujia's phone. But she forced herself not to care. The divorce. Grandfather hadn't budged. And Fujiya, for some reason, had stopped pushing. That day, Fujiya came home early. Ichichi had just stepped out of the shower when she found him on the phone. She didn't need to guess who was calling. He sounded annoyed then worried. He hung up, grabbed his jacket, and brushed past her without a word, heading straight for the door. Ichichi froze. She wanted to ask what was wrong. But Fujiya was already gone. She felt invisible, like air. Downstairs, the car engine roared to life. She ran to the window and watched the vehicle race out through the gate. She'd never seen that kind of panicked worry on his face before. Only Bayuji could do that to him. The wind from the window struck her, and she shivered. She knew his heart belonged to Bayuji. But knowing didn't stop the jealousy. Or the hurt. Across town, Fujiya arrived at the hospital. Bayuji lay in bed, her wrist wrapped in thick gauze. Her mother was sobbing beside her. The moment she saw Fujiya, Bai's mother grabbed his hand and wailed louder. "Mr. Fu, you can't treat my Yuji like this. She took a knife for you back then, and now she can't even have children." She wiped her tears, smearing her heavy foundation into a streaky mess. Fujiya frowned, unmoved. He pulled his hand free. The woman cried harder. "It's not like my girl is throwing herself at you. You promised to marry her. She's been so pitiful, never dated anyone overseas for years, no boyfriends, all because she believed your promise. And now, you're dragging your feet, stringing her along. Look what you've done to her. She tried to end things today. If I hadn't found her in time, she would be gone." Her voice broke. Bayuji's eyes were red. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. The look she gave Fujiya could break anyone's heart. "Jie, don't listen to my mom. I just felt sad. I don't even know how I cut myself." His jaw tightened. Still, he reached out and wiped her tears. "I've been staying at the old residence. You know grandfather needs time. It's not that I won't marry you." Bayuji nodded, tears still falling. "I know. I just miss you, and I can't help it. And I can't have kids anymore. If you don't want me, I understand." Bai's mother jumped in. "Yuji, don't say that. You did this for Fujiya." The woman shifted her weight on the bed. Fujiya stepped back. Bayuji shot her mother a look. "Mom, I'm hungry. Can you get me something to eat?" The mother caught the hint and nodded. "Sure, I'll make you something at home. You two talk." She shuffled out, and the room fell quiet. Fujiya sat on the edge of the bed. He owed her, he knew. A woman who could never bear a child had every right to grieve. "I need to get back. I'll send someone to stay with you." Bayuji's face crumbled in disbelief. She tried to kill herself, and he was leaving. "Zai, stay with me. Just one night. Please. I'm scared I'll hurt myself again. I can't control it." She looked so fragile, so pathetic. Fujiya studied her for a long moment. Finally, he gave in. "Go to sleep. I'll stay." At dinner, grandfather noticed Fujiya's absence, and his face darkened again. "Chichi, where is Fujiya today?" Ichichi kept her expression neutral. "He's busy, grandfather. Some business dinner. He had to rush out." Grandfather snorted. Busy. The company has plenty of people. He's not irreplaceable." Grandmother tugged on his sleeve. "Let it go. Talk to him tomorrow. Let's eat. Our Chichi must be hungry." Ichichi smiled and looked down at her food, covering for her husband while he ran to see his first love. She was getting good at it. She thought he'd be gone an hour or two. But he didn't come back all night. Yichichi pulled Zeo into bed beside her. It's okay, right, Zeo? He's not here, so you get to sleep with me. The next morning, Yichichi woke to an empty bed. No surprise there, Fujiya was already gone. She dressed and headed downstairs. Grandmother was already waiting, flawless in a fitted cheongsam. Elegant. Refined. The kind of presence money couldn't fake. Morning, grandmother. You look stunning. Yichichi knew exactly how to make her smile. The old woman's face lit up, and she didn't even try to hide it. Come eat. Mrs. Yun made your favorite small meat buns. Mrs. Yun had been with the Fu family for decades. Her family had managed the household for generations. Grandfather and grandmother trusted her completely. Mrs. Yun came out carrying a cup of steaming soy milk and handed it to Yichichi. Drink it while it's hot, Chichi. I added red dates and red beans. The smell alone is heaven. Yichichi took the cup and sipped. Incredible. Thank you, Mrs. Yun. She sat and ate, sweet and well-mannered. In the 10 years she'd lived under the Fu roof, she'd always been that girl. No wonder the old couple had taken her in and loved her like their own. After breakfast, come shopping with me. Winter's almost here. I want to see the new coats before they're all picked over. Grandmother wasn't really thinking about herself. She just didn't want Yichichi stuck at home alone. Of course. After they ate, Yichichi changed into a cream cashmere sweater and a short brown skirt. Soft. Polished. Her knee-high boots hugged her calves, making her legs look impossibly long. Her dark hair fell loose over her shoulders, and she finished the look with a cream beret. Light makeup, but her face was striking enough to stop a room. Shishi, come here. You really are my little princess. Absolutely gorgeous. Yichichi's cheeks flushed. She slipped her arm through grandmother's. Are you my #1 fan? You compliment me constantly. Grandmother laughed. Yes. I'm your #1 fan. They walked out together, laughing, and climbed into the car. The driver took them to the biggest mall in the district. One older, one younger. One elegant and refined, the other gentle and radiant. The moment they stepped inside, heads turned. They looked like the wife and daughter of old money, impossible not to envy. The clothing section spanned the 3rd and 4th floors. Normally, grandmother's clothes were all custom-made. Designers came to the estate. She rarely went shopping. But with Yichichi beside her, she was having the time of her life, pointing at everything, pulling pieces off the racks, ready to try on half the store. Yichichi followed her patiently. By the time they finished the 3rd floor, the bags were piled high. She called the driver to haul them down to the car. They took a break on a bench in the middle of the mall. A bubble tea shop sat nearby, right in the seating area. A panda mascot wobbled adorably at the entrance. Grandmother watched the line of young women buying their drinks. Her eyes didn't move. Yichichi bit back a smile. Grandmother, do you want one? The old woman shook her head, but her gaze stayed locked on the shop. Is it really that good? I see so many girls drinking it. Wait here. Let me get you one. But you have to promise low sugar only. Yichichi gave her a playful warning look, worried the sweetness might be too much. Grandmother's face lit up. Fine. I promise. Just a little. Yichichi studied the menu, asked about ingredients, and ordered a warm oolong milk tea with low sugar and no toppings for grandmother. For herself, the same thing plus boba. She was walking back with the drinks when the driver appeared to take their bags. Yichichi handed the cup to her grandmother, who had been waiting not so patiently. Careful. It's hot. The old woman took a sip, and her eyes crinkled with pure joy. Delicious. Oh, this is good. Shishi, don't tell your grandfather. We'll come back. Yichichi leaned in close, dropping her voice to a whisper. Okay. Secret mission. Just us. Drinks in hand, they took the escalator to the 4th floor. They walked into a store that screamed quiet luxury, some high-end European label. Most of the pieces were vintage-inspired, elegant, exactly grandmother's style. Winter was coming, and the early season collection was already out. Yichichi picked a few coats she knew grandmother would love and guided her toward the fitting room. Once her grandmother disappeared behind the curtain, Yichichi sank into a plush sofa on the main floor, sipping her bubble tea. Her delicate features caught the shop assistant's attention more than once. Then the door opened, and 2 women walked in. The one in front had a bandaged wrist. Bayuji. The woman behind her looked like her mother. Mom, hurry. This store is perfect for you. Buy whatever you want. Jia gave me his card. Bayuji swayed inside, saying it loud enough for the whole store to hear. After the incident with Yichichi's dog, Fujiya had promised to make it up to her. That morning, before heading to the office, he handed her a black card and told her to buy whatever she wanted. Sure, Bayuji wasn't with him for the money. But free money was still free money. She figured she might as well treat her mother to some new winter pieces. Bayuji's family ran a small company. Comfortable, but compared to the Fu family, not even in the same universe. Yichichi recognized the voice instantly. She frowned and turned her head. Bayuji had moved deeper into the store, and their eyes locked. Small world. Bayuji shot her mother a look. Bai's mother gave the girl on the sofa long, slow once over. Xinghao, pretty little thing, Xinghao, she thought. Well, look who it is. Bayuji's voice rang out. No wonder this store felt wrong the second I walked in. It's the wife Jia can't seem to get rid of. Bai's mother understood instantly. Xinghao, so this is the little tramp, Xinghao. She let out a cold snort. So this is her. Poor thing. You know, mister, Fu spent the entire night at the hospital with Mayuji. Tell me, what's the point of clinging to a husband whose heart belongs to someone else? You're young, and you're pretty enough. But don't be so stubborn. The fake sympathy in her voice scraped against Yichichi's skin. Yichichi's hands tightened in her lap. So Fuji really had stayed with her all night. Her gaze dropped to Bayuji's bandaged wrist, and she remembered the panic on Fujia's face yesterday. She lifted an eyebrow. Oh, you're hurt. Let me guess you did that to yourself. Is that the only way you can get Jia to stay by your side? Bayuji's face flushed, then went pale as the words hit their mark. Huh? Keep talking, Yichichi. You know exactly how worried he was about me. She lifted her chin, looking down her nose. He told me himself he only stayed at the mansion because he had to. Not because he wanted to. Something twisted hard in Yichichi's chest. Xinghao, so that's how it is. Fujiya really tells her everything, Xinghao. No wonder Bayuji always walked around like she owned the place. Bayuji saw the shift in Yichichi's expression and pressed harder. She pulled a card from her bag. Recognize this. It's Jia's black card. He told me to buy whatever I want. Oh, wait, you've probably never seen one, have you? He never gave you one. Did he? A sharp laugh. The shop assistants had noticed the tension but didn't dare step in. These customers were clearly not people you interrupted. Yichichi's face burned. She couldn't find the words. Bayuji smirked, satisfied, and brushed past her toward the coat racks. Excuse me. Can you help me with this one, this one, this one, and this one? My mother says. Let her try them on. The assistant scrambled to pull the coats down. And then a cold laugh cut through the air. Grandmother stood outside the fitting room, still wearing the coat Yichichi had picked for her. She'd clearly been listening for a while. Put the clothes down. Don't sell her a thing. The shop assistant froze, caught in the crossfire. What? She's using my grandson's card. I said no, and I mean it. Right. Family drama. The assistant lowered the clothes, already mourning her lost commission. Ichichi stepped forward and steadied grandmother's arm. Bayuji's face went pale. She never imagined the old lady would be here. Of course Ichichi had brought grandmother shopping. If she'd known, she wouldn't have said a single one of those things. She would have been falling all over herself to win the grandmother over. Bai's mother sized up the older woman. Fujia's grandmother. Her bright red lips stretched into a fawning smile. Oh, isn't this our in-laws? We're all family here. Jie adores our Yuji. Please, don't be upset. She tried to edge closer, but grandmother shot her a look that nailed her in place. She didn't dare take another step. Damn. Even the full family matriarch was terrifying. Bayuji pivoted fast. Grandmother, it's me. Bayuji. We met at the birthday party. I told me to buy whatever I wanted. Humph, I heard someone yapping at the top of her lungs. So you flash a card and think that makes you part of the full family. Let me tell you something, even our drivers carry cards like that. Only someone who's never seen the real thing would treat it like treasure. Grandmother had spent decades navigating Jindu City's high society. She'd seen every breed of woman try to claw her way into the full family. The moment she met Ichichi, she knew that girl was the one. And Bayuji. One glance at those shifty eyes told grandmother exactly what kind of game she was playing. She wasn't about to fall for it. Grandmother, how can you say that? I saved I's life. You can't treat me this way. Bayuji hadn't expected to take a hit like that. Her composure cracked, and she immediately slid into her trademark wounded look. You saved my grandson. Even if that's true, and that's a big if, it doesn't mean you have to marry him. We'll pay you whatever you want. The full family can afford it. Grandmother stood ramrod straight, each word slicing clean. Every syllable landed exactly where it hurt. Bayushi was speechless. Bai's mother's act crumbled too. Oh, come on, old lady. Just because you're older doesn't mean you get to bully a young girl like my Yuji. We don't need your card. The Bai family might not be as rich as yours, but we can still afford a few outfits. She fumbled for her own card, her expression going sour. Grandmother reached into her small handbag and pulled out her phone. Compared to Bai's mother's frantic scrambling, her movements were unhurried. Elegant. She dialed. Shao. It's me. The person on the other end was clearly deferential. The exact words were inaudible, but the tone was unmistakable. Yes. Notify the entire mall. No one sells anything to a woman named Bayuji or her mother. Yes. She hung up with the same grace. Less than 5 seconds passed before the store phone rang. The shop assistant answered, her expression tightening. Yes, ma'am. Understood, boss. She hung up and gave a small bow toward grandmother. I'm so sorry, ma'am. I didn't realize it was you. I'll put everything back right now. She quickly returned the clothes to the racks. Then she turned. Ma'am, should I call security? Bayushi watched the entire scene unfold, too furious to form words. Her fragile act evaporated. Fine. Just fine. We won't buy anything here. I can buy me other things. Diamonds. Jewelry. Humph. She grabbed her mother and stormed off. Grandmother's head throbbed. That woman's ambitions ran deeper than she thought. She patted Ichichi's hand. Chichi, don't let it bother you. Women like that are everywhere. Don't give her the satisfaction. I'm not upset, grandmother. And she wasn't, not really. Not at Bayuji. She knew she'd already lost. In front of Bayuji, she was just putting on a brave face. One sentence, I stayed with me all night, and Ichichi's heart had crumbled to dust. She lost Fujia's heart. Grandmother had lost all interest in shopping. She said. Let's go home. Call Fujiya. Tell him to come back immediately. Ichichi hesitated. Grandmother. Humph, letting some outside woman walk all over us. Fujiya's gotten bold. Grandmother wasn't about to let this slide. If she hadn't been there today, that two-faced woman would have eaten her Chichi alive. The ride back felt nothing like the cheerful trip there. Ichichi stared out the window, silent, still replaying the image of Fujiya walking out last night. See? The moment Bayushi had a problem, even a minor injury, one that still left her perfectly capable of shopping, Fujiya stayed with her all night. Ichichi had barely touched his money. The card he'd given her was still buried in a drawer, unused. Back when she didn't have her own income, she never bought luxury goods. The Fu family provided everything she needed. And later, when she learned to paint and started earning her own money, she had even less reason to use it. This was the first time she truly understood what it felt like to have another woman flaunt her power right in front of her. The pain slowly numbed. Winters in Jingdu City were cold. But this year felt especially freezing. When they got home, grandmother settled into the living room. Usually, it was grandfather who got angry. But today, Bayuji had crossed a line, and grandmother wasn't the type to let things slide. Ichichi carried the shopping bags upstairs and pulled out her phone to call Fujiya. He picked up on the first ring. Hey! What's going on? His familiar voice came through, keyboard clicks clattering in the background. He was probably at the office. Jiye, grandmother wants you to come home. Ichichi realized she'd missed the sound of his voice, even though she'd only gone a day without hearing it. That realization only made her feel more hollow. Is something wrong? Fujiya sounded surprised. It was barely past 4. Grandmother found out you stayed with Bayuji last night. Just come back. Don't make her angry. Fujiya's voice went cold. You told her. What was she supposed to say to that? Was he really blaming her? Did he actually think she'd run to grandmother? She drew a slow breath, steadying her voice. Fujiya, is that really what you think of me? The unfairness of it stung. She'd been covering for him this whole time, and now he thought she was trying to sabotage him. I already signed the divorce agreement. I've moved out. I wasn't planning to interfere with you and Bayushi. I wouldn't do something like that. Yeah. He must have realized he'd jumped to the wrong conclusion. I'll be there soon. Not long after, Fujiya walked through the door. He stepped into the living room and found grandmother sitting there, her face carved from stone. His jaw tightened. Fujiya shrugged off his coat, but before he could sink onto the sofa, his grandmother's voice cut across the room. Grandma. Stand up. So you finally remembered to come home. He stopped mid-step. Did you need something? Fujiya, you and Chichi aren't even divorced yet, and you let that woman walk all over her. Huh? Is that how you treat your wife? Grandma didn't hold back, her voice sharp with anger. And it's not just Chichi. I think she and her mother want to walk all over me, too. Fujiya frowned. When he left the hospital this morning, Bayushi had been too weak to leave her bed. He'd given her a car just compensation for the bad wound from Zeo last time. How had she ended up crossing paths with Grandma? Grandma, I'm sorry. I'll handle it. Grandma was never this harsh with him. Something must have happened today. You better handle it properly. If it happens again, don't blame an old lady for putting her in her place. She folded her arms, her face dark. He soothed her for a while, then turned, letting his expression harden. Upstairs, Ichichi sat by the window, staring blankly outside. Fujiya walked in and closed the window. Don't sit in the draft. It's cold out. She didn't answer. She hated sunset. It felt like everything was being swallowed by darkness, and a wave of sadness would wash over her for no reason. Which mall did you go to today? She glanced up at him. The one near him mall. Fujiya hummed and left for his study. He made a call. Within 2 minutes, someone sent him the store surveillance footage. As he watched, his brows drew tight. In the video, Bayuji was aggressive. He saw every word she spat at Ichichi. A flicker of anger rose in his chest. So this was how Bayuji treated Ichichi. They weren't even divorced yet, and she was acting like he didn't matter at all. His phone vibrated. Bayuji. Perfect timing. Hello? Jie, are you coming to see me tonight? Mom went home. I'm all alone in the hospital, and I'm a little scared. Her voice was syrupy sweet. She had no idea he'd already seen what happened. You were well enough to go shopping. Looks like you're almost recovered. If you're scared, go home and stay there. Fujia's tone was ice cold. Bayuji knew immediately he was angry. Jie, it's not what you think. Let me explain. She started crying, her voice trembling with hurt. Today I was just going to buy some clothes with Mom. I didn't expect to run into Chichi and Grandma. I'm sorry, Zai. I was just so jealous. I'm jealous that Grandma and Grandfather like Chichi so much. I kept thinking, if they liked me a little more, it wouldn't be so hard for you. I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it in and said some ugly things. But Jie, I love you too much. I'm so afraid I won't get to be with you. Sobs drifted through the phone. When a woman poured out her love like that, tears and all, it was hard to stay unmoved. Fujia's brow didn't relax. He tapped his fingers on the desk. Stop crying, Bayuji. You did something wrong. I won't be visiting you for the next few days. And from now on, don't let it happen again. Still, he didn't push further. He owed her. Bayuji sniffled. Okay, Zai. I won't do it again. Don't be mad at me. I'll change. Jie, I regret it so much. If I hadn't gone abroad back then, we'd be together now. No use dwelling on the past. I'll handle it. Okay, good. Get some rest, Zai. Fujia hung up and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Across town, Bayushi sat up in her hospital bed and wiped her tears. 星号humph, Ichichi. Even if you tattooed, so what? Fujia still can't bring himself to blame me. 星号 she ran her fingers over the ugly scar on her abdomen and smiled smugly. As long as this scar was here, Fujia would never abandon her. Fujia sat in the dark for a long time, the only light the blue glow of his computer screen. Then Ichichi knocked on the door. He looked up. She stood in the doorway. Come downstairs for dinner. She turned and walked away. Fujia stood and quickened his pace, catching her arm. I'm sorry, Shishi. I know it wasn't you who told. Ichichi tried to pull her hand free. He wouldn't let go. She looked up at him. Don't bother, Fujia. I don't need your apology. She was used to it. Used to his accusations and suspicion. It always seemed like he assumed she was the one at fault first. It only proved that, in his heart, she was never worth trusting. Fujia had never trusted her. Seeing her stare down, refusing to meet his eyes, he tightened his grip. He'd already apologized. What more did she want? Let go. Grandfather and Grandma are waiting. She was too tired to care anymore. Let him think whatever he wanted. He held her gaze for a long moment, then released her. They went downstairs together. At the dinner table, Grandma's expression was still sour. Grandfather must have heard everything, too. He sat there, stone-faced and silent. Ichichi forced a smile, putting on a brave front to cheer up the old couple. Chichi, dear, eat more of the ribs you like. I had Aunt Yun simmer them for a long time. They're delicious. Inside, she was exhausted, but she pretended everything was fine. She remembered the orphanage, the years after she was adopted. Ichichi had always tried so hard to please everyone. Deep down, she always believed her parents left her because she was a burden. If she did everything right, never caused any trouble, maybe she wouldn't be abandoned again. But with Fujie, she tried so hard. She lowered her head, put a rib in her mouth, and forced down a bite of rice. Finally, the act crumbled. She couldn't keep it up anymore. Fujie noticed she hadn't eaten much. He peeled a shrimp and dropped it into her bowl. Eat more. I'll peel some more for you. Ichichi paused, then put the shrimp in her mouth. After dinner, she wanted to take a walk in the yard, so she didn't go upstairs. The front garden of the old mansion was full of flower beds, but it was late autumn, not many blooms left. The ginkgo leaves had all fallen. People said autumn was too bleak, always making you sad. Ichichi used to love autumn. So why was she always sad this year? She held Zeo Zeo in her arms. The three-story villa glowed with bright lights. She sat down on a bench and stared into space. 6 years. She'd been in the Fu family for 6 years. Those early days had felt like a prison with no light until Fujie let a ray of sunshine in. But now that light was about to disappear. She pulled her knees up and wrapped her arms around herself. Zeo Zeo settled obediently in her lap, as if finding her embrace comfortable. His eyes drooped, like he was about to fall asleep. She was lost in thought, completely unaware of the footsteps behind her until a warm coat settled over her shoulder. It's freezing out here. Why don't you go back inside? Fujie's voice cut through the chill, tight with impatience. Ichichi didn't look at him. She kept her eyes locked on Zeo Zeo, who was wandering the yard. I'm fine. He just needed to stretch his legs. He dropped onto the stone bench behind her and reached out, ruffling her hair. Stretch his legs. He hasn't moved an inch. She stayed quiet. Instead, she started to slip off the jacket he draped over her shoulders. His hand caught her small, pale, ice cold. Lately, she'd been pulling away, little by little. Keep it on. You'll get sick. Silence stretched between them. Despite everything, Ichichi's chest tightened, that ache you get when the person you love is right there, quiet and close. Her throat went raw. Fujie, can I ask you something? Yeah. Back then, why did you let Bayuji go abroad? If you liked her that much. Every word scraped its way out of her. Fujie's brow furrowed. Like her. Maybe a little. He'd known Bayushi when he was young, right around the time he took over the Fu Corporation. His grandfather had purged the company, and one of the ousted shareholders held a grudge. The man sent a dozen men after him, cornered him in an alley. Fujie rounded a corner and nearly collided with Bayuchi. Afraid they'd hurt her, he grabbed her hand and they ran. The alley dead-ended. The man came at them swinging clubs. He took the worst of it and blacked out. Just before his vision went dark, he saw Bayushi dragged by the hair, a knife sinking into her stomach. Security got them to a hospital. The attackers went to prison. When he woke, he went straight to her room. 16 years old, fragile, thin. The doctor said she'd never be able to have children. She sobbed, shattered. Fujie stood outside, listening to her cry, drowning in guilt. After she healed, Bayuchi asked if he would marry her. She was terrified no one else would want her. He said yes. It wasn't love. It was guilt. Obligation. He hated owing anyone. Fujie didn't answer for a long time. Ichichi turned to face him, her clear eyes clouded. At the time, Bayuchi wanted to chase her dreams. Grandfather made things hard for her here. I thought sending her abroad was the best option. Ichichi didn't understand. But if you love someone, don't you fight to stay together? What if you miss them from so far away? She was asking him, but really, she was asking herself. 星号 Fujie, if one day thousands of miles separate us, what will I do when I miss you, 星号? 星号 and will you miss me at all, 星号? He looked down at her, bundled in his suit jacket. Her small face flushed from the wind, nose pink. But her eyes were so clear like glass in the dark. When you love someone, you just want them to be happy. You don't have to be together. He said it like it was obvious, like she was some silly girl overthinking things. Besides, in all those years, he rarely thought about Bayuji at all. Come on. Let's head back. He pulled the jacket tighter around her, took Zio's hand, and reached for her other hand still as cold. They walked slowly back to the old residence. Yichichi let him hold her hand, his words looping in her head. 星号 when you love someone, all you want is for them to be okay, 星号. So, Fuji, if you're okay, is that enough for me? Back in their room, they left Zio downstairs. She grabbed her pajamas and headed for the bathroom. The cold had seeped into her bones. The moment she stepped into the heated room, she felt just how deep the chill went. She lowered her pale body into the hot water and let out a long breath. Then, on impulse, she ducked her head under. The heat wrapped around her like a cocoon, safe and warm. She stayed under, letting the water hold her. Lately she'd learned what it meant to be powerless. You can't force love. And when someone has lived inside your heart for years, how long does it take to forget? Her lungs began to burn. She lifted her head out of the water with a gasp. Water streamed down her face, so if she'd been crying, no one could tell. A few minutes later, she dressed and stepped out. Fujiya glanced up. Dry your hair. Then he walked into the bathroom. She picked up the hairdryer, obedient. Her hair fell past her waist. She thought about cutting it. She hated drying it except when he was home to do it for her. But that wasn't going to happen anymore. When she finished, she crawled under the covers, still awake. Fujiya came out and slid into bed. Out of habit, he reached for her small body. He touched her hair dry. Good. They used the same body wash. The scent clung to both of them, tangled together, intimate. Jie, will you ever hold someone else like this at night? The words slipped out before she could stop them. He hesitated. Don't overthink it. Sleep. He didn't know. He'd never considered it. If he married Bayuji, would he want to hold her like this? But for years, it had only ever been Ichichi. The first 2 years of their marriage, he just held her at night, like she was a little girl. Until the night she turned 20. She trembled with fear, but she kissed him back earnestly, yielded to him like a kitten. The memory sent heat through him. He sighed, got up, and took another shower. On Friday, a message from Jiangyu surprised her. They hadn't talked much lately. Their conversations usually circled around her paintings. This one was different. Xinghao Shishi, the illustrator you like Zhou Qinghai is having an exhibition at Shui Engine Gallery. I saved you a ticket for Friday. Come by, Xinghao. Zhou Qinghai's work was vibrant, explosive with color like he'd gathered every beautiful shade in the world and thrown it onto a single canvas. Yichichi's own style was restrained, introverted. She secretly yearned for that kind of bold, riotous color. She hadn't seen any new pieces from him in a year. He must have been preparing for this show. She replied immediately. Xinghao thanks, Jiangyu. I'll be there, Xinghao. Xinghao good. Call me when you arrive, I'll meet you at the entrance, Xinghao. Friday morning, Yichichi got up early. The autumn air had a real bite. She wore a short fur-collared jacket, a plaid skirt, and white knee-high socks. She looked like a fresh college grad. Fujiya had already left for work. She said goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma and left the old residence. As she stepped outside, a cold gust whipped past her. Fujiya's words echoed in her mind. Xinghao, when you love someone, you just want them to be happy. Xinghao, she shook it off. Today wasn't about him. Shui Engine Gallery sat near Yanghu Lake, not far from the old residence along low white building with a wide staircase sweeping up to the entrance. On either side, red maples had shed their leaves across the stone steps like embers falling across stone. Yi-Chi-Chi stepped out of the car. Thanks, Uncle Lu. She started up the stairs alone. A ticket check waited at the top. She pulled out her phone and called Jiang-Yu. He appeared almost immediately. She'd never seen him in a white suit before. He looked sharp, polished, like he'd walked straight out of a magazine spread. Shishi, sorry about that. I got tied up saying hello to some people. Don't worry about it. I just got here. Come on. They walked in together. The gallery was massive, 3 floors of open space. She'd been here twice before. The ground floor lobby always featured the permanent collection, the famous works, the pieces that drew the crowds. But this time, the moment she stepped inside, she stopped dead. Several of her own paintings hung dead center on the main wall. Jiang-Yu followed her gaze and let a small smile slip. Your work's more popular than you think. Really? Thank you, Jiang-Yu. Her heart lifted before she could stop it. A shallow dimple tucked itself into the corner of her mouth. Jiang-Yu caught himself staring. He wondered more than once how someone who looked so unassuming could turn that radiant in a single smile bright enough to pull every glance in the room straight toward her. Zhou Qinghe's exhibition is on the 2nd floor, he said. Let's go. If the ground floor was all restraint and quiet reverence, the 2nd floor was a different universe entirely. Zhou Qinghe's work lined every wall. White backdrops, explosive color, each piece hit like a shockwave. From the first glance, Yi-Chi-Chi was gone, pulled under. His illustrations had always been whimsical and lavish, and this series, Xinghao Dreamwalking in the Ancient City Xinghao, was no exception. Classical old buildings bent and twisted, spatial logic folding into layer after layer of color until the whole thing shimmered like a fever dream. Every time she saw his work, she found herself asking the same question, what kind of untethered mind painted like this? She moved from piece to piece, drinking in every detail, barely breathing. Jiang-Yu waited a step behind her, patient. He watched the way her face tilted upward, her focus absolute, her lashes catching the warm gallery light. She tucked her hair behind one ear, and the curve of her neck looked like something out of a painting itself. The room was full but hushed, nothing but the soft murmur of admiration here and there. Yi-Chi-Chi loved this. The feeling of dissolving into another world entirely. A long while passed before she finished an entire wall. She turned, caught Jiang-Yu watching her with a faint smile, and felt heat rise to her cheeks. Sorry. I got a little lost in it. Don't apologize. Take your time. Zhou Qinghe has 24 pieces total, we're barely halfway. The gallery's interior doorways curved like tunnels carved into rock. You had to round each corner to see what waited beyond. By the time she'd seen everything, noon had come and gone. Jiang-Yu led her back toward the stairs. The staircase railing was glass. She'd taken exactly 2 steps down. And froze. On the ground floor, standing directly in front of her paintings, were 2 people. She knew them instantly. Fujie and Bayuji. Her eyes locked onto them. Her hands curled into fists at her sides. She loved painting. Loved exhibitions. But Fujie had never once come with her. Not once. And there he was. With her. Bayuji held his hand, her body half leaning against his arm. Before this, whenever Yi-Chi-Chi had seen them together, she told herself the same lie. Bayuji was only acting close to Fujie to get under her skin. But right now, they hadn't even noticed her. This was what they looked like when she wasn't around. A real couple, at an exhibition. Hands clasped. Warm. Intimate. Jiang-Yu saw it too. His brow tightened, something cold flickering behind his eyes. Arm in arm, they started up the stairs. Yi-Chi-Chi stumbled 2 steps back, then turned and fled toward the restroom. Cold water splashed against her face. In the mirror, her lashes trembled. Her chest felt colder than her skin. She was a joke. A pathetic, humiliating joke. Bayuji's cruelty stung, sure, but seeing them like that, so easy, so natural, shattered something deeper. She pressed her palms against the sink and rubbed at her reddening eyes. She would not cry. She stayed in that restroom for a long, long time. When she finally came out, Jiang-yu stood waiting, concern written all over his face. He didn't ask. He'd seen Fujie at the restaurant before, he didn't need to ask. Instead, he offered her that same gentle smile and said simply, "They went inside. Let me take you to lunch." Yi Chi-chi nodded. She was exhausted. All she wanted was someone to help her get out of here. Inside the exhibition hall, Fujie pulled his arm free from Bayuji's grip. He'd only come today because Bayuji had mentioned seeing Yi Chi-chi's work on display. The moment he'd stepped inside, he'd spotted her paintings on the wall, scenes from the Fu estate, every one of them beautiful. He'd been so absorbed he hadn't even registered Bayuji clinging to his arm. And a moment ago, on the stairs, he could have sworn he'd caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. He frowned. Imagined it, probably. Jiang-yu took Yi Chi-chi to his family's restaurant. The whole space was done in inkwash style, the menu leaning toward Jiangnan flavors, light, delicate, clean. They sat by a window set into a carved frame that gave the whole scene an old-world charm. Yi Chi-chi barely noticed any of it. She sat there in a daze until the server set dishes on the table, and only then did she snap back. She looked at Jiang-yu, embarrassed, and forced a small smile. "Sorry. I didn't mean to make you worry." He shook his head. "You don't need to apologize. If you don't want to talk about it, don't. I just thought sometimes it helps. There's nothing to hide. We're getting a divorce. That woman you saw with him, she's the one he loves." She laughed, but the song tasted like ash. "I'm sorry," Jiang-yu said quietly. He set a small bowl of chicken congee beside her hand. "Don't be. This was the deal when Fujie and I got married. I always knew exactly what I signed up for. And that didn't feel stupid. Knowing he loved someone else and still saying yes. Because Her voice strained thin. "I loved him too much to say no." The words came out raw, helpless. Loving Fujie had never been a choice. She dropped her head and drank the congee, hiding her eyes. Jiang-yu studied the girl across from him, clearly shattered, still pretending to be strong. And Fujie had chosen someone else. At the restaurant that night, he seemed so concerned. Jiang-yu filed the thought away, still puzzling. "For now," he said, "just eat. This is my family's place, tell me if you like it." "Yeah." A real, if tired, smile flickered to laugh. "It's good." After the meal, Jiang-yu drove her back to the old residence. Maybe it was the emotional exhaustion. Maybe it was just too much. But somewhere along the way, Yi Chi-chi fell asleep in the passenger seat. She didn't stir when the car stopped. Jiang-yu looked at her, sleeping. Long lashes resting softly against her cheeks. Breathing slow and even. Fujie had no idea what he was throwing away. She must have sensed the stillness, because her eyes fluttered open. She blinked, then straightened, rubbing her face. "Sorry. I fell asleep." Jiang-yu laughed softly. He reached across and smoothed a stray strand of hair from her cheek. "You know, you said sorry to me way too many times today." She flinched, barely perceptible, but there. He turned, pulled a beautifully wrapped box from the back seat, and handed it to her. "A gift. Your birthday's coming up, isn't it?" Yi Chi-chi hesitated, caught off guard. It was close, she just hadn't expected him to remember. She held the box against her chest, her voice quiet. "Thank you. The exhibition was wonderful. I really loved it. And thank you for this, too." She said goodbye and walked inside. The gift went onto the table. She didn't have the energy to open it now. Her phone lay beside it. Before she could think better of it, she wanted to call Fujie. She wanted to ask what he was doing. Probably eating with Bayushi. Her pale fingers wrapped around the phone. Just this once, she let herself be impulsive. She dialed. Held her breath. Hello? What is it? That voice. Her heart ceased. A long silence stretched before she managed to speak. Sai, are you busy? A pause. No. I'm out. Should we get shrimp? What else do you want? Bayuji's voice cut through the line before Ichichi could get out a single word. It's nothing. You're busy. She hung up like she was fleeing a fire. Xinhao, you deserve that, Ichichi. You knew they were together. You walked right into it, Xinhao. Across town, Fujie stared at his phone, his expression unreadable. Order whatever you want. I'm not eating. Something came up at the office. He walked out of the restaurant, leaving Bayuji glaring daggers at his back. She'd seen the name on his screen. Ichichi. That girl was nothing but a nuisance. Fujie slid into his car and dialed his assistant. He's by painting number 16 from Zhou Qinghe's Shui Enjian exhibition. He remembered Ichichi loved that artist's work. And her birthday was in 4 days. That night, Fujie didn't get home until after 10. Ichichi had just stepped out of the shower. Remembering the call she'd made that afternoon, he shrugged off his suit jacket and asked, what was going on earlier? Ichichi shook her head and took the jacket from him, setting it aside. Nothing. I just felt like calling you. He didn't press. Sliding an arm around her waist, he dipped his head toward her. Your birthday's coming up. How do you want to celebrate? Just a quiet dinner here, with Grandma and Grandpa. She felt stiff with his hand around her waist, especially after seeing how close he'd been with Bayushi today. Back when Fujie still treated her like a kid, he'd pull her onto his lap and hold her just like this. But now, everything was different. She eased back a little and met his eyes. Let me help with your tie, she said, the excuse thin. She reached up and started working on the knot, her head tilted, focused. Fujie let her do it, watching her. A few damp strands of hair clung to her temple, her face still flushed from the shower, carrying the sweet scent of fruit. Her pajama top sat a little low, and as she moved, a hint of pale skin showed. For some reason, he felt like he should say something. At lunch today, I took Bayuji to eat, but something came up and I had to go back to the office early. Ichichi's hands paused. Why was he explaining? Even if they hadn't finished the meal together, they'd still been that close at the gallery. Okay. You don't have to tell me. His arm tightened around her. He spoke close to her ear. She. Are you mad? She forced a smile and looked up at him. The light caught her eyes, making them glisten like glass. I'm not mad. It's good that you spent time with her. She learned how to say things she didn't mean with a straight face. The two people in those photos so in love, so perfect. Anyone would think they were a devoted couple. Even Ichichi had almost believed it. There. Go shower now. She slipped out of his arms and set the undone tie aside. Fujie's brow furrowed, his voice turning cold. Good. That's how you want it. He turned and walked into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water running, Ichichi pressed her hand over her eyes. Fujie's tenderness was intoxicating and it hurt. October 11th. Ichichi's birthday. She woke to Muya's call. Fujie had taken the day off to stay home with her. His hand rested on her waist, still asleep. Not wanting to disturb him, she grabbed the phone to step out, but he pulled her back under the covers. Take it here. It's cold out there, he murmured, voice rough with sleep. The line connected, and Muya's cheerful voice rang out. Happy birthday, baby Chichi. Ichichi laughed. Why are you calling so early? Oh, sorry, Chi-Chi, I forgot. It's noon where I am. Muyo sniffled dramatically. But I'm flying back today. Should board soon. I won't make it for your birthday, but I promise I'll make it up to you when I'm back. A boarding announcement crackled through the speaker. Chi-Chi shook her head, frowned. Fine. But when you're back, you have to spend some real time with me. And travel safe, don't get yourself lost. Only around Muyo did she still feel like a 22-year-old girl. Love you. Gotta go security line. Okay. When she hung up, Fujiya was already awake, a smile tugging at his lips as he watched her. Sorry, Jia, did I wake you? It's fine. Time to get up anyway. He reached over and ruffled her hair. So, birthday girl. What do you want to do today? Her heart skipped. Fujiya in the morning wasn't as cold as usual, a little softer, especially when he spoke to her like that. She could feel her pulse racing and was afraid he'd hear it. Her cheeks flushed. First, we have breakfast with Grandma and Grandpa. Then she hesitated. After that, could you take me to an amusement park? She said it nervously. She'd never asked him for anything before. She always thought he was too busy, and she hated being a burden. But after seeing him go to the gallery with Bayuchi, she wanted to try. Maybe before the divorce, she could make a few good memories with him too. A birthday gift to herself. Hope shone on her delicate face. Her breath quickened, making the tip of her nose twitch. Fujiya touched her cheek. All right. We'll go after breakfast. Okay. She nodded hard, her whole face lighting up, and scrambled out of bed. Standing on tiptoe, she rifled through the closet, wondering what to wear to a theme park. She'd never been to one. In the orphanage, she'd never had the chance. After she was adopted, it was even less likely. But the thought of going made her genuinely happy. She laid out a few outfits on the bed, tilting her head, debating. Fujiya watched her, smiling despite himself, then went into the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, Ichichi was wearing a pale yellow sweater with a cream-colored vest over it, light blue jeans, and white sneakers. Young and lively. Zai, is this okay? He nodded. It's fine. His wife looked more than fine. She was beautiful. Good. I've never been to an amusement park before, so I wasn't sure what's appropriate. She smoothed her clothes, mumbling to herself. For some reason, Fujiya felt a pang of something. In that instant, he wanted to take her and do everything she'd ever dreamed of. To hold her in the palm of his hand. He shook the thought away. Go get ready, or we'll be late. Okay. When they came downstairs, their grandparents were already at the table. Fujiya wore a cream-colored sweater, a rare break from his usual suits. Ichichi stared. He looked devastatingly handsome. That flawless face, those sharp features, the quiet elegance of him, it was impossible not to feel something. Grandma glanced between them and smiled slyly. Chi-Chi, are you two going out? Yes. Gia's taking me to the amusement park. We'll be back for dinner, Grandma. Take your time, dear. I'll have and you make you a feast tonight. And a fruit cake, just how you like it, for our little birthday girl. Grandpa chimed in. And I've got a gift for the birthday girl. You'll get it tonight. Ichichi beamed, her tiny dimples showing. After breakfast, Fujiya took her hand and led her out. Watching her bounce like a kid on a field trip, he caught some of her mood and smiled a little himself. Grandma nudged her husband. Oh man, you see this? There's no way Gia doesn't like her. Grandpa snorted. I think he doesn't even know what like means. The kid's a clueless fool. The car pulled into the amusement park, and Ichichi's eyes lit up. Thankfully it wasn't a weekend, so the crowd was light, barely a dozen people in line at the ticket gate. Fujiya tucked her to the back of the queue. A few girls in the next line, clearly college students, kept sneaking glances their way. Wow, he's so hot. And she's gorgeous. I can't. They're too perfect together. Someone get me oxygen. If I snap a picture, I'd go viral for sure. Their not so quiet whispers reached Ichichi's ears. Her cheeks flushed, and she inched a little closer to Fujiya, feeling shy. Fujiya's face stayed cool, but he rested his hand on her shoulder and pulled her closer against his side. The girls let out another round of harsh squeals. They got to the front of the line in no time and walked into the park. Fujiya looked down at Ichichi, who was staring at everything with wide eyes. What do you want to ride first? She honestly had no idea what would be fun. Oh, the carousel. She'd seen them on TV. They looked so pretty. Fujiya glanced at the map and led her toward the carousel. Ichichi looked at their interlaced fingers and felt completely safe. Nothing seemed too hard for Fujiya. Thinking back to what those girls had said, she bit her lip. Did she and Fujiya really look like a real couple to other people? The park buzzed with energy, and as they walked, they reached the ride before she knew it. Climbing onto the carousel, she still couldn't quite believe it. A real fairy tale carousel. It was even more beautiful than she'd imagined. Fujiya stood outside taking pictures. Every time she circled around, his phone was ready, his expression serious and focused. And whenever she couldn't see him, she found herself already looking forward to the next pass. It was addictive. Strangers smiled warmly at the handsome guy and the pretty girl who looked like a young couple. Ichichi felt her heart racing so fast she could barely contain it. After the carousel, their next stop was the pirate adventure. The pirate ship swept them into a cave. It was dim inside, waterfalls cascading on either side, the roar of rushing water filling the air. The ship plunged to the bottom and then floated back up to the surface. Massive sandy screens appeared around every turn, showing stunning sunrises and storm-tossed seas so vivid they took her breath away. Couples around them clung to each other. A few were even kissing in the shadows. Ichichi was afraid of water and the dark. She gripped Fujiya's sleeve with her small hand. He didn't say a word, just pulled her into his arms. She pressed her ear against his chest, his sweater soft and fuzzy, radiating warmth. Safe. Her fear melted away. She wished this moment could stretch on forever. Or pause right here. They hit a few more rides, and when they finally tired out, they found a bench. Tired. Fujiya noticed a stray strand of hair and tucked it behind her ear. Ichichi shook her head. Her face glowed in a way he'd never seen, eyes crinkled with laughter, dimples on full display. A little kid walked by with an ice cream cone, and Ichichi's eyes locked on it. A bunny shape. It looked delicious. Fujiya saw the longing and pinched her nose. Want one? Yes. She let herself indulge, just for today. 6 years ago today, she met Fujiya. Ever since she'd come to the Fu family, she treated this day as her birthday. She deserved to be a little selfish, just this once. Fujiya stood. Wait here. I'll grab it. The ice cream stand had a decent line. Fujiya stood among the crowd, ramrod straight like a pine tree. Ichichi thought that someone so striking would stand out anywhere. She watched him, dazed. Aside from the whole Bayuji mess, Fujiya was really good to her. He didn't like crowds, but he'd come to the amusement park with her anyway. He even waited in line for ice cream. She was so lost in thought she didn't notice him return until the bunny-shaped treat appeared right in front of her face. The rich, creamy scent hit her nose. She took it and bit off one tiny ear. Best ice cream she'd ever had. That's cold enough. You had plenty. She'd only eaten half the bunny's head when Fujiya reached over, plucked the ice cream from her hand, and started eating it himself. Hey, Ichichi began, then stopped. Whatever. Let him have it. They grabbed lunch at one of the park restaurants and wandered around a while. By evening, Ichichi was clutching two balloons, a bear and a bunny. She thought they looked a lot like her and Fujiya. Their final stop was the haunted house. Even before they went inside, they could hear people screaming. Ichichi looked nervous, scared, but still curious. Fujiya pulled her through the entrance. If they didn't do it now, she'd just regret it once they were home. With Fujiya holding her hand the whole way, she burrowed into his chest at every jump scare. She made it through, but when they came out, her face was bright red. It had been so dark in there she basically wrapped herself around his waist, gripping him tight more than once. Alright. Fun's over for today. Time to head home for dinner. Fujiya had always written off amusement parks as kid stuff. But honestly, this was his first time and it was way more fun than he expected. They walked toward the exit, the setting sun behind them. Hand in hand, they were bathed in a soft golden glow, picture perfect. His phone buzzed. Fujiya answered. Ai, it's up. Where are you? I just got hit by a car. My leg, it hurts so much. His calm expression shifted, a flicker of worry crossing his face. Where are you? Did you get to a hospital? No. It's too remote. The driver took off. I'm terrified. Ai, can you come pick me up? His face cooled. He glanced at Ichichi standing beside him, his expression conflicted. Stay put. I'm on my way. He hung up, a twinge of guilt settling in his chest. A hit and run could be serious. He had to check on her. Chichi, I'll have Hizei take you home. Bayushi was in a car accident. I have to go. Ichichi froze. The smile vanished from her face. Will you be back tonight? She asked, her voice hesitant, even though she already knew the answer. He promised to spend her birthday evening with her. I don't know about tonight. Grandpa and Grandma will be there for you. I'm leaving now. He turned and strode away. She watched his back disappear, frozen in place. All the joy she felt that day drained out of her. Tears stung her eyes. Fujiya, you promised. Every single time Bayuji needed him, she was the one left behind. She couldn't even have one perfect day. Then she felt foolish. He was rushing off because of a car accident. And here she was, obsessing over a birthday. Ichichi, when did you get this selfish? But it still hurt. God, it hurt. She fought back the tears and walked to the park entrance. The sun had set, the wind biting cold. She crouched down by the gate, clutching her balloons like a little bunny who'd lost her favorite carrot. Her heart was shattering piece by piece. Even breathing hurt. A few feet behind her, a fully costumed clown stared at her with a dark, unsettling gaze. His painted red lips curved into a chilling smile. Ichichi knew Hizei was the one who'd found Zeo last time. She slid into the car beside him. Sorry for the trouble, Hizei. Not at all, MRS fool. And, thank you again. For finding Zeo. Hizei smiled. Actually, the CEO found him himself. It was pouring rain. He ran through the entire complex with us. The frantic, desperate look on the CEO's face that day, it had to be because of her. Ichichi said nothing. She stared out the window. 星号 why, Fujiya, 星号. 星号 why do you always do this, let me down, then give me hope, 星号. The car pulled up to the old residence. As Ichichi stepped out, Hizei dialed Fujiya. Hello, CEO. MRS, Fu is home now. She's fine. Just a little down. He added that last part on his own. Ichichi walked slowly into the courtyard. At the front door, she stopped, took 2 deep breaths, slapped her cheeks lightly, and forced a smile. The kitchen was alive with noise, the table already piled high with dishes. One glance told her they were all her favorites. 3 people were crowded inside, Grandpa, Grandma, and Aunt Yun. And Grandpa was actually gripping the spatula, clumsily flipping sweet and sour ribs in the wok. Grandma and Aunt Yun hovered like they were defusing a bomb. Yi Chi-Chi's eyes stung. She stood in the doorway and watched for a long moment. Xinghao, because of you, Fujiye, I have grandparents who love me like this, Xinghao. Xinghao, everything you've given me, the good outweighs the bad. The happy moments outnumber the sad ones, Xinghao. Xinghao, that's why I can never bring myself to live. To lose you, Xinghao. Grandma spotted her first. Hey, our birthday girl is back. Look, Grandpa insisted on cooking. Yi Chi-Chi smiled, set the balloons outside, and washed her hands at the sink. Let me take over, Grandpa. She took the spatula and flipped the ribs with practiced ease smoother than Grandpa could ever manage. Grandpa glanced behind her. Where's Jie? Don't see him. Her hand paused over the pan, then she forced another smile. Something urgent came up at the company. What could possibly be that urgent today? Yi Chi-Chi scooped the finished ribs onto a platter and nudged the fuming old man toward the dining room. Grandpa, Jie already spent the whole day with me. He just needs to handle a little business. Let's eat, I'm starving. The moment she said she was hungry, Grandpa relented. Fine, fine. Let's eat. At the table, Yi Chi-Chi kept the conversation on everything that had happened at the amusement park. Because if Fujiya hadn't left, today would have been the happiest day of her life. She described every little thing with excitement. Grandpa, I even had a rabbit-shaped ice cream. Jia waited in line to get it for me. It was really good. Humph, at least he has a conscience. Grandpa's mouth was harsh, but his face was all smiles. But by the time dinner was over and it was time for cake, Fujiya still hadn't returned. Grandpa's smile finally faded. Humph, Fujiya is going too far. When he gets home, I'm giving him a piece of my mind. Grandma tugged at Grandpa's sleeve, signaling him to drop it. Yi Chi-Chi lowered her head, pretending not to notice. Everyone was being so careful with her feelings. She should be happy. The candles were lit. She clasped her hands together and made a wish. Xinghao, I hope Grandpa and Grandma stay healthy, Xinghao. Xinghao, I hope Fujiye gets everything he wants, Xinghao. Xinghao, and I hope I can learn, sooner or later, to stop loving him, Xinghao. Meanwhile, Fujiya had found Bayuji. The place was remote. When he arrived, she was sitting by the roadside, tears streaming down her face. Ai, you came. Fujiya's expression stayed cold. He crouched down to examine her ankle. He made a call to pull the area's surveillance footage, then bent down and lifted her into his arms. Bayuji wrapped her arms around his neck, sobbing. I'm sorry, Ai. I was so scared, that's why I called. Are you still mad about last time? I'm sorry. Fujiya's brows were icy. The clean sweetness of her perfume filled his nose, but his mind kept drifting to the light, fruity scent of Yi Chi-Chi. He sat by Yuji in the back seat and spoke. I'm taking you to the hospital. Get it checked quickly. I need to get home early tonight. A flash of malice crossed Bayuji's eyes. Xinghao, humph, that little girl's birthday. I made sure he'd come to me, Xinghao. The doctor examined her. Fujiya leaned against the hospital wall, brow furrowed, radiating cold energy. He wanted to spend Yi Chi-Chi's birthday properly today. A flicker of irritation stirred in his chest. Bayuji's ankle wasn't serious, just a sprain. Fujiya settled her in and turned to leave. Ai, don't go. Bayuji's frail frame trembled as she cried. Stay with me, please. Don't you like me anymore? Have you fallen for Yi Chi-Chi? Fujiya stopped. He watched her cry but didn't move. When that car almost hit me today, I was so afraid. Afraid I'd die and never see you again. She covered her face and sobbed loudly. Fujiya sighed, walked back, and sat on the edge of the bed, handing her a tissue. I'm not leaving yet. Don't overthink it. Go to sleep. Bayuji grabbed his hand. Okay. I'll sleep. But don't go. Once her breathing steadied, Fujiya stood and left the room. Behind him, Bayuji's eyes snapped open, wide awake. Xinghao humph, Yichichi. I'll make sure you suffer, Xinghao. After coaxing Grandpa and Grandma to bed, Yichichi returned to her room. She looked at the two balloons at the foot of the bed, and her thoughts circled back to Fujiya. Was Bayuji's injury serious? Would Fujiya spend the whole night with her again? What should I do, Fujiya? Maybe I should just go far, far away. If I don't have to see you two together, it won't hurt this much. Her heart ached, but after the whole day at the amusement park, Yichichi was exhausted. She fell asleep. The door creaked open well past midnight. Fujiya walked in. He'd stopped by the company to pick up the painting he'd bought for her. All these years, he'd never missed her birthday. At first, it was because he felt sorry for what she'd been through as a child. Then Grandma and Grandpa grew fond of her, treated her like family, and he just kept the habit. The painting was large, covered in flowers, not the hibiscus she favored, but the artist was one of her favorites. He leaned it against the desk and looked at the figure in the bed. She hadn't even changed clothes. She was sleeping right on top of the covers. Not wanting to startle her, he whispered her name softly. Shishi. Get up and change. She was probably dead tired. She rolled over, murmured something, and didn't wake. Fujiya sighed, went to the closet for her pajamas, then gently pulled her up against his chest. He wrestled her into the pajamas with some difficulty, then went to the bathroom, wrung out a towel, and wiped her face. That finally woke her. Yichichi blinked up at him, half certain she was dreaming. Her eyes fluttered. She reached up and poked his straight nose. Why do you still feel warm in my dream? Her hand drifted to his lips. A pang of sadness hit her. Had Fujiya kissed Bayuji like this before? The thought made her angry. She pinched him. Fujiya, I hate you. She mumbled it, her eyes reddening as she stared at him for a moment, then closed them and sank back into sleep. Fujiya knew she was hurting. But he couldn't just turn his back on Bayuji. Morning sunlight spilled across the room, and Yichichi blinked awake. She sat up and saw it immediately, the painting. Her favorite. The only one Jochinha ever did that was nothing but flowers. Huge, reckless blooms in violent color, like life refusing to be ignored. Fujiya had given her this. So last night hadn't been a dream. He'd really come back. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Between the gift and his return, her mood had lifted more than she wanted to admit. But by noon, her phone buzzed. Xinghao want to know what's really between me and Fujiya. Let's talk, Xinghao. No mystery who it was. Bayuji. Yichichi's fingers flew over the screen. Xinghao, I don't want to know, Xinghao. She stopped. Stared at the half-typed message. Did she really not want to know? She had to be honest. Bayuji had her hooked. She wanted to understand why Fujiya was so hell-bent on marrying her. What she, Yichichi, had been missing all along. Xinghao where, Xinghao? The reply was instant. Bayuji sent a cafe address. Yichichi pocketed her phone. A bitter smile crossed her face. At the full estate, Bai's mother studied her daughter's expression. And did she take the bait? Of course. Fujiya is her weakness. Anything involving him, and she comes running. Smug satisfaction dripped from Bayuji's voice. God, Yichichi was so stupid. Grandfather won't let her divorce him. Fine. I'll just push her until she breaks. Yichichi freshened up, grabbed her bag, and headed out alone. She didn't call for a driver, just flagged a cab. At the cafe, she spotted Bayuji in a window seat. This was the first time they truly looked at each other, studying each other in the quiet. Bayuji wore a white faux fur coat. Her gaze raked over Ichichi without a shred of pretense. Fine. She admitted. Ichichi was stunning. When she left the capital 4 years ago, Ichichi had still been a girl, young, unpolished. Not yet this bold, radiant woman. The first time she'd seen her after coming back, jealousy had burned through her like poison. A girl abandoned at an orphanage. How had she gotten so lucky? That unfair beauty. The full family's affection. Fujia's protection. All of it should have been hers. The look in Bayuji's eyes made Ichichi's skin crawl. A server approached, but Ichichi shook her head. No order. She wasn't staying. She frowned and spoke first. What do you want to say? Just this. Don't get your hopes up, and don't waste your energy. You only make yourself look pathetic. Bayuji's tone was pure triumph, no trace of the fragile mask she usually wore. She looked at Ichichi like she was already beneath her. Ichichi swallowed her irritation, keeping her voice level. Then tell me. Why? Bayuji leaned back, lifting the hem of her shirt just enough. Her narrow eyes met Ichichi's, curving with satisfaction. The fabric parted, revealing pale skin and then a vicious, twisted scar across her stomach. Ichichi's gaze faltered. Her hands trembled beneath the table. She couldn't hide the shock. Regret slammed into her. Maybe she shouldn't have come. She hadn't prepared herself for a truth she couldn't handle. Bayuji drank in her reaction, savoring it. She traced the scar with one finger. Back then, someone came after Fujiya. I took the knife for him. If it had just been a wound, he wouldn't have had to marry me. Her eyes sharpened, boring into Ichichi's. Each word landed with deliberate weight. That knife took away my ability to have children. You understand now, don't you, Ichichi? Ichichi shook her head. Her ears rang. Bayuji because of Fujiya could never be a mother. It all clicked into place. That was why he had to marry her. Not just love. Guilt. Obligation. A cold wind tore through the gap in Ichichi's chest. The room fell silent around her. She knew then. She lost. Completely. Those two had been bound together for years. Life and death. A promise that couldn't be undone. Ichichi had let herself believe Fujiya cared for her, even a little. But what was that worth against this? Despair rose like a tide, tightening around her ribs, crushing the air from her lungs. Ichichi, do you really think Fujiya will ever walk away from me? She shook her head, a hollow, mechanical motion. I understand. She grabbed her bag and walked out. Behind her, Bayuji smiled. Triumphant. Cruel. TCH, Ichichi. Don't ever think you can compete with me. Ichichi couldn't remember leaving the cafe. She just walked, her mind a tangled mess, the street blurring past. The trees along the road had dropped all their leaves. Bare branches clawed at the gray sky like skeletal fingers. Cold and menacing. She wanted to cry. But the tears wouldn't come. She felt so stupid for overestimating herself. As if trying harder could ever have been enough. All that anger she felt about Fujiya's attention to Bayuji ridiculous. She had no idea what was going through his head. He probably thought she was just as pathetic and annoying as she felt. The early winter wind beat into her face, numbing her skin. Her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen. Muyo. She answered like grabbing a lifeline. Yo. Just 2 syllables, and the tears broke free. She wiped at them with her sleeve, but they wouldn't stop. Muyo heard the sob in her friend's voice, and whatever she'd been about to say died in her throat. Her tone shifted to alarm. She. What's wrong? Did someone hurt you? I messed up, Yo. I messed up so bad. The words came out fractured, barely holding together. She wasn't even sure what she was saying anymore. She just needed to cry to someone. Muya's panic spiked. She slapped the steering wheel with one hand and started the engine. Hey, it's okay. I'm here. Where are you? I'm coming to get you right now. Near M&M Mall. Stay put. I'll be there in 5. The call ended. Yichichi crouched on the sidewalk, hollowed out. Her whole body felt heavy, like she might collapse right there. When Muyo pulled up, she found a tiny, curled up shape by the curb. Red-rimmed eyes. A heartbroken little rabbit. She threw open the door and wrapped her arms around her. You idiot. It's freezing, why didn't you wait inside the mall? But the second she held her, the tears Yichichi had been fighting spilled over again. Muyo couldn't scold anymore. She guided her gently into the car. Talk to me, Shishi. You're scaring me. The heater hummed. Yichichi took a few shaky breaths, then let it pour out. The divorce. Seeing them at the gallery. Him leaving her birthday party. Bayuji hurt because of him. The more Muyo heard, the hotter her anger burned. She was ready to start swinging. You did nothing wrong, babe. Nothing. If those two are so in love, life and death, sacred promises, then Fujiya had no business touching you. She scoffed. They're both trash. Yichichi shook her head weakly. I agreed to everything. I had my own selfish reasons too. But you agreed to the divorce right away. They're the ones dragging it out. You want to know what I think? Fujiya doesn't actually want to let you go. He's trapped. Otherwise, why would Bayuji be so desperate to tell you all this? Muyo's voice sharpened. Because she's terrified he's falling for you for real. Yichichi blinked. A tear clinging to her lashes finally slipped free. Do you really think so? Muyo's heart clenched. Listen to me. Don't get stuck in your head over this. You spent your whole life with no one but Fujiya. You have no idea how big the world is or how many ridiculously hot guys are out there. She had to admit, men like Fujiya didn't exactly grow on trees. But that didn't mean there weren't other heart-stopping faces waiting to be found. She shifted the car into gear. Come on. We're celebrating your birthday today. That's actually why I called. I wanted to make it up to you. Where are we going? Muyo flashed a grin. Somewhere that'll make you actually smile. The car turned and pulled onto a street lined with bars, stopping at the very end of Nanfeng Street. The old brick building didn't match the other bars on the street. Above the door, a bright sign glowed. 星号 day off 星号. It was still early. The street lay quiet, an autumn wind scraping dry leaves across the pavement. A little lonely. But in a few hours, this block would be packed. Loud. Alive. Yichichi had always been the good girl. She'd never set foot in a bar in her life. Her stomach fluttered as Muyo pulled her by the hand. Muyo gave the bouncer a casual nod and tugged her through the half-open door. Inside, it was a completely different world. Music slammed through the speakers, heavy and raw. Colored lights cut across the room, dizzying in the dark. Bodies pressed together on the dance floor, swaying, hips rolling. Yichichi's fingers dug into Muyo's arm. Muyo turned and linked her elbow with hers. It's my brother's place. Relax. Day Off might look like any other bar on Nanfeng Street, but it was the one spot where nobody started trouble. The owner had connections. Everyone knew better. Muyo pulled her toward a corner booth, weaving through the crowd like she'd done it 1,000 times. The seating area was strangely pristine compared to the chaos around it. A muscular security guard stood posted at the edge, arms crossed. A server appeared almost instantly and set down drinks. Miss, anything else? No. Keep this section clear. And kill the music a little. The server nodded and disappeared. Yichichi turned to Muyo, confused. My brother keeps this booth for me. Nobody's gonna bother us. Muyo grinned. So, can you hold your liquor, Chichi? The whole place felt alien and electric. The noise around them pressed some of the weight off her chest. She thought about the fruit wine she used to finish in one sitting. I can drink. Good. 6 or 7 glasses set on the table, bright with color reds, greens, yellows. Some had fresh fruit layered on top. They looked beautiful. Muyo picked up a cocktail and handed it over. 3 bands of color, like a rainbow. Try this one. It's my favorite. Ichichi stared at the layers. It's so pretty. She took a sip. Her eyes narrowed. Her tongue buzzed sweet and sharp at the same time. Strange. But she already wanted more. Muyo laughed at her expression. Tonight, we drink and forget about that bastard. There's no problem a drink can fix. And if one doesn't work, you have another. So drinking could actually help her forget. Ichichi nodded and took a deep swallow. A stray drop slid down her chin, catching the flashing lights. Then forget. Forget Fujiya. Forget Bayuchi. Forget everything that hurt. They drank glass after glass. The world began to blur. Muyo leaned in close. Shishi, screw Fujiya. I'll introduce you to so many hot guys. You into older men? Or the younger, clingy type? Ichichi's words dragged, slow and heavy. The rims of her eyes were pink. I like guys like Fujiya. Muyo tapped her forehead. I said 星号 not 星号 Fujiya. But I've never liked anyone else. Only Fujiya. Her gaze had gone hazy, glassy. Her usually neat hair was slipping loose from its style. She pursed her lips and tilted her head, trying to think, but her head was so heavy. Nothing made sense. Good. Drinking was good. It made everything disappear. She reached for another glass and held it up to the light. So pretty. Yo, what kind of guy do you like? Me? Muyo slumped against her and thought for a second. I like someone mature. Handsome. Like that guy over there. Oh. Mature. Fujiya is mature. Fujiya is a big, bad wolf. He swallow you whole in one bite. They babbled on, the conversation circling nowhere, but they kept talking anyway. At the Fu residence, the black Maybach pulled into the courtyard. Fujiya stepped out. He checked downstairs. Then upstairs. No Ichichi. Past 7. Normally, if she was going to be out after dark, she called. Not today. A knot of unease tightened in his chest. He pulled out his phone and dialed. It rang a few times. Voicemail. He hung up and tried again. And again. No answer. His jaw locked. She'd been getting bold lately. Ignoring his calls. Deliberately. He phoned the driver. Where is my wife? She went out this afternoon, sir. She didn't request a car. Fujiya dialed Hizei. Check Ichichi's location. She's not answering. On the other end, Hizei didn't ask questions. Yes, sir. Fujiya pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose. A dull throb beat behind his eyes. Irritation burned hot in his chest. When she got back, he'd teach her exactly what a phone was for. Ichichi was innocent. Her phone was buried somewhere deep inside her bag, and the bar was way too loud to hear a tiny ringtone. She had no idea how much she'd drunk anymore. Her head felt like cement, but her body floated. Her thoughts drifted loose, just out of reach. She shook her head. Suddenly, there were 2 Muyas in front of her. She poked a clumsy finger toward one of them. Yo, why are there 2 of you? Muya tried to sit up straight. She stared at Ichichi, then burst out laughing. And your 2 chichis? Ha. They dissolved into giggles, collapsing against each other. A man in a hoodie passed their booth. Under the hood, his eyes slightly distorted, locked onto Ichichi sprawled across the sofa. A scar ran from the corner of his eye. The bodyguard shot him a hard glare. The man hurried off, a wart smile curving at his lips. It was the clown from the amusement park. Yi-Chi-Chi noticed nothing. She and Muyo could barely remember where they were. No, Yi-Chi-Chi mumbled, pushing herself up. I need to go home. Then something cracked open inside her. Her lashes fluttered, and tears spilled over big, wet drops rolling down her cheeks. Wait. There's no home. I don't have a home anymore. Muyo saw the tears and wrapped her in a clumsy hug. Don't cry, Shishi. You can come to my place. Yeah. My home is your home. It's okay. She patted Yi-Chi-Chi's back, unsteady. Then she fumbled for her phone, patting the sofa cushions until her fingers closed around it, wedged in the crack. Barely able to focus, she found her brother's number. Hey! Come get me. No, come get my best friend. Hurry. On the other end, the man listened to her slurred words and said. The only place she ever got this drunk was day off. He grabbed his jacket and headed out. He'd never been asked to pick up one of his sister's friends before. Across the city, Fujia's phone rang. Sir, Hisei said, your wife left the residence this afternoon. She met with Miss Bai at the MH cafe. Bai Yuji. Yes. After that, another young woman took her to a bar. I've sent you the address. Fine. The line went dead. Fujia stared at the address on his screen. His eyes narrowed. Xinhao Yi-Chi-Chi. You actually went to a bar, Xinhao. The black Maybach pulled up to the curb outside the bar. By now, the whole street was lit up, neon bleeding into the glow of street lamps. Men and women leaned in doorways, drinks in hand, smoke curling into the night air. Jiang Yu stepped out of the car and walked straight into his own place. No pause. No scan of the room. He headed directly to the back booth. The security team saw the boss coming and dropped their heads. President Jiang. He looked down at the booth. His sister, who barely ever came home, was completely wrecked. Slumped sideways, clinging to whoever was next to her like she'd fall apart if she let go. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. He reached down to peel her off her new best friend. Then he froze. The girl looked familiar. The crying girl turned around. Yi-Chi-Chi. The same woman he'd met just days ago. Jiang Yu was stunned. Of all the people his sister could be friends with, he never expected Yi-Chi-Chi. But it tracked. They both loved painting. Probably met at some studio. Still, why was she here? Drinking like this. Crying like her heart had been ripped out. He was still turning it over when Yi-Chi-Chi yanked at her hand, annoyed. He realized he was still holding her. Jiang Yu sank onto the seat beside her, frowning. Shishi. Yi-Chi-Chi. Nothing. The drunk girl was a soft, boneless mess, swaying toward him like she had no control left. Somewhere through the fog in her head, Yi-Chi-Chi heard her name. The voice was familiar. But her brain was stuffed with cotton. She couldn't place it. Tears still streaked her face. Her lashes were wet, her cheeks and the tip of her nose flushed red from the alcohol. She looked wrecked. Pitiful. And way too alluring for her own good. Jiang Yu leaned in. That's when he caught her lips moving, murmuring Fujia's name. He let out a short, sharp exhale. Irritation twisted in his chest for no reason he wanted to name. Even blackout drunk, she was still hung up on that worthless husband of hers. He turned and signaled. The music cut. The bar was cleared. He ordered someone to take Muyo home. 10 minutes. The place was empty. Silent. He brushed the messy hair back from Yi-Chi-Chi's face. Yi-Chi-Chi. I'll take you home. The girl who'd been sobbing a moment ago shook her head and pulled away. She reached for the bottle on the table. Jiang Yu pushed it further out of reach. Why won't you go home? I don't have a home anymore. The words came out slurred. She looked genuinely annoyed about that bottle. Then she swayed and collapsed back against the couch. Jiang Yu sighed. He lifted her into his arms and grabbed her little purse on the way out. The staff stared like they'd seen a ghost. Their boss, the same man who despised drunk people throwing themselves at him, was carrying a crumpled, wasted girl out of the bar. And his expression? Zero anger. Fujiya was livid by the time he pulled up to day off, the address burning in his hand. He scanned the chaotic bar street, and his face went darker. He stepped toward the entrance. A security guard blocked his path. Sorry, we're closed. Fujiya raised an eyebrow. A bar closed before 9. He'd never heard of it. He shot the guard a look cold enough to freeze fire. Didn't bother with words. He just reached out and smacked the man's blocking arm away. The guard winced and stumbled back. Fujiya walked in. No music. No crowd. Another few steps. He looked up. There was Jiangyu. And in Jiangyu's arms, slumped and defenseless Yichichi. Who else would it be? Rage roared through him. His face went to ice. Jiangyu met his gaze. The corner of his mouth twitched. Almost amused. Interesting. Fujiya closed the distance. President Jiang should return my wife to me. Now. Ever since he'd seen Yichichi getting out of Jiangyu's car, Fujiya had him investigated. So Jiangyu had underworld connections. And Yichichi actually believed he was just some gallery owner. He reached for her. Jiangyu let out a cold laugh, but didn't stop him. CEO Fu. Quite the operator. At the art exhibition, I assumed the other woman on your arm was your wife. You really know how to keep things interesting. Fujiya's eyes went black. That's none of your concern. He turned and walked out, Yichichi in his arms. The bar staff suddenly discovered urgent business elsewhere. Anywhere. Their boss had been holding someone else's wife. That was way too much information. Jiangyu acted like nothing had happened. He walked out, got in his car, and drove home. Fujiya stared down at the woman in his arms. The veins in his forehead were practically pulsing. This was a first. Ever since Yichichi came into the Fu family, she'd never been unreachable like this. Never gotten this drunk. And what pissed him off even more was Jiangyu. How could she let herself lie in another man's arms? Completely oblivious. Completely vulnerable. Completely someone else's to touch. He wanted to shake her awake right then and teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget. The art exhibition. That day. Yichichi had gone out and come back with a gift. Had it been? He forced the fuck down. Calm. He needed calm. He strapped Yichichi into the passenger seat and got behind the wheel. Leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. The drunk girl reeked of alcohol. She swayed and wrapped her arms around him. Fujiya's jaw tightened. He shoved her back against the seat. Hard. His angular face was stone. His dark eyes were terrifying, blank and cold. He clamped his hand around her thin wrist. Yichichi's brow furrowed. She squirmed, uncomfortable, but her strength was a kitten's. To Fujiya, it was nothing. He lowered her seat a few inches, then hit the gas. The engine roared. The car shot forward. People standing outside the bars cursed at the disappearing taillights. He didn't drive to the old residence. He took her to the Fu estate. When the servants saw the master storming in after days away, rage rolling off him in waves, they went dead silent. Fujiya laid the unconscious girl on the bed. He walked into the bathroom and turned on the hot water. When he came back out, the small figure was sitting up, clutching the blanket, crying. Silently. Like she didn't even have the strength to make a sound. He watched her. Something dark crept into his eyes. She screwed up. And she dared to cry like she was the one who'd been wronged. He stripped off her alcohol-soaked clothes and carried her into the bathroom. Her pale body sank into the hot water. Yichichi seemed to surface a little. She looked up at him through wet, fluttering lashes. Fujiya. Fujiya. She kept saying his name. Like she wouldn't stop until he answered. He answered. Cold. Clipped. Ichichi leaned over the edge of the tub. Her skin was porcelain. Her eyes were red-rimmed, a little rabbit's. She reached up and touched his face, that stupidly handsome face. Her damp fingers left trails of water on his skin. His sharp, cold features flickered with impatience. But he didn't pull away. Fujiya. I want chicken legs. He almost laughed. Almost. Instead, he grabbed her hand and scrubbed her down, and he wasn't gentle about it. His rougher hand dragged over her smooth, soft skin. Ichichi shivered. That small voice again. Do you know where Fujiya went? He doesn't want me anymore. His hands stopped. He looked at her. Her eyes were drowning in hurt. Tears balanced on the edge. How doesn't he want you? She thought about it. Or tried to. I don't know. I don't have a husband anymore. The word landed right in his chest. Husband. Ichichi almost never called him that. Only in bed, when he pushed too far, when she was desperate enough to beg. Ever since she asked for a divorce, Fujiya hadn't touched her. But the image of her in Jiangyu's arms was still burning behind his eyes. He snorted, cold and hard. She called his name while lying in another man's arms. Why was Jiangyu there? Ichichi struggled to remember who Jiangyu even was. Finally, she managed. Jiangyu is nice. 4 syllables. The leash on his anger snapped. His sanity went up in flames. He pressed his tongue against his back teeth, his face dark and dangerous as a storm rolling in. He pulled her out of the tub with a splash. Threw a white towel over her, wrapped her up like a child, and carried her out. Dropped her small body onto the bed. Ichichi was still dazed, still blinking through the fog, when his tall frame came down over her. His kiss was brutal. Fujiya's dark eyes locked on her, one look enough to steal her breath. He was erasing every place Jiangyu had touched. Ichichi struggled, but her hands were pinned. A harsh voice cut through the silence. Ichichi. Who is your husband? Fujiya. The answer spilled from her lips before she could stop it. It pleased him more than she knew. His suit jacket hit the floor. One hand gripped her waist, trapping her beneath him. Her damp hair spread across the white sheets, a dark river. Strands clung to her ears, tangled between their lips. Wrapped around her waist, every inch of her was an invitation he couldn't resist. She was his. The thought slowly cooled his temper. Heat burned through the cold night. Morning light flooded the bedroom. The woman in bed still slept. A long moment later, her brows twitched. Pain flickered across her face. Ichichi felt like needles were stabbing her skull. She pressed a hand to her forehead. Her eyes dropped to her wrist, and she went rigid. A ring of purple bruises circled her skin. She pushed back the covers, scattered marks covered her body. 4 years of marriage to Fujiya. She knew exactly what had happened. All the color drained from her face. She started shaking. What was this? Tears slid down her cheeks. For a second, the world went silent. She felt pathetic. Yesterday, she'd heard all about Fujiya and Bayuji's love story. And today, this. What did Fujiya think she was? Did he even feel guilty toward Bayuji? They were getting divorced. Fragments of last night came back blurry, painful. She forced herself upright. Every place he'd been rough ached. He'd been furious. The door swung open. Fujiya walked in. He looked at her and set down the medicine. Do it yourself. His face was blank. Ichichi met his eyes. A hollow ache spread through her chest, like a wind ripping through her heart. Did Fujiya even have a heart? Didn't he know this hurt? Her usually bright eyes were dull, lifeless. Why? She whispered. He leaned down, gripping her chin. Cold words dropped from his lips. Ichichi. You tell me why. Or do I need to remind you? She shook her head, tears splashing onto his hand. I went drinking with Mu Yao. I don't know why Jiang. His face darkened. His grip tightened. Don't mention him. You need to remember who your husband is. She stared at him, disbelief flooding her. Oh, she remembered. How could she forget? But not for much longer. Fujiya, we're about to get divorced. We're not divorced yet. Hope you remember that. He released her, turned, and headed for the door. As the door opened, he paused. At the gallery that day. You were with Jiang. Yes. You already judged me. Why even ask? A cold laugh. He laughed without another word. Yichichi hugged herself, nails biting into her palms. Fujiya, you always turn your back on me. I never get a choice, do I? You hate when another man touches me. You call it dirty. But what about you? She cried until there was nothing left, until she poured out every tear she'd ever have. After leaving, Fujiya called Bayuchi. What did you say to Yichichi yesterday? His voice was ice. Bayuchi hesitated. What's wrong? I didn't say anything. We just chatted. Bayuchi. I don't want to waste time investigating this myself. I only told her about the past. Are you angry? Fujiya frowned. Was the past really that important? Why would it upset her enough to go drinking? He'd never discussed it because he didn't consider it relevant. The outcome was always the same. He'd marry Bayuchi. To the young CEO, love was a luxury, insignificant against the duty he'd been raised to uphold. In his world, you didn't always get what you wanted. People accepted loss and moved on. He ended the call. Since neither of them had returned, grandfather called. Yichichi told him she'd been out late with friends. She added she'd be tied up at the studio and couldn't stay at the old residence. Grandfather didn't press. He just told her to take care. The medicine Fujiya left was still on the bed. She dragged herself into the shower. The marks were worse than she realized, a testament to his fury. Her fair skin bruised easily, every touch blooming red or purple. She set the medicine aside, unwilling to face any more reminders. She didn't know what to do. The house felt hollow. Yichichi never liked big houses. If she ever had a home, she wanted it small, just enough for a family of three. She walked to the studio. The hibiscus painting was gone, an empty frame on the easel. Sunlight flooded through the wall of windows. She remembered when he'd set up this studio. The sun had been just as warm then. Paints, brushes, easels, canvases all perfectly arranged. It made her believe Fujiya was good to her. So incredibly good. Like someone finally cared. Like a dream. Thinking of him now made her chest tighten. A soft ache spread, threads pulling at her heart until she couldn't breathe. She sat there all day, lost. The maid called her for dinner. She shook her head, pulling her knees tighter. Maybe it was time for a different life. Dreams always end. Fujiya came home earlier than usual. No one greeted him with warm soup. His brows drew together. He handed his coat to the maid. Where's my wife? The maid glanced at his face. Madam has been in the studio all day. Hasn't eaten. Hasn't come out. His frown deepened, his expression cold. Was she throwing a tantrum? He climbed the stairs and opened the studio door. She was curled in the chair by the window, a small, lifeless figure. The room was dark, lit only by dusk. He switched on the light. The glare forced her eyes shut. She buried her face deeper. He grabbed her wrist and tilted her chin up. She refused to look at him. Still angry, Yichichi didn't say a word. She just stared out the window, eyes unfocused, landing on nothing. Fujiya's grip tightened. His gaze dropped to her wrist, bruised deep purple from where he grabbed her the night before. Following the long line of her neck, he caught the marks at her collarbone too. He crouched down, took her hand. Her fingers were ice cold. "Why aren't you eating?" His voice came out clipped. She didn't answer. Like she couldn't even hear him. She was right in front of him, but for the first time, Fujiya couldn't find himself anywhere in Ichichi's eyes. He didn't know how to soothe anyone. He bent, scooped her up, and strode toward the bedroom. She flinched against his chest. Then went limp, her head resting on his shoulder. The ointment sat untouched on the bedside table. Fujiya grabbed it. He pinned her with one hand and reached for the waistband of her pants. That snapped her out of the haze. She clawed at the fabric, tears spilling over. Something twisted in Fujiya's chest. He'd scared her the night before. He knew it now. "I'm just putting medicine on you." Ichichi shook her head, biting down hard on her lip. Tears streaked from the corners of her eyes into her hair. "Don't," she forced out, barely a whisper. The way she fought him he didn't push. But frustration burned through him anyway. His face darkened. He'd never seen Ichichi like this. He had no idea how to handle it, so he fell back on the one thing he knew. "Ichichi, if you cry one more tear, I'll do exactly what I did last night." She choked the sobs back, forcing them to stay in her eyes. He wiped her cheeks with his fingers, saying nothing, his expression unreadable. Then he carried her downstairs to eat. Or maybe she was just afraid he'd actually hurt her again. Ichichi turned obedient. She ate whatever he put on her plate. When he stopped, she just pushed plain rice around with her chopsticks. "That day, why didn't you tell me you went to the exhibition with Jiangyu?" Her hand paused above the bowl. She stared at the rice for a long time. Finally, she spoke, voice soft. "Because I didn't want you to know that I saw you with Bayuji." There was no point in hiding it now. He already knew. "I was going to buy your birthday gift. You told me before that you liked Jochinha's work." It was rare for Fujiya to explain himself. But Ichichi didn't want to believe it. Didn't dare. "Thank you." The table fell silent. That night, after she was asleep, Fujiya applied the ointment anyway. The tender skin was swollen, proof of his roughness. His violence. For the first time, he felt something close to regret. For days, Ichichi stayed like this. Trapped inside her own head. Polite. Distant. The temperature between them had dropped to freezing. At first, Fujiya told himself it was fine. She was obedient again, no moves to manage. But then it hit him. He wanted to see her smile. The way she used to. Her eyes full of him, crinkling at the corners whenever she looked his way. On the third day, Ichichi finally left the house. She couldn't stand being home anymore. All it did was stuff her head so full of Fujiya it ate. The bruises had faded some. A high-neck sweater covered the rest. She went to the studio. She hadn't been there since Fujiya brought up the wars. She packed her paints and refused the driver. Winter wind whipped through the streets. The few leaves still holding on shivered and fell. She walked slowly. The cold air stung her face, flushed her cheeks pink. But it felt good. Some of the tightness in her chest loosened. It was a weekday, so the studio wasn't crowded. Some people worked professionally, others just painted for fun. Ichichi came to shift the atmosphere, to see different styles, to learn. She settled into a quiet corner. The half-finished painting was still right where she'd left it. She sat down, opened her oil paints, and focused. Time went fast when she was absorbed. She'd only revised the colors a few times when afternoon rolled around. She cleaned up, said goodbye to the owner, and left. A whole day without thinking about Fujiya. It felt good. The studio wasn't far from the full residence. She decided to walk. Bayuji had run out of patience waiting for Fujiya to follow through on the divorce. She made the first move. From his phone call, it had landed. Ichichi and Fujiya were clearly in trouble. Bayuji smiled. Time for the second move. She touched up her lipstick, studying herself in the mirror. Not as stunning as Ichichi, maybe. But still beautiful. She set down the lipstick. Her slender fingers picked up a silver blade. The metal glinted cold. She turned it over in her hand, then lifted the hem of her shirt. The knife pressed against the ugly scar on her stomach. She studied herself in the mirror and smiled a terrible, hollow smile. The tip breached the skin right along the old wound. She gritted her teeth and scraped along the scar. She wasn't stupid enough to stab deep. Blood beaded on her skin, then dripped to the floor. She grabbed her phone and dialed Fujiya. "Aye, it's bleeding so much they're trying to kill me. They want to kill me." Her voice fractured into broken sobs. Fujiya was in the middle of signing a document. His brow furrowed. "What's going on?" "Ah yeah, it hurts so much. I'm bleeding everywhere. Just like that year. I'm so scared. Stay where you are. Don't do anything. I'm on my way." He strode into the elevator. That incident was one of the few times in his life he felt truly powerless. And Bayuji had been caught in the crossfire. It had haunted him ever since. He knew how deep the scar went. Inside and out. She'd been so young. Someone stabbed her. Multiple surgeries. A hysterectomy. All these years, she'd been trapped in that nightmare. The calls from overseas always the same. She was terrified. Nightmares. Self-harm. He pressed the accelerator harder. He knew the code to her apartment. He let himself in. Bayuji was curled on the bathroom floor, her white nightgown soaked through with garish red. Her hands pressed against her stomach. Fujiya crouched and pulled her into his arms. "This is too far, Bayuji." His voice snapped with anger. She flinched, and then the tears came. Flooding. "I keep having nightmares. I haven't slept in days. Every time I close my eyes, it's right there." She clung to his shirt, smearing blood across the fabric. "I'm so scared of this scar. Every time I see it, it hurts so much I can't breathe." I thought, her voice broke. "I thought if I cut it off, it wouldn't hurt anymore." The memory surfaced before he could stop it. If those men hadn't been coming for him, Bayuji would have never been hurt. She would have grown up normal. Not trapped in this horror. "Ah," she whimpered, her eyes going unfocused. Fujiya lifted her shirt. The wound was a mangled mess. Flesh and blood, still seeping. "Damn it. I'm taking you to the hospital." The road to the Fu residence was nearly empty. No cars, no people. Ichichi switched her paintbox from her left hand to her right. The studio provided supplies, but she always preferred her own set. Headlights appeared behind her. She edged closer to the sidewalk. A small white minivan pulled up about 10 steps ahead and stopped. She frowned. Everyone on this road came for the Fu estate. No reason for that thing to be here. She moved forward cautiously, giving it a wide berth. The side door slid open. A man stepped out from the driver's side. She barely glanced at him. All she wanted was to go home and clean her paints. But before she'd gone 3 more steps, a hand clamped around her arm. The grip so tight it felt like it'd sink straight to the bone. Then a body pressed against her back, an arm locking around her thin neck. Rough fabric scraped her chin. A sour, stale smell hit her nose. Ichichi froze, then started thrashing. Who was this? What did he want? The paint box hit the ground with a crash. Tubes burst open, color splattering everywhere. Mud in her shoes, staining the pavement in chaotic streaks. A voice she buried deep in her memory spoke. "Ichichi. What? You don't recognize your own big brother?" Her brother, her brother. Her eyes flew wide. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Zhou Tengfei. The son of the family who took her in. The one who used to tie her hands and beat her on the floor. The one who locked her in the dark closet under the stairs whenever he felt like it. Yi Qiqi started shaking uncontrollably. Xinghao, someone please, somebody help me, Xinghao. She knew she had to keep it together. But Zhou Tengfei was the nightmare buried at the bottom of her soul. Let go. What are you doing? His mouth curled into a greasy smirk. The scar slashing through his eyebrow hadn't faded at all. He was the same man from the amusement park, the one in the clown costume that day. TCH, what do you think? You know exactly what I like to do. His voice oozed against her ear, wet and foul. Yi Qiqi could see his hands dark, rough, filthy. Zhou Tengfei didn't want to linger. Too many eyes. He seized her by the arm and shoved her into a minivan. Her skull cracked against the seat inside. The impact sent a white-hot spike through her head, and tears flooded out before she could stop them. He grabbed a fistful of her hair, yanked her head back, and pulled out a rope. His hands were fast and brutal. He bound her wrists until the fibers bit deep. His eyes, sharp and reptilian, stayed locked on her face the whole time. His tongue dragged over his bottom lip, slow and deliberate, like a snake tasting the air. With her tied down, he climbed back behind the wheel. Blood wiped from the split in her forehead. It slid down, mixing with her tears, pale skin streaked red. Yi Qiqi didn't dare scream. She learned that lesson years ago. Every scream earned her a harder beating. Her head pounded. The gash throbbed with its own pulse. The van was a sty on wheels. A rancid stench soaked into everything. Under the seats, yellow-brown and black stains spread across the metal floor, and her stomach turned hard. She sat against the floor in the back, staring at the figure in the driver's seat. Familiar. Alien. Where are you taking me? Please just let me go. I can get Fujie to give you money. A lot of money. Yi Qiqi, you've been gone all these years and you're still stupid. Was money ever what I wanted? Zhou Tengfei didn't bother glancing at her again. He drove, humming under his breath, pleased with himself. The rope scraped her wrists raw. Her whole body shook. Through blurred, burning eyes, she stared out the window. The streets thinned out. The buildings got uglier. She didn't recognize any of it. Years ago, Fujie told her Zhou Tengfei had been sent to prison. She had no idea how he was out now. What was he going to do to her? Her mind snagged on the past, and a real, cold terror bloomed in her chest. How long before Fujie noticed she was gone? Would he even come? Fear crashed over her, huge and suffocating. What could she do? Her phone. Right. Her phone. She left her bag behind, only brought her paint box today. But her phone was in her pants pocket. Hands bound behind her back, she twisted and strained, fingers reaching blind. She couldn't text. Couldn't do anything except mash the call button with everything she had. First contact Fujie. Fujie, pick up. Please, please pick up. Please come get me. She slumped flat against the floor, pressing her ear to the phone. The dial tone droned, steady and empty. One tear after another splattered onto the screen. Then he answered. His voice hit her like a jolt. What? Yi Qiqi's tears spilled over. Terror crushed her throat shut. She was so afraid Zhou Tengfei would hear. A wet, strangled sob slipped through the phone. On the other end, Fujie's voice went sharp. Yi Qiqi. What's wrong? She wanted to scream, Fujie, save me. Fujie, take me home. Through the speaker, another voice filtered in, a man's voice, maybe a doctor. Then by Yuji. Ag, it hurts so much. Can you hold me? Fujie moved. But he didn't hang up. Something was wrong. He could feel it. Zhou Tengfei's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. A faint glow from the back seat. He slammed the brakes. The van lurched to a grinding, violent stop. Fuck! He swore and scrambled into the back. No more time. Yichichi choked out a scream into the phone. Zai, save me. Save me, I'm so scared. The door flew open. A hand, greasy and filthy, clamped over her mouth. Yichichi thrashed her head side to side, tears streaming. She didn't know if Fujiya heard. She didn't know if he would come. Her husband was with another woman. All she could do was pray he would still save her. Jotunfei ripped the phone out of her hand. In the split second before he crushed it, she heard Bayuji's thin, pleading voice begging Fujiya not to leave. Then the call cut with a cold, final click. Jotunfei hurled the phone onto the pavement and brought his heel down on it. Once. Twice. He rounded on Yichichi and backhanded her across the face. Her head snapped to the side. The world went black. Fujiya stared at the blank screen. Ice spread through his veins. Someone had taken Yichichi. Who the hell would dare lay a hand on someone who belonged to the Fu family? He started for the door. A pair of hands wrapped around his wrist and held tight. Blood smeared his skin from her fingertips. Bayuji shook her head, desperate, her face streaked with tears. Eiji, don't go. Don't leave me. The doctor stood prepped and waiting, thrown by the scene. Miss Bai, you need stitches now. If you keep moving like that, you're going to lose even more blood. Fujiya's steps stalled. His head was full of Yichichi. But the blood staining his wrist rooted him to the floor. I'll send someone to handle it. I'll be back soon. Bayuji's voice was paper thin. Okay. But you have to come back. If you don't, just let me bleed. Don't bother with me at all. Fujiya pulled in a breath and walked out. He called Hizei. The line clicked open almost instantly. Someone took Chichi. Find out who and where. Send people now. Bring her back. A pause. Then Hizei's voice, low and steady. Understood. Keep me updated. He told himself no one would really be stupid enough to move against the Fu family. That she'd probably run into some drunk or a street thug. Nothing serious. The thought felt cheap. Even he didn't believe it. He turned around and walked back into the room. The moment Bayushi saw him step through the door, she finally let the doctor work. Her wound was clean and prepped. She winced at the pain and reached out, fingers searching for Fujiya's hand. The van rolled to a stop in front of a grimy warehouse. Jotunfei climbed out, leaned into the back, and slapped Yichichi twice across the face. She didn't stir. He untied her wrists, hauled her over his shoulder, and carried her inside. The warehouse door screamed on rusted hinges. This was the old cold storage unit behind his family's slaughterhouse. It had been abandoned for years. He'd done 6 years inside. By the time he got out, his father had been dead for 3. Good. That old bastard had never been useful for anything except beatings and curses. Jotunfei crossed the dark floor and heaved open the heavy cold storage door. No windows inside. Not a shred of light. The air was thick with rot and decay. This room used to hold slabs of pork. Now it held nothing. But the scraps of old meat, the bloodstains ground into the concrete, the filth left without freezing had rotted into a stench that clung to the throat. Jotunfei didn't seem to notice. He dumped Yichichi by the door, stepped back out, and locked it. He'd grab a meal first. Then come back and deal with her. The thought of beating her black and blue put him in a very good mood. When Yichichi opened her eyes, there was nothing but darkness, thick, smothering, absolute. At least her hands were free. Her wrists ached with a deep, burning throb. The smell hit her next. Her stomach convulsed. She pressed a hand to her chest and dry heaved over and over. Where was she? What was Jotunfei about to do? A sharp, splitting pain pulsed through her forehead. Both cheeks burned like they'd been seared. Her fingers rose, trembling, and brushed her face. Already swollen. Hot to the touch. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Her voice came out small and thin. A kitten's cry in an empty concrete tomb. No answer. Just a faint, hollow echo folding back at her. Ichichi wrapped her arms around herself and shook violently. Fujiya, please. Please come save me. The darkness closed in like a net, tightening, stealing her breath inch by inch. She was only 6 when Jotunfei's parents took her from the orphanage. She thought she'd finally found a home. Instead, she walked straight into a prison. A nightmare that never ended. Jotunfei's father, Zhou Huacheng, owned a pig slaughterhouse. He killed pigs for a living. From the time Jotunfei was small, they knew something was wrong with their son. He liked torturing the piglets. By the time he was a kid, he grabbed a knife and slaughtered pigs himself, smearing the blood all over his body. Later, he started beating up younger kids in the neighborhood. Parents showed up at their door screaming. Police were called. Jotunfei's mother was a weak woman who did nothing but cry. But she spoiled her son rotten. They understood this couldn't continue. So they hatched a vicious plan, adopt a child, lock her inside the house, and let Jotunfei take his violence out on her. That way, he'd stop attacking other people's kids. The child they adopted was Ichichi. Her first day at the Zhou house, she was still eating dinner when Jotunfei dragged her to the slaughterhouse warehouse and beat her. She thought she must have done something wrong. Maybe she ate too much. Maybe she took a dish her new brother wanted. Later she learned the truth. There was no reason. The hitting, the bullying, there was never a reason at all. After that, she was often locked inside that narrow, lightless room. Those years were a bottomless pit of darkness. And now, standing in this cold storage, the old memories surged back, drowning her. That was why she was grateful to Fujiya. He was the light in her life. She whispered his name, over and over. As if saying it enough times could give her the courage to face the dark again. He stared at the security footage, his expression grim. This didn't look like a simple kidnapping. Fujiya opened the video on his phone. His eyes turned icy. He watched a man shove Ichichi brutally into the van. Watched him slap her hard across the face. Pain stabbed through Fujiya's chest. Chichi must be terrified. His phone rang. He answered. Fujiya, did you see the footage? No. Search the whole city. Find her and get her out. His voice was razor sharp. He wanted to tear apart the man who took her. Yes, sir. We're already tracking her. Do you? He hesitated, about to ask if Fujiya was coming. Fujiya glanced at Bayuji, who was still getting stitches. The man in the video looked familiar. A bad feeling coiled in his gut, restless and urgent. He moved fast. He had his people trace the white minivan through every surveillance camera along the route. Back at the cold storage, Jotunfei returned after eating. His lips were slick with grease. It had been a long time since he'd beaten anyone. The thought of laying into Ichichi again, watching her tremble and beg under his fists, it made his blood sing. Ichichi sat slumped against the wall. Behind her, the door scraped open, then slammed shut again. Footsteps. Jotunfei. Just thinking his name sent a wave of pure terror through her. Click. The light switch. A single bare bulb flickered on, casting a dim, sickly glow. Ichichi looked up. Jotunfei was walking toward her slowly. Like a demon. He smiled as he walked, the scar above his beady eye twitching. He crouched down and grabbed her wrist, his grin widening. Ichichi. Looks like you've been living pretty well all these years. She couldn't break his grip. Tears blurred her vision. Her lips trembled. But your big brother here hasn't been so lucky. The guy who put me away, he made sure I got special treatment inside. He pointed to the scar on his forehead. See this? His gift to me. What, you two are married now? Think he'll come save you? You called him, didn't you? So where is he? Ha ha ha. His grin turned savage. His palm cracked across her face. Yichichi hit the ground, pain exploding across her cheek. She ignored it and scrambled to crawl away. A hand grabbed her ankle and dragged her back. Fujiya. Am I never going to see you again? Even now, I can't bring myself to hate you. Even though you didn't come. You saved me once. Maybe I shouldn't have hoped for more. She kicked wildly at the hand gripping her. In the chaos, she landed a blow on Zhou Tengfei. He spat, tasted blood on his lips and liked it. He flipped her over. Ha! He hadn't noticed before. She'd grown up nice. His predatory glare turned lewd. Don't be scared, Shishi. You're a big girl now. Big brother doesn't want to hit you anymore. How about you make me happy instead? Yichichi's clear eyes went wide. Utter despair tore a scream from her throat. No. Don't come near me. Fujiya, take me home. I want to go home. The doctor stitched up Bayuji's wound, one careful stitch at a time. Fujiya rubbed his temples, restless. Then it hit him. That man. He knew who it was. Zhou Tengfei. He was out of prison. The thought made Fujiya's blood run cold. He knew exactly what that monster had done to Yichichi. The man was a psychopath. A madman. Without another word, he turned and ran out of the hospital room. His steps were frantic, desperate. Bayuji watched his retreating back, the word Jie caught in her throat. He-zai. The man's name is Zhou Tengfei. Fujiya, I've already located him. I'm heading there now. Fujiya didn't break stride. He yanked open the car door and slid in. Where? Abandoned warehouse at the Zhou family slaughterhouse. I'll send you the address. The line went dead. Fujiya gunned the engine. The car tore out, kicking up dust, racing toward the address He-zai had sent. Zhou Tengfei stepped closer, a twisted smile pulling at his mouth as he yanked his shirt halfway off. Yichichi was exhausted. She just wanted it to end. She'd already stolen more happy years than she deserved. Years with Fujiya. With grandfather and grandmother. Someone who cared about her. Someone who cherished her. Painting the pictures she loved. All of it was borrowed time. She would never let Zhou Tengfei touch her. If he took one more step, her gaze darted around the cold storage. Rusty iron hooks still hung from the racks, left over from when pigs were butchered here. With the last of her strength, while he wrestled with his shirt, she scrambled up. 2 stumbling steps, and she grabbed a hook, pressing it to her own throat. Tears glistened, but her lips curved into a tiny smile. Xinghao Fujiya. I know you're coming. You have to be Xinghao. Xinghao, even if I'm dying, let me lie to myself one last time, Xinghao. Zhou Tengfei's expression twisted with cruelty. You want to die? You actually have the guts for it, Yichichi. Yeah. Why not? Her voice came out cracked and broken. She refused to be defiled. From the moment she learned to love, her heart had only ever held Fujiya. The hook bit deep into her skin, leaving an angry indentation. Yichichi had always been terrified of pain. Right now, she felt nothing. She only worried about grandfather and grandmother. Xinghao Fujiya, would you be sad, Xinghao? Xinghao, I hope not. Forget me. Go live your life with her, Xinghao. She shut her eyes. Tears slipped down her cheeks. She gritted her teeth and pressed harder. Xinghao, bang, Xinghao. A deafening crash. Blinding light burst from the doorway. Yichichi's hand jerked. The hook sliced a long, thin line across her throat. Through blurred vision, she looked up. The first figure through the door was He-zai. A wave of bodyguards followed, swarming in. They slammed the half-naked Zhou Tengfei to the ground, beating him bloody. No Fujiya. Her last thought before she blacked out. Xinghao Fujiya never came, Xinghao. He-zai lunged forward and caught her as she collapsed. She was covered in wounds too many to count. Blood streaked down her forehead and neck. Jotunfei's intentions were obvious. He carried her out of the cold storage. In the open space before the warehouse, a car screeched to a halt. A man stepped out fast. Fujiya stared at the woman in Hize's arms. For a moment, he didn't dare reach for her. Mr. Fu. Hize's voice snapped him back. Fujiya tore off his jacket, wrapped it around Ichichi, and lifted her into his arms with desperate care. So many wounds. Blood still seeping from her forehead. Her neck. His eyes went red. Mr. Fu, when we got here, Jotunfei had already stripped. He was about to. Hize couldn't finish. So Mrs. Fu threatened to kill herself. That's how she hurt her neck. A murderous rage blazed in Fujiya's eyes. He strode into the warehouse and drove his foot into Jotunfei's shoulder. Bone cracked sickening and sharp. Jotunfei screamed. Break his arms and legs. I want him in a prison bed for the rest of his life. Yes, sir. Get to the hospital. Now. He climbed into the back seat, cradling Ichichi. Hize sped toward the hospital. Her brow furrowed with pain. Fujiya grabbed tissues and gently dabbed the blood from her forehead. The wound on her neck wasn't deep, thank God. He let out a shaky breath, his fingertips trembling. He pushed up her sleeve. Deep rope burns circled her wrist raw and bloody where the ham had rubbed her skin to shreds. Her phone call replayed in his head. She'd been terrified. Begging. And what had he thought? That it wasn't serious. Her cries. Her fear. The warehouse was filthy, reeking. Fujiya couldn't let himself imagine. If Hize had been even 1 minute later, Chichi would have died before letting Jotunfei touch her. She whimpered in his arms, eyes fluttering open. Pain. Fire. Ichichi's entire body was screaming. She thought she'd been dreaming. She'd seen Fujiya in the dream. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Xinghao, if only Fujiya had really come. If only this weren't a dream, Xinghao. Fujiya leaned down and kissed her tears away, pulling her tighter. They rushed her into the emergency room. No one knew how bad the head injury was. Fujiya waited outside. He didn't move. He couldn't parse his own emotions. His tall frame leaned against the cold tile wall. Footsteps echoed past him in the corridor. The harsh overhead light beat down on him, making him look unbearably alone. When Ichichi woke, it was the dead of night. Her body howled with pain. The memory of what happened before she passed out made her tremble. The room was dark. Only the faint blue glow of a monitor, beeping softly. A hospital room. Hize had saved her. Fujiya must have been with Bayuchi. That's why he hadn't come. Even after she'd been so terrified on the phone, she still mattered less than Bayuchi. She was so tired. Why did she always compare? Hadn't she already made up her mind to leave? Tears slid down her cheeks. She coughed weakly, a raw, painful sound. Footsteps approached in the darkness. She flinched, instinctively pulling away from the bedside. A small lamp clicked on. She saw Fujiya. He'd never left. He turned off the light so it wouldn't hurt her eyes and dozed on the sofa. At the first sound, he was at her side. He reached out, gently touching her face. But he felt her shaking beneath his fingers. It's okay, Shishi. You're safe now. He wiped her tears and sat beside the bed. Ichichi looked at him. Her eyes blinked slowly. Her voice was hoarse. Fujiya. Let's get at the war. Fujiya's brows drew together, every line of his body rigid with cold fury. It took him a long moment to speak. Yeah. Once you're better, we'll go. Ichichi barely registered the answer before she slipped back into a feverish half-sleep. He couldn't name what he was feeling. It was like swallowing crushed ice cold scraping all the way down his throat to settle heavy in his chest. Through the night, The woman in the bed was trapped in nightmares. He never left the room. He heard it first a small, muffled sob. He walked over and looked down. Half buried in the blanket, her face was streaked with tears falling in silent, steady tracks. Each one landed somewhere he didn't want to examine. Even her crying was restrained. Tiny beaten back sounds, teeth pressed into her pale lips like she was terrified someone would hear. He reached out to wipe her cheek. Her skin was burning. A fever. Then her voice came, shaking with fear. No, please, don't. He crouched beside the bed and patted her gently through the covers. Don't be scared, Shishi. It's over. I'm here. At the sound of his voice, she quieted a little, still hiccuping with small sobs. Fujiya stood and pressed the call button. This was the VIP ward. The nurse arrived instantly, along with the attending doctor. Yichichi had a history of drug allergies. The doctor assessed her and determined it was only a mild fever. He told the nurse to bring alcohol swabs for a cooling rub-down. Fujiya didn't let the nurse do it. He took the swabs himself. The room emptied. He soaked a cotton ball in the cool alcohol and wiped gently behind her ear. Then slowly down her neck. He saw the bruising there, and his jaw tightened. He couldn't stop thinking if his had been 1 second slower. He regretted it. Regretted that he hadn't gone the second he got the call. What the hell had he been doing? He unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her loose hospital gown. Beneath it were scattered bruises, purple and red, some fresh, some darkening. Fujiya clenched his jaw. His face was ice cold, the air around him lethal. That bastard Jotunfei wasn't going to have an easy time in prison. He finished applying the alcohol carefully, then pulled the blanket back up to her chin. He stepped outside to call Hize. Don't kill him. Keep him alive. Make sure he regrets it. Then he hung up without another word. Yichichi couldn't rest. Her sleep was broken by nightmares that came in relentless waves. Sometimes she dreamed of being a child. Sometimes of the cold storage room at the slaughterhouse. Sometimes she dreamed of Jotunfei grinning as he pulled off his clothes. But the dream that came most often was Fujiya standing in the distance, looking right through her. She screamed his name over and over, but he never heard. All night, she either cried or trembled. Her fever climbed and dropped and climbed again. Fujiya stayed by her side the whole time. He soothed her. Held her. He didn't sleep. Just before dawn, she murmured his name. Fujiya. I'm scared. He couldn't stop himself. He climbed onto the bed, slipped under the covers, and pulled her into his arms. He admitted it. His chest ached. Strangely, the moment he held her, she went still. The crying stopped. Don't be afraid, Shishi. He patted her back gently, stroked her soft hair. The words slipped out before he could stop them. The next morning, when Yichichi woke up, the first thing she saw was Fujiya's face, barely inches away. He was still asleep. He'd spent the night wiping her down with alcohol, holding her, coaxing her. He hadn't crawled into bed until the sky was already gray with dawn. She didn't wake him. She just stared at him. She remembered everything. He hadn't come yesterday. He'd been with Bayuji. It was Hize who'd saved her. Not Fujiya. She was always second to Bayuji. If Hize hadn't shown up, Yichichi thought she probably would have died in that cold, dark, filthy storage room. Bled out. Died ugly. Just thinking about Jotunfei made her start shaking again. She could still feel his greasy, filthy hands, trying to tear her clothes off. Her stomach lurched. She wanted to throw up. She couldn't help it. She pulled away from Fujiya, leaned over the edge of the bed, and heaved. But she hadn't eaten anything all day. Nothing came up. Fujiya woke at the noise. His face went tight with worry. Afraid she'd fall, He wrapped his arms around her from behind. Cough, ugh. She was nearly limp. Her wrists ached. The bandage around her neck was seeping blood again. When she finally stopped retching, he pulled her into his chest and rubbed her back in slow circles. It's okay, Shishi. You're safe. She gasped for air, body trembling, her face drained wet. Fujiya, he tried to take off my clothes. I was so scared. Tears streamed down her face. She was drowning in fear and despair. He's never getting out this time, Chichi. You're safe. Fujiya hated himself. Hated that he hadn't made sure Jotunfei rotted in prison years ago. It took a long time before she calmed down. Then she shook her head and pushed him away. She curled into herself, hugging her knees under the thick blanket. He figured she didn't want to be touched. He didn't push. He got up and pulled on his jacket. What do you want to eat? I'll get it. She shook her head, her voice hoarse. Fujiya, yesterday. Were you with Bayuji? She had to know. She needed to hear him say it. He braced his hands on the edge of the bed and leaned toward her. Yes. I was with her. His warm breath ghosted over her face. She blinked. What happened to her? Is she sick? Yeah. She's in the hospital too. She hurt her stomach. Oh. There was so much she wanted to ask. Fujiya, why is it always her? Every single time she's in trouble, she can reach you. You're always there to protect her. Her dull eyes were glassy and blank as she looked at him. The loose hospital gown made her look even smaller, more fragile. Fujiya's brow furrowed. His voice went cold. I have to take care of her. Yichichi nodded. She sniffed and dropped her gaze. Last night, you agreed to the divorce, right? Yeah. No hesitation. The answer came straight out. It was something he'd already decided. He just kept putting it off. So why did his chest feel so tight? For now, get your strength back. I'll order you something to eat. Yichichi nodded again. She didn't say anything else. He ordered food, then checked her temperature. It had dropped. He breathed a little easier. I'm going out for a bit. Get some sleep. There's someone at the door. You don't have to worry. Okay. Her voice was barely a whisper. She slid back under the covers. She was so tired. Fujiya left and went downstairs. Bayuji had called him over a dozen times the night before. He'd been too busy taking care of Yichichi to answer. The doctor said Bayuji's wound was deep, but as long as it didn't reopen, she'd be fine. Her room was one floor down. When the door opened, Bayuji was sitting up in bed. For the first time, she didn't immediately cling to him. She just glanced at him, then turned her head away, furious. Chichi was kidnapped yesterday, he said flatly, as if that explained everything. Bayuji let out a laugh, but then she started screaming, a wild, unhinged sound. So you went to Yichichi yesterday, didn't you? Fujiya, weren't you supposed to divorce her? She was crying and shouting, hysterical. What am I to you? I feel like the other woman. You promised you'd marry me. You promised. Whoa. She threw her pillow on the floor. Fujiya just stood there and watched. The doctor rushed in when he heard the noise and gave Bayuji a sedative. Turning to Fujiya, the doctor said, Mr. Fu, the patient needs to stay calm, or her wound might tear open. Fujiya nodded. Once Bayuji had settled down, lying quietly in bed, he spoke. I haven't forgotten my promise to you, Bayuji. You don't have to panic like this. She shook her head, tears spilling down her cheeks. I'm sorry, Zai. I'm just so scared. Scared you'll change your mind. Scared you'll fall for Yichichi. Scared you'll leave me. Don't worry. I'm a man of my word. She looked up at him and grabbed his hand. But I wish you really liked me. You do, don't you, Zai? He looked at her, frowning. Bayuji, I don't like you. But I'll still do what I promised. He pulled his hand free and tossed the tissue he used into the trash. Fujia's father had been grandfather Fu's only son. His mother was from an old money family in the capital. They married for a merger. His mother married for love. His father married for gain. After the wedding, his father never bothered to hide his affairs. His mother cried herself to sleep every night. Their marriage was nothing but fights and humiliation. The joke was when his father died of illness, his mother chose to follow him. So what was liking someone? Just a source of trouble. Something that made you lose your dignity. Fujia had no interest in understanding it. And no interest in wasting time liking anyone. Fujia wasn't gone long before he came back to the hospital room. He spotted her at once still lying in bed. The food they brought sat untouched on the table. Shishi, come on. Eat something. Her voice was muffled against the pillow. I'm not hungry. He sat on the edge of the bed and stroked her hair. Just a few bites. You haven't eaten in forever. Her eyes fluttered open and met his. His gaze was so tender. It always made her believe he loved her. Xinghao, what am I supposed to do? Fujie, Xinghao. Xinghao, no matter what you say, I can't refuse you, Xinghao. She knew he'd gone to see Bayuji. He told her Bayuji was in this same hospital. Okay, she whispered, and let him help her sit up. He pulled the overbed table closer and set out the food. Yichichi only managed half a bowl of chicken soup, but it was better than nothing. Afraid she'd throw up again, Fujia didn't push. A knock at the door made her flinch. The doctor walked in. Mr. Fu? Yeah. Redress the wound on her neck. The doctor was a man in his 30s. The second he stepped toward the bed, Yichichi shrank back. No need, it doesn't even hurt. Her voice was tiny and shaking. Fujia sighed and coaxed her. I'll do it. Don't be scared. The doctor handed him the supplies, explained the steps, and left without another word. Fujia reached over and carefully peeled away the blood-soaked gauze from her neck. Yichichi didn't cry out. She sat perfectly still. His large hands moved with surprising care. He smoothed on the ointment and pressed a fresh bandage into place, his touch gentle. When he finished, Yichichi slipped back under the covers. Fujia stayed in the room all morning. He only left when he had to go to the office. Meanwhile, at day off, Jiangyu lounged on the sofa. The bar didn't open until night, so the place was empty during the day. His long legs were stretched out and crossed, black shirt unbuttoned at the collar, sharp collarbones catching the dim light. He held a glass of liquor loosely in one hand, face relaxed. Two burly men stood in front of him. As solid as they were, their faces were pure deference. Boss, that girl you had us watch, something happened to her. Jiangyu's frown cut deep. What do you mean? The man stole a glance at his boss's face. The boss actually seemed to care about this girl. He chose his next words with care. She was kidnapped yesterday. Looked like she got hurt pretty bad. Kidnapped? Jiangyu's voice went sharp. Explain. Everything. The two men laid out every detail. Jiangyu's throat bobbed. He tipped back the glass and downed the liquor, then stood. His expression had shifted, dark and unreadable. Xinghao, what a damn mess. Married to a man like Fujie, who can't even keep his eyes on his own wife, Xinghao. Jiangyu didn't know why he was so angry. He only knew Yichichi was the kind of girl people wanted to protect. Yichichi didn't dare let her grandparents find out about the kidnapping. She'd have to wait until the bruises faded before going to the old house to get the painting from grandfather. Fujie came every day. Sometimes he arrived early and brought his work to the hospital room. Yichichi wondered if he didn't need to see Bayuji. Or maybe he already had. Her body healed slowly, but her heart ached more each day. She spent hours thinking about the future. What life might look like without Fujiya. She could open her own studio. Live alone. Or she could take Zeo with her. She wouldn't think about whether Fujiya remarried. Whether Bayuji moved into Fu Manor. None of that would be her problem. One morning, Fujiya left early for the office. Yichichi woke up with nothing to do, so she picked up a pencil and doodled on her sketchpad. Voices drifted in from outside her room. She looked up, puzzled. No one ever came to visit. Fujiya had stationed 2 bodyguards at the door. The door creaked open. When Yichichi saw who walked in, she froze. Bayuji. She was holding her stomach, eyes fixed on Yichichi like shards of ice. These past few days, Fujiya had only spent a short time in her room before leaving. Ever since he'd said he didn't talk about liking anyone, Bayuji had blamed it all on Yichichi. She'd come to see for herself whether Yichichi had really been hurt by her kidnappers. Yichichi didn't want to see her. Bayuji let out a cold laugh, her face twisting. Yichichi, really? You just let yourself get kidnapped? Yichichi ignored her, head bent over her sketchpad, pencil still moving. The dismissal made Bayuji's temper spike. Oh, I heard it was your brother who took you. What did he want? She leaned in, voice dripping venom. Any man would fall for that face of yours, right? So how could your own brother stand to hurt you? Did he kiss you? Touch you? Huh? I heard Fujiya sent him to prison. When's he getting out again? Bayuji watched Yichichi's face go paler and paler, satisfaction coiling in her chest. Stop it, Yichichi said, lifting her gaze. A fragile, broken light flickered there. Bayuji sneered inwardly. Xinghao, so this is the look she gives Fujiya. The one that keeps him glued to her bedside instead of coming to see me, Xinghao. What? Am I not allowed to show some concern? Bayuji's malice sharpened. Fujiya told me himself to look after you. After all, Grandfather Fu and the whole family adore you. Yichichi shook her head. Had Fujiya really sent her? Why had the bodyguards let Bayuji in? Had Fujiya given the order? Tell me, Bayuji went on, what did that freak brother of yours do to you? I heard his family runs a slaughterhouse. Must have been disgusting, right? Filthy, reeking of blood. Yichichi hurled her sketchpad at Bayuji. Her whole body shook as the memories surged back in a wave of rot and cold. Get out! Get out right now! She grabbed the pencil in her hand, the sharp point aimed straight at Bayuji. But Bayuji didn't step back. She leaned closer. What, you gonna do something? Getting angry. Every word was a poisoned needle stabbing into Yichichi's heart, deeper and deeper, until it bled. She could almost smell the rancid, suffocating air of that cold storage again. The wound on her forehead throbbed. She thrust the pencil forward, aiming for Bayuji. Bayuji didn't dodge. Xinghao, Yichichi, this time you can't say I set you up, Xinghao. A strong hand seized her slender wrist mid-thrust. The pencil flew to the floor, rolled a few times, and slid under the sofa. Yichichi lay limp against the hospital bed. She lifted her head just enough to see the figure standing behind Bayuji. A cold, furious voice cut through the room. Yichichi! What the hell do you think you're doing? Fujiya pulled Bayuji aside and fixed his eyes on the woman in the bed. His gaze could have frozen the air between them. Yichichi waited for the dizziness to ease. Her eyes drifted down to his hand, the one gripping Bayuji's wrist. A protector's stance. What am I doing? Her voice came out flat. You saw it. Fujiya turned to Bayuji. Go downstairs. Bayuji shook her head, her face a mask of fear. I only wanted to check on Chichi. I was worried she might be hurting somewhere. That's all. She was trembling head to toe. Yichichi watched her and thought, Xinghao, what a pitiful little bird, Xinghao. Fujiya held her with a long, unreadable look. I'll have someone escort you down. He slipped off his jacket and draped it over Bayuji's shoulders, then walked her to the door. Ichichi let out a quiet laugh. Tears burned at the corners of her eyes. Fujiya handed Bayuji off to his man and returned within minutes. Seeing Ichichi exactly as he left her, a sharp pulse of irritation throbbed behind his eyes. Why did you hurt her? Ichichi wanted to say, 幸好 because she's rotten inside, 幸好she'd never known a person could be so twisted. But she didn't say it. She knew Fujiya wouldn't believe her. He stood with his arms crossed, looking down at her small, fragile body. Ichichi, do not touch her again. He turned to the side table and picked up a document. The divorce you brought up. I had a new agreement drawn up. Same as what I told grandfather, you'll be well taken care of. Read it. If anything's not to your liking, I'll have them revise it. A few thin sheets of paper landed on the bedsheet. Ichichi hesitated. Then she reached for them. Her pale, slender fingers were nearly bloodless, whiter than the paper itself. A thought crept in. 星号, what if I refuse to sign? What if I keep stalling? 星号. Would Fujiya lose his mind? The thought slipped out before she could stop it. Fujiya, what if I've changed my mind? About the divorce. His brow furrowed. His voice dropped even colder. Don't make this difficult. Sign it and hand it over. So if I don't divorce you, you can't marry Bayuji. Is that it? Do you actually love her? Do you honestly want to marry her? Fujiya didn't waste a second. He held out the pen. Yes. A bitter smile flickered across her pale face. Yes. He loved Bayuji. He wanted to marry Bayuji. She had gathered every ounce of courage she possessed, and she'd been defeated that easily. Forget it. I don't want anything from you. Her voice was barely a whisper. Her eyes fluttered shut for a second. Don't worry. I won't hold up your wedding. She took the pen and signed her name at the bottom. Small, neat characters marked the signature line. The ink left a faint, broken trail. Fujiya felt restless. Lately everything had spiraled beyond his control. Maybe the divorce would fix it. Whether you want it or not, you'll get what you're owed. And I already told you. Stay away from Bayuji. Do you understand? Yes. I understand. She turned her back to him. Tears slid from the corners of her eyes, but she didn't make a sound. She didn't want him to see her cry. Not anymore. From now on, she would wipe her own tears dry. He stood there a moment longer. Then he turned and walked out. The door clicked shut. Ichichi finally let the sobs break free. The next day, an unexpected visitor walked into her hospital room. Jiangyu. He came through the door holding a bouquet of bluebells. When he saw Ichichi, he smiled. They hadn't laid eyes on each other since that night at the bar. Ichichi never imagined she'd run into Jiangyu now. She still owed him a thank you for that night, but lately she hadn't had the heart or the time to think about it. Jiangyu didn't ask questions. He pulled a chair up beside her bed. From the fruit basket, he picked an apple and began peeling it. I was about to tell you one of your paintings sold at the gallery. Then I found out you'd been hospitalized, so I decided to stop by. Don't be upset with me, Chichi. She shook her head, finally shaking off the surprise. No, it's fine. I ran into some trouble a few days ago. I'm okay now. Good. The room went quiet. Jiangyu focused on peeling the apple, his long fingers moving carefully, his expression as calm and warm as always. Only he knew the anger simmering beneath the surface when he saw Ichichi like this. Someone had dared to hurt her. Hurt her badly. Ichichi hesitated, as if something had just occurred to her. Jiangyu, could you do me a favor? He raised an eyebrow. What kind of favor? Hold on to the money from the painting sale for me. Give it to me later. She'd been thinking. If she divorced Fujiya, she'd have to leave the full residence. She didn't want to live in any apartment he provided. She'd need to find her own place. Pay rent. Live on her own. There was money in her bank account, but she didn't want Fujiya knowing a thing about it. Jung-Yu's hands never paused. The apple peel stayed in one long, unbroken ribbon until it dropped into the trash. He cut the apple into small pieces on a plate. All right. I'll keep it for you. He didn't refuse. There was something oddly satisfying about Ichichi asking for his help behind Fujiya's back. He handed her the plate. Eat. You're too thin. Ichichi took it without argument. She popped a piece into her mouth, and her eyes curved slightly. It's sweet. They chatted briefly about the gallery and the paintings. Then Jung-Yu got up to leave. Ichichi exhaled. She'd been terrified Fujiya would walk in the whole time. There was nothing between her and Jung-Yu. But Fujiya always got angry when he saw her with him. The day she was discharged, Fujiya came to pick her up. Her physical injuries had healed. The bandage on her head was gone, leaving only a small scar behind. But Ichichi knew the events of that day still haunted her. Whenever she was alone, the nightmares came. Back at the full residence, Zeo had already been brought home. The little dog spotted Ichichi and came bounding over, circling her feet and wagging its tail. Ichichi crouched down and scooped Zeo into her arms. Zeo, I missed you so much. Did you miss me? For the first time in days, a real smile spread across her face. Fujiya felt a small wave of relief at the sight of it. They fell back into the old rhythm of living together in the full house. He came home every night. He still held her while they slept. But Ichichi didn't want that anymore. She didn't want to be held. Most nights, she'd be ready for bed before he got home, curled up on the far edge of the mattress. Though for some reason, she always woke up in his arms. The day her injuries were fully healed, Ichichi made her decision. She would go back to the old mansion and ask grandfather for the household register. No surprise she woke up still wrapped in Fujiya's arms. Ichichi squirmed a little, then gave up. She could not figure out how a man stayed this strong in his sleep. The arm locked around her waist hadn't budged. She lay there, staring at his face too handsome for his own good and tried to work out exactly how to bring up the divorce. Morning light crept across his features, softening the hard edges. His brow furrowed. Then his eyes opened. The first thing he saw was her lost expression, still tucked against him. She hadn't even noticed he was awake. You're up early. His voice, low and rough, brushed against her ear. Ichichi flinched. Her gaze snapped to his. Can you let go? She tugged her hand, restless. Fujiya didn't move. You burrow into me all night, and the second you wake up, you want me gone. His voice was still hoarse with sleep. It almost sounded like he was pouting. But 星号 pouting 星号 and Fujiya did not belong in the same sentence. He was cold, proud, possessive, controlled. He did not pout. I didn't burrow into you. If that's what's happening, I'll just sleep in the guest room from now on. Her chest tightened. Her body had gotten used to him a long time ago. She couldn't pretend otherwise. She exhaled softly and forced herself to speak. Fujiya, can you drive me to the old estate? I need to get the marriage certificate from grandfather. Actually forget it. I'll take a cab. She lifted the blanket and started to rise. He pressed her back down. The frown came automatically. What's the rush? It's early. We'll go this afternoon. She considered it. He had a point. No reason to upset grandfather and grandmother at the crack of dawn. The fight drained out of her, like those few words had taken everything she had left. Fujiya, when will you and her get married? Her eyes stayed soft, but bitterness swelled behind them. I don't know. We'll see. He honestly hadn't thought about it. Everything was on hold until he and Ichichi were officially divorced. Thinking of her own plans, she almost wanted to tell him. By the time it happened, she'd probably already left the Fu family, left Fujiya behind. She wondered if he'd come looking. Probably not. But she hoped that, once in a while, he'd remember. Xinghao Chichi's out there somewhere doing what she loves most. Xinghao. Fujiya, one day I want to open my own studio. Paint every day. And I'd plant cotton roses by the door like the ones in the courtyard. Yeah. Where? I'll have Hize find a location tomorrow. She was still curled up in his arms, and that pleased him. Made him patient with her wandering thoughts. She smiled faintly. That was so like him. Whatever she wanted, he'd say yes and make it happen. It made living feel impossible. But she wasn't the only one he'd do that for. If Bayuji wanted something, he'd probably move just as fast. Ichichi was ordinary. She wanted to be the only one. Xinghao a lifetime with just one person. Xinghao, that was the real dream, wasn't it? No. I mean, later. Way later. A long time from now. Whenever you're ready. That works too. They stayed like that a while longer before Fujiya finally, mercifully, let her get up. Downstairs, they ate breakfast in silence. I'll drive. I'm going with you. Fujiya pulled on his coat and glanced back at her. His face was cold. The mood had clearly shifted. She remembered how furious grandfather had been last time, how he even struck Fujiya. Maybe I should go alone. Either way, grandfather's going to be angry. She bent down to slip on her shoes. A few strands of hair fell beside her ear. When she looked up at him, her small face was completely hollowed out. Fujiya didn't know why, but in that moment he wanted to pull her close. Wanted to comfort his wife. Except, soon enough, she wouldn't be his wife anymore. Winter had settled in. The second the door swung open, the cold came rushing at them. Frowning, Fujiya grabbed a scarf from the rack and wrapped it around her. The short red fleece buried her delicate chin. She breathed in the faint woodsy scent clinging to his hands and blinked. We'll go together. This is between the two of us. He took her hand and led her out. That day he drove her usual car, the black Maybach. His long fingers rested on the wheel. The sharp bridge of his nose, the hard line of his jaw cold enough to stop your heart. He leaned over and buckled her seatbelt, then pulled the car out of the Fu estate. Outside, the scenery drifted past. Ichichi pressed her face to the window, staring at nothing. Her mind wandered. Her fingers tapped lightly against the glass. The afternoon sun spilled in, warming her skin just slightly. Fujiya, it's almost New Year's. She said it offhand, whatever crossed her mind. This'll be my 6th New Year with you. Perfect timing. Starting next year, we'll both have new lives. His right hand gripped the wheel. His left elbow rested on the window, 2 fingers pressed to his temple. He felt restless too. He blamed it on unfamiliarity. He and Ichichi had been married for years. The first 2, he never touched her. Divorce had always been the endgame in his mind. But somewhere along the way, he couldn't sleep without holding her. The sight of her small, soft frame made him want to pull her close. He wanted to give her everything she liked, even though she was so well behaved she never asked for a thing. Later, holding her wasn't enough. He'd been selfish. Taken her for himself, knowing full well divorce was coming. Xinghao, starting next year, we'll both have new lives. Xinghao. A new life? What kind of new life did Ichichi want? A name cut through his thoughts. Xinghao, was it Jiangyu? Xinghao. The tires screamed as he slammed the brakes. Ichichi stumbled forward, caught by a strong arm. Her heart slammed against her ribs. She turned. Fujiya was right there, jaw tight, as a brewing storm. His voice cut like glass. A new life? What exactly are you planning, Ichichi? He gripped her chin, one-handed, unclipped his seatbelt with the other, and leaned into her space. Have these 4 years with me been that miserable? The question hit her out of nowhere. She shook her head before she could think. 星号Fuji, you don't get it. Not just these 4 years ever since the first day I came to the Fu family. These 6 years have been the happiest of my life. And I know I'll never be happier than this again, 星号. The car felt smaller. Their breaths tangled. His face was hard. Hers was frozen, deer in headlights. Fuji, I don't know what my new life looks like. But yours. I know. You'll marry the woman you love. And you'll finally be happy. She said it flatly. Only she knew how much it carved out of her. His fingers tightened on her chin. Something flickered in his eyes. The truth was, these 4 years with Ichichi had turned out better than he'd ever expected. He'd never really let himself imagine what marrying Bayushi would actually feel like. Her lashes trembled long, curled, like tiny brushes. Against her red scarf, her face looked startlingly pale. A thought snapped in his mind. If she divorced him, there would be a line of men. Young. Good-looking. Maybe they'd even appreciate painting. A perfect match. 4 years of marriage. Just a blip in her long life. She'd forget him. Find a man who loved her. Marry again. Sleep in someone else's arms. Another man would see her shy in the morning, see her groggy and soft, see her pout, see her drunk. Hell, see her in the shower. The thought lit a fire in his chest. If that man existed, Fujiya would break his legs. He didn't stop to question how possessive and irrational that was. Fujiya never wanted something he couldn't have. He dipped his head and captured her pale pink lips. One hand locked behind her head. Rough. Claiming. Ichichi gasped and pushed at his chest. Her small hands hit solid muscle. He didn't move an inch. He didn't like her pushing back. The gap between their seats annoyed him. His hand slid down and released her seatbelt. Then he gripped her waist, lifted her out of her seat, and settled her onto his lap. She took his fierce kiss, still lost, not understanding what she'd said to set him off. She couldn't breathe. Her lower back hit the steering wheel. A tiny whimper escaped her. Fujiya's hand slipped lower, cushioning the impact. The seat reclined. With nothing to brace against, she collapsed against his chest. Fujiya, stop. His relentless mouth swallowed her words. Her body went liquid. All she could do was cling to his shoulders. When her lips were numb and tingling, he finally released her. He looked down at her sprawled against his chest, satisfied, and wiped a thumb across the corner of his mouth. Her face burned. She pushed at him with useless little hands, but his arm locked around her waist. They were parked on the side of the road. Cars had been passing the whole time. She wanted to sink right through the floor. Fujiya, let me go. Her eyes misted. Weren't they supposed to go to grandfather's today? Pick up the household register for the divorce. Why was he doing this? Did he enjoy watching her fall apart under his kiss? She pressed her palms to his chest, looking up at him with hurt shining in her eyes. His expression was still cold, but the jagged edge had dulled. After living with him this long, she could almost read him. His mood had suddenly shifted. Improved. A cool smile curved his lips. He caught her restless hands and said, matter-of-factly, Chichi, you're right. The new year is almost here. Do you really think now is the time to tell grandfather we want a divorce? She froze. He had a point. Telling them now would destroy grandfather and grandmother's holiday. And if she divorced him, where would she even spend New Year's? Hesitation crept in. Her brows knitted. But. No buts. We'll do it after the New Year. A long silence. Then she gave a small nod, Her face still flushed. Then, let me go. Fujiya, let me go. She felt awkward, draped against him, relying on him for balance. Kiss me first. Then I'll let you go. She thought she'd misheard. She stared at him, blank. Even if they weren't divorcing today, it was still coming. They shouldn't be doing this. No matter how much she wanted to. Her eyes dropped to his thin lips. They always looked so cold, but every time he kissed her, they were soft and warm. She swallowed. Then she turned her head toward the window. Fujiya, this isn't right. No answer. Instead, he caught her chin and turned her face back to his. And stole her breath all over again. By the time he finally let go, tears were streaking down her cheeks. Some from the ache in her chest. Some from being kissed too hard. She sniffled, and her little fist smacked his shoulder. You're bullying me. Hit me a few more times, then. Faced with that, she had nothing left to say. Fujiya seemed satisfied he'd teased her enough. He lifted her back into the passenger seat, turned the car around, and drove them back to Fu Manor. Ichichi decided she wouldn't speak to him for the rest of the day. The second they stepped inside, she slipped into her studio and locked the door. The weather was getting colder every day, and the forecast said snow was coming soon. Muyo called Ichichi with an offer she couldn't refuse. A weekend ski trip in the mountains, followed by a soak in a hot spring. Ichichi had never been skiing. It sounded like pure fun. She said yes. When she mentioned it to Fujiya, his brow furrowed instantly. He had never warmed up to Muyo. The first time they crossed paths, she was in that coffee shop arguing with Bayuji right next to Ichichi. The second time, she dragged Ichichi to a bar. He knew Muyo was fiercely protective of her. That was the only reason he hadn't made trouble. But what really rubbed him the wrong way was that Muyo's brother happened to be Jiangyu. He thought about it, then asked casually, just the two of you? Ichichi nodded. Muyo hadn't mentioned anyone else, and they'd done solo outings before. Fujiya pressed for the exact location and timing before he finally gave his approval. They go Monday, 2 days perfectly timed to dodge the weekend crowds. The city hadn't seen snow yet, but outside the city limits, everything was already blanketed white. Their destination, Hemi Mountain, was thick with it. The ski resort, on its peak, was legendary. Everyone's social feeds had been exploding with pictures. Fujiya wanted to join her, but an urgent work commitment kept him tied up. All he could do was tell her to be careful. Monday came fast. Muyo's car pulled up outside the Fu mansion. Ichichi waddled out bundled like a little bear hat, scarf, gloves, the full armor. Fujiya had insisted. Muyo hopped out and crushed her in a hug. After that night at the bar, they only talked on the phone. It felt like forever. Babe, I missed you so much. Ichichi smiled. She'd been clueless about what to pack for her first ski trip, but Muyo had handled all the gear. They were both buzzing with excitement as they hit the road. Then Ichichi remembered something. Hey, Yo-Yo, so Jiangyu is your brother? Muyo kept her eyes on the road. Yep. We took different last names, one from dad, one from mom. And honestly, my brother was such a menace growing up, always fighting. I used to pretend I had no idea who he was. Huh, you're joking. I think he's super nice. The car heater hummed. Ichichi shrugged off her coat, revealing a pure white sweater. With those big eyes, she looked soft and impossibly innocent. TCH, that's just with you. He's a terror to everyone else. Ichichi laughed it off, sure Muyo was just teasing. Jiangyu was always smiling, always gentle and considerate. She couldn't picture him throwing a punch. They left the city behind. The traffic thinned out. Hemi Mountain was about 2 hours away. Chi-Chi, if you're tired, take a nap. I'll wake you when we're close. Muyo glanced over and spotted her nodding off. Her look softened. 星号 our Chi-Chi is seriously the cutest, 星号. Okay, Chi-Chi murmured, voice thick with sleep. She was exhausted but had fought it, not wanting Mu Yao to get bored driving alone. When she woke, the car was parked at the base of Hemming Mountain, pulled off to the side of the road. She blinked. The driver's seat was empty. She turned to the window. Mu Yao stood a short distance away, talking to someone. Chi-Chi rolled down the window. Yo Yao. Mu Yao turned, and Chi-Chi's gaze landed on the figure beside her. Jiang-yu. Chi-Chi, we're total beginners. My brother's amazing, he's gonna teach us. Chi-Chi's mind went blank for a second. Then, out of nowhere, she thought of Fujie. She told him it would be just the two of them. Would he be angry? Before she could untangle the thought, Jiang-yu walked over, smiling. He noticed she hadn't put her coat back on. Roll the window up. It's freezing out here. She obeyed. Mu Yao opened the back door and slid in. Jiang-yu took the driver's seat. They both carried the coat inside with them. Chi-Chi shivered. Jiang-yu gave an apologetic smile and cranked up the heat. I was actually here with friends. I spotted Yo Yao's car, so I sent them up ahead. You don't mind if I tag along, do you? She couldn't exactly say yes. And Jiang-yu had helped her before. As for Fujie, she simply wouldn't mention it. Not at all. The car climbed the twisty mountain road, packed with private vehicles. The higher they went, the sharper the cold bit. Through the window, icicles clung to branches, and the snow grew thicker, heavier. Honestly, if it had been just the two of them, driving up here alone would have been dangerous. At the summit, the world turned silver. Everything was draped in white, pure and dazzling. Chi-Chi's heart lifted. It was the first snow she'd seen this year. Even though it wasn't falling right now, the magic was still there. They parked and climbed out. Mu Yao popped the trunk with a flourish. Look, I brought everything. Classic newbie move, all the gear, all at once. Ski suits, boards, hats, gloves, knee pads, the works. Each set neatly packed. Chi-Chi, hurry. I got you the pink suit. It's going to look incredible. We have to take a million gorgeous photos. She hefted a huge bag, but before she could hand it to Chi-Chi, Jiang-yu intercepted. I'll carry them. My gear's with my friends, I'll grab it later. Let's get yours to the room first. Mu Yao had booked a one-bedroom suite with a living room spacious, cozy, with a private hot spring right in the room for a late-night soak. Jiang-yu had his own room. He dropped off their things, gave the place a quick safety check, and left. He'd be back in half an hour. The room's heater was already humming. Compared to the outside, it was heaven. They couldn't wait to change. Chi-Chi's pink ski suit made her skin look soft and peachy. Adorable. The hood even had fluffy bunny ears. She turned into a little white rabbit. Wow, Chi-Chi, my fashion sense is unstoppable. You are so freaking cute, babe. Chi-Chi caught her reflection, the bunny ears, the pink. Heat crept up her cheeks. Was this Xinghao too Xinghao cute? But Mu Yao refused to let her take the ears off. And since no one here knew her, Chi-Chi didn't argue. She tied her hair into two small braids. Mu Yao finished zipping up. To her suit was purple with a pair of cat ears. She looked like a feisty little kitten, and Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh. A knock came at the door. Jiang-yu stood there in his ski suit. He was about Fujie's height. The blue suit sharpened his frame, his eyes deep and bright. But in his hands, he held two plush toys, a little green turtle and a little white rabbit. The contrast with that handsome face was almost comical. They headed out. Before they hit the slopes, Jiang-yu bent down and checked their gear thoroughly. Then he clipped the little rabbit onto Chi-Chi. Beside her, Mu Yao held up the green turtle and frowned. Bro, what is this? The turtle totally clashes with my outfit. Jiang-yu raised an eyebrow. Don't want it. Fine. Yi-Chi-Chi stifled a laugh. She realized then that Jiang-Yu and Mu-Yo were more alike than she thought, both sharp-tongued. Mu-Yo had been to this resort a few times before. She strapped on her boots, grabbed her board, and immediately headed off to stumble around on her own. That left Yi-Chi-Chi standing awkwardly with Jiang-Yu. Maybe you should go have fun too. I can try by myself. She still wasn't used to other people's touch. Jiang-Yu crossed his arms and watched her. Sure. Go ahead. I'll watch you try. Yi-Chi-Chi couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang-Yu had changed. Every other time they hung out, he'd been polite, almost careful. Today, there was a playful edge to him, like he was letting himself have a little fun at her expense. She'd never skied before. Not once. Under his amused gaze, she couldn't even figure out where to put her hands, let alone her feet. The second she clicked into the bindings, she tipped straight into the snow and couldn't get up. Her hands scrabbled against the cold, useless. People shuffled past, throwing amused glances her way. The air was freezing, but embarrassment burned her cheeks bright pink. Jiang-Yu laughed under his breath and offered his hand. She looked adorable, a little rabbit flopped in the snow. But he didn't have the heart to let her struggle too long. She might actually get mad. He caught her hand and pulled her upright in one steady motion, then crouched to check her boots. Are these too loose? They can't be loose, or you'll twist your ankle. Yi-Chi-Chi wiggled her foot. They're fine. Bend your knees a little. If you fall, push forward. Don't be scared. She nodded. Slowly, Jiang-Yu let go of her hands. The skis had a mind of their own. The moment he released her, they slid apart in opposite directions, and she hit the snow again. She spent the whole morning falling. Jiang-Yu laughed so hard he could barely stay upright himself. Eventually, she gave up. She plopped down in the snow and refused to move. Forget it, Jiang-Yu. You go ahead. I'm too clumsy. He crouched beside her, deep eyes bright with laughter against all that what? You're not clumsy. It's your first time. Look at you. Yi-Chi-Chi followed his gaze. Mu-Yo was flailing face first into the snow a few yards away. I've brought her here God knows how many times. That's as good as she gets. She's a lost cause. From a distance, Mu-Yo lifted her head and squinted at them, suspicious. Were they talking about her? Brother. Don't you dare bully Chi-Chi. You better teach her right. Yi-Chi-Chi couldn't help laughing. Jiang-Yu just shrugged at her. He helped her up and unclipped her skis. Come on, let's take a break. There's seating over there. Just off the slope, there were benches and a restaurant. Jiang-Yu went to grab drinks while Yi-Chi-Chi waited. When Mu-Yo saw them resting, she dragged herself up the slope, huffing and glaring. I'm done, I am so done. Other people come here to ski, I come here to fall. She tossed her skis aside, dropped onto the bench next to Yi-Chi-Chi, and wrapped both arms around her. She. I'm exhausted. Then rest, Yi-Chi-Chi said, brushing the melting snow off Mu-Yo's collar. Okay, but who actually comes to a ski resort to ski? Let's take pictures. The light is perfect right now. Golden sunlight spilled across the snow, and the combination was unexpectedly beautiful. Jiang-Yu came back carrying a few cups of hot drinks. He handed Yi-Chi-Chi a warm milk and gave another to Mu-Yo. Brother, hurry up, take our picture. We can't waste a spot this pretty. Jiang-Yu frowned. Little troublemaker. But he still took Mu-Yo's phone and backed up a few steps. The flush still lingered on Yi-Chi-Chi's cheeks. Her rabbit ear headband had slipped behind her ears, her two little pigtails made her look cute and lively, and her oversized ski goggles were pushed up on top of her head. Her face was half tucked into her hat. Sunlight caught the fine, soft hairs along her cheeks. Her long lashes cast tiny shadows. She was impossible to look away from. Beside her, Mu-Yo was all playful charm, round eyes, mischievous energy. Two beautiful girls, plus one equally handsome man, they became the center of attention. Everyone who passed by turned to stare. Muyo didn't care. She clung to Ichichi and yelled, "Brother, if you make us look ugly, I'm pushing you down the slope." She shook her fist with theatrical menace, making the people around them laugh. Yeah. Stop nagging. Jiangyu stood there lazily, phone raised. His gaze landed on the tiny image of Ichichi in the frame, and his heart gave a hard thump. 1 hour of skiing. 2 hours of photos. By the time they left the slopes, it was already evening. They changed and headed to the restaurant they booked. Dinner was in a private room on the second floor, with floor-to-ceiling windows. The sun was setting. The sky blazed with twilight. Through the glass, the sunset spilled a kaleidoscope of color across everything, draping the room in a dreamy glow. The colors were irresistible. Ichichi pulled out her phone to snap a photo. She opened her social feed, ready to post. Maybe Fujiya would see it. That would be like sharing it with him. It used to be like that. Whenever she saw something beautiful, the first cotton rose blooming, or morning light falling across her studio, she'd send it to him. Sometimes he'd reply with a word or two, telling her it was pretty. That had been enough. Enough to fill her heart. Shishi, what are you doing? Muyo leaned over her shoulder and spotted the post she was about to make. She lunged for the phone. No. You can't just post a sunset. I'm not even in it. We took so many pictures today. Ichichi laughed. Then what should I post? Our gorgeous faces, obviously. I need to show all those girls on your feed what real beauty looks like. Muyo started swiping through the album. Ichichi let her. They really had taken a lot of pictures, and Ichichi usually wasn't one for photos. They gathered a full set of 9 shots. Muyo muttered as she uploaded them, "Well, obviously my Chichi is too pretty. Editing apps are practically decoration on your phone." Jiangyu leaned back in his chair, listening. So my photography skills had nothing to do with it. Muyo shot him a look of disgust. Are you saying Chichi isn't beautiful? Brother, no wonder you're still single. Jiangyu gritted his teeth. Muyo, I was going to get you something nice for the new year, but I'm starting to think you don't want it. I do. Brother, your photos are amazing. We owe all these great shots to you. Ichichi watched them bicker, a soft, envious smile touching her lips. It was so nice. Yuyo had a brother who really cared about her. The food arrived quickly. Muyo handed Ichichi back her phone. Ichichi glanced at the post. The sunset picture sat in the center, surrounded by photos of her and Muyo. The caption read, "Xinghao beauties and sunsets, I want both, Xinghao." She shook her head, laughing quietly, and put her phone away. She focused on her meal. After dinner, they planned to soak in the hot springs. The outdoor pool was too crowded, but luckily their rooms had private ones. Jiangyu went back to his room. Muyo dragged Ichichi into the hot spring as fast as humanly possible. Their suite had a private pool. Warm steam rose into the cool air. The moment Ichichi sank into the heat, she let out a satisfied sigh. Wow, Shishi. This is heaven. Yeah. It really is. The pool was big enough for both of them to stretch out. Muyo scooted closer and caught sight of the faint scar on Ichichi's neck. Her expression softened with pity. She wrapped her arms around Ichichi. I'm sorry, Shishi. I was out of the country back then. I wasn't there for you. You must have been so scared. Ichichi froze for a second. Muyo was usually reckless and loud, but deep down, she cared so much. Don't be silly. It's in the past. It's over. But her words didn't comfort Muyo. Instead, Muyo started crying. I'll protect you from now on, Chichi. I promise. Ichichi couldn't help laughing. Okay. I'm begging you, Yoyo, please protect me from now on. Muyo laughed through her tears. Then, with wicked intent, she tugged at Ichichi's tank top strap, revealing pale skin. She slid backward, wearing a teasing grin. Whoa! My Chichi isn't just pretty, she's got the body for it too. If I were a guy, I'd take you right here. Ichichi splashed her. Oh, really? You're gonna flirt with me? And you said you'd protect me. Gotta collect a little protection fee first. They laughed and splashed in the water. Outside, snow had started falling without either of them noticing. After a while, they climbed out and went back to their own rooms. Ichichi was exhausted from the day's fun. She could barely keep her eyes open. She hadn't felt this happy in a long time. Even lying in bed, she still wore a smile. She was lucky to have a friend like that. Maybe, if she ever truly lost Fujiya, she'd still be okay. She closed her eyes gently. She didn't see it. On the table, her phone lit up with another call, then went dark. A long list of missed calls from one name. The lights in the CEO's office still burned. Fujiya leaned back in his leather chair, a cigarette forgotten between his fingers, trailing a thin ribbon of smoke. The acrid scent clung to his suit as he pressed his temple, then crushed the cigarette into the ashtray. He stared at his phone, listening to the line ring and ring. His jaw tightened. She actually dared not to pick up. Unfucking believable. A sharp thought cut through his anger. He swiped open WeChat and pulled up Ichichi's moments. Right there. Today's photos. He scrolled through them one by one, each image drawing his focus. The rigid lines of his face softened by a fraction. In every shot, Ichichi was beaming. Pure, unfiltered joy. She had fun. So she could be this happy without him. He supposed the evidence was stacked against him every time they were together lately. He seemed to be the reason she cried. But as he kept scrolling, the hint of softness vanished. His brow furrowed. Hadn't she told him she was skiing with Muyo alone? Then who the hell took the pictures? He jabbed the intercom on his desk. Find out who Ichichi went to Hemi Mountain with. He rubbed his temple again, a muscle ticking in his jaw. Xinhao Ichichi. You better not be lying to me, Xinhao. Hize called back within minutes. CEO Fu, Madam went with Muyo, and a man named Jiang Yu. The pen in Fujiya's hand hit the desk with a sharp crack. His expression turned arctic. Jiang Yu. Of course. Why didn't she tell him Jiang Yu was tagging along? Was she really that desperate for a divorce, already lining up his replacement? The photos burned behind his eyes, and the cold fury on his face deepened. So she could smile like that for Jiang Yu. And with him, all she ever wanted was to disappear. His knuckles went white around the phone. Bring my car to the front entrance. Now. He grabbed his coat, ended the call, and was already moving. The black Maybach sliced into the night, aimed straight for Hemi Mountain. 40 minutes to the base. Another half hour up the twisty mountain road, snow starting to come down in earnest. Fujiya's grip on the wheel was iron. His eyes stayed frozen on the road ahead, pushing the car faster despite the worsening weather. A drive that should have taken 2 hours, he made in just over 1. The manager of the mountaintop hotel scrambled out to meet him. CEO Fu, what brings you here at this hour? The ski resort was a full corporation asset. That was the only reason Fujiya had felt comfortable letting Ichichi come here in the first place. Room key. He took the keycard straight from the manager's hand and strode toward the upper floor suites, not breaking stride. The manager watched the tall, imposing figure disappear down the hall. Xinhao, 1 in the morning. Is the CEO here to bust a cheating scandal? Xinhao, he shook his head, pushing the absurd thought out of his mind. Inside the room, Ichichi was fast asleep. She had no clue someone had unlocked the door and stepped inside. Fujiya stood over the bed, watching her. Her delicate face was flushed pink, a ghost of a smile playing on her lips. Half his anger dissolved on the spot. Xinghao humph. She sleeps just fine on her own, apparently, Xinghao. He settled on the edge of the bed and picked up her phone from the nightstand. The screen lit up his calls, all unread. Of course. Outside, snowfall blanketed the ground in silver, casting an icy glow through the windows. He shrugged off his coat, dusted with melting snow, and rubbed his hands warm. Then he reached out and touched her face. The truth was, in those photos today, Yichichi looked stunning. Like a snow sprite. Or maybe a little white rabbit. She mumbled at his touch and rolled over, still asleep. Fujiya frowned. He slid a hand beneath the covers, meaning to pull her upright. She never would have guessed it was him, showing up in the dead of night. Her half-asleep brain screamed intruder. The second his arm wrapped around her waist, she jolted awake. A spike of pure terror. She opened her mouth to scream. And his lips sealed over hers, deep and hard. He swallowed the song whole. She shoved at him, kicking, thrashing. But his arms caged her in iron at her waist, pinning her legs. Then he simply lifted her, dragging her onto his lap like she weighed nothing. Fearing the fall, she instinctively grabbed fistfuls of his shirt. Tears streaked down her cheeks. The moment he tasted salt, he released her soft lips. His voice came out hoarse. Relax. It's me. Yichichi froze. In the dim light, his features slowly registered. Familiar. Her heart unclenched. Then the wave of indignation hit her. Xinghao, why the hell would he scare her like this in the middle of the night? Xinghao. Fujiya took in the hurt on her face and let out a dry, humorless laugh. I saw the photos in your moments. Huh? She blinked, confused, tears still clinging to her lashes. Who took them? His voice dropped, cold. Hot breath brushed her neck. She shivered. Jiang, you did. We ran into him on the way. She didn't know why she suddenly felt the need to explain, probably because of how violently Fujiya had reacted to Jiang Yu last time. He's Yoya's brother, and he's my friend. So we all hung out together. His grip on her waist tightened. Her voice died in her throat. Her eyes, still wet, met his. He stared back, unblinking. Sitting on his lap like that, so close, she felt heat rush up her neck. She dropped her gaze. Whom? His voice was flat. So that kiss was your punishment? Going out with another man, ignoring my calls. Your calls? I'm sorry. I forgot to check my phone. I was too tired and just crashed. She knew missing his calls would make him worry. It always did. I'm tired too. We'll sleep together. He stood, bent down, and laid her back on the bed. Then he stripped off his own clothes and climbed in beside her. Before Yichichi could even think about protesting, she was yanked into his arms. Sleep, he commanded, flat and final. Fujiya didn't fully understand why he'd driven up here tonight. He'd been burning with fury, fully intending to drag her back home. But when he saw that raw fear on her face and how soft she went afterward, the rage just drained out of him. He only wanted to hold her. Yichichi was too exhausted to question it. Wrapped in his arms, breathing in that familiar woodsy scent of his, she sank into the deepest sleep she had in days. She didn't wake until dawn broke pale through the windows. She was changing in the bedroom when Fujiya, already fully dressed, settled himself in the living room. Oh! What the hell are you doing here? Muya's shriek cut through the morning quiet. Anyone who walked out to find an uninvited man boldly lounging in their shared living space would freak out. Realizing she was still in her pajamas, Muya bolted back to her room to change. Xinghao, oh, I am so dealing with you in a minute, Yichichi, Xinghao. Yichichi heard the commotion and came out, still adjusting her clothes. Is Yo-Yo awake? Fujiya hummed a response, pulled her down to sit beside him, and meticulously fixed her collar. Then he settled her head back on her head. Learn anything yesterday? She shook her head. I'm so clumsy. Skiing is impossible. I don't think I'll ever get it. Then your instructor wasn't good enough. I'll teach you later. His handsome face was pure confidence, with a faint edge of disdain. He didn't have to name him. Jiangyu had clearly been the one teaching her. Muyo emerged just in time to catch him trashing her brother. Excuse me. My brother is a pro skier. Tons of competitive teams have tried to recruit him. Humph. Fujiya lifted an eyebrow. Is that so? And that has what to do with me? The two of them squared off, and Ichichi could already feel the headache brewing. She tugged on Fujiya's sleeve. Her bright eyes looked up at him, pleading. He ignored Muyo entirely. Instead, he reached over and carefully pulled gloves onto Ichichi's hands. A knock landed on the door, and Jiangyu stepped inside. His expression immediately darkened the second he spotted Fujiya on the sofa. Xinghao tch, guarding his foot that hard, had Xinghao. The air between them was strange as they left the room. Fujiya hadn't had a chance to grab ski gear before his late-night drive. But the hotel manager wasn't an idiot. He'd been waiting in the lobby, and the second Fujiya appeared, he rushed over with a brand new set of equipment. Fujiya took it and actually smiled at the man. The manager clutched his chest. Xinghao, wait, did CEO Fu just smile at me? Xinghao. Xinghao, mom, I've officially seen everything, Xinghao. Out on the slopes, Jiangyu and Muyo headed out first. Muyo kept glancing back. Chichi, don't wait around for him. Come play with me. It's not like a grown man's gonna get lost in the locker room. Ichichi shook her head. Go ahead. We'll catch up. Fujiya had driven through the night to find her. She wasn't about to leave him behind now. Muyo rolled her eyes like she was dealing with a hopeless case and walked off. Jiangyu followed, throwing one last thoughtful look over his shoulder. Fujiya came up fast. The white ski suit didn't swallow him, it sharpened him. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, every movement holding that cold restraint she'd come to recognize. A few dark strands escaped his head, brushing his forehead. They softened something in his face. Took the edge off the cold. Ichichi caught herself staring. She'd never seen him like this. He was always good-looking, but this was different. This version of him wasn't remote and untouchable. He looked Xinghao alive, Xinghao. He reached out and tugged one of the fuzzy ears on her head. What's so interesting? She flashed, swatting at his hand. Nothing. Just nice sun today. Fujiya glanced up. Yeah. It was. Jie, do you know how to ski? She'd never asked before. First time for everything. Skied a lot back in school. Slowed down once work took over. He pulled her onto the snow, knelt down, and helped her into her boots and knee pads. His hands moved fast, practiced. Sure. Ichichi's heart hammered watching him. Fujiya was unreal. It was like he couldn't not Xinghao be good at something. Wherever he went, people noticed. She still couldn't quite believe she was the one standing next to him. Oblivious to her thoughts, he took her elbow and steered her toward Muyo. Muyo had already wiped out a few times. She looked up at Ichichi with pure misery. This is impossible, Shishi. I'm never getting this. Ichichi laughed. It's fine. As long as you're having fun. Muyo shot a look past her at her brother and a smug little smile crossed her face. Chichi, just wait till you see my brother ski. He's incredible. Not some amateur clowning around. She was talking to Ichichi, but her eyes were fixed on Fujiya. Pure challenge. Jiangyu leaned against the railing, adjusting his gear. He bit the tip of his glove, pulling the straps tight around his wrist. Long, elegant fingers. Then he slid a cold look toward Fujiya. Their gazes met for a split second. Mutual disdain. No effort to hide it. Amateur. Jiangyu tugged off his glove. Pale amber eyes, locked on target. He lifted his chin. The sunlight caught the hints of chestnut in his hair. He had that striking, almost foreign handsomeness. The kind that made people do double takes. Fujiya let out a low laugh. Whenever you're ready. Two tall, sculpted figures at the top of the slope. It took about 3 seconds for the crowd to notice. Whoa! Those two are 星号, insanely 星号 hot. Wait, they're going down 星号 that 星号. That's the 100-meter obstacle run. Steepest slope here. They look way too relaxed. Maybe they're on a provincial team or something. Where did these men come from? Gorgeous 星号 and 星号 talented. Consider me impressed. I need to know if they're single. I'm finding out later. People drifted to the sides, whispering. More than a few girls were openly blushing. Yichichi wasn't relaxed at all. The slope was brutal steep, uneven, studded with obstacles. She didn't know much about skiing, but she knew enough to see danger. Just standing at the top made her dizzy. She looked at Fujiya, worry twisting in her chest. He said he skied in school. That was years ago. Was he really ready for this? She called his name softly. He turned, walked back to her, brushed a stray strand of hair from her lips. Don't worry. Just watch. A wave of disappointed sighs rippled through the crowd. Ugh, he has a girlfriend. Snow crunched. Fujiya shot Jiangyu one last icy glance. Jiangyu raised an eyebrow. 蓝星号 whoosh 星号. Ski spit into snow. Before anyone could react, the two men launched off the top, one after another. Poles planted. Bodies dropped. In seconds, they were 10 meters down, then 20. Yichichi's heart lodged in her throat. She gripped the railing, not blinking. The one in white. Fujiya twisted, bent low, planted a hand on his ski, and launched off a small jump. A burst of sunlight caught him midair. Wild. Free. Like an eagle cutting across a snow peak. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. That move had been flawless. Cold. Confident. The lethal focus of a predator. Impossible to look away from. Ahead of him, the blue figure Jiangyu twisted his body into a tight flip, landed without a wobble. Where Fujiya was power, Jiangyu was grace. Fluid and precise. The two figures shot down the slope like arrows, shrinking smaller and smaller. Muyo cupped her hands around her mouth and screamed, Go, bro! You're killing it! Yichichi squeezed her hands together so hard her palms went sleek with sweat. Then a chorus of gasps from the crowd. And she finally let her breath out. They were down. Both of them. Safe. See, Shishi. I told you my brother's incredible. Muyo wrapped both arms around Yichichi's and hugged tight, beaming. Then she added, almost reluctantly, okay, fine. I'll admit it. Fujiya's good, too. My brother hasn't had a real challenge in forever. Yeah, he's good, Yichichi murmured. Fujiya was good at everything. Wherever he went, all eyes followed. The two men rode the lift back up, skis tucked under their arms. Fujiya's expression had eased. Almost satisfied. Maybe the run had burned off some tension. You okay? Yichichi asked softly. I'll teach you now. He pulled her aside and walked her through the basics, patient in a way that surprised her. She was still scared. But at least falling in snow didn't hurt much. He stayed beside her the entire time. Never rushed her. Steady hands. Low voice. They spent the whole day on the slopes. Since Fujiya had just arrived, they extended the trip an extra night. Walking back to the hotel, Fujiya tucked Yichichi down a different corridor. You're staying with me tonight. I'm switching rooms. She frowned but let him pull her along. What about Yao? She'll be alone. She's not a child. What's the issue? He didn't slow down. Fine. But you're not a child either, she muttered. Fujiya stopped short. She bumped straight into his shoulder. He reached back and rubbed her forehead. Of course I'm not a child. But you are. And I need to hold you to fall asleep. Ichichi's face went red. What was that supposed to mean? She wasn't a kid. They stepped into the room. Spacious. The lighting soft and golden. Unlike her previous room, this one had an open-air hot spring. The building was a single story, tucked behind high red brick walls. Steam rose from the pool in the enclosed courtyard. A wide square umbrella shaded one side of the water. Snowflakes drifted down, melting the moment they touched the hot surface. Ichichi was hypnotized. She pressed herself against the glass door, staring out. The snow was beautiful. Behind her, Fujiya had just shrugged off his coat. He caught the silhouette of her against the glass still in her hat, those two fuzzy rabbit ears dangling down her back. Outside, the snow was falling heavier now. She looked like a curious little bunny. Without thinking, he crossed the room and placed both hands against the glass, caging her in. Ichichi felt someone step up behind her. She spun around, meeting those cold, ink-dark eyes. She was caged between him and the glass. One attempt to slide sideways, but he didn't move. Her gaze dropped. The cream sweater rose and fell with his breathing. Heat flooded her cheeks. I need to go change. Fujiya answered, but didn't budge. She ducked, aiming to slide under his arm. The second she moved, his hand caught her waist. Outside the glass, snow came down in sheets, white trails racing across the pane. Inside, the dim light painted her flushed face in shades of gold. Her lashes trembled. She wouldn't look at him. He braced one hand against the glass, studying the rabbit pin in his grasp. Then he lowered his head. Cool lips met soft ones. A light, testing kiss first. Not enough. He hooked an arm around her and pulled her in deep. His grip on her waist was iron. She had to rise onto her toes. Her hands fluttered uselessly, then landed on his shoulders. Outside, snow and ice. Inside, heat and hunger. The kiss only broke when her knees buckled. Fujiya swept his tongue across his bottom lip, tasting her. His voice came out rough. Go change. I'll take you to the hot spring. Ichichi wanted to refuse, but the words wouldn't come. They'd been outside all day. A soak sounded unbelievably good. Her tailbone didn't hurt from that fall in the snow, but her stomach felt off. Probably just the cold. The hot spring would help. She slipped into the bathroom and emerged wrapped in a towel. Underneath, a thin tank top and shorts. Her pale legs peeked out below the towel's edge. Fujiya was already in the pool, back against the stone ledge. Long limbs. Toned muscle. Lean waist. Water slid from his hair to his neck, then trailed down his chest and disappeared beneath the surface. Steam softened the sharp angles of his face. Ichichi shuffled to the edge, cold air turning her toes pink. She chose the spot farthest from him and eased in. He watched every move. Her small pale feet dipping into the water. Her straight calves. She stepped onto the submerged bench, untied the towel, let it fall. Dark hair spilled over fair skin. Her delicate shoulder blades shifted. Fujiya's throat moved. She gripped the edge and sank in. The hot water swallowed her whole, every pore opening. Her eyes drifted half shut in pure bliss. A tiny, satisfied sound escaped her lips. Her hair floated on the surface, the white tank top visible beneath the dark strands. She barely had time to settle before a hand shot out and yanked her close. Ichichi stumbled, colliding with solid chest. Water droplets splashed her face. Standing in the middle of the pool with nothing to hold, she grabbed his forearm. He lowered his head, voice low and rough. Why'd you hide all the way over there? I wasn't. Her heart slammed against her ribs. He walked her back to the edge and caged her against the stone. A snowflake wandered under the pavilion and kissed her cheek, cold against the heat. Yi-Chi-Chi looked up. Flakes spiraled through the dark sky, catching light from the eaves like shimmering feathers. Fujiya, it's beautiful. The words slipped out before she could stop them. A flake landed on her lashes. When she blinked, it melted. The tiny mole by her nose twitched. Her eyes held stars. Fujiya lost himself staring. His gaze dropped to her neck. Elegant curve. Like a swan. He wanted to break it. So he did. Yet, beautiful. She was beautiful. His wife was beautiful. His lips found her neck. Light, careful kisses. Then a sharp sting. He wanted to mark her. Make this beauty yield. His hot breath ghosted over her skin. She curled her toes and shook her head. Fujiya, don't. He didn't seem to hear. His fingers dug into her arm. Fear crept in, cold and quick. Ever since that incident, she couldn't take this. Being kissed on the neck. Bearing the scar. The touch brought everything back. Let go. Please. She begged softly, arms wrapped tight around herself. Shaking. The terror in her voice made him grind his teeth. He forced himself to stop, breathing ragged against her ear. He pulled her hard against his chest and waited it out. A long moment passed. Forget it. Wasn't trying to hurt you. He released her, leaned back against the ledge, and let the cold snow hit his face. The rest of the soak passed quietly. Fujiya climbed out and tossed over his shoulder. Wait for me. Yi-Chi-Chi rested her arms on the edge, waiting. Out of the corner of her eye, a flash of lean calves. Water beading on skin. He'd been different today. He hadn't pushed. She decided to be good. A few minutes later he returned in a robe, carrying a thick towel. He scooped her out of the water and wrapped her up completely. The ground was ice cold, so he lifted her into his arms and carried her back inside. The hot spring had worked its magic. She changed into pajamas, hit the bed, and was out in seconds. Her breathing went slow and even. But Fujiya couldn't settle. The other night had been a mistake. He'd said the worst, so he wouldn't push her now. But the heat in his blood refused to cool. He got up. Stepped outside. Stood in the freezing air. Did it again and again. Wasted hot spring. By morning the snow had stopped. The sky cleared sharp and bright. Muyo rolled her eyes so hard at Fujiya's room switch. Xinghao, he just walks in and hugs her. Unbelievable, Xinghao. Walking ahead, Muyo tugged Yi-Chi-Chi's arm. Shishi, did he mess with you last night? Yi-Chi-Chi froze. Well, the kissing probably didn't count. She shook her head. No. Just slept. At Muyo's skeptical look she tapped her nose. Just sleep. Don't read into it. Muyo relaxed. But after everything Fujiya had put Yi-Chi-Chi through over Bayuji, she still couldn't stand the man. Later, Yi-Chi-Chi would look back. If they hadn't stayed that extra day, this memory would have been a good one. Watching Fujiya tear down the slopes like it was nothing. Him teaching her, patient and steady. That kiss in the falling snow. All of it would have been a perfect memory before the divorce. After 2 days on the slopes, the thrill was gone. Yi-Chi-Chi and Muyo sat side by side at the top of the run, snowboards strapped on, faces tilted toward the sun. From up here, watching Fujiya and Jiangyu carve down the mountain was almost worth the trip. Almost. And then the moment shattered. Bayushi appeared from the far side of the slope, and Yi-Chi-Chi's first instinct was to stand up and walk away. Her bindings were still locked. She bent down to pop them loose. Muyo followed her gaze and spotted her too. Of course. That woman had a gift for showing up exactly when she wasn't wanted. This time, Bayushi wasn't alone. Another woman trailed beside her. They walked and talked in low voices, shooting venomous glances toward the two of them. As they got closer, Muyo stepped in front of Yi-Chi-Chi without a second thought. Oh, Yuji, is that the little stray they pick up? The heavily made-up woman's voice was dripping with fake innocence. Everyone in their circle knew the story. Fujiya was supposed to marry Bayuji. Then this nobody had cut the line. If Bayuji had actually landed the Fu family, her friends might have gotten something out of it too. Huh? Muyo crossed her arms and slid Bayuji and her friend a sideways look. I was wondering why it smelled so bad up here. Turns out a peacock escaped from the zoo. Muyo wasn't backing down. She'd been gone before, and Bayuji had bullied Chi-Chi plenty in her absence. Today, she planned to collect. Miss, we don't even know you. There's no need to be this rude. Bayuji's voice went sweet the second there was an audience. I just saw Chi-Chi and wanted to say hello. She. Who gave you the right to call her that? Muyo's voice sharpened. Shameless white lotus. Why don't you go plant yourself in a snowbank? White lotuses belong on snowy mountains, don't they? Bayuji's mask slipped. A flicker of viciousness crossed her face before her red lips curved back into a smile. What should I call her, then? I'll be her sister-in-law eventually. That's not too much to ask, is it? Muyo snapped. She kicked off her snowboard and stepped forward. Chi-Chi grabbed her arm. She didn't want a fight. She didn't want to even look at Bayuji. Maybe her showing up here was a coincidence. Maybe it wasn't. Either way, Chi-Chi just wanted to get as far away as possible. Every time Bayuji appeared, things fell apart. Yo, let's grab drinks. We'll take some to Jie and your brother. Muyo shot her a worried look, but when she saw Chi-Chi was still holding a smile, the urge to argue faded. The moment Bayuji heard Fujiya's name, her eyes lit up. She let out a little snort and bent down like she was going to help Chi-Chi with her bindings. But the woman behind her wasn't done. She stepped forward and aimed a kick at Muyo's crouched form. Chi-Chi didn't think. She threw herself over Muyo's back, taking the blow. The kick landed hard on her calf. She crashed sideways into the snow, her ski boot wrenched tight. A sharp, searing pain shot up her ankle. She grabbed at it and gasped. She. Muyo's panicked voice cut through the cold air. Furious, she spun around, scooped up a double handful of snow, and flung it straight into Bayuji's face. Before either of them could recover, Muyo shoved them both down the slope. The run was steep. Bayuji tumbled head over heels for real this time. Chi-Chi stared, stunned. She looked down the run. At least the snow was deep. They wouldn't be badly hurt. Bayuji wanted to bully her. Fine. But kicking Yao. Chi-Chi took a ragged breath. They brought this on themselves. The two women rolled a good 30 feet before slamming into the slope's edge. Fujiya stepped off the escalator and saw the whole thing. His eyes went straight to Chi-Chi, a frown cutting his face. He didn't stop to check on her. He tossed his snowboard aside and ran down the slope, his back urgent, his gaze fixed on only one person. Bayuji. He bent and scooped her into his arms. Chi-Chi didn't need to see his face to know what it looked like. Tight with worry. And Bayuji would be crying against his chest, playing weak, blaming her. Someone crouched in front of her. Jiangyu. She, what happened? Where are you hurt? She shook her head and forced a tiny smile. I'm fine. Brother, that woman is insane. She kicked Chi-Chi. Muyo's voice cracked as she helped Chi-Chi up. Her eyes were red. She was aiming for me. It's my fault, She. Don't say that. They came for me. I'm sorry I dragged you in. Chi-Chi patted her head. Her ankle was screaming. Cold sweat slid down her back. But when Fujiya walked over, she clenched her jaw and said nothing. Bayuji was still crying in his arms. I was just here with friends. I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry. It's my fault. He didn't answer her. He just looked at Chi-Chi. Jiangyu shifted, pulling her behind him, shielding her with his body. The two men locked eyes. Neither one looked happy. After a beat, Fujiya let out a cold, scornful laugh. Then he carried Bayuji right past them. Only when he was gone did Ichichi double over. Her ankle was definitely sprained. The pain was unbearable. She bit down hard, but a single tear slipped free and fell into the snow, leaving a tiny pit before it disappeared. Jiangyu hooked his arm under her legs and lifted her, heading for the parking lot. Jiangyu, I'm taking you to the hospital. He could tell she was toughing it out. Her husband, on the other hand, was apparently blind. Fujiya had just backed out of his spot. Through the tinted glass, he saw Jiangyu carrying her toward the lot. He didn't know what he felt. His expression was ice, his knuckles white on the wheel. Yi, where are we going? Bayushi asked softly from the passenger seat. He glanced at her. And for a split second, he remembered the last time Ichichi sat there, curled in his arms. The ghost of her was still under his fingers. Irritation flared. He hit the gas and left the resort behind. I'm taking you home. Oh, but my friend. He slammed the brakes. Turned to face her. His dark eyes were colder than the snow outside. Then get out and go find her. Bayuji froze. No, it's fine. I'll call her. His attitude was throwing her off. Was it possible? She couldn't shake the feeling that he was losing patience with her. Hatred flickered behind Bayuji's eyes, but her voice stayed sweet. Yi, I really did just run into you today by accident. I didn't say anything to Ichichi. I know. His flat replies shut her up. Fujiya didn't want to talk anymore. He punched the gas and sped down the mountain road. In Jiangyu's car, Ichichi sat in the back with Muyao. She pulled off her ski boots and switched to her own shoes. Her ankle was swollen, red, and ugly. God! Why does Bayuji have to be everywhere? Muyao muttered, staring at Chichi's ankle with worry all over her face. She's not even married to Fujiya yet, and she's already acting like his wife. Ichichi turned to the window. Her leg had gone numb from the pain, but a strange, dull ache was spreading through her stomach now, too. She pressed a hand to her lower belly. An odd panic fluttered in her chest. She. Does your stomach hurt? She shook her head lightly, not wanting Muyao to spiral. It's nothing. Probably just a chill. But beneath her palm, something she didn't know yet had already taken root. A tiny laugh, just beginning. Everything from yesterday felt like a dream. The gentle Fujiya. The one who kissed her. The one who held her. All fake, wasn't it? Just like snow. The sun comes out, and it melts. And the moment Bayuji showed up, Ichichi was supposed to disappear into water and vanish. Muyao wrapped her arms around Ichichi. Ichichi, I'm so sorry. I never should have pushed her. Did I just make everything worse for you? Ichichi smoothed a hand over Muyao's hair. Her voice came out flat, distant. No. Fujiya's always going to believe her anyway. And I won't let Bayuji bully you. Ever. Humph, as if she could. Jiangyu caught their exchange in the rearview and frowned. Both of you, get some sleep. I'll wake you when we're there. They ended up at the hospital. No break, just a bad sprain. The doctor sprayed her ankle, wrapped it, and sent her home. Jiangyu pulled up to the house. Ichichi said goodbye to them both and went inside. The doctor had told her to ice the ankle, but exhaustion had sunk into her bones. She wiped herself down with a damp cloth, crawled into bed, and dropped into sleep in seconds. She didn't know why, but even with just a twisted ankle, her stomach ached too. Fujiya dropped Bayuji off at her place first. When he got home, he found Ichichi buried under the covers, already asleep. Jiangyu must have brought her back. His jaw tightened. When had Ichichi decided boundaries didn't apply to her? Lucky it happened on a ski slope. Anywhere else, he didn't follow the thought. He turned and walked into the study. His phone buzzed. He's 2 days of backlog, and a meeting he couldn't push. He logged into the video conference and sat back, the monitor's pale glow cutting across his face. Sharp. Cold. The meeting ran straight through dinner. When it finally ended, Fujiya rubbed at his temples and went downstairs. That's when he found out Ichichi hadn't come down to eat. He clicked his tongue. So now she was holding a grudge. He ate a little, then headed back up. She was the one out of line today, and she had the nerve to freeze him out. Ichichi had woken up a while ago. She sat propped against the pillows, hugging the blanket, staring at nothing. Her twisted ankle throbbed a deep, pulsing ache she couldn't ignore. At least her stomach had settled. The door swung open. She glanced up at the silhouette, then dropped her gaze. Why didn't you eat? His voice could have frosted glass. Not hungry. She meant it. Moving hurt too much to bother anyway. Her face was pale. Fujiya's frown deepened as he crossed the room. The mattress dipped under his weight. He grabbed her shoulder and turned her toward him. He hated when she shut him out like this. Ichichi let him. She lifted her eyes to his. That spark from 2 days ago gone completely. But Fujiya, still running hot with anger, didn't notice. He stared her down. You're the one who stepped out of line, and now you're upset. Ichichi, I told you. Don't touch Bayuji. Muyo is your friend, it's on you to keep her in check. Ichichi blinked. He could say whatever he wanted about her. But not Muyo. If she hadn't blocked that kick, it would have landed on Muyo. Muyo would have gone tumbling down that slope. She looked at him, disbelief flickering in her clear eyes. Her words came slow, deliberate. What exactly did we do wrong? Her voice dropped, almost a whisper, like she was asking herself more than him. Would it have been okay if I was the one who got pushed down instead? Fujiya's grip on her arm tightened. Don't give me that. What happened today it doesn't happen again. He released her and stood, his frame blocking the light, casting her fully into his shadow. Into his cold. He didn't wait for an answer. He just dropped the warning and walked into the bathroom. Ichichi shut her eyes and swallowed the bitterness. Just get through New Year. That's all. The shower kicked on. Fujiya didn't feel like soaking. He stood under the spray, letting the heat slam into his shoulders. Water slicked his hair back, ran down the bridge of his nose, over his chest. The light caught the rivulets tracking across muscle, something dangerously close to temptation. He exhaled hard. Yesterday they'd been tangled up in a hot spring. Tonight, this. The frustration coiled stubborn and tight in his gut. The same pattern. She went skiing with another man. She shoved Bayuji down a slope. Jiangyu carried her back. And somehow, she was the victim. Then a thought snagged. Why the hell did Jiangyu carry her? Last time, she'd been blackout drunk. That made sense. This time, if nothing was wrong, Ichichi would never have let him. Was she hurt? The thought made him move faster. He wiped down, threw on a robe, and walked out. Ichichi flinched at the sudden sound of the door. She'd been drifting, and she hadn't expected him back so soon. She turned. His hair was still dripping. He was tying the rope as he walked, most of his chest still bare. She looked away fast. He stopped next to the bed. Why didn't you tell me you were hurt? She froze. Her eyes flicked down to her foot before she could stop them. He tracked the glance, reached down, and lifted the blanket. Her loose sleep pants had ridden up, exposing her ankle thin, wrapped in gauze. Even through the bandage, he could see the swelling. The red, angry edges of it. Fujiya's frown cut deep. He sat on the edge of the bed and took her calf in his hand. She flinched and tried to pull free. He tightened his grip. Her eyes reddened. That hurts. He loosened his hold immediately, then nudged the pant like her. Her calf was mottled with purple bruises. His eyes darkened. How? One of Bayuji's friends had kicked her. Hard shell ski boots. The pain had shot straight up her leg, made her scalp go numb. Her friend kicked me. She wasn't going to lie. He'd find out anyway. A flash of anger cut through his cold composure. Some nobody had dared to kick his woman. They were asking for trouble. Ichichi saw the shift in his face. She tugged at his sleeve. It's fine. They already put medicine on it. And Muyo pushed her down the slope. She was trying to say let it go. Maybe it was naive. Maybe Fujiya wouldn't even bother, not when Bayuji's friend was the one at fault. She didn't care anymore. The more he did for her, the easier it was to soften up. The easier it was to lie to herself. Fujiya's lips curved, but his eyes stayed hard. I'll handle it. That broke something open in her. When she'd fallen, when she'd been kicked, he only had eyes for Bayuji. He looked right through her. And now he was angry. She lifted her pale face, her wide eyes glaring at him. Because it was Bayuji's friend, you want to step in. But if it had been Bayuji, if Bayuji hurt me, you wouldn't do a damn thing. She shook her head and pulled her foot free. I'm done lying to myself. Her friend only kicked me for Bayuji's sake. Fujiya watched her. He clicked his tongue against his teeth. He saw something in her eyes he didn't like. Disappointment. And hurt. A long pause. Then quietly, there is no if. He stood and laughed. His footsteps faded down the stairs. Ichichi let out a breath. Those words had drained everything she had left. She slumped onto the mattress, dragged the blanket over herself, and curled up tight. She was nearly asleep when someone came back in. Fujiya, probably. She was too tired to care. The blanket lifted again. A hand closed around her ankle. His fingers were freezing. She opened her eyes. Fujiya was holding a towel-wrapped ice pack, pressing it gently against the swollen joint. The cold spread through the burn of pain, easing it. Go to sleep. I'll stay here a while. The lamplight caught his half-dried hair. He sat on the edge of the bed, one leg bent under hers, the other foot planted on the floor. His robe had fallen open, revealing the warm, tan skin of his thigh. Her thin, pale calf rested across the bend of his knee. She could feel the heat of him travel up through her skin. Even the ice couldn't stifle it. Ichichi's chest tightened. Xinhao Fujiya, please don't do this. A slap, then candy, Xinhao. Xinhao, you know I'm the kind of person a single piece of candy can fix, Xinhao. Later, Ichichi would think maybe the day she'd been so desperate to race back and get that marriage certificate, she should have just signed the divorce papers instead. She'd gotten greedy. She wanted to stall. Just a little longer. And now, everything was a disaster. Inside Fu Corporation's headquarters, Hisei studied the woman planted in front of him. Low-cut blouse. Tight bodycon skirt. Big waves of hair cascading past her shoulders. Makeup immaculate. Not his place to meddle in the CEO's personal life, but in his opinion, the real wife was a way better fit. Assistant He, I have a document that needs a yes personal signature. Is he in? Hisei's jaw tightened. Ever since Bayuji started at the company 3 days ago, she found some excuse to barge into the CEO's office every single day. He didn't get it. The man obviously cared about his wife. So why was he divorcing her to marry this woman? But the CEO's business wasn't his to question. He shook his head, voice flat. The CEO is unavailable. You can leave it here. Bayushi let out a delicate little laugh. Oh, that's fine. No need to trouble yourself, Assistant He. I'll come back later and find Ai myself. Ever since they'd gotten back from the ski resort, Bayuji had been relentless. She pushed and pushed until Fujiya finally caved and agreed to let her work at the company. His logic was simple, they were getting married anyway. Better to keep her at the office, where at least she wouldn't have endless free time to run into Chi-Chi. When he got back to his office, he spotted Bayuji waiting outside. He gave her a brief glance. Then he opened the door and walked in. Bayuji followed right on his heels. Assistant, he doesn't seem to like me coming to see you. Fujiya dropped into the white leather chair. He was wearing a smoky blue suit today, leaning back with casual ease, his long legs crossed in front of him. He popped one shirt button and looked up at Bayuji standing there. Don't come find me without a reason. This is a company, he said, tone ice cold. It's not without a reason. Everything I bring you is work-related. She placed the document on his desk and bent forward. Her body curved into a carefully rehearsed pose. The skirt, already barely hitting her thighs, inched up just a little higher. The intent was impossible to miss. Her eyes went syrupy as she gazed at Fujiya. See? This document still needs your signature. Not a flicker of interest crossed his face. He pressed his fingers against the paper, picked it up, and glanced at it. Something at this level, have Hize handle it. If there's nothing else, get back to work. He hit the button on his desk phone. Hize, come in. Bayuji gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to snatch up the file and stalk out of the room, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. She'd assumed the second she was inside full corporation, she'd see Fujiya every day. Endless chances to win him over. In several days, she'd seen him twice. The women in the office tracked her with their eyes, voices dropping low. Who even is she? She just showed up out of nowhere. I see her running up to the CEO's floor like 5 times a day. Oh, you think she's someone important to the CEO? The whispers were quiet, but Bayuji walked right past them. She heard every word. She lifted her chin, smug, tugging her skirt down as she strode by with a self-satisfied little smirk. Please. Once she married Fujiya, she'd be their CEO's wife. Let them try running their mouths then. 星号. Chi-Chi rested for a few days. The bruise on her leg had healed a lot. She could get up and take a few slow steps now. When she made it to the living room, the TV was running a segment about the new year. The mall on screen was decked out in full holiday mode, lanterns everywhere. It looked so alive. Past years, she and Fujiya had always spent New Year's Eve at the old mansion with grandfather and grandmother. They never had to worry about things like New Year supplies. Aunt Yun and the staff handled all of that. So Chi-Chi had never experienced going to the mall to shop for the holiday. So this was what it was like. She watched for a while. Then her phone rang. Muyo. Shishi, baby. Muyo's voice was bright as ever. What's up? Miss you, that's all. How's your leg? Fujiya is such an asshole. Remembering everything that had happened that day, Chi-Chi let out a sigh. I'm sorry, Yo-Yo. That guy almost got you kicked out because of me. Stop. Don't say that. Oh, by the way, Muyo's voice trailed off on the other end. She wasn't usually one to hold back. What's wrong? Is there something you want to say? Chi-Chi, did Fujiya teach that woman a lesson? The other day, my brother was about to send someone to put her in her place, but it looked like somebody beat him to it. She got worked over pretty good. What? How is that even possible? She remembered Fujiya saying he'd handle it, and a cold shiver ran straight through her. Had Fujiya actually? Yo-Yo, I honestly don't know. Fujiya said he'd take care of it that day, but I tried to get him to stop. Forget it. It's fine. I was just curious. Anyway, that woman was asking for it. Even if nobody else stepped up, My brother would have dealt with her. Yi Chi frowned. Sojung Yu really wasn't who she thought he was either. That was just how the world worked. Maybe the people you knew weren't who you thought they were. But so what? Everyone had a side they kept hidden. Herself included. She was always thinking about stealing someone else's precious person. But if it was either of those two men, they'd probably done it to get back at the people who'd hurt her. Yi Chi started feeling drowsy on the couch. She'd been getting sleepy so easily lately. Maybe it was the cold weather. The kind of cold that made you just want to burrow under the covers and drift off. When Fujie got home, he found Yi Chi on the living room couch, watching TV. Her eyes were half closed, her small hands resting on the arm of the sofa, her head tilted to the side. Ink black hair spilled across her white dress. She looked seconds away from sleep. The house had central heating for the winter, and she was wearing a fuzzy sweater. The side tugged at something deep in his chest. Fujie shrugged off his coat and crossed to the couch. The crystal chandelier scattered warm, colored light over Yi Chi. She was definitely fading. She hadn't even noticed he was home. He sat down and reached over, lifting her foot to examine her leg. His cool fingers pressed against her slender ankle. Yi Chi flinched at the cold, her eyes blinking up at him. Still hazy with sleep. Still hurts. She shook her head, her voice soft and mumbling. It doesn't hurt anymore. Fujie leaned in and pulled her up into his arms. The small body jolted fully awake, and she pressed both hands against his chest, trying to squirm away. If you're tired, lean on me. Stay like that and your arm's going to go numb. Yi Chi really was tired, but her mouth refused to cooperate. I'm not sleepy. I don't want to sleep. I'm watching TV. She didn't want to be this close to Fujie. Right then, the TV cut to footage of a fireworks display from a previous New Year. Yi Chi's eyes locked onto the screen. Brilliant fireworks exploded across the sky. The words slipped out before she could stop them. So beautiful. Fireworks were banned in the capital city. You had to go all the way out to the countryside to see a real show. But they always had New Year's Eve dinner with grandfather and grandmother, so she'd never had the chance. Fujie watched her eyes sparkle. You like that? Yi Chi nodded without thinking, completely transfixed. Fujie said nothing more. He picked up the newspaper from the coffee table and leaned back against the couch, his long legs crossed, the paper resting on his thighs, one arm draped lazily along the back of the sofa. Yi Chi sat beside him, propped against the cushions. From a distance, it looked like she was tucked perfectly into the curve of his arm. Before long, the same girl who insisted she wasn't sleepy started nodding off, her little head bobbing up and down until her eyes finally fluttered. Fujie glanced at her. God, she looked cute like this. A little silly, maybe, but adorable. The girl kneeling beside him swayed, then tilted his way. He reached out smoothly and guided her fuzzy head onto his lap. She curled inward, tucking herself into a comfortable ball, and went still. Her long lashes cast faint shadows on her cheeks. Warm, soft breaths escaped the tip of her nose, ghosting against his waist. Even through his thin shirt, the sensation tickled a slow wave of heat. Fujie brushed a finger across her ear, then gave the soft lobe a gentle pinch. She didn't move. He signaled a servant for a blanket. Bending down, he draped it over her and went back to his newspaper. But his hand kept drifting to her back, patting lightly. Yi Chi didn't wait until the staff started setting the table for dinner. Her face was flushed from sleep. The second she realized she'd been lying on Fujie, embarrassment crashed over her. Fujie set down his paper and looked at her, dead serious. Relax. You didn't drool. Her hand flew to the corner of her mouth. That actually pulled a rare smile from him. He reached over and pinched her rosy cheek. Warm, soft. Excellent texture. Get up and eat. You can go back to sleep after dinner. Before she could answer, he bent and scooped her up. A small yelp escaped her, and she threw her arms around his neck. Hey Fujiya, I can walk. Servants were moving in and out with dishes. Ichichi's face went bright red. Don't argue. Your leg isn't healed yet. He sat her down at the table and took his own seat. They ate quietly. Ichichi picked at everything in tiny bites, not picky, exactly, just like a small cat. Fujiya spooned some of the sweet corn she liked onto her plate. It's almost New Year's. Things are busy at the company. I may not make it home every night. Ichichi paused for a second, then said, okay. Anything you want. For New Year's. She shook her head and swallowed the corn. No, don't bother with a gift. Just focus on your work. She lowered her head and kept eating. They were about to get divorced anyway. Why was Fujiya still making an effort? It wasn't necessary. After dinner, the possessive man carried her up to the second floor again. True to his word, Fujiya got busy. Some nights he didn't get home until 1 or 2 in the morning. Some nights he crashed at the office entirely. Over the years, Ichichi had only been to his office twice. She knew there was a big lounge in there, fully set up for him. He could sleep just fine. But she couldn't. When Fujiya wasn't home, she felt restless. The nightmares crept back. Her mind wouldn't quiet. Winter mornings hit freezing outside, but the room stayed toasty. Ichichi would lie in bed for a long time before finally dragging herself up. She'd never felt this sleepy during past winters. This year, she just couldn't get enough rest. At least her foot was mostly healed. Moving around felt easier now. Her small frame slipped out of bed. She swept her long hair back and walked to the window. When she pulled the curtains, a silver world waited on the other side. Large snowflakes drifted from the sky. Jindu got snow every year, and now the courtyard lay under a thin, clean layer of white. Her mind drifted to that kiss in the hot spring on a snowy night. Her chest warmed. Fujiya hadn't come back last night. Thinking about how slim he was stirred a little ache of concern. Around lunchtime, her phone rang. Hize. She answered, surprised. Hize rarely called her directly. Madam, the CEO left a document on the desk in his study. Could you have the driver bring it to the office? The company driver is tied up at the airport, and the CEO needs it right away. I'm on it, she cut in. It's on his desk. I'll have someone bring it over. She turned to call the driver. Passing the dining room, she spotted the lunch spread on the table. Steamed fish was laid out, one of Fujiya's favorites. She stopped. Something stirred in her chest. Maybe she could bring it herself. Bring him lunch, too. He said before that the food at the office never tasted as good as home cooking. She told the staff to pack a meal, hurried upstairs for the document, tucked it carefully into a bag, and changed fast. It was cold out. She wrapped a red plaid scarf around her neck and pulled on a little beanie. She didn't look like a CEO's wife at all. More like a girl fresh out of school. Delicate. Cute. Taking the insulated lunchbox from the servant, Ichichi headed out. The driver dropped her at the building. She told him to go on back. It was lunchtime, and she had no idea when she'd come down. Full Corporation's tower stood in the heart of downtown Jindu. 49 stories, visible from blocks away. Everyone who worked there was industry elite. Landing a job at Full Corporation was a point of pride. Ichichi entered the first floor lobby. To reach the elevators, you needed a keycard. She walked to the front desk, planning to ask one of the receptionists to swipe her through. A few young women in work uniforms sat behind the desk, each with light makeup. The company definitely had standards for that. Ichichi approached one of them politely. Hi, could you help me get through the elevator? The girl looked her up and down, visibly startled by her face. When had the company hired someone this gorgeous? Long, curled lashes, and at the tip of her delicate nose sat a light beauty mark that made her look incredibly charming. She blinked and pulled herself together. If this girl were an employee, she'd definitely remember her. Noticing the insulated bag, she figured she was probably someone's family member. The receptionist stood and said, polite but firm, "I'm sorry, but employees have to swipe their own cards to go upstairs. If you have an employee's invitation code, I can verify it and let you up." Yichichi paused. Right. The other 2 times she'd come, Fujiya had brought her. That was ages ago. She hadn't thought this through. She smiled, apologetic. Hizei asked me to bring some documents over to Jie. He didn't give me an invitation code. The receptionist froze. Wait, assistant he and the CEO? She'd been at the company a few years and had never seen this girl before. Every so often, young women showed up claiming to be the CEO's sister or something, trying to sweet-talk their way upstairs. Security always kicked them out. This girl seemed gentle and polite. But who knew what her real intentions were? Another receptionist, a girl with a ponytail, walked over. She gave Yichichi a once-over and curled her lip. Xiaoyu, why are you wasting your time? She's probably another one pretending to know the CEO so she can throw herself at him. Remember that girl yesterday? Looked all innocent, and then the second he came downstairs she pounced. Xiaoyu shot Yichichi an apologetic glance. I'm sorry, I really can't let you up. You could wait over there. She pointed to the couches along the side of the lobby. Yichichi nodded and walked over to sit. She hadn't realized Jia was this popular. She pulled out her phone and called him. It rang and rang. No answer. The call ended on its own. Maybe he was in a meeting. She tried Hizei. No answer there either. A thin thread of anxiety tightened in her chest. Waiting was fine, that wasn't the problem. But what about the document he needed? Was she holding him? Fujiya shoved open his 39th floor office door, irritation sharp on his face. The whole damn company was useless. Slow. Every project needed 3 rounds of revisions just to scrape past barely acceptable. He yanked at his tie, dropped onto the sofa, and let out a hard breath. They worked until midnight on the proposal, and it was still barely passable. Hizei walked in with a coffee and set it on the table. The CEO's standards were impossible. The staff worked hard, it just never measured up. Fujiya's phone buzzed in Hizei's pocket. He kept it through the endless morning meetings. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and saw the single word glowing there. Wife. He looked over at Fujiya, still sprawled on the sofa. Mr. Fu, it's your wife. Answer it, Fujiya said, impatient. Hizei connected the call. Mrs. Fu, I'm sorry I was in a meeting just now. Oh, it's okay, Hizei. Yichichi's voice was small on the other end. The file is downstairs, but I can't get up. Could you come down and get it? Down in the lobby, Yichichi huddled on a sofa near the entrance. The AC was blasting, but the real problem was the cold draft from the open front doors. The wind cut right through her, and she shivered uncontrollably. She wasn't used to calling for help like this, but she didn't want the file to get delayed. You brought it yourself. I'm so sorry, I'll come down right now. The call ended, and Fujiya was already on his feet. She's here. Hizei kept his voice low. I apologize, Mr. Fu. I didn't realize Mrs. Fu would deliver the file herself. She's in the lobby. I'll go get her. But Fujiya was already out the door. Hizei jogged to catch up. The executive elevator shot straight to the first floor. The moment Fujiya stepped out, every eye in the lobby locked on him. Tall and lean, his tailored suit had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, pure, understated power and bone-deep elegance. The receptionists went hard-eyed. It didn't matter how long they worked at full corporation, the CEO still made their poses skip. He was just too damn handsome. Yichichi was curled into the corner of a sofa, clutching the file. She wrapped her arms tight around herself, but the freezing wind still made her tremble. Loose strands of hair blew against her nose, and she didn't bother pushing them away. She was too cold to move. Then she saw him, and her whole face lit up. She stood, lifting the file. "Sai, your file." He stopped. Her cheeks were red from the biting cold. His expression went dark. He stripped off his jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders, his voice cutting through the lobby like a blade. "Why is the lobby door open? Close it. And keep it shut from now on." Everyone was still frozen by the sight of their CEO draping his jacket over a woman. Then his command hit, and they scrambled. The door swung shut. Hushed whispers broke out. "Who is she? Oh my God. Could she be the CEO's wife? No way. She looks so young. I heard he's been married for years. But she's really pretty." His coat helped a little, but Yichichi still shivered. She ducked her head, feeling the weight of all those stares. It was too much. Hize shot a glare across the lobby. Every single person looked down and shut up. Fujiya slid an arm around Yichichi's shoulders and steered her toward the elevator, tossing the file over his shoulder to Hize. "Wait." She twisted back to grab the insulated container from the table, then held it up to him. "I brought your favorite lunch." Her eyes sparkled, eager and bright, like a kid hoping for praise. A tiny smile tugged at Fujiya's lips, something soft he didn't even realize he was giving her. He took the container and pulled her back against his side. "Come on. Let's eat upstairs." Hize knew better than to follow. He watched the elevator doors close behind them. The car climbed straight to the 39th floor. In the office, Fujiya set the container on the sofa. The heat was on full blast, a relief after that lobby. Yichichi sat down and opened the lid, her cheeks still pink. Fujiya settled beside her. He took the chopsticks from her hand and wrapped her icy fingers in both of his. "I was in a meeting," he said. "I didn't see your calls. I figured. It's okay to wait, I just didn't want to hold up the file." Fujiya grunted. Something tight clenched in his chest and then slowly eased. Yichichi blinked, suddenly nervous. "I knew lunch had your favorite fish, so I thought I'd bring it up. I came by myself. Did I cause a problem?" "No." He released her now warm hands and picked up the chopsticks. "Let's eat." A whole steamed fish, sweet and light, sat perfectly intact in the container. She carried it so carefully. Chicken soup and vegetables rounded out the rest, all his favorites. He poured a small bowl of soup and handed it to her. "Drink this first. Warm yourself up." She took the bowl, a little dazed. "But I brought this for you." "There's plenty. You drink first." Only after she'd taken a few obedient sips did he lift his own rice. Now and then, he'd offer her a bite, his gaze tracking the way her cheeks puffed as she chewed. They finished most of the food. Yichichi closed the container. The office was so warm now that she handed his jacket back. "Do you want someone to take you home?" "I'm still busy this afternoon." Fujiya hadn't come home the night before, and Yichichi had never really seen him work. The chance to stay near him was too tempting. She shook her head. "I'll just hang out here. I won't get in your way. You do your thing." He nodded and moved behind his desk, diving into a stack of documents. Full and warm, Yichichi propped her chin in her hand and watched him. Behind him, a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows framed a gray sky and thick, drifting snow. The backdrop only made Fujiya look colder and more distant. His long fingers held a black and gold pen, sometimes pausing to jot a note. He frowned, then focused, so much more animated than usual. It was true. A man deep in work was captivating. Yichichi caught herself smiling. The heating hummed. She slipped off her scarf and draped it over the sofa. Before long, the warmth lulled her. She drifted off against the cushions. When Fujiya finally looked up from his documents, she was asleep. His wife was curled on the white armrest, her lashes resting against her cheeks. One slender arm dangled off the edge, pale and bare. She was out cold. He walked over and tapped her nose gently. She wrinkled it in her sleep but didn't stir. Fujiya bent down and lifted her into his arms. He nudged open a hidden door with his foot, his private rest area. The room was quiet, done in sleek black and gray. A single lamp glowed, curtains drawn. He laid her on the big, soft bed and crouched to take off her shoes. He checked her ankle. The swelling was almost gone. Good. He sat on the edge of the mattress, watching her. Against the dark gray sheets, her small figure looked even paler, delicate as porcelain. Her hair fanned out, and she curled instinctively into a tight ball. The faint scar on her neck was still visible. He traced it lightly, a flicker of irritation crossing his narrow eyes. It would probably never fully fade. After a moment, he realized she'd be uncomfortable in her coat. Carefully, he eased it off her shoulders. Even that didn't wake her. She must have been truly exhausted. He pulled the blanket up to her chin, left only the bedside lamp on, and walked out. His eye returned to find Fujiya still at his desk. He'd come to remind him about the afternoon meeting. He noticed the untouched lunch container and figured Ichichi was still in the CEO's private restroom. Keeping his voice quiet, he said, "Mr. Fu, meeting in 10. Fujiya pulled on his suit jacket, his expression sharpening into full work mode. Got it. The two of them headed for the conference room. End-of-year meetings were always like this, too many, too tedious. Fujiya leaned back in his chair, impatience barely hidden as the shareholders droned on. His mind had already drifted back to his office. To the girl asleep in his restroom. Xinghao, as soon as this is over, I'll take Chi-Chi home early. Is she awake yet, Xinghao? His irritation flickered across his face. The shareholder speaking caught that icy look and started stammering, convinced he'd said something wrong. The moment the meeting ended, Fujiya stood without a word and strode out, leaving everyone exchanging uneasy glances. Back in his office, Bayuji was already waiting on the sofa. She slipped in while Hise was in the meeting. No one had stopped her. She was dressed to the nines, wobbling on sky-high heels. She looked nothing like someone here to work. It was winter, but her top plunged ridiculously low, and her lipstick was a loud, brush red. Most female employees at Fu Corporation dressed with class. Bayushi was the polar opposite. She swayed her hips as she sat, then spotted a white scarf draped over the couch. Her brow furrowed. That was clearly a woman's scarf. She snatched it up, sniffed a faint floral scent. Xinghao, does someone in this company think they can seduce Yi? Xinghao. Her glare shifted to the insulated lunch container on the desk. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Fujiya was walking fast, already thinking about grabbing his things and taking Ichichi home. The door swung open. His gaze landed on Bayuji, and his face turned to stone. Who let you in? Bayuji's smile froze. Why was he so harsh today? She rose, sidled up to him, and wrapped her hands around his arm. Yi, I saw how busy you were, and I wanted to bring you coffee. Fujiya pulled his arm free and sat behind his desk. Leave. It's working hours. Bayuji didn't budge. Instead, she picked up a file and walked around the desk. She studied design abroad, and now at Fu Corporation, they placed her in the marketing department. The new year was coming. The company gala was next week, always organized by marketing. That was her excuse for visiting, though the real reason was him. She set the file down. Yi, this is the gala plan. My supervisor said to bring it for your review, so I volunteered. Fujiya glanced at it. Venue, the company hotel downtown, same as every year. Nothing special. He skimmed the rest. Same old activities. Take it to Hize. I don't need to see this. Bayuji bit her lip. She couldn't keep this up. Every time she came, he treated it like pure business. People in her department were laughing behind her back saying she ran to the CEO's office every day just to get kicked out. She crouched down, resting a hand on his knee. Her expression turned pitiful, the neckline of her top gaping just enough. Aye, please don't treat me like this. I just want to help you shoulder some of the burden. You've been so busy lately. When we get married, I want to be the kind of wife who stands by your side. Fujiya's brow tightened. He stared down at her, cold. It's working hours. Translation, don't talk about this. Bayuji wasn't giving up. She straightened and boldly tried to sit on his lap. No, I want to talk to you now. You ignore me every day, and it hurts so much. We're in the same building, but I can't even see you. A wave of disgust rolled through Fujiya. He shifted his leg to dodge her, reaching out to grab her arm. 星号 click 星号. A song came from the restroom. Ichichi had slept well, maybe because the bed smelled like Fujiya and the space was quiet and undisturbed. Now the restroom door opened, and the scene in front of her hit like a freight train. She stumbled back a step, eyes wide with shock. From where she stood, Bayuji was bent over Fujiya, it looked like. Were they kissing? Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. 星号 why? Why is Bayuji here? Has she been working at Fujiya's company this whole time? 星号. Fujiya froze when he saw Ichichi. A sharp pang of guilt shot through him, from somewhere he didn't want to examine. He shoved Bayuji away roughly and stepped forward. Ichichi shook her head, backing up as he approached. She caught the smug, suggestive look on Bayuji's face. Tears welled in her eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her gaze flickered between them, desperate for an explanation. Finally, she turned, snatched the white scarf from the sofa, and ran. She moved so fast she crashed into Hize as he opened the door, stumbling. Fujiya's chest clenched. She jabbed the elevator button over and over, only exhaling when the door slid shut. Tears streamed down her face. She pressed a hand to her mouth, swallowing the sobs. 星号 why? Why did I have to see them together? 星号. 星号 I shouldn't have come today. I did this to myself. 星号. Despair flooded her. Her delicate face was streaked with tears. Ichichi felt every ounce of strength leave her body. 星号 Fujiya, who else could make me feel this way? 星号. 星号 nothing but disappointment and despair. 星号. The elevator doors opened. Ichichi scrubbed at her tears with the back of her hand, then yanked her scarf up around her neck, half her face disappearing into the wall. She crossed the lobby on autopilot. Her legs moved. The rest of her didn't. Upstairs, the second she turned and bolted, Fujiya's fury detonated. He slammed a hand on the desk, sending papers flying in every direction. The air in the room went cold. Even Bayushi flinched, her composure cracking for the first time. He fixed her with a glacial stare, his voice flat and lethal. Get out. If I see you in this room again, that'll be the last time. Hize heard the quiet in his tone and knew exactly how much worse that was than shouting. Fujiya didn't wait for a response. He strode out, leaving the door swinging behind him. Hize let out a long breath. He'd only seen rage like that once before 2 years ago. And now this. He turned to Bayuji and gestured toward the door. You heard him, Miss Bai. She pressed her lips into a thin line, shot him a look sharp enough to draw blood, and stalked out. Outside, the winter wind cut down the street like a blade. It bit through Ichichi's coat, through her sweater, straight into her bones. Her eyes were red and swollen. She didn't know where she was going. She only knew she had to keep walking. Faster. Away from that building. Away from him. The cold should have been unbearable, but she barely felt it. The world tilted and swam at the edges. Everything felt distant, underwater. She thought she might be sick. Had Fujiya really not known she was sleeping in there? Or had he just not cared? He was the one who said they wouldn't divorce yet. He was the one who promised he wouldn't humiliate her again. And all this time, he'd been in that office with Bayuji. The nights he didn't come home had he been with her. In that same bed. The bed she'd just woken up in. And she'd been stupid enough to believe he was just working late. Were they laughing at her? Calling her pathetic and naive? She'd been sleeping right there. The thought made her stomach heave. She squeezed her eyes shut, fighting the wave of nausea, but it surged up anyway. She stumbled to a trash can on the curb and doubled over, and everything she'd eaten came back up. Her legs buckled. Someone caught her arm, guided her to a bench. She sat there, knees pulled tight to her chest, and everything around her blurred into a hum of noise she couldn't quite hear. She wasn't sure how much longer she could do this. New Year's was coming. Maybe by then, she'd finally figure out how to stop loving him. Her chest felt hollow. Hollow enough for the wind to whistle straight through. Fujiya stepped out of the elevator into the lobby, his expression so dark that no one dared meet his eyes. The plaza outside was empty. No sign of her. He stood there a moment, jaw tight, then called for his car. He drove slowly, window down, the freezing air blasting his face. One hand on the wheel, the other pressed against his forehead. His temper still simmered under his skin. She misunderstood. Bayuji had never been inside that room before today. She'd slept in during the all-hands meeting when the floor was empty. He barely had time to deal with it before Ichichi walked in. But she'd run before he could say a word. He rubbed his temples, irritation buzzing under his ribs. She probably went home. Fine. He'd handle it there. He turned the car toward the estate. Inside the emergency room, the air smelled like antiseptic and bleach. Ichichi lay in a narrow bed, her face pale and fragile as porcelain against the white sheets. Ensu dripped steadily into her hand, the bed nearly empty. Her lashes fluttered. She opened her eyes slowly, her head still thick and aching, her body heavy. The girl in the bed next to hers had a gentle swell to her belly. Pregnant, Ichichi thought. The girl noticed her stirring and smiled, two dimples pressing into her cheeks. Hey! You're awake. I'm Luo. Ichichi pushed herself up a little, her voice scratchy. Hi. I'm Ichichi. You feel like crap, right? First trimester's brutal. Dizziness hits you out of nowhere. Luo's smile was easy and warm. The doctor was already by. Said you're fine, just need to rest. First trimester. Ichichi stared at her. What? Luo's expression flickered with uncertainty. Oh sorry, they told me to let you know when you woke up. Since you came in alone. The doctor said I'm pregnant. Her voice came out a whisper. One hand drifted down, her palm pressing flat against her stomach. Luo's face softened. You didn't know. Ichichi shook her head, her eyes already burning. 5 weeks. The doctor confirmed it when he came in, a young man with glasses and a kind smile. 4.5 weeks. The skiing fall. The dizziness. The vomiting. It all snapped into focus, a terrifying, miraculous picture. Is the baby okay? Her voice trembled. I fell. Last week. On a ski slope. I fell more than once. The doctor shook his head reassuringly. No damage. Everything looks normal. But your body's on the weaker side, your levels are low. You need nutrition. Eat well now, before the morning sickness really kicks in. Low blood sugar later on can be risky. She nodded, memorizing every word. Eat well. Take care of the baby. After the doctor left, she lay back and stroked her stomach with trembling fingers. Joy and sorrow twisted together in her chest, so tangled she couldn't pull them apart. She and Fujiya were getting divorced. He was going to marry Bayuji. This baby would only stand in their way. Her throat tightened. But it was okay. After the divorce, she raised the child alone. Her paintings sold now. She had money. She could do this. She watched Luo Luo and her husband across the room, the way he leaned down to hear something she said, the way they laughed together, easy and warm. A sharp pang of jealousy cut through her. She wished she could tell Fujiya. She wished he'd want this too, that they could wait for the baby together. But she didn't dare let him know. She closed her eyes and pressed her palm gently against the tiny life beneath it. Xinghao, thank you for coming, little one. Xinghao. Xinghao, but don't worry. Mommy loves you enough for both of us, Xinghao. Fujiya's mind churned. Replaying that moment in his office, even he was caught off guard by how fast his patience with Bayuji had snapped. He always let her get away with things as long as she didn't cross the line. He rubbed his temples and forced himself to be honest. The way he felt about Ichichi versus Bayuji. No comparison. He hated Bayuji's closeness. But every night, he wrapped himself around Ichichi while she slept. Being with Ichichi was something he actually looked forward to. Being with Bayuji felt like an obligatory business dinner he couldn't escape. What the hell was that? He couldn't make sense of it. Maybe Bayuji had just been gone too long. He was out of practice having her near. The SUV pulled through the gates of the Fu estate. He took the stairs two at a time, long legs eating up the distance, and swept every room upstairs and down. No Ichichi. A flicker of worry. She stormed out like that. What if she ended up in some sketchy bar again, like last time? The servant caught the dark look on his face. When Mr. Fu searched the house this way, there was only one person he was looking for. She said quietly, Mr. Fu, Madam hasn't come back yet. Fujiya stopped mid-stride, let out a cold grunt, and dropped onto the sofa. The soup finished quickly. Ichichi took the medicine the nurse had prepared, rested a few minutes, and left the hospital. As she walked out, the girl in the next bed smiled and wished her well, a soft goodbye. Ichichi thought, Xinghao, there you go, baby. That sweet, kind girl was your very first blessing, Xinghao. She stepped out of the warm ward, and the bitter wind wrapped itself around her small frame. A shiver ran through her. She pulled the white scarf tighter around her neck. No more carelessness, she had to think about the baby now. Her hand came to rest on her belly. Her eyes blinked, still not quite believing it. Every step felt like walking on cotton. She was really carrying Fujiya's child. She knew she was being selfish. But she couldn't make herself get rid of this baby. It was Fujiya's child. She could raise it quietly. Not bother him. Not even let him know. That would be fine, right? She walked slowly, then hailed a cab home. Her body felt weak from the soup, but her mind was nothing but joy at the thought of the baby. Even the scene she walked in on earlier that day had faded a little. Besides, she reminded herself, she had no right to be angry anyway. They were practically divorced. The cab pulled onto the long drive leading to the Fu estate. The driver, a friendly guy, stared at the grand gates with open admiration. So this is where you live? That's one gorgeous mansion. Ichichi gave a small smile. Just staying for a while. He nodded. Enjoy it while you can. She looked out at the estate. It really was beautiful. She'd been happy here. She paid the driver, thanked him, and walked slowly toward the house. Luckily, her winter coat had deep pockets. She tucked the small medicine bottles inside. The labels said folic acid, way too obvious. She couldn't let Fujiya see. She'd have to find a way to peel them off. The door opened. A servant stepped forward, voice soft. "Madam, you're back." Chichi murmured a response and bent down to change her shoes. Then she straightened and saw him, sitting in the living room, looking right at her. Fujiya fixed his gaze on the figure in the doorway. Into the phone, he said, "No need to keep searching. She's back." He hung up. He stood. Didn't say a word. Just watched her. His tall body leaned against the sofa, legs stretched out in front of him. The posture was lazy, but his eyes were cold and sharp, carrying a strange, inexplicable anger. She didn't know what he had to be angry about. He was the one she caught in an intimate moment with someone else. Not her. Maybe he was pissed she ruined his fun. She finished with her shoes and headed for the stairs without stopping. As she passed him, Fujiya's cold voice cut through the silence. "Where did you go?" "Just walked around outside." She didn't want to look at him. Looking at him brought that office scene flooding back. Achoo! A tiny sneeze escaped her. She was freezing. All she wanted was a hot bath. She couldn't afford to get sick now. Fujiya watched the red tip of her nose and didn't stop her. Back at the old estate, grandfather hung up his call, his face dark with fury. His good-for-nothing grandson had actually led Bayushi back into the company. As if he was already dead and buried. Grandfather rapped his walking stick against the floor, fuming alone in his study. His mind drifted back to Fujiya as a child, soft, sweet, well-behaved. If only his father hadn't. A heavy sigh escaped him. Snow fell outside. The sky was gray and low, dim light seeping into the study. Grandfather's face carried a mix of helplessness and heartbreak. He looked older, somehow. Ever since Fujiya's parents fell apart, the boy had turned cold. Colder every year. And now, when a warm-hearted girl had finally come into this house, giving him everything she had, he didn't know how to treasure her. After a long deliberation, grandfather was still too furious to let it go. He called Fujiya. "Hello, grandfather." Fujiya's voice was flat on the other end. "Humph, what have you been up to?" "Just the company." "Busy?" Grandfather snorted to himself. 幸好 busy with that woman, but more like, 幸好 he paused for a moment. "Your annual banquet's coming up. Bring Chichi this year." A bit of silence on Fujiya's end. In past years, he'd always attended company events alone. Chichi wasn't part of the business. She wouldn't know anyone. He figured she'd feel awkward. Okay. He didn't refuse. It was just the annual banquet. Grandfather was already scheming. Let Chichi show her face in front of the whole company. Then everyone would know exactly who the real young mistress of the Fu family was. It would also make any opportunists think twice before making a move. And as for Bayuji, in a couple of days, he'd find a way to fire her. The Fu Corporation wasn't a dumping ground for strays. While he was at it, grandfather dialed another number. Something about what happened back then had been nagging at him. And it didn't sit right. Chichi sank into the hot bath, letting the heat work its way into her bones. For a few minutes, she could almost forget everything. She pulled on her purple loungewear and stepped out of the bathroom, wet hair dripping a dark trail down her back. Fujiya stood by the window, one shoulder against the frame, his gaze fixed on something beyond the glass. The snow had stopped hours ago. Now, near dusk, the sky was a dirty gray, only a sliver of fog light still clinging to the horizon. The bedroom lamps were on, their warm glow cutting across his profile. He looked like something carved from plaster, sharp, deliberate, impossible to look away from. Her heart gave an uneven thump. She was carrying his child. That secret sat so heavy in her chest. Every breath felt borrowed. He noticed her the second she emerged. Reaching over, he shut the window. Then he grabbed the hairdryer and motioned her toward him. She stepped back, already shaking her head. But he pressed her down onto the edge of the bed with one firm hand. His fingers slid into her dark hair. Slow. Careful. He'd done this countless times over the last 4 years. Even he found it strange. Fujiya wasn't the caretaking type. But this little rabbit of his Ichichi had always been the exception. Maybe because she looked so goddamn pitiful the day she first walked into the full house. The dryer hummed, warm air wrapping around her. But Ichichi's chest wouldn't unclench. Today had been too much. Walking into the office and seeing Bayuji draped all over Fujiya. And then finding out she was pregnant. She had no idea how to face him. She didn't want to be in this room, picturing the two of them together. She couldn't stand having him this close anymore. The dryer clicked off. Out of habit, Fujiya ran his hand through her hair, checking for dampness, then set it aside. Grandfather called. You're coming with me to the company's annual party this year. Okay. Today. I'm sleeping in the guest room. They spoke at the same time. Her words tumbled out. The plan she'd been clinging to, finally out loud. Fujiya's cold eyes pinned her in place, daring her to say more. Her pale fingers twisted in the sleeve of her shirt. I want to sleep in the other room. She forced it out, then dropped her gaze. Her lashes trembled. A flicker of nerves she couldn't hide. Since you and Bayuji are together now, it's not right for us to keep doing this, is it? Fujiya, you're in love with Bayuji. You shouldn't touch me anymore. I need some distance. Until, she swallowed. Until the divorce is final. Everything she'd been holding back rushed out in one breath. Soft. Steady. Fretted with disappointment, with hurt, and with a quiet, bone-deep resolve. Fujiya's brows slammed down. He looked at her for a long, hard moment. Then his voice came out flat and cold. And if I say no? She hadn't expected that. Her face lifted, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Is this what you think love looks like? Love is supposed to be something precious. Serious. Not this one woman during the day, someone else at night. It makes me feel disgusting. She shut her eyes. When she opened them again, a thin sheen of tears glossed them over. Fujiya's eyelid twitched. He narrowed his gaze and leaned in close. His sharp brow gave him a cutting, ruthless edge. Narrow eyes with a slight tilt at the corners, the kind that came from generations of aristocratic arrogance. The kind that looked at the world with bored disdain. Ichichi, I don't love anyone. I never have. So I don't give a damn about precious or serious. He paused. A scoff escaped under his breath like the idea of discussing emotions with her was laughable. In my world, there's only what I want and what I don't want. The words landed without mercy. Cold. Mocking. And just like that, Fujiya lost all desire to explain himself. What the hell was he doing? Rushing home to clear things up with her. Something cruel flickered in his dark eyes. He leaned in until his lips brushed her ear. You'll sleep here. Don't even think about hiding. Ichichi lifted her chin and glared at him, fury sparking bright. Fujiya, you're way too possessive. She'd always believed he was a man of principle. Cold, yes, but not irrational. Now she understood. The most powerful CEO in the capital didn't need to consider her feelings. He didn't care what anyone thought. He did exactly what he wanted. Fujiya ignored her. He turned and walked out of the room without a backward glance, his footsteps fading down the stairs. Dinner time. Ichichi wasn't hungry. And she had absolutely zero interest in seeing his face again. But the baby was there. Growing inside her. So she forced herself up and went downstairs. They ate in silence. Each focused on their own plate. She struggled to swallow. Maybe it was the vomiting this afternoon, her stomach still hadn't settled. Thank God it wasn't full-blown morning sickness yet. Otherwise she'd never be able to hide it from him. Doctor's orders, eat more. Get nutrients. She forced herself to take another bite. She reached for the soup. The kitchen had made sea cucumber and chicken tonight. Clear broth. No grease floating on top. It should go down easy. Fujiya watched that small hand stretch out. Her wrist was pale and delicate, but an ugly bruise bloomed across the back of it. He looked closer. Faint needle marks. He knew the signs. Every time she'd been sick enough for ensi, her hands bruised exactly like that. He took the ladle from her hand. Then caught her wrist. Lifted a brow. Waiting. Her brain scrambled. She pressed her lips together and threw out the first lie she could grab. My blood sugar dropped this afternoon. I went to the hospital for a glucose drip. She pulled her hand back. And to her relief, he didn't push. He just said, flat, I thought you hadn't had that issue in a while. I'm fine now. At the mall, Bayuji was shopping with her friend from the ski trip. Amy, I feel so awful about what happened. It was totally my fault those two went after you. How badly were you hurt? Are you healed up now? Amy, still caked under heavy makeup, linked her arm through Bayuji's. Her eyes, weighted with false lashes, did a quick calculation. Last time, the CEO of Fu Corporation had ditched his own wife and carried Bayuji out of there. That meant Bayuji was the one who mattered. Sticking close to her was the smart play. Bayuji, don't you dare apologize. That was all on those two idiots. I'm your best friend, of course I'll fight for you. Her voice dripped syrup. Bayuji smiled, genuinely touched. Fujiya had been so furious with her today, she'd been spiraling ever since. So she'd called Amy to hit the stores. Her plan, blow a bunch of his money, feel better, and toss Amy a little reward while she was at it. Amy, you're so good to me. Since I came back, you're basically the only friend I have. Everyone else from before has pulled away. That whole mess was my fault. Today whatever you want, it's yours. Amy's face lit up. Bayuji, you really do love me best. Of course. It's not even my money. I'm using Fujiya's card. She flashed the black card, casual, savoring the envy that flickered across Amy's expression. In the end, she bought Amy a bracelet. A few $1,000s. Not bad. And Amy was smart enough not to push for more. Thinking about the annual party, Bayushi wandered through a few jewelry stores, ordering earrings and a necklace. All charged to Fujiya, naturally. But dressing up, that was for him. To win him back. If he was truly furious with her, she had nothing left. She left the mall with a brilliant smile on her face. The next morning, Ichichi woke up to an empty bed. Fujiya was already gone. She sat up too fast. A wave of dizziness rolled through her, and she had to brace a hand against the mattress for a long second before her head cleared. Good morning, baby. She touched her belly, gentle, greeting the tiny life tucked inside. A soft smile curved her lips. She was still practically a girl herself. And now she was going to be a mother. Last night, she clung to the very edge of the bed. But when she'd woken in the dark hours, she somehow ended up back in Fujiya's arms. His strong hands wrapped around her waist. One palm rested square on her belly. It scared her half to death. 1 month alone. No bump at all, but still. Ichichi carefully, guiltily moved his hand away. She shook off the thought, slid out of bed, and washed up. When she came back, she checked her phone. One unread message. Jiangyu. 星号 Chi-Chi, I sold 2 of your paintings. The money's set aside for you, 星号. 星号 thank you, Jiangyu 星号. It felt good to sell a few pieces. She'd never expected her love of drawing to actually pay off. After the divorce, this money would be enough to live on. After breakfast, Ichichi sat there, dazed, for a few minutes. Then she scooped up Zeo and walked straight out the door. She had the driver take her to the two-story duplex she used to live in. If Fujiya wasn't going to let her crash anywhere else, fine. She'd come here. Honestly, it was the perfect chance to get used to living on her own. She sat Zeo down and looked around. The place was spotless. Someone had clearly been coming by to clean on a regular schedule. The only issue was the fridge. Completely empty. Probably to avoid anything spoiling. Zeo circled her feet, so Ichichi found the dog food she bought ages ago and gave him a small portion. Then she straightened up a few things and got ready to head downstairs for groceries. Chinha Residences was smack in the city center. The name sounded plain, but money alone couldn't get you a unit here. The complex was a quiet oasis tucked away from the nearest one residence per lot, and only the upper floors were duplexes. Everything was convenient. There was even a large supermarket inside the complex, exclusively for Chinha residents. Ichichi had never been. She took the elevator down and followed the path at a leisurely pace. The sky was a sharp, clear blue. She walked along the road, the cold lingering after the snow but the sun bright overhead, wrapping her in a soft, golden glow. The paths had been cleared long ago. The street lamps on both sides were designed like white magnolia blossoms. Gorgeous. She wore a scarf, a hat, and a light camel coat. Sweet and pretty. Maybe because it was a weekday, the supermarket was practically empty. They had everything imported produce, all of it incredibly fresh. Exactly what you'd expect for a high-end place like this. She wasn't about to waste money. She carefully chose nutritious ingredients she actually knew how to cook. She kept it light, too. No point hauling heavy bags when the supermarket was close enough for a quick trip anytime. Groceries in hand, she made her way slowly home. The second she opened the door, Zeo rushed to her side. Zeo, can you entertain yourself for a little bit? Or go soak up some sun on the balcony? I need to put things away first. The apartment was warm. She shrugged off her coat and set the bags on the dining table, storing everything in the fridge one by one. She stared at the empty shelves and suddenly remembered that night Fujiya under the lamp, carefully picking crab meat for her. A small smile tugged at her lips. It didn't matter. From now on, she wouldn't just have Zeo. She'd have the baby, too. She wouldn't be alone. After she finished, she curled up on the lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling windows and let the sun warm her. The doctor said more sunlight was good for her. Outside, a sprawling rooftop garden stretched into view, a swimming pool at its center. Snow had settled over the plants, making everything look crisp and cold. She decided to stay inside. Zeo gave a soft, pleading whine his way of asking to be picked up. She lifted him onto her lap, stroking the soft curve of his belly as she murmured to him. Zeo, no more getting chubby, okay? I've got a baby in my belly now. If you get too heavy, I won't be able to carry you anymore. Zeo gazed up at her with his shiny black eyes, wagged his tail like he understood perfectly, and gently nudged his head against her stomach. Ichichi's whole face lit up. What? Do you actually understand me? She rubbed his head, delighted. Fujiya was slammed. He didn't come home that night. The restroom in his office had the heat cranked up, but he still felt cold. Lying in bed felt off. Like something was missing. He had no idea his wife had already left the estate. It wasn't until the next morning that he got a call from the staff at the Fu mansion. They informed him the young madam had taken Zeo out yesterday and never came back. Fujiya's temper spiked instantly. He frowned, walked out of the restroom, water still dripping from his freshly washed face, and hit Ichichi's number on his phone. A knock sounded at the office door. He pushed it open. This wasn't the usual sight. By now, the CEO was normally dressed and ready to go. He fixed his expression into something neutral. Mr. Fu, the morning meeting. Handle it. Fujia threw the two words out like ice. He wasn't going. He didn't even glance up. Still in his dark blue sleepwear, he leaned against his desk and pressed the phone to his ear. It rang a few times before she picked up, her voice thick with sleep. Hello. Where are you? Hearing that voice through the speaker, Ichichi's brain finally clicked. Fujia. She smacked her forehead lightly. She'd forgotten to tell the servants last night that she was staying here. But the fact that he was only calling now meant he probably crashed at the office. I'm at Chinha Residences. Ugh, sorry. I forgot to tell them yesterday. Fujia let out a breath. At least he knew where she was. Why did you go there? It's quiet here. She made up the excuse on the spot. The bed was too warm. After a couple sentences, the sleepiness crept back in, her voice softening. Fujia hung up. He looked up and saw Hizei still standing there. He frowned, as if silently demanding why the man hadn't left yet. Hizei took one look at his clearly irritated boss and wisely decided this was not the moment to push it. He turned and walked out. Fujia went back to the restroom to change, grabbed his car keys, and headed straight downstairs. Ichichi dozed a little longer, but her stomach started growling. She was starving. A sudden craving hit her soy milk. The thick, hot, sweet kind made with red dates. She couldn't fight it. She dragged herself out of bed. There should be a soy milk maker in the kitchen. 20 minutes later, when Fujia shoved open the door, he heard a loud racket from the kitchen and a small yelp from Ichichi. He tossed his keys aside, didn't bother changing his shoes, and strode straight toward the noise. Ichichi was pressed flat against the fridge, as far from the counter as she could physically get. The blender on the counter was spewing white foam, buzzing hysterically. The air reeked of soybeans with a faint, sweet hint of red dates. When she saw Fujia walk in, she froze. Why wasn't he at the office? Fujia frowned. In 3 steps, he was in the kitchen. He reached over and yanked the plug from the socket. The obnoxious noise died. He turned to look at Ichichi, still frozen against the fridge like a child caught making a mess. She was clutching a spoon with both hands, pressed to her chest. Her eyes were full of nerves. She had followed the instructions. She had no idea why it turned into a disaster. The hot soy milk had bubbled up and spilled everywhere. And the noise, God, the noise. I didn't mean to. Fujia braced one hand against the fridge and leaned down, his eyes level with hers. His tall frame blocked the light. That subtle, woozy scent of him reached her nose. Ichichi blinked rapidly, then dropped her gaze to her toes. Fujia reached out, lifted her chin, and made her look at him. His coat was still on, carrying the cold from outside. This is how you live by yourself. His tone held a faint edge of mockery. Ichichi felt a spark of temper and tried to pull away. No, it was an accident. I just wanted red date soy milk, the kind you makes. But this machine wouldn't cooperate. Fujia was speechless. She was blaming the appliance. He looked at Ichichi, who had actually strung together a full sentence for once, and the corner of his mouth twitched upward. He turned, shrugged off his coat, and handed it to her. Then he rolled up the sleeves of his black shirt twice and bent down to pick up the instruction manual, now half soaked in spilled soy milk. Ichichi hung his coat on the hook by the door and came back to peer at the manual with him. His sleeves were pushed up, revealing strong, lean forearms traced with faint veins. His long fingers held the tiny booklet, and his expression was dead serious, like he was reviewing a contract. After flipping through it, he looked at the blender where the soybeans hadn't even been ground properly yet and let out a short, amused breath. He picked the whole thing up and dumped it all into the sink. Ichichi tried to stop him, but it was too late. Fujia rinsed it out. We can't use this. Go get a towel and wipe up. Annoyed, Ichichi still grabbed the towel and cleaned the spilled soy milk off the counter. Fujiya put the red dates and soybeans she prepped back into the blender, added exactly the right amount of water according to the manual, and locked the lid. Come on. It'll be ready soon. Ichichi gave the blender a wary look, clearly unconvinced. Are you sure? Won't it? One cold glance from Fujiya, and she swallowed the rest of her sentence. Why did you come here on your own? His voice came from behind her. Cool. I want to live by myself for a while. I told you yesterday. I don't want things to be like that. Like what? You don't want to sleep with me. Ichichi's cheeks flushed hot. She turned around and nodded. Fujiya took a step closer, his tall frame looming. She backed up instinctively until she hit the dining table. Maybe he got tired of standing and having to look down at her, because he planted both hands on the edge of the table and leaned in. Hearing this woman reject him, over and over, scraped at something cold and raw inside him. Chi-chi, he said, his voice low and absolute. You don't get to this. Ichichi shoved at his chest in frustration, but the man standing in front of her might as well have been a wall. Her small strength was useless. She couldn't push him away. She couldn't get around him. She looked up and glared, her voice sharp with fury. I don't want to sleep with you. I don't want you touching me. I don't want you holding me with the same hands you used to hold Bayuji, or coming near me with the mouth you used to kiss her. Her eyes burned red. In those glass-clear irises, she saw Fujiya's frowning reflection. He let her claw at him like an angry kitten for a moment, then said it, low and cold. Nothing happened yesterday. Ichichi froze. Fujiya never explained his relationship with Bayuchi. Not once. The only reason she even knew their history was because Bayuchi had come to tell her herself. The thought made her shake her head, disappointment pulling heavy in her eyes. You didn't come home last night, Fujiya. I don't want to be like this. But ever since I found out Bayushi was at your company, I can't stop myself. When you don't come home, I wonder if you're at the office. With her. His voice cut across hers, laced with anger. Ichichi. He stared down at her. What exactly was going on inside this girl's head? She's never set foot in my private quarters. I already told you until we divorce, I won't do anything outside the agreement. Did my words just blow right past your ears? His tone landed right beside her ear, cold and tight with frustration. Ichichi had no comeback. So had she been overthinking every single thing. From the kitchen, the whir of the soy milk machine cut off, followed by a string of soft beeps. Done. My soy milk's ready. Her brain was scrambled. She needed an exit. The man above her didn't move. He bit out the words. It's 星号卖星号 soy milk. Only then did he straighten up, like he was doing her a favor. Ichichi let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. The fresh ground soy milk smelled sweet and nutty. Ichichi swallowed. She wanted a cup. Badly. Fujiya grabbed a cup and poured her some. It's hot. Give it a minute. He brushed past her and set the cup on the dining table. That's it. Just soy milk. Poor CEO Fu. He comes straight from the company on an empty stomach storming over here in a rage. Ichichi looked genuinely embarrassed. She'd only been thinking about the soy milk, and then the machine gave her trouble, so she'd completely forgotten to make anything else. Fujiya pulled out his phone and ordered breakfast delivery. Living alone really suits you, huh? He looked straight at her as he rolled his shirt sleeves down, calm and methodical. Ichichi felt like Fujiya was being passive-aggressive today. Every word had a hidden point. She finally took a sip of the warm red date soy milk, then another, satisfaction spreading through her. She decided not to argue with him for now. But how did Fujiya know how to work everything? She followed the instruction manual step by step. The doorbell rang. Fujiya opened it. A hotel staffer set breakfast on the table with careful hands, then slipped back out of the apartment. Xinhao, wait, what? Was this some big secret? Did President Fu have a mistress hidden here? She was way too pretty, Xinhao. President Fu had no idea he'd just been branded as a man keeping a hidden lover. He sat down at the table and started eating. Steamed shrimp dumplings, pork and mushroom siu mai, and Yichichi's favorite molten custard buns. She reached for one without thinking. She nibbled on it between sips of soy milk, hesitating before she asked. Fujiya, how do you know how to work everything? That soy milk machine. Fujiya ate a shrimp dumpling. He looked up at her with zero intention of explaining himself. Next time you want soy milk, let me make it for you. You're hopeless. Hopeless. She'd been called hopeless. Yichichi huffed quietly to herself. Shouldn't you be at work? I'll leave in a minute. After breakfast, Fujiya really did head to the office. Yichichi didn't have much to do. There was a computer in the study. She found a small pink sketchbook, looked up pregnancy precautions online, and carefully wrote them down. The rest of the afternoon, she curled up on the couch, the TV on in the background, half watching. She thought about going to see Jiangyu soon. If she moved out after the new year, she'd need to find a place beforehand. She had zero experience renting, and the only person she could think to ask was Jiangyu. That evening, Fujiya didn't come back. Yichichi had no idea whether he slept at the company or went home. She kept replaying what he'd said during the day that Bayuji had never been in his private quarters. Did that mean they hadn't slept together? Relief eased through her. So this time, she'd been wrong about Fujiya. But that scene in his office, she'd seen it with her own eyes. The way they stood, so close. That wasn't a misunderstanding. Late at night, she drew a bath and went to bed. Fujiya spent the night locked into overseas video conferences. It was past 2 in the morning by the time he crashed in the private room. There was a hotel right next to Fu Corporation, family-owned. Whenever business dinners came up, Hise handled the bookings there. Around noon the next day, Fujiya had a key meeting with Chen Yushio, who'd just flown back in from abroad. Chen Yushio's company in the capital was called GC Group. Not as large as the Fu family empire, but his primary operations were in the UK, which lined up perfectly with Fu Corporation's expansion plans for the coming year. Chen Yushio had only returned to China that year. He said he was looking for someone and intended to stay for a year or two, while also building a presence in the capital. They understood each other immediately. Each had what the other needed. Dealing with a sharp mind saved time and energy. Fujiya didn't mind cooperating with him. The arrangement was mutually beneficial. Hise drove Fujiya to the hotel, then turned the car around and headed back to the office. There was still a mountain of work waiting. Compared to Fujiya, Hise as his assistant, managing everything big and small was completely run off his feet during the year-end rush. The hotel kept a private room reserved for Fujiya at all times. The manager escorted him upstairs with practiced deference. In the private dining room, a man sat alone. Chen Yushio. He and Fujiya were carved from the same mold, tall, long-limbed, in far better shape than most men their age who'd already let themselves go. But where Fujiya was all sharp angles, Chen Yushio carried a polished edge. Gold-rimmed glasses framed narrow amber eyes that tilted like peach blossoms. The kind of refined, graceful face you'd expect to see in a classical painting. Fujiya gave a slight nod, a small smile tugging at his mouth. They'd only ever spoken over video conference. This was their first real meeting, face-to-face. CEO Fu. Even more formidable in person. Not as formidable as you, CEO Chen. How long are you back for? A year at least. Business to wrap up, plus some personal matters. Chen Yuxiu shrugged elegantly. Hard to say for sure. They'd already handled the deal. This meal was simply a get-to-know-you. They'd be seeing plenty of each other going forward. Fujiya wasn't the type to dig into anyone's personal life. He let the comment hang. Chen Yuxiu's smile deepened. I'm looking for someone. Might need to call in a favor down the line. Just say the word. The dinner went smoothly. They shared similar instincts, the same tier of experience. The conversation warmed fast. After the meal, they headed downstairs. Chen Yuxiu left first. The winter air had teeth. Every exhale bloomed wet. Fujiya stood straight at the hotel entrance, waiting for Hizei to bring the car around. A fountain stretched across the front plaza, water arcing up and crashing back down. Watching it in this freeze was almost uncomfortable. He rarely had moments like this standing still, letting his mind empty out. Maybe 3 minutes passed. File. A toddler wobbled into view. The boy looked about 3, a tiger head perched on his head, cheeks flushed red, steps unsteady. The fountain must have caught his attention, because he headed straight for the edge without a flicker of hesitation. Fujiya's gaze swept the area. No parents. Frowning, he walked down the steps. His plan was simple, grab the kid and hand him to the front desk manager. But at that age, children had zero concept of danger. The boy leaned over the pool's edge, babbling, arms stretching toward the spray. Half his body tipped over the water. And then he was falling. Fujiya lunged. His arm shot out, snagging the back of the kid's clothes just before he hit the water. The sleeve of his suit jacket yanked back. Something sharp underwater raked across his forearm, a hot stripe of pain flaring up his arm. He hissed a low curse through his teeth. But he had the kid. Only the tiger had tumbled into the fountain. The boy was soaked from the waist down, stunned silent for one breath. Then his great dark eyes went wide, his lower lip started trembling, and he let out a full-throated wail. Tears streaked down his round cheeks. Fujiya hauled him out and set him on solid ground. His sleeve was drenched. He stared down at the screaming child. Yeah. Kids were a pain in the ass. The parents came running from the main entrance, chasing the sound. The mother scooped up the sobbing toddler in one frantic motion. Oh, baby, don't cry. Mommy's here, I've got you. They were young. The father took one look at the cold-faced stranger and immediately started thanking him. Sir, thank you. Thank you so much. We owe you everything. Fujiya shook out his arm. The jacket sleeve had ridden up, revealing blood soaking through the fabric, snaking in thin rivulets down his forearm. The man saw it. His face tightened with concern. You're hurt. Sir, please let me take you to the hospital. The front desk manager came sprinting out, drawn by the noise. The moment he spotted the CEO standing there, expression frozen, blood dripping from his hand, his eyes nearly bugged out of his head. He started barking orders for a car. CEO Fu, this is. Fujiya lifted his gaze to the stammering manager. Not exactly quick on his feet. The manager felt the injustice of it. Normally, he was articulate, composed. But when CEO Fu's face went dark like that arctic aura rolling off him, it was terrifying from a mile away. Have this fountain rebuilt. Fujiya's voice was flat. He rolled up his sleeve as he spoke. The black shirt hid the blood, but his hand was slit with red, diluted by water. The manager trailed behind him, meek as a shadow. A black Maybach pulled up at the curb. Hizei stepped out. CEO Fu. I'll take you to the hospital immediately. Fujiya shook his head once, already walking toward the car. No need. I'll go alone. He remembered the 2 meetings scheduled that afternoon. If he went to the hospital with Hizei in tow, someone else would have to cover them. He didn't glance back at the people still standing there. He slid behind the wheel and drove straight to the hospital. The gash on his arm was deeper than he thought. The doctor cleaned it, numbed it, and put in 4 stitches. Gauze wrapped tight around his forearm. His clothes were wet. Going back to the office sounded miserable. He turned the wheel and headed toward Qinghai instead. The heat was on high. Yiqiqi had no intention of leaving the apartment. She was curled up in the softest loungewear she owned. Underneath, a thin cotton tank. Over that, a short lavender fleece robe that brushed her ankles, the hood shaped like a duck with a floppy ball. She was sprawled on the sofa playing with Zeo, who kept trying to burrow under her clothes. Probably because the fuzzy material reminded him of, well, himself. Zeo. Stop worming into my shirt. Yiqiqi looked like a little mochi ball, soft and round. Her clothes hung loose, revealing a pale slip of an arm. Against the lavender fleece, her skin glowed like porcelain. A wall-sized screen played a foreign romance. A wide shot of green grass filled the wall, casting the room in a soft, pale green glow. The front door clicked open. Yiqiqi looked up. Fujiya stood in the entrance. Her mouth fell open. Surprise flickered through her expression. He wasn't supposed to be here, not in the middle of a workday. Zeo hopped off the sofa on his stubby legs and trotted over to Fujiya's feet, circling with a soft, throaty purr. Fujiya took off his shoes and walked in without a word. Yiqiqi stayed frozen on the sofa, dazed. I need to change. His wet sleeve stuck against his skin, uncomfortable. He headed upstairs for dry clothes. Yiqiqi watched his bag disappear up the stairs. Why was Fujiya here? On the screen, the protagonist was walking through a field of flowers. Her attention drifted back to the movie. A moment later, the sofa cushion dipped beside her. Fujiya had changed into a white sweater. He settled in close, the loose collar hinting at his collarbone, his Adam's apple distractingly sharp. Before she could react, he reached out and pulled her against him. What are you watching? Yiqiqi was too absorbed to notice the movement. Early summer romance, she answered, was soft. It's a love story. He didn't say anything else. Just sat quietly, watching with her. After a few minutes, his head tilted back. His eyes slid shut. The lights were off. It wasn't evening yet, but winter daylight was already failing. The room had gone dim. The movie shifted. War broke out. The male lead left the girl behind and went to the battlefield. Before he left, he placed a basket of daisies on her windowsill. Yiqiqi felt something heavy large in her chest. Maybe love that survived hardship was always more beautiful. That was why romance movies were always full of farewells and reunions. A long time later, the male lead missing a leg now returned to their old town. He gathered the girl who had waited for him into his arms in a field of daisies. The movie ended on that perfect frame. The screen went black, and the credits began to roll. Yiqiqi blinked, her eyes stinging a little. Then she remembered. Fujiya was right there. She turned her head. The man who was always so sharp, so cold, had fallen asleep. His eyes were closed, his breathing slow. It was almost dark now. The room was lit only by the faint glow of the screen playing across Fujiya's face. Yiqiqi sniffled softly. Carefully, she leaned in closer. How did he manage to look so serious, even in sleep? One arm was curled around her waist, possessive. The other rested still on his thigh. But his eyelashes were so long. And there beneath his eyes faint shadows. Had he been that busy lately? She pressed her palm against the edge of the sofa cushion, leaning closer. Her shirt slipped. Her balance tipped. She pitched forward and landed flat across Fujiya's lap. Fujiya opened his eyes, shifted the warm weight sprawled across his lap, and frowned. Done. Yiqiqi sat up fast, tucking her hair behind her ear. Yep. All done. He studied his wife in the dim light. The shadows softened everything, half her face lost in darkness, her small frame still cradled against his arm. She looked breakable and impossibly beautiful. The air thickened. His fingers twitched against her hip. He leaned in. She jerked back straight into the arm he already stretched along the sofa behind her. His hand caught her waist, steadying her. She saw the heat in his eyes, swallowed, and fumbled, turn on the light. He didn't move. Just held her gaze for one bit longer, then dipped his head and kissed that stuttering mouth. Slow. Deliberate. Soft and sweet, with that faint, dizzying scent of hers. Her neck arched, yielding, and the hand behind her slid up until his palm rested against the curve of her throat. Nowhere to go. In the dark, they traded a slow, wet kiss. The only sound in the room was the frantic pounding of her own heart. It felt like being 17 again, sneaking kisses in a darkened theater. The kiss turned possessive, stealing her air. She shoved at his chest. He didn't budge. When she felt the heat of him pressing closer, she grabbed his forearm and squeezed hard. Fujiya hissed and pulled back. His eyes stayed locked on her while he took a long, rough moment to cool down. Her lavender lounge top had slipped off one shoulder. He reached over and tucked it back into place. He hadn't meant to push that far. Just a kiss. Just her. He stood up and flicked on the light. The room flooded bright. Ichichi's lips were swollen, her eyes glossy with unshed tears. Cheeks flaming, she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. 幸好 possessive jerk. He practically bruised my lips. 幸好 she shot him a death glare. Fujiya, don't kiss me whenever you feel like it. He dropped back onto the sofa, face unreadable. The spot where she grabbed his arm was burning. He was half sure she'd popped a stitch. Not that he'd let it show. Felt like it, he said flatly. She wanted to scream at that stubborn, infuriating answer. Words failed her completely. Down on the floor, Zao's little corgi legs kept scrabbling uselessly at the sofa. Fujiya reached down, scooped up the dog, and set it next to Ichichi. Two fluffy things. They looked good together. A speck of red bloomed through the white sleeve of his sweater. Ichichi's eyes zeroed in on it. Fujiya, is that did you get blood on your clothes? She grabbed his arm before he could pull away. The stain was spreading. She blinked. Then realization hit. She pushed his sleeve up, and this time he let her. Just a scratch, he muttered. The white gauze was soaked through, red and seeping. Her stomach clenched as she remembered how hard she'd gripped him. Her brow furrowed. A phantom ache twinged in her own arm. She looked up. Call the doctor. Why is it still bleeding? It's fine. He got up, retrieved the first aid kit, and handed it to her. Just rewrap it. He sat back down and rolled his sleeve to the elbow. The bandage was the size of her palm, dark crimson in the middle, fresh blood creeping at the edges. Ichichi steeled herself and peeled off the tape. The gauze lifted away, revealing raw stitches and fresh blood beneath. He sat there, face blank, watching the TV like he felt nothing. She pinched a cotton ball between trembling fingers and started cleaning the edges of the wound. Red. So much red. Right there in front of her eyes. Her head swam. Panic fluttered sharp in her chest. Her hands stilled. He noticed. Turned his head. Saw his wife's face gone pale, her eyes squeezed shut. Terrified. 幸好 little rabbit, 幸好. He reached over, took the cotton from her, and wiped the blood away himself quick, casual before dusting on the powder. Ichichi pressed a hand over her eyes. Weakness rolled through her. She'd always been squeamish around blood, but never this bad. Maybe because it was 幸好 his 幸好 blood. That made everything worse. Sorry. Let me. She forced her eyes open. The wound was clean now. She took a fresh square of gauze and wrapped it, careful and precise. Something close to tenderness flickered through him. He touched the dark hair at the nape of her neck. Doesn't hurt. Don't be scared. Ichichi tossed the bloody gauze in the trash. Are you sure you don't need a doctor? No need. You did a good job. How did you get hurt? Fujiya thought back to that afternoon, a kid in a ridiculous tiger hat, flailing toward the water. The corner of his mouth twitched. Grabbed a kid before he fell in. She paused, genuinely surprised. Without thinking, her hand drifted to her belly. Sigh, do you like kids? He remembered the screaming, the snot, the tears. Shook his head. No. Too much trouble. Oh. The light in her eyes dimmed. She sent a silent message to the tiny life inside her. Xinghao, don't listen to him. That's just being stubborn. He'll love you. He will, Xinghao. She put the kid away and busied herself making dinner. Simple things, home-style dishes. Fujiya ate with the same quiet enthusiasm he'd shown last time. Afterwards, he pulled out his laptop and settled on the sofa, working. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the garden lights flickered on warm amber dots strung through the dark. Ichichi pressed her nose to the glass for a minute, but the cold bit too hard to go outside. She turned back. Fujiya was still there, spread out on her sofa like he owned it. Annoying. Was he planning to stay the night again? Xinghao sighed. Xinghao. Bored and restless, she grabbed a sketching pencil and curled into an armchair diagonal from him. Might as well. Free model. The sharp lead touched paper. A few strokes caught the weight of his seated posture. Fujiya's hair neither long nor short. A sharp, severe profile, especially that clean angle of jaw. Deep-set features. A faint crease between his brows when he concentrated. Strong brow bone. Ichichi paused, a strange thought surfacing. Fujiya would make an incredible skull model. If you cast his skull in plaster, you'd have the perfect anatomical study. She startled herself and shook her head. Xinghao, too morbid. Xinghao. Pencil balanced in her fingers, she squinted one eye, measuring proportions in the air. Her lashes fluttered. Across the room, the man she'd been so intently studying looked up from his laptop. His gaze locked onto hers, cold and unreadable. Ichichi was curled up on the sofa, looking even smaller than usual, one eye open, the other still squeezed shut. He closed his laptop, set it aside, and crossed the room in two long strides. Two fingers lifted the sketchbook from her hands. He studied the drawing of himself. Ichichi snapped out of her daze. She scrambled to her knees on the sofa, cheeks flaming. Fujiya, give it back. One hand pressed her shoulder down while the other held the sketchbook higher. She grabbed for it. Hey, stop looking. Even standing on the sofa, she barely came level with his eyes. His arms were too long, the book stayed well out of reach. She stretched anyway, and Fujiya let her flail for a second before dropping the sketchbook back into her hands. He leaned in, close enough that she could see the wicked gleam in his eyes. That's a little possessive. You draw me, but I'm not allowed to look. Her face went nuclear. She hugged the sketchbook to her chest. There's nobody else here. You're the only thing I can draw. MHM. He straightened up. It's good. Keep going next time. He turned, scooped up his laptop, and headed for the stairs. Jia, you're staying tonight. The words slipped out before she could stop them. She stared at his back. Yeah. She stayed downstairs as long as she could, then finally forced herself up. She couldn't figure out why he followed her here in the first place. When she walked into the bedroom, he had just shut his laptop. He glanced at her mouth, pressed a little too tight, and said, "Help me shower." She froze. Seeing her glued in place, he lifted his injured arm slightly. Can't get the wound wet. Ichichi turned and went into the bathroom to fill the tub. Then she walked back downstairs. When she returned, she was holding a roll of plastic wrap. She tucked his sweater up just enough to check. Good, the gauze hadn't bled through. If I wrap it with this, it won't get wet. She guided him to sit on the edge of the bed and knelt down to wrap his arm. Fujiya watched her face, focused and serious, and felt a stab of pure mischief. He sucked in a breath and winced. Her head snapped up. Her hands stilled. Does it hurt? Not too bad. That worried look was exactly what he wanted. She planned to wrap him up and leave him to shore alone, but now it looked like he genuinely couldn't manage. Fine. Let's go. His arm, swaddled in plastic wrap, looked ridiculous. Fujiya frowned but said nothing. They walked into the bathroom. It was spacious, steam already rising from the round tub, fogging up the mirrors. Ichichi stood there, waiting. Fujiya didn't move, so she thought, Xinghao, does he actually need my help? Xinghao. He bent down. Take my clothes off. She reached for his sweater. It was a white-colored pullover, so she had to stand on her toes. Fujiya crouched a little lower to let her pull it over his head. Clothed, he looked lean. Undressed, the man was sculpted. The sweater came off, and there it was, broad shoulders, narrow waist, the faint ridges of an 8-pack, and the V-line tracing down into his pants. Pants, he said, perfectly casual. Her cheeks flamed. Xinghao, just shake them off yourself, Xinghao, she thought. But her hands still found his waistband and unbuttoned it. Okay. That's enough. Her voice came out strangled. She spun around. Fujiya bent down and used his good hand to finish the job. He stepped into the tub, letting his injured arm rest along the edge. He sank back, voice low and rough. She. Hand me the body wash. The sound crawled straight down her spine. Resigned, she crouched and placed the body wash and shampoo within his reach. Then she immediately turned her back. A soft chuckle came from behind her. 4 years married, and his wife still blushed like a teenager. It always made him feel like he was teasing a schoolgirl. Water splashed as he washed himself with one hand. He squirted shampoo into his palm, then reached for the body wash. The bottle slipped, clattering to the floor and rolling until it bumped against Ichichi's foot. She bent, picked it up, set it on the counter. In the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of him and stormed out of the bathroom. Xinghao, forget it. He can figure out a one-handed shower on his own, Xinghao. Fujiya's low laugh followed her. He didn't push it, she only get pissed. He'd noticed something lately, though. Ichichi was getting more interesting. She got angry now. She talked back. When she was really furious, she even beat him. That was cute. He decided he liked it. After his shower, he came out with a towel slung low around his hips. Ichichi was already in bed, eyes shut tight. Faking sleep. If she was asleep, Fujiya couldn't ask her for anything. The blanket lifted. He slid in. His wet hair flicked water onto her face. She sighed and opened her eyes straight into his, dark and sharp, just inches away. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Xinghao, Fujiya. Why do you always leave, and then come back? Hot, then cold, then hot again, Xinghao. Xinghao, I'm always stuck in the same place. When you get close, I have to take it, whether I want to or not. When you leave, all I can do is watch your back, Xinghao. Her mood cratered. She blinked, got up, and grabbed a towel and the hairdryer. She pulled him upright without a word. Warm air rushed through his short hair. Ichichi stared past him, sinking into her own head. The doctor said pregnancy could make her emotional. Prone to overthinking. Maybe that was all this was. She'd been so quick to anger lately. When his hair was dry, she went to the closet and pulled out his pajamas. Propped against the headboard, Fujiya watched the silence settle over her. He rubbed his temples. His head ached, probably from the cold wind earlier. She helped him into the pajamas, switched off the light, and lay down. She stayed at the far edge of the bed, curled into a ball with her back to him. His injured arm was on her side, so he couldn't easily reach out and hold her. He fell asleep on his own. Sometime in the middle of the night, Ichichi rolled over, drawn toward the heat. She reached out and wrapped herself around the body beside her. A muffled groan of pain. She jolted awake. 星号 did I press on his arm, 星号. She opened her eyes, head sitting up in the moonlight slanting through the window, and carefully shifted his arm away. That was when she felt it. His skin was burning. She got up and turned on the light. His brows were drawn tight, his face flushed and ugly, feverish. Ichichi reached out and pressed her palm against Fujiya's forehead. Her hand looked small and pale against his skin, but her touch was steady. 在. Hey, 在. He didn't stir. His brows stayed knotted, his face tight with discomfort. She'd almost never seen him sick. The fever alone made something twist hard in her chest. She grabbed a towel from the bathroom, ran it under cold water, and folded it across his forehead. Then she reached for her phone on the nightstand, thumb already swiping for the family doctor's number. A hot hand closed over hers. Fujiya cracked his eyes open, squinting against the dim light. Even fever-blurred, his gaze tracked straight to her face. Call him tomorrow. Come to bed. He didn't want her scrambling around for him in the middle of the night. And their doctor was a man not appropriate at this hour. Somewhere in the fog, his brain was already spinning, already filing a mental note to add a female physician to the household staff. Ichichi hesitated, then set the phone back down. She touched the side of his neck instead. Her worry spiked. You're burning up. Like, really hot. I'm fine. I'll sleep it off. His voice came out scraped raw. He coughed. Since he was digging in, she went downstairs anyway. Came back with a packet of cold medicine dissolved in warm water. He drank it, and some of the tension bled out of his shoulders. I'm cold. Sleep next to me. Still anxious, she slipped under the covers and pressed herself against him, sharing her warmth. She barely slept. Every hour or so she got up, swapped out the towel, checked his skin. Only when the sky started to pale and his temperature finally dipped did she let herself drift off. He stood in the empty CEO suite, staring at the vacant desk. He knew the boss had gotten hurt yesterday. When he checked in last night, Fujiya told him he was with his wife. Don't send the doctor. Fine. Probably best not to poke the bear today. Anything wife-related, and somehow the extra work always ended up on Hize's plate anyway. Call or don't call, same result. Hize was a practical man. He turned to leave just as his phone buzzed. He answered. Yeah, 35th floor. On my way. He took the elevator down. The gown Fujiya had ordered for his wife for the company gala had been delivered to the wrong department. 35 was advertising. The floor was packed with stylish young women who lived for beautiful things, and the moment they spotted those deceptively simple, absurdly luxurious gift boxes, every pair of eyes lit up. The ad team worked with celebrities and luxury brands constantly. A sharp-eyed girl was the first to clock the packaging. Geeks Couture. That house was basically impossible to buy from. They stopped taking private clients years ago. Oh my god, whose dress is this? Do we have a secret heiress in the building? No way, geeks. Remember that A-list actress who couldn't even borrow an old design for a red carpet? This brand is insane. Don't get excited. Secretary, he's coming down to pick it up. It's the CEO's order. Silence. Right. Let's explain it. Bayuji walked out of the break room. Her gaze dropped to the boxes on the desk, and she caught the tail end of the whispers. A smile curved her lips. Could it be? Did I order this for me? He must feel bad about snapping at me in his office. A surprise. She smoothed her blouse, lifted her chin, and floated toward the desk. Is this the dress I ordered? For me. Under a wave of envious stares, Bayushi reached the boxes. Two silver-gray pieces understated but soaking in luxury, pale blue light shimmering across their surfaces. She reached out to untie the delicate ball on the lid, already basking in the attention. A cool voice cut through. "Miss Bai, don't touch that." Hize's lean frame moved into view. He stepped to the desk without hesitation. "This is the gun CEO Fu ordered for his wife. I'm taking it upstairs now." The cluster of girls exchanged glances. Barely concealed smirks. Oh, this was good. It was for the wife. Everyone knew the CEO had a gorgeous wife, though she kept a low profile. Rumor was she'd come by the office a while back. Too bad no one had gotten a look. Bayuji's expression shattered. She shot the boxes a venomous glare, then spun on her heel, heels snapping against the floor. "Whatever. I already gave me his card. I can buy whatever I want." No one was really listening. Handing her money was basically a polite brush-off, and everyone knew it. Hize scanned the room. Do we all have somewhere to be? He was just an assistant, on paper, but inside the company his authority rivaled a director's, maybe exceeded it, given the CEO's trust. The gossip-hungry girls scattered in seconds. He picked up both boxes and headed back upstairs. When Fuji awoke, the woman beside him was still asleep, curled into a tight ball against his side. She had her arms wrapped across her own chest, probably trying not to bump his wound. He remembered her getting up over and over in the night, changing the cool towel through his fever haze. He leaned down and pressed a kiss to her hair. A phone shrieked. Fuji snatched it up instantly, but the motion made the person in his arms stir and rub at her eyes. His voice came out ice cold. "Yeah." On the other end, Hize recognized the tone immediately. The boss was not happy. He checked the time past 9. Surely they weren't still in bed. "CEO Fu, the gun you ordered for your wife has arrived at the office. Send it to Jochinha." Fuji paused. "No. Leave it in my office. I'll come in this afternoon." He hung up. The woman tucked against him pushed herself up, still drowsy, and touched his forehead. "Fuji, are you feeling better?" Her voice was soft, still half asleep. "Yeah. Much better. You want to get up?" Ichichi was still exhausted. Her hand drifted unconsciously to her stomach, a silent greeting to the baby. But she still wanted a doctor to check on him. She forced herself upright. "No, I'm getting up. I'll call the doctor." After the call, she went into the bathroom to wash up and change. She was about to head downstairs to make breakfast when a wave of dizziness hit her the second she stepped out. She grabbed the doorframe. Fuji, in the middle of changing, caught her arm immediately. "What's wrong? Are you sick? Have the doctor check you out too?" Ichichi shook her head. "No. I'm fine. Just hungry. He doesn't need to see me. The Fu family doctor was excellent at everything. The last thing she needed was for him to discover she was pregnant right now. Don't bother cooking. Sit. I'll have food sent over." They went downstairs together just as the doorbell rang. Dr. Yang was young. He came in and immediately took Fuji's temperature and redressed his wound. While he worked, the breakfast delivery arrived. Fuji told Ichichi to go eat. She was genuinely hungry. She sat at the table obediently. "CEO Fu, you're fine. Nothing serious. Take the fever reducer and anti-inflammatory. Change the bandage on your hand daily, keep it dry. Stitches can come out in a few days." Dr. Yang gave his instructions, packed up, and left without lingering. Breakfast was light. Ichichi had some congee and a couple of small pork buns, and the color came back to her face. When Fujiya walked over, she stood and ladled a bowl for him. They ate in easy quiet. Afterward, she watched him get ready to head to the office, worry still flickering in her eyes. "It's fine. The medicine's working. I feel a lot better. Wait for me tonight. Fujiya reached down and ruffled her hair. I have something to bring home. The day of the annual gala arrived, bitter cold. The forecast promised snow by nightfall. Fujiya had sent the gown and jewelry days ago. Exactly what Yichichi needed. That afternoon, a styling team showed up at her door. A famous crew, the kind who worked exclusively with A-list celebrities. Cleo, the makeup artist, spent the entire session gushing. You're breathtaking. Absolutely breathtaking. When the team was packing up, Fujiya walked in. Cleo slipped a card into Yichichi's palm and winked. Call me anytime you need styling, she whispered. Yichichi stared at her reflection. She barely recognized the woman in the mirror. She looked beautiful. It felt vain to think it, but Cleo really was that talented. Her waist-length hair had been curled into loose French waves and pinned back with 2 diamond-studded clips, baring the pale column of her throat. Her makeup was minimal soft brows, a muted lip, but somehow it made her features look softer, more luminous. The tiny mole beside her nose added just enough playfulness. When Fujiya stepped through the door, a flutter hit her stomach. A faint blush crept up her cheeks. He stopped. Stared. That usually cold expression cracked. He knew his wife was beautiful, but this was something else entirely. He couldn't look away. Zai. Her voice was uncertain. He was just standing there. Was something wrong? He swallowed his surprise. You look beautiful tonight. Then he headed upstairs to change. The gala was held at the same hotel where Fujiya had been injured before. The fountain out front had been replaced with a new statue. Yichichi took his arm, and they rode the private elevator to the 20th floor. The moment they appeared, every gaze in the room swung toward them. Fujiya wore a perfectly tailored silver gray suit that emphasized his lean frame, hair swept back from a sharp brow. His expression was cold, unreadable, pure aristocratic arrogance. And the woman on his arm, the CEO's wife, apparently. Striking didn't cover it. Her eyes shimmered, lashes thick and dark. Her hair fell in soft waves down her back. The champagne pink, off-the-shoulder gown hugged her curves and pulled at the waist like gathered clouds, the silk catching the light with a silver sheen. Her neck looked impossibly graceful. Like a swan. A ripple of guests moved through the crowd. The dress was clearly extravagant. But the real showstopper was the pink diamond necklace at her throat. Wasn't that the unique piece from the last auction? Fujiya narrowed his eyes, and the staring sputtered out. These were company executives. They recognized the warning. Behind the crowd, Bayushi glared at Yichichi, twisting her fingers until her knuckles blanched. Even flawless makeup couldn't hide the rage contorting her features. Xinghao, please. The woman beside Fujiya should be me. What is she, Xinghao? A nobody orphan, plucked off the street. How dare she stand beside him in public? Tonight, the whole world would know who Fujiya was really going to marry. The full corporation mistress was Bayushi. Elegant violin music floated through the grand hall. Roman columns framed a staircase that spiraled up 2 stories. Every table was laden with flowers, champagne, delicate pastries. Alongside employees and business partners, media reporters filled the room. Everyone in the capital looked forward to the full corporation gala, eager to watch the city's richest, most eligible CEO deliver his speech. At exactly 8 o'clock, the music stopped. A spotlight hit the stage. Fujiya took Yichichi's hand and led her forward. The crowd parted in silence, forming a small circle around them. The host gave a brief introduction and invited Fujiya up. Expression cold as ever, Fujiya turned and murmured against Yichichi's ear, "Wait for me." He strode onto the stage. "Thank you all for being here tonight at Full Corporations." It was a simple corporate speech. But with that low, magnetic voice and his absurdly handsome face, no one looked away. Yichichi watched him under the lights, her heart drumming. This was the Fujiya he was meant to be. Standing at the center of attention, in the gaze of everyone who admired him or envied him. Untouchable. Born to be above everyone else. And she, Ichichi, would watch from the shadows. That was fine. Even after they separated, she still see him on TV, hear his name in the news. Maybe then she wouldn't miss him so much. Her hand drifted to her stomach. Beneath the soft fabric, her belly was still flat. She whispered inside, "Xinhao baby, that's your daddy, Xinhao." Applause erupted. Fujiya had already stepped off the stage and was wrapping an arm around her waist. The music resumed. Couples began dancing in the center of the hall. Fujiya took a glass of red wine from a passing waiter and handed Ichichi a glass of orange juice. After a few rounds of greetings, Ichichi needed the restroom. She murmured the words to Fujiya, then turned and headed for the second floor. He told her there was a private lounge upstairs. She could rest if she got tired. She wasn't used to heels. But Fujiya had chosen these shoes, so she wore them. After a while, her feet were already aching. The lounge was empty and quiet, insulated from the noise below. She sank onto the sofa and was about to slip off her heels when the door swung open. She looked up, expecting Fujiya. Instead, Bayuji stood there. The last person she wanted to see. Bayuji wore a white dress, her makeup bold, a glass of red wine in her hand. She moved unsteadily. Clearly tipsy. Ichichi didn't want this fight. She stood to leave, but Bayuji click-clacked over in her heels and blocked the way. She planted a hand on Ichichi's shoulder. "Leaving so soon? You made quite the splash tonight. Let me get a good look at the CEO's wife." Ichichi had zero patience. She knocked Bayuji's hand aside and tried to step past. But Bayuji was stronger than usual. The alcohol, probably. She sneered at Ichichi's dismissiveness. "Who said you could leave? I'm not finished." She shoved Ichichi hard. Ichichi stumbled backward in her heels, gasping. Her instincts screamed to protect her stomach. The sofa caught her, and she landed safely against the cushions. Seeing her flinch, Bayuji grew bolder. She bent down, contempt curling her voice. "Scared? How does it feel, Ichichi? Flaunting yourself while wearing my place?" She touched the pearl necklace around her own throat. "See this? The dress, the jewelry. All paid for by Fujiya. How does it feel, knowing your husband spends his money on other women? If you had any shame, you'd divorce him. Spare yourself the humiliation." Ichichi's eyes blazed. Yes, she knew. She knew this was Bayuji's place. And she would give it up. But she wasn't swallowing Bayuji's poison tonight. "Funny," Ichichi said, cool as ice. "My dress was personally chosen by Jie. I heard it's from a very famous designer. What about yours?" Bayuji's smile froze. Her own dress had been bought with Fujiya's card, but she'd chosen it herself. It couldn't touch Ichichi's. Fury twisted into a bitter laugh. Bayuji's red lips curved into something nearly manic. With a flick of her wrist, the entire glass of red wine splashed down Ichichi's gown. "Bayuji! What the hell is wrong with you?" Ichichi stared in shock. "Ichichi!" Bayuji's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "Do you want to make a bet with me? Let's see who Fujiya picks." In front of everyone, Ichichi stared at Bayuji's smug, triumphant face. She wanted to say Fujiya would choose her. But she knew the truth. Fujiya would always choose Bayuji. She shook her head. "This is boring, Bayuji. I'm not playing your childish game." Bayuji threw her head back and laughed. Her whole body shook with it before she finally stopped. "You're scared, Ichichi. You're scared to death, aren't you?" Ichichi looked away. Yes. She was. Bayuji studied her for a long moment, then murmured, as if to herself, "Doesn't matter. Whether you play or not, I'm done waiting for you two to divorce. Today, everyone will know I'm the woman Fujiya was supposed to marry. And you? Her voice dropped. You're just a thief. She flicked her wrist. The crystal wine glass shattered against the floor. Bayuji bent down, picked up the largest shard, and pressed it against her own throat. Bright red blood welled up instantly. Ichichi gasped. Bayuji, what are you doing? Bayuji ignored the blood streaming down her neck. She staggered to the window. 20th floor. Half sealed. It only opened partway. She shoved it open. Icy wind cut into the room. Ichichi shivered. Outside, snow was falling. Heavier than that night at the hot spring. You're insane. Is this fun for you? Hurting yourself over and over? Do you really think that wins you love, or just pity? Ichichi couldn't understand Bayuji's compulsive need to self-destruct. Go get him. Get Yi. I'll only talk to him. Something dark twisted across Bayuji's face. Her other hand reached out into the freezing air. The wind turned her cheeks raw and red. Ichichi's gown was still half-soaked. Below, the main hall was packed. Media. Reporters. Her courage crumbled. Moisture gathered in her eyes. She knew exactly how this would end. Bayuji had already woven the net. There was no way out. But if Bayuji actually died here tonight, Fujiya would never forgive her. She turned to leave and nearly collided with someone. A server. Fujiya had sent him to find her. The server looked past her shoulder, spotted Bayuji in the lounge, and screamed. His tray crashed to the floor. He stumbled backward, shouting for help. Ichichi's head spun. Fine. No need to call him. Fujiya would be here soon enough. Bayushi watched the server flee and curved her lips into a vicious smile. Showtime. The commotion pulled everyone's attention. Fujiya sprinted up the stairs, thinking Ichichi was in trouble. Behind him came the media and guests, a wave of bodies and noise. He saw Ichichi first hollow, standing by the door, her dress stained and dripping. He moved toward her. She flinched back. Her face was blank. She pointed inside. Bayuji's waiting for you. The paleness of her skin twisted something in his chest. He looked past her and saw Bayuji. His expression turned to ice. Bayuji leaned against the window frame. Blood trickled down her neck, staining her hands, blooming across her white dress. A collective gasp. The doorway jammed with people. Ichichi was shoved inside. All her strength drained out of her. She pressed against the wall, one hand moving instinctively over her stomach. Forced to watch. Cameras went up. Whispers buzzed. What the hell is going on? Is someone trying to kill herself? Let's Bayuji. She can't have CEO Fu, so she's losing it. Fujiya's brow furrowed. He took a single step forward. Bayuji tightened her grip on the glass. Don't come any closer. She gazed at him with aching tenderness, her voice fragile as cracked porcelain. Yi. I'm sorry. I can't wait anymore. I really want to marry you. You promised. Back then, you told me Ichichi was just a contract marriage. You said when I came back, you'd marry me. So what? I've been back for so long. I've been waiting for you to keep your word. Why haven't you divorced her yet? Don't you love me anymore? Did you forget your vow? Fujiya cut her off, his voice low and hard. Yuji. Stop this. Yi, why won't you answer me? If you've forgotten your promises, who am I supposed to trust? Ichichi is a thief. She stole my place while I was gone. Never mind. I shouldn't talk about her. Or you'll just feel sorry for her again. She blinked. Tears slipped down her cheeks. You know my health isn't good. I'm not like Ichichi. It makes sense you wouldn't want to marry me anymore. Something softened in Fujiya's eyes. His frozen expression cracked. The wound on Bayuji's neck had spread. She was clearly unstable. He drew a breath. I haven't forgotten. I just need time. I will marry you. In that moment, Fujiya felt a strange anger tangled with his concern. Even with Bayuji pressing a blade to her throat, he couldn't stop the thought from cutting through. Chichi's going to be devastated. But he couldn't let Bayuji get hurt. Not here. Not like this. What? CEO Fu actually admitted it. Oh my god, this is huge. The wife is just a stand-in. The real one is Bayuji. No wonder she was at the company. And Ichichi, how could she? She always seemed so sweet and pretty. The murmurs crashed over Ichichi like a tide. Her stomach ached. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She gripped the fabric of her gown, nails digging in, barely understanding how she still had the strength to stand. Watching Fujiya confess his love. Watching them pour their hearts out in front of the entire world. Watching her own heart rot like dead wood. Splinter apart. She knew grandfather had wanted her at the annual gala so everyone would see she was Fujiya's wife. The thought of his kindness toward her made bitterness rise in her throat. I'm sorry, grandfather. I'm going to disappoint you again. Yuji, come here. Fujiya extended a hand toward her. Bayuji looked dazed, but her eyes flicked to Ichichi a quick, deliberate glance. Ichichi caught it, the challenge burning silent and sharp. No one else saw a thing. Not Fujiya. Not a single person in that room. They only saw Bayuji's fragility, how pitiful and helpless she seemed. Ichichi bit her lip until she tasted blood. Her thin frame pressed flat against the wall, as if the cold surface were the only thing holding her up. Half an hour ago, she stood at Fujiya's side, the envy of everyone in the room. Now, she was a wreck. Bayuji could tear down everything she built with a single breath. Because everything Ichichi had came from Fujiya. And as long as Bayuji stayed rooted in his heart like a first love that never faded, Ichichi would relive this humiliation over and over. He wasn't the one in the wrong. The person who kept hurting her. Not him. It was her. The one who always compromised. Always gave in. Fujiya, will you really marry me? You don't mind. Bayuji's voice quivered. Yes. Fujiya's brow tightened, his voice ice cold, his patience snapping. Come here. Or the whole thing is off. If Bayuji were sober, he wouldn't let her manipulate him like this. But she was drunk, her gaze unfocused. The guilt he carried was enough to cave to this, and he'd been cold toward her lately anyway. Bayuji saw the anger rising in him and knew when to back down. He acknowledged her in front of everyone, the whole company, the media. By tomorrow, the world would know. Let them whisper behind her back all they wanted. Xinhao Ichichi. Let's see how long you last, Xinhao. Her mission was done. She let her hand drop. The shattered crystal of the wine glass scattered across the white porcelain tiles in a sharp, bright clatter. She stumbled toward Fujiya. He crossed the distance in 2 strides, scooping her up, one hand pressing against the wound on her neck. But his mind drifted unbidden to the night Ichichi had been kidnapped. That same helplessness. The fear, the regret, the dread. Now, only a headache. And irritation. The doorway was packed. Fujiya straightened, Bayuji cradled against his chest, and swept the room with a cold glare, a warning, a threat. Reporters clutching their cameras slowly lowered them. Bayuji looped her arms around his neck, fragile and clinging, trembling against him. Sir, the ambulance is downstairs. Hizei had entered, standing at his side. Fujiya moved toward the door. The crowd parted instantly. At the threshold, his gaze caught Ichichi pressed against the wall. She stood motionless, not even looking at him. Bayuji let out a soft whimper. Fujiya turned and left. Hizei followed close behind. The leaves were gone. Only Ichichi remained. With Fujiya absent and everyone already convinced she was nothing more than a stand-in, the media's courage surged. They swarmed, microphones and recorders shoved into her face. Miss Yi, what's really happening here? Did you take Miss Bai's place? A sharp-eyed reporter fired first. Then chaos. Everyone fighting to be heard, desperate not to miss this explosive scandal. Miss Yi, when will you and Mr. Fu divorce? It's a contract marriage, right? What were the terms? Do you know what Mr. Fu promised Miss Bai? Why won't you just agree to the divorce? Are you trying to replace her? Steal her spot? The questions grew sharper, polished words that cut like razors. They closed in on her like parasites, baring their fangs. Yi Qiqi shook her head, her delicate face draining of color. Don't ask me. I don't know. Don't ask. The pain in her stomach sharpened. Her gown, caught by the draft from the window, clung frozen to her skin. The crowd pressed closer, suffocating. They wanted to swallow her whole. She tried to push through. They didn't let her. Of course they didn't. In their eyes, she was nothing but a fake Fu family wife, a tool, a fraud. Why waste the performance anymore? Yi Qiqi wanted to cry but she couldn't. She bit her lip harder, wrapping her arms around herself. From the crowd, Chen Yuxiu watched. He'd come to the Fu Corporation annual meeting as a guest, nothing more, and he hadn't expected to witness this. The girl was small, her face striking even in distress. So this was Fujiya's contract wife. Probably after the Fu family's money and status, just like all the others. He was about to turn away, but his feet didn't move. Something twisted in his chest. He'd seen plenty of women clinging to power, and he despised them. Then he did something he didn't expect. He shrugged off his suit jacket, pushed through the bodies, and draped it over Yi Qiqi's shoulders. The warmth made her look up. The man was a stranger. Every camera swung to Chen Yuxiu. The tycoon freshly returned from overseas to expand his business in China. The media knew exactly who he was. They wouldn't dare corner him the way they'd cornered her. He steadied the girl, who was swaying on her feet, and leaned down. Can you walk? Yi Qiqi nodded weakly. Whoever he was, as long as he could get her out of here. She felt awful. Terrified for the baby. She just needed to get to the hospital. I can walk. Chen Yuxiu guided her toward the door. He glanced back at the reporters, who looked ready to follow. A cold smile brushed his lips. Are you sure you want to run that kind of story about the Fu family? The room fell silent. Everyone knew Chen Yuxiu as mild-mannered. The reporters who'd worked with him had never seen this side of him. But power was power. His presence alone made them shrink back. Chen Yuxiu led Yi Qiqi downstairs. The lobby lights were blinding. Through the spotless floor-to-ceiling glass, Yi Qiqi caught her reflection, hair erect, face pale, the beautiful gown wrinkled and ruined. They stood inside the revolving doors, waiting for his driver. He let go of her arm. I'll take you back. He regretted it the moment he said it. He could have just called her a cab. Yi Qiqi bent slightly, a cramp twisting through her stomach. Fear crept in. Was something wrong with the baby? Can you call me a cab? My stomach hurts really bad. I need to go to the hospital. She wouldn't have asked if it weren't serious. Chen Yuxiu saw the sweat beading on her forehead, the blood draining from her lips. Something softened in his expression. Maybe it was because she looked about the same age as the sister he'd never met. Without a word, he lifted Yi Qiqi into his arms and carried her out to the car. The hospital. His driver nodded and hit the gas. The moment Yi Qiqi slid into the car, she curled into the corner, one hand pressed against the window as she fought the nausea surging through her. Her head throbbed. Waves of sickness rolled through her. Her heart had gone completely numb. The baby. That was all she could think about now. If something happened, she'd never forgive herself. The car pushed through the darkness. Beside her, Chen Yuxiu flipped open his laptop, utterly detached. They arrived at the hospital minutes later. Chen Yuxiu told the driver to take her inside. He didn't meddle in other people's family drama. Bringing her here tonight had already crossed the line. Yi Qiqi shook her head and slipped off the jacket he'd lent her. She'd worn it, sweated in it, returning it now felt humiliating. Thank you for everything tonight. I can go in on my own. The jacket. Snow fell steadily outside the window. Chen Yuxiu had zero interest in reclaiming clothes someone else had worn. Keep it. Don't bother giving it back. Yi Qiqi nodded, awkward, and stepped out of the car. One hand stayed pressed against her stomach as she walked toward the hospital entrance. The suit jacket hung loose over her shoulders. Beneath it, she was still wearing that thin gown. She was shivering uncontrollably. Xinhao baby, please be good, Xinhao. Xinhao, don't be scared. Nothing's going to happen to you. Mom will protect you, Xinhao. A luxury sedan. A stunning woman in an evening gown. An oversized man's suit jacket. The second Yi Qiqi stepped through the entrance, heads turned. But none of that mattered anymore. After tonight, she was done being afraid of anyone's eyes. Her head swam. Every person she passed seemed to split into two blurry silhouettes. She could barely stand. She hadn't even made it past the doorway. An ambulance screeched to a halt at the curb. Medical staff burst out, wheeling a patient inside, shouting, "Clear the way. Move, move." Yi Qiqi saw the urgency and shifted sideways, trying to get out of their path. But her legs gave out. Her body tilted then collapsed. A flood of white coats rushed past. Her vision went black. And then everything spun, and every sensation slipped away. Chen Yuxiu had been watching her fragile figure through the window. He had a rule about staying out of other people's business, but something about Yi Qiqi made him keep looking. The moment she crumpled, he opened the door. A nurse had already caught her. Chen Yuxiu strode over, bent down, and lifted her into his arms. Inside the VIP ward, a tall man stood at the bedside, his expression thunderous. The weight in the room was suffocating. A doctor and two nurses worked nervously, wrapping gauze around Baiyuji's neck, tending to the wounds on her hands. By the window, a white-haired man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, studying the woman in the bed. Xiao Yuanbai was one of the capital's most prominent psychiatrists. Fujia had called him here to determine whether Baiyuji's mental state was genuinely unstable or conveniently unstable. He was exhausted. His guilt, his promises they couldn't keep being used as leverage forever. Outside, snow fell in thick, heavy flakes. The thought of Yi Qiqi alone at the hotel gnawed at him. Are you finished? His impatient voice sliced through the room. The doctor hurriedly tied off the last bandage on Baiyuji's hand, assuming the CEO's concern was directed at the woman in the bed. The doctor forced a reassuring smile and patted his chest. Mr. Fu, Miss Bai is fine. Superficial injuries only. Fujia exhaled. If she was fine, he had no reason to stay. Leave two nurses to monitor her. I'll come back later. He turned to leave. Baiyuji struggled upright on the bed. Yi, where are you going? Fujia let out a cold laugh. He leaned down, bringing his face close to hers. The doctor just said you're fine. But I'm terrified. Please, won't you stay? Baiyuji. His voice dropped to ice. Do you have any idea how many people were at the annual party tonight? How many of Fu Corporation's business partners? And the media? His eyes flickered with anger. What exactly were you trying to pull? The words landed like a blade. He straightened up. I never thought you'd become someone this reckless. Fujia had always been ruthless. Self-centered. He didn't let anyone manipulate him. The only thing he'd ever owed Baiyuji was guilt from the past. And she'd been chipping away at it, piece by piece, until there was almost nothing left. Panic stirred in Bayuji's chest. He had changed. Something in him had shifted. I don't believe you. Her voice trembled. Yi, I don't believe you're really angry with me. You told me back then you said you'd always protect me. That you'd never let anyone hurt me, never let me feel wronged again. Then you should know exactly what kind of person I despise most. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just miss you so much. You keep pushing me away. I wake up every single day hoping today's the day I'll finally see you. Please. Please don't treat me like this. Irritation surged through him. He couldn't stomach another word. He stood and walked out. Behind him, Bayuji's screams turned hysterical. He went straight to the smoking area at the end of the hall and lit a cigarette. He needed something to take the edge off. A white ring of smoke drifted upward. His expression blurred in the haze. He turned to face the window. The snow hadn't stopped. He pulled out his phone and called Hise, eyes fixed on the glass. Shut the media down. I don't want to see a single story tomorrow. He hung up, crushed the half-burned cigarette between his fingers, and headed for the stairs. He drove back to the hotel fast. He knew what had happened after he left. Reporters would have swarmed Ichichi. She was timid. She'd be terrified. And the way she looked when he walked out, God, how pale she'd been. Fujiya slammed his fist against the steering wheel and hit the gas. The car screeched to a stop in front of the hotel. He went inside. The lobby was empty. All the guests had gone. A handful of staff were cleaning up. When they spotted Fujiya, someone scrambled to notify the manager. He ignored them and took the stairs to the second floor two at a time. He just needed Ichichi to still be there, waiting for him. He pushed open the restroom door. Empty. The window was half open. Gusts of cold wind swept through, biting and sharp. Something hollowed out in his chest. The manager came puffing up the stairs, the same one who'd been on duty the time Fujiya got injured here before. Mr. Fu. What brings you back? Is something wrong? The annual party was over. Why was the CEO here? And after the disaster tonight, was he about to be blamed for it? Sweat beaded on the manager's forehead. He wiped it with his sleeve, forcing himself to stay calm. Where's my wife? The manager froze. What? During all the excitement, no, he meant the Xinghao incident. Xinghao, he hadn't been on the scene. He'd been downstairs coordinating logistics. He hadn't seen anything firsthand. But the gossip had definitely reached him. His brain scrambled. Which wife was Mr. Fu asking about? The current one? Or the next one? Fujiya fixed him with a black stare. Half a head taller, he radiated pressure so intense the manager's heart nearly stopped. Where is Ichichi? The last thread of his patience. Oh, the missus. She got taken away just a little while ago. A whole pack of reporters surrounded her, wouldn't stop badgering her with questions. And honestly, if you ask me, those reporters are vicious. They asked the nastiest things. Almost had her in tears, and then Fujiya's expression darkened further. The manager smacked his own mouth. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. Some man took her. I didn't see who. I'll pull the security footage right away. Fujiya rubbed his temples. Of course the media had been everywhere. Of course they wouldn't let tonight go. He stood silent for a long moment. Then he kicked over a nearby chair. It crashed to the floor. His usual composure had cracked clean open. He was about to demand that footage when his phone buzzed. He glanced at the number. Surprise flickered across his face. He opened the message. It was from Chen Yuxiu. Xinghao Ichichi is safe. I took her to her friends. Xinghao. Friend. Fujiya's mind went to Mu Yao. After everything that happened tonight, Maybe it was better for Yichichi to have someone to talk to. And Chen Yushio, after dealing with him this long, Fujiya knew the man was thoughtful, reliable. Some of the tension left his shoulders. He typed a response. Xinghao, good. Thank you, Xinghao. He was about to put the phone away when it rang. He answered. Mr. Fu, could you return to the hospital? I've confirmed Miss Bai's condition. The voice on the other end was weathered and steady. Dr. Zhao. I'll be there now. Without hesitation, Fujiya headed out the door and back toward the hospital. Outside the emergency room, Chen Yushio leaned his tall frame against the cold wall, feeling something he'd never felt before in his life. The male doctor yanked off his mask and fixed Chen Yushio with a dead serious stare. This was the same doctor who had diagnosed Yichichi's pregnancy last time. Seeing Chen Yushio's careless attitude, the doctor was livid. Last time, the wife had fainted and nobody brought her in. This time, they actually showed up, but word was she walked in herself and collapsed at the hospital entrance. What kind of husband was this? Looked decent enough, but apparently trash man came in all shapes and sizes. The doctor rolled up his sleeves and snapped, What the hell is wrong with you? Your wife is almost 2 months pregnant and you couldn't care less. You didn't come with her last time, and this time you let her walk in by herself. At the word pregnant, Chen Yushio frowned and lifted his head. Yichichi was pregnant. Wasn't she in a contract marriage with Fujiya, about to divorce him? What was going on? Seeing the confusion on his face, the doctor got even angrier. What? You didn't even know your own wife was pregnant? I swear, some husbands are so careless they could fly to the moon. Chen Yushio ignored the rant and spoke calmly. Is she okay now? Okay? No, she's not okay. Last time I told you she was malnourished and her vitals were off. Today the baby is saved, but if she keeps having emotional swings like this and no one takes care of her, it's very dangerous. The doctor rolled his eyes and shoved the payment slip at him. Here. Go pay. Chen Yushio wordlessly handed the slip to his driver. The driver stared at his boss, who had just been chewed out without saying a word back. Baffled, he took the slip and ran off to pay. This guy was obviously some rich playboy, probably too busy fooling around outside to care. And that girl so fragile and young. How did she end up with a husband like this? In the hospital room, Yichichi woke up. The nurse had already changed her into a clean hospital gown. She saw the doctor standing at the foot of her bed and immediately touched her stomach. She didn't know if the baby was okay. She struggled to sit up. If the baby was gone, she couldn't bear to think about it. Hey. Lie down. The doctor leaned over. You young people never listen. Didn't I tell you last time to keep your emotions stable and get proper nutrition? Your numbers are even worse than last time. And today so dangerous. Yichichi's eyes brimmed with tears. Was her baby really gone? Doctor, is my baby still here? Oh, I forgot to mention. Yes, the baby is fine. But if you keep this up, it'll be dangerous. And your husband, I just gave him a piece of my mind. Young fathers these days just don't care. Hearing the baby was okay, a wave of relief and joy flooded Yichichi. As long as the baby was safe, that was all that mattered. She swore she would never let anything happen to the baby again. Then she remembered what the doctor said about the baby's father. She realized the man who helped her must have brought her here. Had he told Fujiya? What would Fujiya do? He had publicly acknowledged Bayuji just today. How could he possibly want her baby? Before Yichichi could process it, Chen Yushio's tall figure appeared in the doorway. The doctor shot him a glare and walked out. Yichichi looked at the man in front of her, feeling a tangle of emotions, and even a little embarrassed. She was relieved it wasn't Fujiya, but she felt bad that a complete stranger had been yelled at by the doctor because of her. She spoke first. I'm sorry, sir. Only then did she realize she hadn't even asked his name. I'm Chen Yuxiu. I have some business dealings with Fujian. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, for putting you in that position with the doctor. Chen Yuxiu shook his head casually, unconcerned. He tilted his chin. Do you want me to tell Fujian? Yi Chichi's head shot up. Her dull eyes blinked nervously. No. Please don't tell him. She bit her lip. Her pale face was drained of color, and her voice dropped to a whisper. You saw it tonight. He has a woman he loves. I'll raise this child on my own. Please just pretend you don't know, okay? Chen Yuxiu had no intention of meddling anyway. Not telling him was fine. Yi Chichi hesitated, her slender fingers twisting the white sheet. After a long pause, she spoke again. Can I trouble you for one more thing? What? Chen Yuxiu didn't know why he was being so patient with her. Normally he would have left by now. Can you send a message to Jia for me? Tell him I'm at a friend's place. Yi Chichi didn't have her phone. She was afraid that if Fujian somehow thought of her and wanted to find her, he would trace her to the hospital. Though she knew he was probably too busy taking care of Baiyuji to even think about her. But she couldn't risk even the slightest chance he'd find out about the baby. Chen Yuxiu agreed. He asked for her name, took out his phone, and sent a message. Xinghao Yi Chichi is fine. She's at a friend's place, Xinghao. He showed Yi Chichi Fujia's reply, then left the hospital. It was almost 11. Outside, the snow had stopped, but the air was biting cold. After witnessing that whole mess, Chen Yuxiu had formed a bit of an opinion about Fujian. But everyone had their private affairs. What kind of person Fujian was behind closed doors wasn't his concern, as long as business dealings were handled cleanly. Fujian arrived at the hospital and went straight to Dr. Zha's office. The gray-haired old man looked up and handed him a serious evaluation report. After thorough observation and assessment, Mr. Fu, I believe Miss Bai is mentally sound. She is emotionally reactive, but everything falls within normal thresholds. Fujian radiated a cold aura. His fingers held the thin report lightly, his gaze landing on the word normal at the bottom. Lost in thought. Xinghao emotionally reactive, Xinghao. He left the office and called Hizei. Find out where the people who attacked Baiyuji and me are being held. Hizei paused on the other end. A few days ago, the old man had asked him to look into that very matter, and there were indeed some oddities. Sir. The hospital corridor was silent in the dead of night, only the sound of his footsteps on the cold tiles. Sensing Hizei had something to say, Fujian stopped in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. What is it? Hizei had only gotten the information this morning. A few days ago, the old man had me investigate. The people who were locked up back then were actually two separate groups. One group was after you. The other, their motives aren't clear yet, but someone definitely tampered with things. Outside the window, snow began to fall again, thick and heavy, swirling down in large flakes. Down below, the streetlights cast a hazy yellow glow. A figure bundled in heavy clothes hunched over as they walked out of the hospital. Fujia's fingers tapped lightly against the edge of the window. The glass reflected his handsome, cold face. The faint outline of clenched jaw muscles showed near his cheek. Get to the bottom of it. Report to me as soon as you have anything. Yes. The call ended. His hand dropped to his side. Thinking back to those days, there were a lot of things he hadn't considered carefully. After the accident, he had a concussion and spent a long time in the hospital. As soon as he recovered, he saw the injured Baiyuji. The company had just come into his hands, and all his energy went into handling business. The men were sent to prison, and that was the end of it. Fujian narrowed his eyes, his emotions tangled. Xinghao Baiyuji. Don't let me find out you're involved in this, Xinghao. The next morning, Ichichi borrowed a nurse's phone and called Muyao. Muyao rushed to the hospital, furious and sick with worry. The internet had been blowing up all morning with footage from Fu Corporation's annual party. She called Ichichi over and over, and no one had picked up. Fujiya could silence the press, but he couldn't stop guests from secretly filming and posting. Within minutes, the footage was everywhere. The video showed by Yuji and Fujiya together, their conversation crystal clear right up until Fujiya carried by Yuji out of the hotel. Then the camera swung to Ichichi. Reporters swarmed her slide frame. They couldn't see how pale she was or the terror in her eyes. They just wanted to pry something out of her. She looked like a trapped animal, those huge eyes glistening. Muyao's heart clenched. The second she finally got Ichichi's call, she bolted to the hospital. Now, seeing Ichichi in that hospital bed, Muyao's eyes reddened. She tossed her back onto the sofa and dropped into the chair beside her. Ichichi forced a smile, swallowing her own pain. What's wrong? You look like you're about to cry. Muyao yanked her into a hug, grinding her teeth. That bastard. Fujiya is such a piece of shit. How dare he do this to you? I'm fine. It's over. Ichichi patted her back, somehow becoming the one offering comfort. Muyao swiped at her eyes and fixed her with a worried stare. What happened? Why are you in the hospital? Are you sick? I'm not sick anymore. Ichichi hesitated. Could she tell Muyao she was pregnant? She was afraid others wouldn't understand why she'd chosen to keep the baby. Muyao just watched her, patient and waiting. Seeing that concern, Ichichi let go of the struggle. This was her best friend. She trusted her. Yo, I'm pregnant. Oh. Muyao's brain short-circuited. She thought she was hallucinating. Pregnant. Ichichi nodded and said. Yeah. It's Fujiya's. Damn it. Muyao shot up from the bed and started pacing. Bastard. He asked for a divorce and he still had the nerve to. She slapped a hand over her own mouth. No cursing. The baby can hear. Ichichi laughed weakly and reached out to grab her. I'm not planning to tell him. I'll raise this baby on my own. But, Chichi, it's going to be so hard. Raising a kid takes everything. What if you meet someone new? And what if Fujiya finds out? Ichichi wrapped her arms around her and buried her face against Muyao's neck. I can't give up the baby. I've already made up my mind. I'm leaving him. This baby is mine. Only mine. Warm tears hit Muyao's skin. She gently stroked Ichichi's back, frowning, and then gave in. Okay. I hear you. It's fine. You got me. I'll help you raise the little runt. How hard can it be? It's not like one tiny human is tougher than Erdo. Erdo was Muyao's husky, the one who'd starred in 100 apartment destruction videos. Ichichi laughed through her tears. Yeah. You can help me raise him. I'm the godmother now. Wow, instant promotion. I'm actually kind of excited. Her exaggerated expression was meant only to lift Ichichi's spirits. The trending topics Chichi was better off not knowing. After the doctor came in, he confirmed she was fine and just needed to rest at home. He handed Ichichi the ultrasound from the day before. The grainy image barely showed anything, but Ichichi thought it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. Her baby's first picture. She'd keep it safe forever. Her gown was ruined, but fortunately she asked Muyao to bring clothes. On the drive home, Muyao kept stealing glances at Ichichi's belly, like she still couldn't believe there was a tiny bean in there. She drove like a grandmother the whole way, crawling along. At Fu Corporation, everyone walked on eggshells. The CEO was furious. No, absolutely livid. Hise had reported the video to Fujiya first thing that morning. Sir, I didn't handle it well. Fujiya watched the footage. His gaze was fixed entirely on Yichichi the way she'd been cornered by reporters, leaning against the wall, swaying, terrified. A thin layer of ice settled over his features. The comments section was full of attacks on Yichichi. Some invisible force was steering the narrative, accusing her of stealing the CEO's wife role from Bayushi. He ran his tongue over his back teeth. After a long pause, he looked away. Pull the surveillance. Find out who posted the video. Kill the trending topic. Already done. And everyone who was there that night, the guests, the media, I never want to see any of them again. The guests at that party were all top executives or business partners. That statement effectively ended their futures. As for the media, full corporation would never work with them again. Whether they could even survive was another question. Hizei didn't ask anything further. He gave a nod and left. This was Yichichi's first time at Muya's apartment. The place wasn't far from Chinha community, right in the city center. And it was nothing like Muya's brash personality. The apartment was cozy, stuffed with fuzzy little things everywhere. Erdo was currently staying with Jiangyu, so he wasn't home to cause chaos. Chichi, you stay in this room for now. Muya linked arms with her and led her to the guest room. But if you want to sleep in my bed, I'm totally fine with it. I just worry. Worry about what? Yichichi turned, confused. I sleep, like, extremely, free. I might kick you and the little bean in the middle of the night. Muya delivered this with complete sincerity, fully self-aware. Yichichi settled in at Muya's. Muya had someone pick up a new phone for her and a fresh SIM card. The trending topic was scrubbed. Online, silence fell. But when Yichichi opened her phone, someone had sent her the video. Everything she tried to bury surged up again. She stared at the screen in a daze, and after a long time, she deleted it. It didn't matter anymore. None of it did. 2 days passed without a word from Fujiya. Yichichi actually felt grateful. It wasn't that Fujiya didn't want to reach out, it was that a cascade of events had overwhelmed his usually rational mind. The day after he suppressed the trending topic, his grandfather summoned him to the old mansion. Hizei came too. The mansion was too quiet. Grandfather sat in the study waiting for them, his expression heavier than it had ever been. Fujiya stepped inside and spoke softly. Grandfather. The old man didn't answer. He didn't even glance their way. His cane stood before him, his hands folded over the top, and he stared out the window. Fujiya and Hizei stood in silence. After a long stretch, grandfather turned toward them, his voice rough with exhaustion. Jie, ever since you were a child, you've been my pride. Everything I gave you, you handled well, better than your father, better even than I did at your age. He paused, exhaled, and went on. But this time, you were wrong. And I was wrong too. Back then, when you were injured, I threw the company onto your shoulders. Someone took advantage of the gap. I should have thought it through more carefully. The Fu family has been wealthy and powerful for so many years. I grew arrogant. I thought no one would dare target the Fu family. Grandfather nodded to Hizei. Hizei moved forward, placed a manila folder on the table, his expression tight as he adjusted his glasses. Grandfather, CEO. He indicated both. These are the revised confessions. We re-interviewed everyone. There weren't one group of attackers, there were two. One after you. The other after Bayushi. You remember how that night started? Fujiya's expression hardened. His brow pulled together as he dragged the memory back, was flat. 7 or 8 men chased me down an alley. I ran into Bayushi coming from the opposite direction. I didn't want her caught up in it, so I grabbed her hand and we took off together. But something didn't fit. She'd been running before he even saw her. Her dress had been rumpled, her hair had fallen out, real panic on her face. At the fort, He pulled her right straight into a dead end. And after that, wait. He remembered 7 or 8 men, but later the numbers didn't add up. There had been more. Yes. His voice was clipped. Bayushi was running from a different group. Her father's enemies. He owned a small company that collapsed. Couldn't pay the loan sharks and disappeared. So they came for her that night to collect. She was a target before you ever crossed paths. Hise kept it brief. The CEO would piece it together fast. Fujia's face darkened by the second. A dry, bitter laugh scraped out of him. His knuckles went white. After those men were locked up, someone visited them inside. Bayuji's mother. They changed their statements after that. Silence. The room chilled, heavy and suffocating. Finally, grandfather spoke. Jie, what do you make of her now? Fujia had been standing rigid. He let his weight fall back against the table, one leg bent, his thoughts snarled. Rage first. He'd been played for years. She left the country right after, and they hadn't seen each other for 4 years. Did he know her? Barely. He just carried the guilt. And now he knew it was all built on a lie. He scoffed under his breath. A man who believed he controlled everything, fooled by a woman. Back then, in the hospital, he felt responsible. She was hurt because of him. His temples pounded. He pressed 2 fingers against his brow bone. But under the chaos, something loosened, a weight sliding off his shoulders. And there, uninvited, Ichichi's face crowded into his head. Grandfather, with Bayuji, all I ever wanted was to take responsibility. That's it. Grandfather nodded. He watched Jie around Chichi. He'd never fully bought that his grandson didn't care. I thought you might have had feelings for her back then. That's why I held this back. Bayushi took my offer and laughed. 3 million. She grabbed the check and walked. A greedy, short-sighted woman. He shook his head. Now you know everything. Handle it yourself. And as for Chichi, stop mistreating her. Okay. Fujia's answer came quiet. He walked out, Hise following. Outside, the cold bit. Fujia stopped. Behind him, Hise waited in silence. After a long pause, he headed down the stairs. A servant scraped snow from the doorstep, the shovel's scratch cutting through the quiet. The wind sliced right through him, honing his thoughts. CEO, back to the office, or? Hise studied his boss's unusual stillness. This mess had to be weighing heavy. Fujia didn't answer. Instead, that day at the amusement park. When you pick up Chichi, how was she? Hise answered honestly. Madam was crouched near the entrance. She looked upset. Didn't say a word the whole drive back. You got married 2 years ago. Hise blinked. Yes, CEO. Why'd you do it? Marriage. You're still young. I love my wife. I want to come home to her every day. I want to look after her, make her happy. Despite his confusion, Hise answered seriously. That stoic face softened a rare fraction. Fujia's assistant knew fragments about the boss's parents. Fujia never discussed relationships. He seemed like a machine built for work. But Hise had noticed the CEO wasn't quite the same with his wife. Let's go. The office. He couldn't face Chichi yet. So many times he'd left her standing alone because of Bayuji. So many red flags he'd ignored, standing behind Bayuji every damn time. Now he saw it for what it was. He'd owed his guilt to Bayuji. Promised her things. But Chichi had been the one paying the price all along. Knowing she was staying at Mu Yao's eased a small knot in his chest. He'd bring her home when he'd sorted everything out. Shishi, this food is amazing. But I feel terrible making you cook while you're pregnant. Mu Yao flopped onto the sofa, patting her full belly, licking her lips. It's fine. I actually like cooking. Back, he used to like it too. Catching herself sliding into thoughts of Fujie, Yichichi shook it off. Oh, Yo-Yo, I want to rent my own place. Wait, what? Why? Is staying here that bad? Chichi, you don't wanna live with me. Yichichi laughed. We said we'd divorce after the new year. With everything that's happened, grandfather must know by now. He probably won't stop us anymore. When it's done, I need to move out and be on my own. Of course I want to live with you. But we can't stay roommates forever, right? Ugh, imagine I want to bring a cute guy home someday and you're right there, so awkward. She ruffled Muya's hair, teasing. Seeing Chichi had made up her mind, Muyo didn't argue. She thought for a second. Cute guys are overrated. But fine. You know I suck at this stuff. My brother's been stuck in Jindu the whole time. Tell me what you need, and I'll have him find you a place. Would that be too much trouble? Please, it's a piece of cake for him. Yichichi mentally counted the money she'd set aside for rent. She told Jiang Yu not to transfer it yet, so it was still there. Okay. It doesn't need to be big. I like small, cozy places. Just enough for me. And it'd be perfect if there's a storefront nearby for a studio. Muya's eyes went wide. A studio? Yeah. A little one. I can paint there myself, and open the doors for anyone who loves painting. I've been thinking about this forever. It'd make me really happy. Now I can finally do what I want. Then our Chichi is gonna be the most gorgeous studio owner in Jindu. I'll be your assistant. Yes. Muyo was absurd, just like her dog Erdo. She lunged at Yichichi for a hug. Laughing, Yichichi fended off the fuzzy head. Oh, and it can be a little out of the way. Somewhere not too central. Sure. Whatever you say. The next day, Yichichi's phone rang. Her grandfather. Grandfather. Her voice wobbled, and for a second she sounded like a lost kid who'd finally found home. She couldn't keep the sadness out of it. Shishi, where have you been? Your grandmother and I haven't seen you in days. She sniffled quietly, steadying herself. The worst part was knowing that once she actually left, she wouldn't get to see them much at all. I'm staying at a friend's place, grandfather. My best friend. We're working on a painting together, so I'll be back in a few days. She forced her voice bright and blinked hard. Good, good. It's almost Chinese New Year. I'll make dumplings for you. Are you sure you got it figured out? Of course. I've been practicing. The old man's chest tightened. Every time he remembered that video of his little girl, the worry clawed back in. Good. I'll be home soon. She hung up. She just needed a little more time. Time to pull herself together. Time to learn how to act normal, how to face Fujiya without shattering into pieces. Time to stop crying over nothing. Then she'd go home and spend the new year with her grandparents. Jiang Yu worked fast. By the next day, he'd already found 2 options and drove over to pick them up. The first place was near Shui Anjian. Yanghu was packed with galleries and exhibition halls, so artsy storefronts had sprouted everywhere, even a couple of painting studios. Jiang Yu had his own selfish reason for picking that location. He wanted Chichi close, where he could see her more often. The apartment was clean and beautiful. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, flooded with light. Floor-to-ceiling windows on 2 walls. Chichi genuinely liked it. But it was too close to the old mansion. She hesitated. No rush. Let's see the other one, Jiang Yu said, patient and easy. He'd been keeping tabs on her situation. He knew exactly what had gone down that night. No point dragging it up and making her sad again. Watching her decide to leave Fujiya stirred something deeply satisfying in him. He'd never liked that man anyway. The second location was far. Nearly the suburbs, tucked inside a high-end residential complex. Nestled among the homes was a small cluster of villas. Modest 2-story buildings curved around a lake. Vintage red brick, faintly European lines, each one spaced with real distance between them. It almost felt like a quiet town in the English countryside. Jiangyu parked in front of one. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up before she even got out of the car. Quiet. Stunning. A two-story villa with its own front garden. Chi-Chi, this is gorgeous, Muyo breathed. Even she looked impressed. Living here meant peace far from the city noise, perfect for sinking into her paintings. Jiangyu walked ahead and unlocked the door. The first floor was all floor-to-ceiling glass. The garden lay bare for winter, just a few evergreens holding steady. Dried vines clung to the red brick come spring, ivy would swallow those walls. A white umbrella stood open where the wooden deck met the yard. The living room was huge and empty, exactly what she pictured. She could turn the whole ground floor into a studio, add a simple tea bar. The hardwood floors glowed gold in the sunlight. She imagined a few small tables outside in the garden, guests sitting with coffee during a break. Jiangyu caught her expression and smiled. Come on. Let's see upstairs. The second floor was about half the footprint because of an open terrace. A semi-open kitchen and 2 rooms. Chi-Chi loved it instantly. She could live up here, cook simple meals, have a bedroom, a walk-in closet. Evenings on the terrace with the breeze. There's a small attic too, but you'd need a ladder from the terrace to get up there. Jiangyu seemed like he knew the place well. He led Chi-Chi and Mu-Yo out onto the open deck. From the edge, she could see the lake in the distance. Neighbors walking dogs, kids chasing each other through the snow. It was still freezing out. Chi-Chi wore a red scarf, and the wind on the terrace beat hard. Her breath came in white puffs that vanished almost before they formed. Mu-Yo squinted at the view, then suddenly clapped her hands. Wait, this is your place, isn't it, big brother? You showed it to me 2 years ago. Yeah. It's mine. Been sitting empty. Chi-Chi turned to him. She loved this villa. It felt right the second she saw it. But knowing it was his complicated things. He read her face and laughed. Just take it. You love it, right? An empty house is a waste. You'd be doing me a favor, and I'll collect some rent. Seriously? You're actually charging her rent? Mu-Yo gaped at him. Jiangyu shot her a flat look. If I don't, do you really think Chi-Chi would agree to stay? He had a point. Of course I'll pay rent, Chi-Chi said. Honestly, it's better this way. Knowing it's yours makes me feel safer. At least there'd be no paper trail. If Fujiya ever decided to look, he wouldn't find her that easily. Not that he probably would. So the decision was made. Darkness fell. Streetlights flickered on. Rush hour crawled them back toward the city in stop-and-go waves. Chi-Chi pressed her face against the cold window, watching the slow procession of cars. The snow still hadn't melted. Everything gleamed wet. Pedestrians walked fast, breath rising in white clouds. Before long, she thought, she'd be one of them. Living a simple, ordinary life. Doing work she loved. Buying groceries in the morning. Hosting clients who came to paint during the day. Evening walks after dinner. And when the baby got bigger, she'd walk her to kindergarten every morning. That wouldn't be so bad. If she'd never gone to the Fu family, she would have been just an ordinary person from the start. Jiangyu rested one hand on the wheel, waiting at a red light. Mu-Yo had dozed off against Chi-Chi's shoulder, breathing slow and even. Chi-Chi, tell me what you need for the place, Jiangyu said, catching her eye in the rearview mirror. She blinked back to the moment, lowering her voice. It's fine. I'll shop after the new year. I don't want to put you out any more than I already have. It's no trouble. Just give me a list, and I'll have someone take care of it. He pressed, so she nodded. By then the baby would be bigger, and she genuinely wouldn't be able to handle much herself. Thank you, Jiangyu. He gave a soft laugh. Anytime. We're friends. Her phone buzzed. A text from Fujiye. Xinghao, where the hell are you? Come back right now, Xinghao. Yiqiqi stared at it for a long moment. Her thumb hovered over the keyboard. Then she turned the screen off and dropped the phone back into her bag. Jiangyu glanced up at the mirror. Him. She nodded without a word. He didn't ask. Just tightened his grip on the wheel and drove into the night. The next chapter she was about to write. It had nothing to do with Fujiye at all. Cigarette smoke hung unnaturally thick in the 39th floor office. Fujiye hadn't left the company in 2 days. He sprawled in the white leather chair, eyes fixed on the floor-to-ceiling windows. Past the glass, the capital's morning skyline blurred into a wash of gray silhouettes. Dawn was just breaking, and a low mist smeared the towers into something soft and half-real. His long legs were kicked out in front of him. Slim fingers held a half-burned cigarette. The posture was deceptively relaxed cold, his sharp features blank as new paper. Silence stretched. Then sunlight sliced through the windows and flooded the office gold. He crashed the dead stub into the ashtray, turned, and hit the intercom. He told Hize to come in. The door opened fast. Hize was meticulous as always, his gold-rimmed glasses sitting perfectly level. CEO. You called for me. Fujiya's face was dark, his voice glacial. Get the man out. The ones who went after Bayuchi. The man worked for a local figure named Master Jin. Years ago, Bayuchi's father had racked up 2 million in loan shark debt. He never paid. She hid overseas. The collectors never found her. With compound interest, the figure now sat well past 2 million. And because of Fujiya's interference, those men got extra years tacked onto their sentences, years they wouldn't survive inside. If he didn't pull them out, they would rot behind bars. Setting them free now carried only one meaning. Hize didn't ask a single question. He just lowered his head. Understood. And walked out. Xinghao, Xinghao, Xinghao. Yiqiqi had been staying at Mu Yao's place for a week. At least the apartment hunt was behind her. That had lifted a weight off her chest. Truth was, life without Fujiya wasn't all that different. Her heart felt a little hollow, but the days kept coming anyway. Whenever the ache hit, she thought about the baby. That made it bearable. She didn't try to find out what was happening between Fujiya and Bayuchi. They had what they wanted now, didn't they? Without her in the way, they could be all over each other. Disgustingly sweet. Or maybe not. Didn't matter. It wasn't her problem anymore. Chinese New Year was 5 days away. Yiqiqi knew that if she didn't show up, grandfather and grandmother would worry. She got up early, pulled herself together, and stepped out of her room. Shishi, you're up. I got breakfast. Eat. Please. Muyo was contorted on a yoga mat in front of the TV, following a workout, her words coming out in breathless gasps. Watching her bounce around, so full of energy, tugged a real smile out of Yiqiqi. Every day, seeing Yo-Yo lifted her mood. She sat at the table, grabbed a sandwich, and bit off small, careful pieces. Yo-Yo, I think I'll head back to the old mansion later. New Year's is almost here. If I don't go back, grandfather and grandmother will worry. Muya's leg froze mid-air. She stopped the workout and turned off the TV. But, you ran into Fujiya. Shishi. Yiqiqi passed her a cup of soy milk. Muya took it and chugged 2 big gulps. It's fine. I've thought it through. I'll do the holiday with grandfather and grandmother first, then move to Qinshui Bay right after. Qinshui Bay was the apartment Jiangyu had arranged. Over the past few days, he'd already stocked everything she needed. She could move in the second New Year's was over. Okay. Muyo swallowed her worry. Qiqi was like that. She looked soft, but once she set her mind, it was near impossible to budge her. Stubborn as a rock. Except when it came to Fujiya. Around him, She came completely unglued. Sigh. She drained the soy milk, set the cup down, and said, I'm going to shower. I'll drive you back in a minute. Wait for me. She poked Yi-Chi-Chi's nose. The look said, don't you dare leave before I'm out. Okay, okay. Go. Before you freeze. Once Muyo was ready, they drove toward the old mansion. Muyo talked the entire way, worrying Yi-Chi-Chi would go soft the second she saw Fujie, worrying she wouldn't take care of herself. Got it, mother ya. Eyes on the road. I know what I'm doing. When they reached the old mansion, Yi-Chi-Chi climbed out and bent down to wave. That girl got more long-winded by the day. Happy New Year, Yo-Yo. See you in a few days. Happy New Year. Miss me. Go on inside. It's freezing. She waved at Yi-Chi-Chi and watched her walk slowly back into the mansion. Aunt Yung opened the door. The moment she saw Yi-Chi-Chi, her face lit up and she rushed upstairs to tell the master and madam. Yi-Chi-Chi smiled, unwound her scarf, shrugged off her coat, and looked up to see grandfather and grandmother coming down the stairs. She called out sweetly, Grandfather. Grandmother. Grandmother hurried over and grabbed Yi-Chi-Chi's hands, her eyes rimmed red. Finally, you're home. Your hands are like ice. Aunt Yung bring Chi-Chi a hot water bottle. Yi-Chi-Chi's nose prickled. She pulled grandmother into a hug and whispered, I'm okay. Really, I'm not cold. Grandfather stood right behind grandmother. Usually, when she'd been gone too long, it was grandmother who got teary. But today grandfather's eyes were red too. That was strange. What's wrong? Don't grandfather and grandmother miss Chi-Chi? I'm back and you both look so sad. She pretended to be annoyed, hoping to coax a smile out of them. Grandfather exhaled. Good girl. You're home. That's what matters. Grandmother told Aunt Yung to add all of Chi-Chi's favorite dishes. After lunch, Yi-Chi-Chi planned to go straight upstairs and rest. Lately she was sleepy all the time. An afternoon nap was non-negotiable. At the foot of the stairs, she stopped and turned back. Grandfather. I'd like to have one of the guest rooms on the second floor fixed up. I'll be staying there. Grandfather's mouth opened, like he was about to say something else. Then he just waved a hand. Go rest. Let Aunt Yung handle it. When Jia gets here, he'll stay in a guest room too. Okay. Yi-Chi-Chi didn't argue. She was too tired. What mattered was not sharing a bed with Fujie. Any bed would do. It didn't seem like Fujie had been staying at the old mansion yet, anyway. She pushed the thought aside and went upstairs. The room looked the same as before. The last time she'd been here was her birthday. That felt like a lifetime ago. She changed into soft loungewear and curled up beneath the covers. One hand drifted to her belly. She whispered a soft good afternoon to the baby and closed her eyes. Cold wind whipped snow across the lot, tiny ice crystals slicing sideways. The black sport utility vehicle sat parked at the edge of a warehouse on the city's outskirts. In the back seat, Fujie leaned back, eyes closed. He was waiting for Hizei to bring the man. A few minutes later, a minibus rolled into the warehouse. 5 or 6 guys climbed out. Hizei walked up to the car and tapped on the window. Fujie opened his eyes and lowered the glass, his cold gaze sweeping over the man standing behind his assistant. 5 of them. The one in front had a scar cutting diagonally across his face, clearly the leader. They were all bundled in puffy coats, hunched against the cold as they stared at the icy man inside the vehicle. Smiles spread across their faces, syrupy and eager. Sure, this man had put them behind bars, but he was still the CEO of Fu Corporation in the capital. What happened back then? That was just bad luck. Fujie crooked a finger at Scarface. The man shuffled over and bent down to the window. Hey, Mr. Fu. A long, slender hand slid a check through the gap. Scarface took it. His eyes scanned the number. His stomach flipped. 星号 shit, Xinghao, this guy was throwing cash around hard. His grin widened. Mr. Fu, whatever you need, just say the word. Fu Jie dusted off his hands. His hard face betrayed nothing, but even these men who lived on the knife's edge felt a chill crawl up their spines. Nothing special. Consider it compensation for the years you spent locked up. He tilted his head and finally gave them his full attention. Debts must be repaid. That's only fair. You did the right thing back then. That uncollected money can't just disappear. Scarface froze. The debt that was by family business. And that by woman had made them lie. Told them to say they were after Fu Jie so she could wash her hands clean. Looked like the truth had finally clawed its way out, and Mr. Fu had caught on. Scarface was quick. He bobbed his head. Yeah, I got it. Father's debt falls on the daughter. We need to get that money back for Master Jin no matter what. Fu Jie grunted and motioned He Zhe into the car. They drove off. The man crowded around Scarface. Bro, holy crap, how much is that? That's insane. Scarface smacked ahead. You'll get your cut. Hear that? Mr. Fu doesn't want that by woman having an easy time. We're settling old scores and new. Let's go see Master Jin first. They piled back into the minibus and sped off. Sir, you're leaving it to them? He Zhe asked from the driver's seat. Yeah. Fu Jie's voice was low, his eyes locked on the road. They know what to do. Those guys knew how to make someone suffer a hell of a lot better than he did. Yes, sir. Back to the office now. Fu Jie's hands tightened on his thighs. Baiyuji was dealt with. But first he needed to pick up Chi-Chi. You had Mu You's address. Go there first to get Chi-Chi. Yes, sir. The last time his wife had gone to a bar with Mu Yao, He Zhe had already pulled the woman's file. He knew the way. As the car neared the neighborhood, an unfamiliar unease settled into Fu Jie's chest. A week had passed since that night. He'd admitted the truth about what happened had shaken him. But more than that, there was something else. Worry. That emotion wasn't exactly familiar territory. He thought about that night. Everything that had happened since Baiyuji came back. He saw now how badly he handled things. And the one who'd been hurt most was Chi-Chi. Without question. If what He Zhe said was true, if this was love, affection, then, did he love Yi Chi-Chi? Did he love holding her in his arms every day? Watching her smile? Fu Jie couldn't figure it out. His whole childhood had been consumed by his parents' failed, tragic marriage. After 18, every ounce of his energy went into work. To him, love was a burden. A useless emotion. But now. He hesitated. The car stopped in front of the building. Fu Jie got out, told He Zhe to wait, and walked up the stairs. Xinghao ding dong. Ding dong Xinghao. The doorbell rang. Mu Yao was sprawled on the couch, binge-watching a drama. Ugh. Chi-Chi had just left. Watching alone was so damn boring. What a lonely existence. Who the hell was at her door? Irritated, Mu Yao hauled herself up and yanked it open. The man outside was pure ice. Oh. Of course. Who else but that insufferable Fu Jie? Well, look who decided to show up. What's the great CEO Fu want in my humble little place? Mu Yao's face went flat. She was a head shorter, but her attitude didn't shrink. She shot him a sideways glare. Fu Jie ignored the jab. He looked past her into the apartment. The person he wanted wasn't there. His brow tightened. Where's Chi-Chi? She. She's not Xinghao my Xinghao wife. You don't know where she is, and you're asking Xinghao me Xinghao. Mu Yao rolled her eyes. She didn't want to deal with him. She started to close the door. Fu Jie's hand shot out and held it open, easily. You want me to come in and look for myself? That move pissed her off. Xinghao ha, Xinghao, arrogant bastard. No wonder he treated Chi-Chi like this all the time. I sent her to the old mansion this morning. You can leave now. 星号 CEO 负星号. Fugia paused. Usually, Chi-Chi would let him know where she was going. She'd never contacted him, so he'd assumed she was still at Muyo's. He dropped his hand and turned away. Something nagged at him. Chi-Chi was still furious. Jerk! Muyo shouted at his back and slammed the door shut. He watched his boss exit the building alone. A terrifying layer of frost settled on his face. Back to the old mansion, sir. The car rolled up to the old mansion quickly. He left for the company. Fugia strode toward the house. Snow still piled up in the yard. This winter was brutal. A servant shoveling snow greeted him respectfully when he saw him. He shrugged off his coat as he stepped inside. His grandfather sat on the couch watching TV. The old man looked up and gave him a brief glance like he'd known Fugia would show. You're back? Yeah. Grandfather, is Chi-Chi home? The old man stared at him for a moment, then gestured for him to sit. Fugia crushed the urge to go straight to her and dropped onto the couch instead. The guest room is ready. If you're staying here, sleep in the guest room for a few days. Fugia blinked. You think everyone's heart is as numb as yours. After how you treated her, Chi-Chi is still hurting. Don't parade yourself in front of her. Yeah. Fugia pinched the bridge of his nose. He hadn't expected Chi-Chi to let it go overnight. He knew she had to be heartbroken over what happened. Jie, you were the one in the wrong. If you care about Chi-Chi, don't force her. Don't bully her. Go on up. See her. The old man had waited just to say that. He stood and went to his own room. Fugia climbed the stairs quietly. He hadn't seen Chi-Chi in a week, and he missed her. The feeling had hit him hard when he didn't find her at Muyo's. The bedroom door was slightly ajar. He pushed it open and saw his wife asleep in bed. Half her face was buried in the covers. She looked pale, her breathing soft and steady. He watched her. The woman in front of him merged with the terrified girl in that video. He remembered what happened after he left that night, and a sharp pang of guilt stabbed through him. The media had been camped outside his company all week, trying to wheedle an apology. Security had thrown them out more times than he could count. But the truth was, he was the one who'd crossed the line worst of all. Fugia stood there, silent. He couldn't quite name what he felt. He only knew that seeing her made him feel full. Chi-Chi furrowed her brows in her sleep, burrowing deeper into the blanket. Afraid she'd suffocate herself, Fugia reached out and gently tugged the covers down a little. Maybe she felt his familiar presence close by. Her eyelashes fluttered. She opened her eyes. The familiar weight of his gaze pulled her from sleep. Fugia stood in the doorway. She blinked once, twice, and then she was wide awake. What was he doing back at this hour? You're up. His voice was flat. A full week since he'd seen her, and the man had nothing better than that. Yeah. Their eyes met. Something twisted hard in Chi-Chi's chest. She'd already told herself she was done being sad. So why did looking at him still hurt like this? She'd been angry all week. Disappointed all week. 6 years. This was their 6th New Year together. Every drop of love she'd had, she poured into this man. And when the thing finally cracked, it shattered her completely. Chi-Chi wished she could swallow a pill and just erase him. Wipe Fugia clean out of her mind. He reached out to help her sit up. The second she saw his hand coming, she shoved the chaos of thoughts aside, pulled back, and pushed herself upright alone. His hand hung there in the air. Fugia's jaw tightened. He sat on the edge of the bed, watching her. She. I was out of line that day. The words came out halting, threaded with nerves. When had the CEO of Full Corporation ever sounded like that? No. You don't need to apologize. Yichichi cut him off and forced a smile that didn't come within a mile of her eyes. I already told grandfather we'd sleep separately. If you want this room, I'll take the guest room. She threw off the covers, ready to get out of bed. Her heart had gone cold. There wasn't a single thing Fujiya could say now that would warm it, no matter how sweet he tried to make it sound. Fujiya stared at the distance in her expression. It hit like a bucket of ice water dumped straight over his head, freezing him solid. He knew she was still holding that day inside her. Still furious. When he saw her reach for her clothes, clearly about to leave and sleep somewhere else, he rose stiff, rigid, his voice gone cold. No need. I'll take the room next door. He stood there a moment, tall and unmoving. Gave her one long look. Then walked out. The door clicked shut. Yichichi finally breathed. Her whole body said with relief. The clothes in her hands slipped back against the wardrobe. She gripped them, lowered her head, and squeezed her eyes shut. Xinghao, good. You did good, Yichichi. Keep doing that. Keep refusing. Every single time, Xinghao. At the Bai residence, Bayuji had just stepped out of the shower. Her mother lounged on the couch, watching TV. They lived on the 16th floor of a high-end complex. All those years Bayuji was abroad, the debt collectors had been locked up. Fujiya had always been generous with her when she needed money. He handed it over. Pocket change to him, sure, but more than enough for anyone else to live comfortably. A luxury apartment. Designer labels. Spending without a second thought. GG. Bai's mother set down her sunflower seeds and twisted around. What do you think Dia's playing at? Didn't he say he'd marry you? So why's he gone quiet all of a sudden? Bayuji tilted her head, towel-drying her hair, brow creased. It's almost New Year. He's probably heading back to get the family register from his grandfather. After everything that's happened, there's no way he's not marrying me. That Yichichi won't last with Fujiya anyway. Girls like that are stupid thin-skinned. She won't stick around once people start whispering. Bayuji crossed her legs on the couch. Mom, grab me the hairdryer. Bai's mother heaved her heavy frame up, grinning, and waddled toward the bathroom. When my Gigi marries into the Fu family, we won't have to live in this cramped little box anymore. A whole staff waiting on you hand and foot. Someone to even blow dry your hair, haha. Bayuji looked down at her hands, rubbed in some lotion, and let herself picture the future. A greedy, self-satisfied smile spread across her face. Xinghao, bam bam bam, Xinghao. Someone pounded on the door hard, rude, relentless. Scarface and a few of his men stood outside, patience gone. They reported back to Master Jin the day before. Master Jin said the customer is king. And this woman still owed him money. If they didn't collect, what kind of street rep would they have left? Bayuji yanked at her robe, irritated. Who the hell shows up at this hour? She pulled open the door and came face to face with Scarface. Her heart ceased. Ice shot through her veins. She would never forget that ruined face. He was the one who grabbed her by the hair and stabbed her all those years ago. A scream lodged in her throat. She stumbled backward, fighting to keep her voice steady. What are you doing here? Scarface grinned. It was terrifying. He stepped inside. Bai's mother heard the commotion and came rushing out of the bathroom. The second she saw the facts, she shrieked. Who the hell are you people? Get out of our house. Scarface shot her a sideways glance, his tone dripping with mockery. What? We met. Don't you remember? The rest of the men filed into the apartment and slammed the door shut. Bai's mother's mind raced. Then she recognized them. Her teeth started chattering as she dragged Bayuji back. You were supposed to be in jail. What do you want? Our Gigi is about to marry into the Fu family. You wouldn't dare lay a hand on her. Scarface let out a sneer. The Fu family. Oh, I'm shaking. He flicked his hand. Enough talk. Let's get on with it. The four men lunged. Rough hands clamped down on Bayuji's arms. She staggered, stunned they get physical so fast. She screamed, thrashing wildly, wet hair whipping everywhere. How dare you? This is trespassing. You touch me and I'll tell I to break your hands. Get out, get out. Her slippers slid off. She crashed to the floor, pinned hard. Bai's mother's heavy body lurched toward her daughter, kicking and flailing at the man holding her. Stop! Get your filthy hands off me! She screamed hysterically. One of the men backhanded her across the face. Bai's mother went blank. She was used to pushing people around, not getting pushed back. A second later, tears and snot streamed down her face. What do you want? Bayuji, seeing her mother hit, started shaking. You just want money, right? Fujiya is going to marry me. I can give you anything you want. Scarface leaned lazily against the back of the sofa. These two still didn't get it. Pathetic. He crouched in front of them, his bulky frame looming close, and flashed a nasty grin. Oh, we want our money, sure. But you put us away for years. How do we settle that? Bayuji tossed her hair back, glaring. You deserve to rot in there. You stabbed me, of course you belong in jail. Yeah. Well, your deadbeat dad told us we could do whatever we wanted with you. Scarface leaned closer, yellow teeth on full display. Bayuji gagged. His breath was foul. So here's the deal, you're not bad looking. We've got plenty of customers. You can work off the debt on your back. I told you, I'll pay the money. 2 million is nothing to the Fu family. TCH, you got shit for brains. Scarface grabbed her by the hair. The girl's face was still passable. The debt was just an excuse. Someone wanted her tormented. They swing by every few days and have a little fun. You think we just got out and happened to find this place? His crude words sent ice crawling down her spine. But one detail snagged in her mind and held. Why had they gotten out? Fujiya had said they'd never see daylight again. How did they know where she lived? And if Fujiya was supposed to marry her, why weren't these men afraid at all? The dread spread through her body, cold and creeping. Bayuji's face twisted with horror as a terrifying possibility began to dawn.